KG are primed. It's only up to Sentinels to keep this up.
想右边，想右边，我们要把右边卡，把右边卡。
They don't do it! It is here! VK Gaming! They are your champions of the ALGS mid-season playoffs. They did it for Apex South.
但是最后的时候确实有点紧张。我在右边，在右边，在右边，在右边，在右边，把板布了。我想拿着我 R9去杀人，然后卡厄把我喊回，我的队友把我喊回来了。赶紧，拔上了，别怪，还要快。我看了一眼小地图，发现这要3队人了，我们好像要赢了那种感觉。3队都在，有突，2队都在。我才被拉回现实。想右边，我们要把右边卡，先看右边，满天。我知道，打热，可以打吗？像以前在别的队伍一样，就是说容易犹豫，然后不自信，也觉得自己是错的。但我现在很多时候我都觉得自己是对的。有时候打比赛的时候，有时候脑海里会有那个声音，你知道吗？我感觉就是说第三直觉告诉我，就说这就是对的，我就得去做。然后我去做了，他就赢了，夺回来了，本该属于我们的冠军。
It really crushed me after realizing that we lost, but
Saucer at the solo as it's a 1v1! Saucer!
clutching up that win made me feel like I was the best player in the world. It just gave me the full confidence that I was going to be able to win this whole tournament. But the reality set in every time we died. The victory was just slipping away from our grasp. Ever since my first tournament, I've never been able to win a LAN tournament. I'm determined to change that in front of the biggest crowd that Apex can offer at Champs. And even if I do win, I don't want that to be the end of my career. I want that to be the start of proving that I belong at the top.
I mean, it's nerve-wracking, overstimulating, overwhelming. You just get so tingly all over your body, your fingertips go numb.
Complexity will win game 1 of your match point finals.
Being able to feel those feelings and look at the stadium, just echo and excitement, the highlight of my entire life. Absolutely shaped my life forever. Champs last year was the greatest time of my life. The one thing you hope for is to open up a series super strong, because every game after that feels a little bit more real. It feels accessible and like you can do this.
正直かなり緊張していましたね。ただステージの空気や歓声に後押されたのを覚えています。APAC ノースでのこの1年を通して人としても選手としても大きく変われたと思っています。だからこそ世界の舞台で証明したいことだって、俺たちが一番完成度の高い仲間部チームだということ、そして自分は弱くないということを証明したいです。
Pressure is a privilege in my eyes. I don't know, walking out on that stage, you are scared, you are terrified, you are anxious, but it's so like peak dopamine. I just want to win champs like so badly. It would truly like mean literally everything.
Somehow still alive! Why is happening? Unlucky!
Last time we came so close, what was really upsetting, but I truly believe we can bring home the trophy this year.
And they will get defeated! NRG out!
Timmy's last chance. Oh.
That's crushing.
I know that it's achievable. It just made the loss feel even more apparent and more upsetting. And it was definitely a really big wake-up call.
Nocturnal's down! Is there a wall available? NRG on 41 points!
I was really disappointed last year when I played at Sapporo and I didn't make finals. That was a really big deal to me. I just never wanted to feel that again. I've been on teams in the past where, you know, it just didn't feel like certain people wanted it as bad. So I definitely think if there's a team that I'm going to win with, it's got to be this one.
I think our team is just going to get better and better. I think my team currently feels to me like old TSM. I feel like I've kind of like done everything that I've wanted. It's just kind of hard to find more reasons other than like the winning aspects. The excitement of winning does not change no matter what. Whatever it takes, and as long as we win, that feeling will always be the same. If we win Sapporo, we'd feel the same way as in the very beginning.
Outcomes are down! Falcons champions!
Being on stage when Falcons won, and I remember putting my head in my hands and saying, it's over. For like my whole career, all I've wanted to do is at least win one. Watching Zero win yet another, it's just like kind of a punch in the gut.
Last year, hearing like the crowd roar, standing up and just seeing everything, and I look at that photo all the time, and I've been looking at it a lot leading up to this LAN. This is just a stage for me to kind of prove to the world that what they originally thought of me was wrong.
やっぱり結果を出したいっていうのが一番なので そこがすごくモチベーションになってますね。このチームが今いる自分たちのチームが最高のチームだってことを証明したいですね。本当できることをやるだけかなって思ってるんで、全力でやってきたことが出たらいいかなと思ってます。
今年1年やっぱ俺の中では世界一だと思ってるプレイヤーのユカイフとやれて、Fnaticに育成っていう名目で入って、やっぱりその1年の集大成の成果をやっぱ発揮するっていうのがやっぱり目標ですかね。
皆様こんにちは。APEX Legends の頂点 ALGS Year 5チャンピオンシップにようこそ。私たちは再び日本札幌大和ハウスプレミスドームに戻ってきました。私の名前はライアンハートです。皆様にお会いできず大変寂しかったので、もう一度ステージホストとして戻ってまいりました。Hello everyone and welcome. You have arrived at the paragon of Apex Legends and we are back at the Daiwa House Premise Dome here in Sapporo, Japan for the ALGS Year 5 Championship. これから全てのチームがなんだっけこれから世界40チームが賞金総額200万ドルという賞金200万ドルという賞金をかけて優勝をかけて激闘を繰り広げます。We are going to witness the world's 40 best teams do battle for a $2 million prize pool and the most prestigious title in esports. This year has redefined the arena. We've seen the introduction of legend bans and POI drafting, forcing every team to adapt or be left behind in the dust of the Outlands. There are 40 teams, but only one will hoist that championship trophy. Legends, prepare for drop. The ALGS Year 5 Championship begins now. 40チームが出場し、優勝トロフィーを掲げることができるのはたった1チームです。札幌の雪景色は凍てつく寒さですが、すべてのチームが戦闘の炎を燃やすこの場では焼けつくような熱い戦いが始まろうとしています。レジェンドの皆様、覚悟はよろしいでしょうか。 ALGS Year 5チャンピオンシップの開幕です。
Thank you, the ever-talented Ryan Hart. What an incredible showcase of mental acuity and pressure to be able to do that. I think he kicked it off here in the building, translating in Japanese and in English. That's a tough feat, my man. Looking styling as well. We welcome you to Sapporo. The city has tried to keep us out, -3 degrees Celsius. It's grounded flights, but we have made it through. The blood is running here in this stadium, and you can tell how much this means. Year 5 5 comes to a close, but in many ways, it starts anew with a chance for one team to hoist a trophy and make history yet again in the Daiwa House premise dome. We thank you, we welcome you, and we are so excited to kick off our Year 5 championships. My name is REIGNITE. I'm joined by my amazing desk compatriots, Snipe Down, Graceful, Jayhawk. We're going to go down the line and just say hi to them as well, my friend Snipe. It's great to see you back. We've had some fun times in the snow so far in Sapporo, but it's even more fun being in this electric arena.
Yeah, I mean, this arena has just the most atmosphere of anything I've ever been in. I've competed, I've been up here on the desk, and it's so impressive to see the emotion that goes into the crowd. You can see it reflecting in the players. Even in the intro videos, you heard the players talking about how they were nervous with just how many people were watching, and I just can't wait to see all the preparation that these players took to bring into this venue and exactly to see the heartbreak, the emotion, and everything that goes into it. Super excited to be back.
Well, Apex is that kind of game that when you start talking about it, you just can't stop. A guy I know who is really good at continuing to talk and not stopping for the right reasons, because he's on desk, is right next to him. It's my man Graceful, who can talk about this game forever, man. What are these big hits that we need to be thinking about coming in to what is the biggest event of the year?
I mean, I think, though, we always have the discussions when you're debating regions versus regions, and we've seen also from the past and as well how they fare up against each other. But now, we have different topics, and I'm, very biased towards MK. I'm so happy to see the Reddit threads of everything from who's the best MK player, and we have them in the house. I just want to see some really good, Apex gameplay, and I think also this meta specifically, nobody can complain about it. You have the R9. I don't think anybody in the entire community of Apex dislikes R9. Never mind the fact that it's not too much clutter, so everything is very visually appealing.
Yeah.
I think we're going to have a great tournament on our hands.
Great showcase as well. Already diving in a little deeper. We'll pull back for a second, though, because we've still got one more analyst. I'd be remiss not to say congratulations on your nomination for Analyst of the Year at the Esports Awards as well.
I appreciate
Great work,
that.
Jayhawk, and glad to have you with us again. What's going on here as we kick off Year 5 championship?
It just feels so special to be here. Japan, I think back to years ago when we all wanted to be here as a community, and the fact that we're here again, it just feels amazing. We're reliving some of these match point moments in these pre-game videos, and it's already getting me hyped for Sunday. Obviously, we've got a long way to go there, but I am so excited for this tournament because the last time we were here, who would have saw that result coming with GoNext winning?
Yep.
I think we're in store for something crazy again.
I think so as well. APAC South took a trophy. We saw North America grab a trophy. Europe, obviously the winners of our last championship here in Sapporo. And again, we will be back next year. EA did a great job signing this collaboration with the city. So yes, this is the start of 2026, but we will also be back in 2027. So if you're not here in the city now with us, we'll give you plenty of reasons to keep joining us as well over the next few days. Let's take a look actually at how those next days will transpire as we head to our event schedule. For those who were familiar with last year, we did 5 days. We've cut it down. A whole day has been dropped. How have we done that? We'll get more into it, but we've got group stages on the top end of this. Day 1, Day 2, and Day 3. Up until Saturday, we'll be getting to our group stages. Then we'll have our winners bracket, our elim bracket as well, and then we'll go Sunday to our famous match point finals. The best Sunday in esports. I'll keep on saying it again, and it's even better when you go to this next page, guys. Producers hooked me up with this one. $600,000 for first place, a $2 million prize pool. Graceful, as someone who has been a full-time player in esports for nearly the last 10 years, this is life-changing money.
It is most definitely life-changing money, and even if you don't make it to that holy grail of top, I would even say top 5, even top 10, it's like you're still putting yourself out there in the in the eyes of everybody else where you can perform, and we see it as well, with the roster manias and stuff. You're setting yourself up for that future, but if you get your hands on top of that trophy, what else of a start into your life can you ask for?
I mean, it's a great kickoff. I'll say that. I ain't gonna be mad at that. Better than a sharp stick in the eye, my mom would say. A lot of things are, by the way. Let's go into meet the teams here. Group A, B, C, and D. A lot of big names. Jayhawk, you are great at keeping these huge storylines together. Each group kind of has its own little conversation we can have around it.
Absolutely. I alluded to it earlier. I think this is a tournament where we don't know who's going to win because there is seriously, I think, the largest number of true contenders that could actually take this thing compared to any LAN we've ever had before. I mean, when you just scan across these groups, obviously Alliance, Thieves, we have Rock Esports who popped off last LAN, Shopify, Falcons, the new look Liquid roster, the new look Aurora who lifted the trophy last year. There are so many teams here that I think could take this thing.
I mean, Grace, obviously the competition is the best it's going to be. It took all year to qualify for this.
I think so for sure as well, and I always love the community-made stuff as well when we see this power ranking of where this team ranks, because as you said, this is the land where the most teams, it's the most different regions. Whereas before, you know, we've seen 5-10 teams from America being up at the leaderboard. Now it's all of a sudden anybody's game, and that just really proves that every region has kind of developed now to the stage where they're all capable of standing on their own.
Well, we're going to break down kind of where we're heading into, especially with today's matchups, because we've got some great storylines ahead of us, some juggernauts coming together in this very first match in just a few moments. But for those who are joining us here on Champs, I know this is kind of an exciting, shiny new way to catch up with the ALGS scene. There have been some changes, especially if you caught a glimpse of last year for some of the names, some of the teams that you might be rooting for, you might see us talking about here. Snipe, Crazy Thieves, let's just start off with that. A heck of a collaboration. They went away from 100 Raccoons, but I think this was a good choice.
I do love the 100 Raccoons reference. Lace was telling me in the back. I was getting a real good laugh out of that. I think it would have worked well for them. But I mean, yeah, bringing two of these organizations that are just monumental staple pieces of just the Apex Legends scene in general and bringing them together, especially with a group of guys as prominent as what we see on the screen right there. I mean, it's a very easy team to root for and everything about them. I think they're a team that is kind of flying under the radar, but we could see a big win here.
And you can see Legacy no longer Liquid Alienware. Yanya, Niazul, Jaguares, they have represented that org ever since really we've been watching and talking about Apex. They are now Legacy and hailing from Mexico, so trying to represent that. Liquid Alienware now with a new title with Zero splitting from Hal. He'll be trying to lift the banner there. Liquid Alienware certainly will want it, and of course, Aurora now with Slab, Hierarcha, and Ashako trying to go back to back with a little bit of a new iteration, Jayhawk. I mean, let's just call it as it is. If Hierarcha and Ashako go and win this again, is that a back-to-back? Is that a different discussion of a dynasty, or Slab's intro really the key that made it happen?
I think the big talking point there is a lot of people still think that that win they had was a fluke.
That's
they
right.
haven't had the strongest of performances this year. They missed the finals at the Open. They weren't that strong at the midseason playoffs. And so doing it again at that point, you can't say it's a fluke. You've done it twice.
That's true. All right, let's go down to today. We've hit some of the high notes. Today we have the beginning of our group stage, and let's walk you through the group schedule because it's going to start off with a different way of approaching it. Group A and B are going to be on our main stage, but as you notice, we've cut a day. How have we done that? Well, we've got Group C and D running on the B stage as well. B versus D will be up later in the afternoon, and A and C also will be on the B stage. And you know who's covering the B stage. It's our friends. You know them, you love them. It's Wig and Greek. They're going to have you covered for all the action coming up over these next few days.
Over at the B stream at twitch.tv/nicewig and twitch.tv/Greek. We are checking out and covering the whole side stage today, and we have some banger games. So yes, the games you're watching is different than the games on the main stage today. We got some heaters, so tune in, check us out. I love you. I don't know where Greek is. He's somewhere over there. Peace.
He's trying to wrestle Greek. Greek's got stuff to do, Snipe, you know. But I think at the end of the day, it's a cool format as well. It gives us, Eric, a bit of a chance to highlight these teams specifically, especially on main stage, but also we have an APAC North crowd. There's going to be a lot of APAC North representation in that Group B, playing consistently in front of their home support.
Yeah, I want to say last year, I believe it was Fnatic that came out incredibly strong. They had the hometown support, so it's going to be very interesting to see if they can carry that over. And, you know, the nerves didn't affect them last time, hoping that it doesn't affect them this time. Overall, I mean, I think it's, once again, if they can pull out a win, the crowd's going to be behind them, and that momentum can carry forward all the way through group stages into Sunday.
All right, well, today we've got a banger to kick things off. All of our groups bring in some incredible talent, but there are a few that stand a little above the rest in terms of their potential. LAN winners, people who have proven to the best of the best that they are the ones to be challenged and hopefully usurped. I'm talking none other than some of our contenders in Group A.
Shield swap, is it enough? Alliance! They get absolutely destroyed, it's you effect!
The nice shot, Citadel remix.
Little bit of revenge, he pops up and pops heads!
He gets the finish blow.
Oh my, oh my, oh my!
One, ten. Nice.
We've talked about a bunch of them, but there it is. Legacy was something certainly to prove. Gaimin Gladiators, who last year were certainly in the conversation, even up until midseason playoffs, of being a title contender. And Crazy Thieves as well, not on this page. Snipe, there's so many good teams here in Group A.
Yeah, I mean, I can see myself, you know, I'm doing it all up there. I'm on the desk, I got myself on that list. But yeah, I mean, this Group A is incredibly impressive.
Wow. Hold on, guys.
I really wanted to see a little bit out of this Team Mango roster. They've been such once again, another stable piece. That straight from playing Easy Flash team, they've been talked about, especially early on, and they've just kind of strayed off, and I really want to see them perform this weekend.
Had a bus ride, or at least a shuttle ride over with Crumbs. He was talking a lot about his journey working with Strafing Flame and Easy Flash. Not easy for him to be in that position where kind of the scapegoat. If something goes wrong, you're not blaming Strafing, you're not blaming Easy. But in many ways, it's pushed him to be that much better. Really excited to watch him and his performance. But when we talk about Group A, Jayhawk, it's impossible to ignore the Goliath that is Alliance.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at the teams in this group, this is the team that you think can win it all. If we go back to over a year ago, they had a stretch where they had 4 straight top 3 placements. There has never been a team in ALGS history that has had that level of consistency. The problem is, at the midseason playoffs, that consistency came to an end. They got 11th. That is not the standard that this team holds. So how do they bounce back? Well, they win EMEA Pro League in dominant fashion. Through most of the way, they were in first place, and there was really no chance that another team was going to overtake them because that's how good they were. They want to get back to that top 3, but even more so, they want to lift a trophy. Although they have won, they have never won an official ALGS trophy.
That's right.
So that is something that Hawkes is still looking for. And ultimately, I mean, he's got the team to do it. This is a team that has firepower. Effect and Unlucky, they put out a little graphic on their social media. Shout out to the Alliance social media manager. They had the roles, and they were both fragger. Okay, this is not a team that has an anchor. We have IGL and 2 fraggers because that's what this team is. They're going to be out on the edge. We already know that they're going to be over at North Pad and Trident, a POI they always get, and they're going to be slaying the lobby.
And I think always get is kind of a theme with them because they've been together for so long. We're not just talking about one of the most skilled teams. We're talking about one of the longest standing relationships in ALGS Esports history with Hawkes and Alliance. And obviously these two, with Effect and Unlucky being with him now, are really one of the most long-standing trios and most successful trios we've seen in the history of our esport. Will that continue? Well, they're going to have to find out because they're going up against some serious talent as well. On the other side of it, Group B is coming in for their first matchup today on main stage. They'll be here for most of the afternoon. So while they may feel they've got a little bit of a warm-up round before they have to really close out their points for day 1, it's going to be all-out warfare as we introduce our teams from Group B.
He's get eliminated as it's the 1v1 Sorcerer!
That's how much of a demon this guy is!
The next thing to fall, Shopify are likely to take the job!
2桁キルに到達して仕留めに行きましたナイスナイス Hotdog Mafia should clean up. He knows how to hit heads with a big gun and he picks up another victim.
From Fnatic to SAUL, SYRALE, and even ROC Esports, a team that has had unprecedented success for a lot of players who have kind of found rosters and gotten off those rosters. There is competition aplenty in Group B, but I want to hit 2 main teams, and I'm talking league winners here, coming from APAC South, and then obviously talking about North America. We got Gen.G Esports and Shopify Rebellion. Talk to me about Gen.G, Graceful, because this is an org that formerly Green Stego was 5th at EWC in our midseason playoffs. They are aggressive as heck, and they're going to be one of the fan favorites here to overall win.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing that you have to take in mind as well is that this team has had a huge climb the past year where they've literally just gone from a solid team to considered one of the Goliaths, as you say, where now you can compete against the best of the best and potentially even take it all home. Never mind the fact that you also have 3 MNK players, and they're popping off on that area as well. They're even dropping Devastated Coast coming into the couple of matches as well. And when you have that firepower and the meta is Scout,
yeah,
woof, looks really good to me.
It's not normal to have 3 MNK players, but when you look at a guy like Asia who's kind of frontlining that team, you start to talk about, is he the best of the best in that category?
That's the thing, is we always had discussions from both, you know, the American region, the EU region as well, but now we have, for me, I'm also Thai. We have Thai up front of everybody pretty much undisputedly almost says Asia is the best MNK player in the world right now. And I'm so excited to see that on so many layers.
And it's going to be interesting to see if they keep those aggressive compositions, how that will throw off some of our more stagnant or at least slower play. Cryptos and Newcastle's coming around. But Snipe, I want to talk about another team that, in terms of firepower, you almost cannot compete with it. Any team up there, you would put them against them and say they'll probably win. Of course, I'm talking about Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, I'm actually incredibly excited to talk about this roster. They're my team to watch, truthfully, for the weekend. I think they have the most firepower, like you said, of any other team. I think the biggest storyline is just Zainu's evolution as a player. You know, his very first event, I don't think enough people respect this, is that he won the event with Zero and Jen Burton. After that, he got dropped. They didn't make the grand finals, and now he's just been kind of floating, won another event with Phony. And he decided that after his route with MT as the IGL, that he no longer wants to IGL. I remember talking to him. He has so much confidence as a player, the kind of confidence that you need to have as an IGL to give the confidence to your teammates to trust every single one of your calls. And you could just tell every time you talk to him how much that weighs on his own. He didn't start off as an IGL for this that well going into the Pro League season. It took him a little bit of time, which it does, but that didn't make him think, oh, I can't do this. He knew to himself, like, he's probably the most versatile player in the game. We've talked about that a lot with, just with Jayhawk in general. We talked about that at the mid-season playoffs. But overall, I mean, this team right now, they have slaying power that can just go on and win every single one of these games if they really want to. And I think it's just going to come down to starting the groups, letting Zainu catch his flow. They ended up winning Pro League in dominant fashion. Yeah. And overall, for that team right now, I don't think there is a team at this tournament that has as much expectation, honestly, as them in a sense. And overall, I think this is the event that if Zainu wins, we have to put him in the conversation now that he's IGLing as the best player in the game.
Big statements there. Highlights from our winners from EMEA, our APAC, and of course our North American representation. We've got all the regions battling who will come out on top. We have our talent, who we asked that earlier on in the day. So let's head to our predictions. We don't have Jayhawks on here. I haven't got a comment from you before we close out. Dan's going Gaimin. He's mixing it up. A lot of Shopify. I'm with Alliance. Jayhawk, who do you have?
I'm going Alliance.
Yeah?
I mean, come on. Alliance in the group stage, they always show up.
It's hard to bet against Alliance, and you know that they are going to be prevalent. It's just a matter of time, and a lot of our talent thinks so. Rock Esports from Spider Tiff. I got Rock later on in the day as well. But of course, competitive Apex. We love you, Reddit. We appreciate all the kind comments. We know we're going to be getting all broadcasts long, or at least Graceful will, because of how dang good he looks in those outfits, man. Dang, he always dresses better than me. But we appreciate you. Alliance is what you've gone for. We'll see where we rack up these points at the end of it all. Let's get going. I want to hear from our casters here as we get ready to kick it off. It's Mark and Dan. You might know them better as Onset and Gaskin. It's been a lot to get here, boys, but we're finally ready for the big show.
Hey, and it had to be even more to stop me from getting here. That's one thing for sure. Travel aside, Dan, amazing to be here. Such an exciting time, such a long wait for everybody to finally get back here with this beautiful main stage behind us. $2 million on the line, the best in the world are here, and you turned up as well, which is fantastic.
That's always good for you, I think. I don't know about anyone else, but yes, incredible to be here yet again. This venue is unbelievable, and if you are not here, and if you cannot witness it live, I hope that you can hear the crowd when it comes through day after day. It's going to get bigger, better, and louder, because this is the best tournament around. I love ALGS. I love when we get to match point finals, but we have to get to match point finals first, and you know that is a long old road for some of these teams.
It is. We got 4 days to get through before we even think about match point finals. We got to find out who's going to be battling through this group stage into the bracket stage, and then of course trying to qualify for those match point finals. And when you get there, you get yourself a chance at winning the bulk of that money we were just talking about and calling yourselves the ALGS champions. And that's what it's all about, right? It's been a year's worth of action. It's been a lot of lands, a lot of work, a lot of pro leagues, all of these games that have gone into it, and a lot of scrims, international scrims in the build up to this one as well. Boot camps really have put all these teams in the position now where they should be prepared. They should be ready to play in front of this fantastic crowd. By the way, Thursday crowd, by the way, just look at it, ridiculous. Thursday crowd to turn up and play the biggest matches of their career. We're starting off here on, I'm going to start off with Stormpoint, Dan. This is always exciting to do in Group A versus B. Personally, I'll put it out there right now, Dan. My favorite map to cast.
Favorite map to cast?
How lucky do I feel?
You know, I agree with you. And also one of my favorites to start a series with, because it's very action-packed, but also people are so dialed in on Stormpoint now. They know exactly what POIs they want to be drafting. They know which are the best POIs at this point, and we will get into that shortly. But then matches 4, 5, and 6, we go to E District, which my personally favorite map to cast. We won't be covering that one, but this is the POI draft that I was talking about. Look at how many teams have prioritized this map to try and pick up points. Shopify Rebellion at Lightning Rod, Crazy Thieves at Cascade Falls, Wolves at Barometer, SAUL at The Mill, and Rock at Ceto Station, as well as Citadel and Sentinels also going for Pylon and Command Center. Like, everyone, bar the first 2 picks, went for Stormpoint, and that's because E District, a little bit more of a fair map you'd feel across those POIs.
Yeah, I agree with you. Obviously, you still have Tridents available here on Stormpoint, which can influence things, but very excited to see what Shopify Rebellion especially do from Elrod here. Historically, one of the best POIs to play from. And if we talk about this group as a whole, and we talk about the games, the teams, the one overarching story as we head into match number 1 here, as we get ready to kick off the ALGS Championship, is it's the nearly teams, it's the almost teams, it's the teams that are great, but are missing that great championship winning moment, Dan.
And you hear the roar from the crowd as they are out of the dropship and on to Stormpoint, and we'll start with Fnatic and having a glance at them. And what an amazing story it could be for Fnatic if they could get to finals, just let alone go all the way to win the whole thing. Of course, they are going to be hometown heroes here. There's going to be a lot of fans in the audience wanting Fnatic to succeed here today.
Well, we'll see what Fnatic can do. Like you say, it's going to be a big kind of pressure-filled tournament for them. We saw that last time around we were here in Sapporo. Incredible support, like unmatched support when it came to the noise that was being generated by this crowd. But with that support, with that expectation, of course, comes pressure. And I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on their shoulders as we take a look at our first zone of the day. And if you're a Crazy Thieves fan, very happy that I got that out early, Dan. We've already discussed how many times I'm going to call them 100 Thieves, and I'm going to do my best to make sure I get that right. You're going to be very happy because we are going bang center here at Stormpoint.
Don't worry, everyone. I'll give him a little jab every time he says 100 Thieves instead of Crazy Thieves, just to keep him on his toes. But yes, bang center zone. And also, just to take a look at the legend pick rates in the moment, 18 Newcastles, 18 Caustics. That means it probably will come down to the fact of who actually wins this round and who's going to have that legend composition. If they have Caustic and Newcastle, it might come down to a coin flip as to which is banned going into map 2. So we'll get there when that happens. Also, 14 Valkyries as well. So we're going to see a lot of ultimates up into the sky.
I do like Gen.G's composition as well. They like to fight. We know that about Gen.G. Crypto, Bang, and Mad Maggie in game 1. When you're looking at the other, like Newcastle, Caustic, Valcom positions, which usually is, I would say, the most favorable one that we are seeing in game 1s in the current state of the game, where people and teams are running, that is a comp that says, we are going to fight you, and this is how we are going to fight you.
Gen.G did have the top kills per game in the world throughout Season 2 Pro League across all regions, so we are definitely expecting them to kind of carry on that aggression, but the real question is, will it work in an international lobby? Remember, in this lobby, we have 3 Pro League winners competing. It is a stacked lobby. It is insane, some of the teams we have competing here today.
Well, having a little look at Boogie Borders to start off here at APAC South team. Some of the Aussies are currently holed up in and around Northpad, where Alliance, of course, kind of call their own, the entire northern side of the map. We know that Alliance will always pick Trident in this area, and Rari to not only get Northpad, but the surrounding areas that we're looking at right now. And Alliance having a little walk up on this. You can see that Hackis is in the drone on Crypto, and Unlucky on the Bangalore is waiting for that EMP to go down and might be gifted a kill, but Metro luckily as the Jets on the Valkyrie to survive, and Unlucky with some uncharacteristically shaky shots there, Dan.
Yeah, it doesn't quite have the shots we're used to seeing, but Effect is going to roll on up to cover his boy as always. Bear in mind though, Crazy Thieves are in the area here, and they will hear this, so Alliance need to probably get out.
Yeah, they're going to pull away, they're going to hit the Nexus, and they're going to get back to the safety of the bunker just outside of Northpad. Like you say, they were aware that Crazy Thieves were in the vicinity, and I think just a few extra guns firing there, a few extra audio cues, made that decision a little bit more easy to make. Crazy Thieves, by the way, crazy moves, crazy driving. How many times will I say crazy as a way to define them throughout this tournament? Let's keep count on that one.
Last time you watched an Apex tournament, those Tridents might have been a little bit more vulnerable when we saw them out last. Now it is far more secure to be on one. You're not going to be taken down as easily as once we might have seen. But Crazy Thieves are able to now get behind Alliance and kind of put Alliance in a position where they're a little bit squished between Crazy Thieves and Boogie borders. So let's see what Alliance actually try and do here. They could rotate up the zip and try and just escape everything through checkpoint if they wanted to.
Yeah, interesting that Crazy Thieves actually went to Northpad just to hit the ring console by the looks of things, and taking that Trident, kind of counter-rotating to get that information, and obviously the ego that comes alongside it is going to get them a little bit closer to purple. You saw Jim Burton there does have purple shields already, which makes fighting their way in from Edge a little bit better. Alliance, like you say, going over to checkpoint now. They're probably going to hit the survey beacon to get the lay of the land and where everyone is, and they're going to find out that pretty much everybody in the game is already center zone. We're looking at Team Mango right now. They are one of those teams. Bang center zone, where we are going to be seeing potentially this end game pull towards.
I mean, we should expect to see this with compositions like this, with a Caustic, with a Newcastle, with a Valkyrie to move fast as well. People are going to be hunkering down, trying to find a position they can hold for quite some time. We're really not going to see too many engagements in this area until we start to force them together after round 2, maybe even round 3 at this point. So a lot of these teams, it's just going to be about being patient, acknowledging there's going to be people rotating past them and just being aware of who's moving where.
Well, one team that isn't rotating quickly is Gen.G. They're on their way over just outside of Launchpad right now, and we talked about their composition and how it is built almost to counteract some of the other compositions that we are seeing in the lobby right now. You got to think about Mad Maggie playing against Newcastle. That drill can be so devastating, and caustics inside of buildings can be so devastating. The EMP to get rid of the barrels, and then of course you've got Bangalore as well, which is going to be able to use those smokes to really put pressure onto some of these teams and the Rolling Thunder to push them back if they are going to be trying to pinch a couple of teams. So Gen.G, a very interesting composition game one, highlighted already, but the way that they play this game, I think, is going to be kind of indicative of what we can see for them for the rest of the tournament.
Also worth noting, Gen.G did prioritize E-District when it came to their POI draft, so they are expecting to pick up points on E-District, so maybe they're going for something a little bit more risque when it comes here to Storm Point, going for a little bit more of aggression, seeing if they can pick up some extra KP, and who knows. I mean, I'm really excited for this squad throughout the entire tournament. I think they might be a dark horse, even though they won Pro League. I think that some teams are overshadowing them a little bit because you've got some of those giants that we think of in this tournament, like Falcons, like the Crazy Thieves of the world, that are just being focused on a little bit more.
Well, Fnatic, of course, a lot of support here in Sapporo, and you're going to hear every single kill that Fnatic get. We will not have to show them on camera, and you'll know. A lot of the time, the crowd mics will be picking that one up as they're going to be able to get a little bit more information on their way towards zone. They're down on the southern side. You can see it Jurassic at the moment. As we see the zone start to pull a little towards the north, towards the Cascade Falls side, actually, of the map. So a lot of those teams who are down on that southern side might have to think about shifting a little bit up towards the north. It's a little bit of an interesting ring pull here, one that can kind of put a little bit of a indecision in the IGL's head of like, we think we've read this one right. It could pull back towards where we feel it is, or just a little shift to the north where you see so much zone free. You're probably thinking about if you're arriving early. Obviously, you're going to try and play from the north like Shopify Rebellion because that's where the space is. But if you're already in zone, you see everyone stacked up, and then you see a team like Shopify arriving on that north side and sitting there, you're going to be like, maybe this is pulling towards the north. Maybe we have to try and move a little bit earlier. Maybe we hit a Valkyrie a little bit earlier than everyone else. It really is an interesting ring pull that can really play with your mind a little bit on how you want to approach this endgame.
And I do think this is an interesting one with Valkyrie still available. I mean, if Valkyrie does fall out of the equation a little bit later because of bans, we'll have to see. But it means, look at all these teams down below, like GG, Wolves, Citadel, for example, all could at the same time skyward dive, and then suddenly you might be in a vulnerable position where you think you're safe. So you very much have to be aware of your surroundings, look into the skies, prepared to take a fight at any point, because people might int you.
One team who didn't have a great EWC mid-season playoffs was Shopify Rebellion. They made the team change, of course. Zainu now taking over IGL duties. A lot of talk about that and the success that has, of course, followed that change and the journey that they're on. They are North American, or the Americas, excuse me, regional finals champions.
Pro League champions, yep.
Pro League champions. And there was a talk of, is this going to be the event where we see a bit of a passing of the baton to the likes of Zainu? as one of those new blood of IGLs who obviously has LAN wins under his belt, but as an IGL, a very different proposition.
Something that the desk were talking about, like if we were to see Shopify Rebellion go on to win this entire event, suddenly ZywNu becomes potentially one of the best players in the world. He would be up there in the conversations of the Imperial House of the world because he would have won championships across multiple years in multiple different roles as well. Would be insane, but of course that is something we have to wait and see. Now Crazy Thieves might be getting into an engagement here.
Yeah, this is isolated. This is on the northern side, and I tell you what, Crazy Thieves do not have the armor advantage here. They are on blues at the moment. Jim Burton, obviously, with the perk from the controller legend, is going to have the extra little bit of shielding to play with, but Alliance all in purples at the moment. That is going to be a difficult fight for them to have to win and hold that spot. Alliance have to move in, by the way. They will have to move in for this next zone. For now, they will be safe. But I think entry damage on either side here, both teams are going to try and take advantage of. Shopify Rebellion probably seeing this happen, by the way, at the end of the zip line that we saw them on the building a little bit ago when we checked in with them. Probably thinking this might be a good third party for them, should this fight take a little bit longer than they want.
I mean, if I told you the first engagement of the tournament was going to be Alliance, Crazy Thieves, and maybe Shopify Rebellion, you would be licking your lips. And I think it might just happen here. Nades are starting to be used. Utility coming out now as Crazy Thieves might get sent on if this nade does damage.
Well, that thermite, not sure if it's ticking away at the wall or the shields. It looks like, oh, that one certainly is, though. Crazy Thieves under a little bit of pressure, and look at Effect. Trying to get this angle, trying to take this high ground, trying to get anything that he can, but can't overextend because he knows that Shopify Rebellion are in the vicinity now.
Yeah, Shopify are having a look at this. They are sending one player up just in case, and actually they're applying pressure, and now Crazy Thieves are stuck between a rock and a hard place quite literally at this point, and they need to be thinking about a potential escape route. Phony, be careful!
Phony nearly the first kill. He is going to be the first kill, and it's unlucky. He will get it. Shopify Rebellion looking to pinch Crazy Thieves in this position to collect any KP that comes their way. ZywNu's going to find a second one. Phony will go down, even though he's dragged back to his feet momentarily by the Newcastle in the composition. Missile Swarm now goes in from the Valkyrie. Koiful just not trying to overextend here, being very, very careful, very, very safe, but hit some fantastic shots with this scout.
This is still isolated. There is only 3 teams up here at the moment, but 2 players of Crazy Thieves are down, and Crazy Thieves are the first team eliminated here in the tournament from this game 1. And I don't know if many people would have bet on that, but that will be the Red Bull first strike coming through. And Crazy Thieves, they go down.
Yeah, tough one for Crazy Thieves, just getting pinched in that situation. And one thing about these compositions is you can turtle up, like we see with the death boxes. Caustic, Newcastle going to give you a chance to play a spot, but if you get pinched, you have very little rotational abilities, because the Valkyrie, even if you jump on that skyward dive, for 2 teams looking at you, Dan, you're probably not going to get very quickly into the sky.
And both teams now back off. Shopify Rebellion and Alliance say, look, we can have a handshake. We've done the deal here. We've got rid of the one team that was potentially threatening us both in our rotation. Maybe we can actually move at the same time here. We don't necessarily have to take this fight. Now as we focus more in zone around areas, we saw SAUL holtering up, and now we've got Wolves Esports from the south here.
Might be thinking about a Valcult potentially here from outside of Jurassic. They do have the Trident, of course, to get a little bit closer, maybe looking to move through this tunnel towards where a lot of the traffic is going to be at Cascade. Speaking of which, here we are. The traffic is starting to get a little bit congested, to say the least. And REIGNITE have already lost 1. It looks like Rez is being brought back to his feet, though. And Rez is being stuck here. As Rohai is trying to just hold off Team Mango on the high ground. EasyFast just got that battery off at the right time there. You thought for a second he was going to fall victim.
Some of the individuals in this lobby, insane. Great grenade as well, and there's going to be more damage that will come through here. Have to be careful. The knock will come down now just to caustic gas, may I add, as Crumbs has fallen.
That's a brave challenge coming in from 7&E here as he goes up to the high ground. Rohai's going to find one onto Crumbs. Mango struggling a little bit as they will have one player finished off. Easy flash down on that low ground. Now other players starting to have a little look at this, starting to get involved. All these teams, FYR. You saw Cersei just poking his head up to see if there was any opportunity for him to steal away a couple of these kills. And REIGNITE, even though they're safe for now, you can see the angles they have to be aware of. There's so many teams who have just got good LOS to chip away damage at them.
Also, still 19 teams alive, may I add. And I think we're going to see a lot of this in these first 3 games. Very slow lobbies, people trying to prioritize early rotations as well. But then the engagements are really going to start flooding through as we force teams together in rings 2 and 3. Because there are still quite a few teams around the edge at the moment, but Team Mango did just get eliminated in 19th, so unable to survive that engagement they just had.
Wolves, we saw them a few moments ago. They were inside of Jurassic, having to find their way through. Well, they found their way through. Oh, and now they're set up on this high ground. Don't have the greatest shields to work with on this high ground. You see an Ultimate Excel is going to be popped here by Crazy Con to try and get his wall back. But No Name certainly a player to keep an eye on throughout this tournament. One of the best slayers, damage dealers, kill stealers that there is in the ALGS, and I think there's a big tournament on the horizon for him. Aku now taking damage as GG look like they're in a little bit of a horrible spot here and have lost one.
Yeah, it's going to be Alliance who are going to be on the other side of this as well. Effect's just been able to get the second, but Effect has gone down to another squad. So Alliance have to make a decision here. Do we try and just stay alive, or are we going to commit to this fight?
I think Effect, if I'm on Alliance, I'm always going to try and get him back, and they're actually going to take the portal back to that position they were in. The Void Nexus is going to be down, so they'll be able to get that res off by the looks of things. Unlucky's just going to be playing Protector, essentially, if GG do try and move up. And it looks like a kind of a settlement from both sides that we're going to get everyone back on our feet. Everyone's back up to a 3, and Alliance will reset, as will GG, but both teams need to move.
GG very thankful of Men of Culture there, to be honest, because that knock has probably saved their bacon quite a bit. But all 3 of those teams are going to have to move shortly. That zone is going to push them in, and we're going to have about 15 teams waiting near Cascade Falls. They're all going to be kind of looking towards the edge here, seeing if they can pick up any extra KP.
Yeah, we're not very time-wise far away from a lot of teams having to fight, and a lot of teams having to make their move towards zone. SR, one of them. Shopify Rebellion take to the skies and will fight on the northern side for control. Shopify trying to take this fight. Let's jump into the comms as Zap will go down. Well, the comms wouldn't have sounded too good, and we won't worry about it for now because Shopify Rebellion have been eliminated. One of the first teams out of the lobby. We have big hitters falling early, and that is Gen.G, proving once again that they can fight with the best of them. Citadel gone, Men of Culture also eliminated on the southern side of this zone.
Yeah, they're dropping now. 15 squads remaining. Everyone picks up 1 placement point to begin with, which is always a nice way to start the tournament. At least you got points on the board in game 1. But now Alliance looking to get aggressive yet again here. They really are trying to press their advantage when they get an opportunity. But now look at Gen.G. GG in trouble again.
FYR have been eliminated down to 14 squads now. Gen.G controlling this northern side. Will not be safe for the long game, but have a great position to pick up KP and move in from this height later on. And with the way they've already been fighting, when you take down a team like Shopify Rebellion with pretty much consummate ease as well, Dan, I think that gives you the confidence, especially in game 1 of a tournament, to do what they're doing right now. Dexter will find 2.
GG getting obliterated in the moment. Can they survive for a 3rd time? The answer is no. 13 squads now remain, and GG just never really were able to properly reset. They were always under someone. Sadly, just one of those positions where you can very rarely get out of, but now they can start to think about game 2 as Gen.G continue to be a menace here on this eastern side.
Well, as we look at the buildings, interesting to highlight here, Gen.G both winning that fight and dealing with GG. Now only have S8UL in front of them under that bridge. Then they have a clear walk-in towards where this zone is going from the northern side. So they put themselves in a really strong position, and Gen.G look like they're trying to make that move. Sliding down the hill now, the Maggie Ball will go down, and if I'm not mistaken, Sharky's fallen to Wolves as well. So S8UL are just escaping right to center zone, and Gen.G now have all of this space.
Yeah, Gen.G get the entirety of the northeast here. S8UL will be eliminated, squads now left. Now there's a big fight that is happening at the moment between RRQ and Alliance, and actually I think Sentinels are even in that building as well. There is about 5 buildings that are outside of this zone. They are all occupied by at least 2 teams, which there's a lot of individual scraps happening right now.
And the difficulty of that, if you're playing Valkyrie, you're probably thinking we could Valcult late. That was the plan, but when multiple teams start stacking up on buildings, getting that Valcult off, even if you have that purple perk where you can take to the skies almost immediately, very, very risky at this point. Fnatic, on your screens right now, are going to try it though. They have that purple perk, and Yuka is taking them into the skies.
Well, there's all the info you could possibly need, but now you need to find somewhere to actually play. And if you go for the northeast, remember, Gen.G were holding that, so Fnatic looks like they're going to go pretty much dead center into this building, into trouble, but Yuka says, I don't care.
They found one, they isolated him, the missile swarm came down, and they got the kill, but at what cost? RRQ going to be eliminated in the meantime, as Yuka will be finished off by Metro. Live waits the last hope, gets that barrier off, but it won't be enough to keep Fnatic alive. They are out as well as Boogie Boarders. 2 teams eliminated in a matter of seconds here.
Alliance still up, by the way. There's been several knocks against Alliance, and they have still been able to get up consistently and reignite into the fight. Now we're going to see reignite here, just trying to stay alive down low.
That gas was hurting. Hotdog Mafia, by the way, starting to go a little bit crazy. Albrelli's found himself a car, which is going to be very, very useful in those close range engagements. Reignite will be eliminated thanks to Hotdog Mafia. Wolves finding some kills now. As Skittle Cakes will go down for the aforementioned Hotdog Mafia. Gen.G still on this northern side though, Dan. They've got everybody in front of them. This could not just be a win. This could be a big point game for them with a KP.
Gen.G arguably favourites here. Sentinels a team to look out for, though they are dead center, but they are being focused by several teams. If Sentinels can survive for when this zone starts closing, they could be in a good position. Hotdog Mafia out, but look, this is Sentinels. They won't survive. They will go out, and suddenly it is advantage Gen.G. Other than that, Wolves Esports are the only other team who kind of has a building to themselves right now.
Everyone's going to have to move to before Gen.G, though. You would imagine that the building on the right-hand side that houses Alliance, as well as ROC and Legacy, should cannibalize itself, and Wolves Esports may be able to walk in from that southern side, but they're going to be in the line of sight of Gen.G if they focus them. Effecto has a Kraber, and that can make all the difference here, Dan.
Remember, Alliance love to gobble up points when it comes to group stages. Wolves have been one of the first to move in. They will get Newcastle walled down, but Gen.G now can prioritize just finding KP here and dominating this side of the zone.
Legacy have gone for center zone, RSC to the skies. Dexter with an embarrassment of riches. It felt like he wasn't sure to use the R9 or the Scout to chip away at the teams falling from the skies. There's the riot drill going in to deal with Alliance. It's chipping away, and that Scout is doing a huge amount of damage as well, and they will find one thanks to Wolves. Hackett is down, Effect is down, Alliance are down as Wolves are free set here, by the way. The one player who didn't go down for them was the Newcastle. Managed to drag everyone back to their feet.
But they are on the edge. They are being focused by ROC right now. We've also got Legacy, who are pretty much center zone, but this is just carnage, and Gen.G are above everyone.
Yeah, Gen.G should have this one in the bag. It is about as simple as you can get for a team of this quality. The high ground is theirs. The R9 sprays are gorgeous, coming in from everybody. It's just about patience. It's about finding the right targets, and with Legacy down, it's now a 3v3, ROC versus Gen.G.
There should be an absolute cleanup crew for Gen.G, who have been phenomenal so far this game, and they start the ALGS Championships with a huge victory here, with a ton of KP, and they make a statement here in Japan.
One of the most dangerous teams in any lobby, Gen.G. And the way that they played that, the way that they fought with such confidence is exactly the trademark of this team. Very exciting moments for Gen.G fans and exciting moments for everybody watching to see a team run a composition which is a little bit different to what is expected from most teams, and have so much success in fighting their way towards a win.
I mean, what were we saying right at the start, right? They're going for an aggressive comp. They're looking to try and pick up a bunch of points before they go into E-District, which is what they prioritized. They were playing on the edge to start with. They were looking for fights, and boy, did they find them. They dominated that eastern side, and once they had bullied enough teams away from them, they had all the space in the world. And I think they probably knew at that point, when they saw the teams in those buildings, this should be a comfortable one as long as we stay focused, prioritize the right targets, and boy, did they. 13 kills alongside that victory. What a brilliant game it was for them.
13 kills, and let me just put one stat out there towards you as well. Damage-wise, 7,861. That is a damage differential between damage dealt and damage taken of positive 6,308. To put it in perspective, by the way, the second closest in the lobby when you're looking at damage differential, 1,085. 6,000. That is the difference. That's an insane amount of damage output. And I think the biggest moment for them down in that was the win in that 3v3 against Shopify Rebellion early on in that game for the northern side of that zone.
Just a brilliant game from them. And as I said, a statement here in match one. When we talked about the Pro League winners coming into this, would Gen.G be able to continue that dominance from their own region into international games? There is your answer. It is a 10-point lead after match one. ROC do pick up 12 points in total. Legacy with 10, Wolves with 13. Alliance, who are very resilient in that game, by the way, just constantly surviving, will pick up 6 of their own. And let's have a shout out to Hotdog Mafia, who picked up 9 kills to put 11 points here on the board.
Well, we'll have to see how the rest of the games go, but I'm very excited for Gen.G as well, because I think one thing coming into this, a lot of people may be watching scrims, they love to fight, they like to be aggressive, they like to pick up KP, and that's the way they like to force themselves towards an endgame. I think the biggest takeaway for Gen.G, and that was it felt like it was calculated aggression. There was no fight that was taken that didn't have like a result to it, like a thought process to it that would have put them in a better position, or a position where they felt confident that they would essentially get a walk in towards the zone, or they would be in a position where they could just clear their way towards zone. And I think it's very impressive for me, for Gen.G, and I think if they can play with that kind of like thoughtful process, it's going to be great for them, Dan.
It is going to be great for them indeed. Mad Maggie really was the difference maker for me, seeing that ultimate come out. But of course, we are going to go for a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have match 2 locked and loaded. Don't go anywhere.
The official monitor and audio partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Championships here in Sapporo, Japan. And if you're a Gen.G fan, you were wondering, are they going to arrive here in Sapporo with passion? If that doesn't tell you the answer, or if you didn't hear that, I think that you might be in the wrong place, because that is all the passion you could possibly ask for, and it ends up with them with a very strong start here in Group A versus B. That's a big win for them now.
I mean, that is a bigger reaction than I've seen of some teams winning a LAN. So, like, imagine what would happen if Gen.G won the entire tournament. I'm just going to put that out there. It's one of my favorite things to see, is the reactions from these players when they do find a victory, not just for one game, but when it goes to winning an entire tournament. But we'll wait until Sunday until that comes. But it really was, if you missed it, an incredible game from Gen.G. Like, unbelievable planning from them right from the start. When they were playing Edge, they were looking for engagements, but it was planned engagements. They wanted to dominate one of the sides so they could kind of walk in slowly, get into that zone and have a position. In the end, it worked out that they had the high ground, which I think you can't always plan for that. I think it was kind of one of those things that just kind of happened as it came, and they were like, all right, we need to take and prioritize this particular part of the zone. From then, everyone else sadly just fell victim to the sheer amount of damage that you were talking about. Over 7,000, almost 8K damage from this squad. Insane.
Yeah, I mean, if you want context for that as well, which is always important when we're talking about statistics, right? ROC with the second most damage, Hotdog Mafia with the second most damage in the lobby, 4,720. So, you know, it's just short of double the amount of damage output, and it's not just damage output, it's damage taken in comparison as well. Is so low. It is a perfect first game. You know, it is a perfect first game for a number of reasons, not just statistically with the win, but with the style that Gen.G want to play. I think there's a lot of positive things here for them to take from this game, and I think my hope for them is that they keep playing with this kind of, I think, thought process in their fighting, that there is always a reason for this fight that is going to benefit us later in this game.
I mean, the fact that they were the only Mad Maggie in the lobby as well, I think everyone now will know if they get hit by a Wrecking Ball, they know who is coming and they know what fight they need to prepare for. And I do wonder, now with bans coming through, who is going to be picked and where are going to be these Legend compositions moving to, because we are going to lose Newcastle in match 2 here. Now, as we take a look at Dexter from Gen.G, we're speaking about that almost 8k damage. Well, 2.6k of it was done by Dexter. He was frying.
Yeah, I mean, the stats are so good that it made team kill percentage explode. Dan, I mean, look at that. It just,
off the charts.
It's just creating new numbers, which is what happens sometimes. But if you're looking, like, I think the biggest one, the takeaway is like where it ranks, first, thirds, first, second, thirds. All of that adds up when you get towards that end game. If you are outputting that much damage, you are going to be clearing such a clear path towards a successful end game for them, and having that high ground at the end. Again, one of those things that's like maybe not talked about enough. It's very easy to think when there's 2 teams alive below you in a 3v3v3 scenario, you get overly, you know, antsy for the kills. One of your players falls off that high ground, makes that one mistake that all of a sudden a guaranteed win turns into a 3rd place with missing KP that you should have guaranteed. So just good control of the high ground, good control of, I think, enthusiasm as well in that position, and just making sure that the job was executed, having done the hard work before.
We've certainly seen teams do it wrong before. Like you said, they have dropped.
Oh boy, have we.
Maybe got a little bit too excited, maybe tried to push one team because they think they have the advantage then over the other squad. And sometimes you just have to time it perfectly. I've always said that Apex in a final circle is a lot about timing and also patience, and I thought we saw it perfectly from this squad. Gen.G were just unbelievable in this game, as now the players are getting ready. As we take a look at the GG boys, sadly they didn't really get a true chance to play that game. They were surviving for a while, but it was getting up again and again and again before they eventually were found by Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing for them is they were able to get up a few times. One team I wanted to highlight was Crazy Thieves. That was, if I was a betting man, which I never will be, is, you know, not a team I would expect to go out first in the lobby. I think they got into a really unfortunate position on that tree spot where they got pinched between just 2 fantastic teams. You got Alliance on one side, you've got Shopify Rebellion pinching from the other side. I mean, what can you do in that circumstance? It's a very, very difficult position to find yourself in, and it's only game 1. Of course, there's a long way to go, but you know, it's one of those things that you want to get a little bit of confidence in game number 1, especially as an IGL as well. For Phony, I think getting pinched in that situation, he's probably thinking like, what have I done wrong to put us in this position early on in the game? But Newcastle is going to be the first ban of the ALGS Championships here, so goodbye Newcastle, goodbye easy reset ability for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, and I just wonder with Crazy Thieves, like, are they going to be feeling like, should they not have gone for that information earlier where they put themselves behind Alliance? Did they put themselves at a disadvantage by allowing Alliance to get ahead of them in some cases? But it's always easy to look back and talk about that. Like, I think they just had to focus on the fight. It was probably Shopify Rebellion's fault. They maybe felt like they would have had a better chance against Alliance in a straight 3v3, but now they will be more aware of who's rotating from where going into this one.
First day of the ALGS Championships, barely a spare seat in this enormous arena. It really is such a special place to be here in Sapporo, Japan, when the ALGS Championship rolls around. The beauty of the snow outside as well. Did you know I almost turned up without any boots, by the way, to walk in the snow in? I nearly had a pair of Vans and a pair of Converse.
You are not the only one.
That would have been the worst way to start. Anyway, into game number 2.
A lot of people make the same mistake, that's for sure.
I did it last year, by the way.
Will the players make the same mistake here in match number 2? Will we see similar fights happening in the early game? Are we going to see Crazy Thieves, for example, move across over towards Northpad to try and take the information away from Alliance? It's going to depend on where those survey beacons and ring consoles are, but in terms of where we're going zone-wise, it looks like we're going to be heading down south towards the likes of GG, FYR, at Citadel Gaming.
Yeah, this is looking like a coastal camp zone. And for Gen.G Esports, who won our game number 1, that ain't too far to go as they're over at Devastated Coast. So a little bit of a different game plan potentially for Gen.G here to get an early spot and see if they can hold it down. Crazy Thieves, not the greatest of games in game number 1, but game number 2 is already live, and the memories will be fading very, very quickly if they can get out to a much better start here. But quite a way for them to go. And I think the frustration maybe for Crazy Thieves is the fact that they basically had zone in that game, number one, and not being able to not just make the most of it, but barely getting a point on the board. In fact, I don't think they got a point on the board. Is going to be extremely frustrating for them.
It will be frustrating for them, but it's not like it's something they haven't dealt with before. Just one match isn't going to hurt them too much, you would think. Now, without Newcastle, this does become a very different game indeed, and you can already see those compositions are starting to change very much. So we're still seeing plenty of Caustic that are going to be coming through, so expect to see the Gassy boy once more, and he potentially is going to get banned. Yes, Caustic's going to be 18 teams, so he will be banned for match number 3, but we are seeing more Bangalore. Valkyrie is going to be tied with Bangalore. A lot more Alter coming into the equation as well. Plenty of Cryptos, but still only one Mad Maggie. I wonder where that is.
Yeah, I wonder where... Oh, yeah, it's Gen.G. Gen.G still running Mad Maggie with 22 points on the board. Why wouldn't you? A very strong start for them. As we take a look at where the teams are progressing on our map overhead here. Another tough rotate for the northern side for the teams. Shopify Rebellion going to have to make that run. GG already in the skies. You can see in the background here. Wolves arriving on a Trident as well. And FYR, who dropped down here at Coastal Camp. One difficulty for them is they haven't had any Evo spawns whatsoever near them. So they're going to be in a great spot, able to hold it down. But when it comes to actually being able to hold off some of these teams arriving, the likes of Citadel Gaming, who have got purple shields already, they might get run over.
Might see our first actual full engagement here unless Citadel are able to get out of it, but it does look like this is going to have to be a fight, and Citadel Gaming will get at least 2 knocks here against Wolves.
Single Mozambique. Goodbye, Wolves Esports. No knocks taken by Citadel Gaming. That is about as clean as you can get. They're just going to hold off potential third parties coming in now. It looks like they will be able to do that. So Citadel Gaming, very, very strong start for them. And I think when we were talking of teams, we were talking about EMEA teams in particular. Throughout this split, it's like Alliance are Alliance. They're Alliance. They're on their own when it comes to global stage and the region. It's kind of been a region that's rebuilt throughout this season. I think that CTG Citadel Gaming had a great performance at mid-season playoffs, had a very kind of strongish kind of consistency to the games that they found themselves in, but they were just lacking, I think, a little bit of experience at the top level. And now they're gathering that experience. You can see they're not afraid to fight. They're not allowed to push themselves into good positions.
And another one of those EU teams, GG, have just arrived here as well. A lot of teams starting to join this party, but are they able to find somewhere to call home is the real question. FYR were at least able to get a little bit of damage on one of the teams arriving, but now they're going to try get further south. This is something that teams do try and prioritize. Getting a little bit further south so you are less vulnerable to teams maybe diving in on you, but they are not the furthest southern team, as they've just found out.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to take the space when it's available to do damage. Just because of the fact that they, like I mentioned earlier, they didn't have the Evo spawn. They haven't had access to console before teams arrive. In all of these things that give you Evo, they need to find a way to get up to at least blues here, and outputting damage is pretty much their only option. So for FYR, it's going to be a strange game where they're going to have to play very slowly, but Enemy now has managed to get those shields up, and they're going to deal with the remaining members of ROC Esports. They will fall, and FYR, even though they're white shields early on, now they're looking a lot healthier.
I mean, ROC, that's another big heavy hitter eliminated in the early stages. We might not have mentioned them too much in match 1, but they've been very successful in scrims. And of course, we saw what they were able to do at Split 2 playoffs. And really, that was where they started to be added to the equation of maybe they could be one of these big teams that could go on to champs and potentially win the whole thing with the performance we saw from the likes of those players.
So FYR passing the tests that are provided to them with flying colors right now.
Oh,
no. Not looking good again here for Crazy Thieves. Phony is down. Gen's trying to get into a position to support and maybe get his teammate back up, but he looks a long way away for my liking. Luckily, though, they've been able to pull it through the Void Nexus by the looks of things, and they might be able to just about get a res off here, but another scary, scary moment here for Crazy Thieves.
Been floating from Men of Culture is just being a nuisance at the moment. They really are probably going to look to try and be as much of a nuisance as possible. Now Abralelli getting involved in a little bit of a scuffle, needs help from his teammates though. Otherwise, you're going to have to try and escape.
Yeah, Floating, who made a name for himself at the ALGS Open, is causing some problems once again in this lobby. Void Nexus is going to be used once again to get the teammates back, and it looks like a reset will potentially be able to come in. Men of Culture down to 2 though.
They are playing as a 2. Fairly certain it was a visa issue, sadly, and you know, I'll call a spade a spade. It's just one of those situations that happens, and they're going to be competing as a duo for this. And it will be one of those same situations. You remember when we were watching teams back in the day? And
Pulverex.
Pulverex, everyone wanted to succeed, and I think Metaculture will be another fan favorite because of that.
You never know. RRQ trying to force their way in towards the backside of this zone, down the southern edge of it, but they're taking a lot of damage. But damage, they seem to be able to survive for now. In terms of every single player still staying on their feet. The caustic gas is down. The barrels are going to be popped just to give them that extra little bit of cover, but even though they will be safe down on this low side, you've got to be so aware of the teams who are going to be above you towards the end game, and actually getting back up to that high ground can be very, very difficult for them. Zone is going to keep pulling down towards Coastal Camp like we expected. Teams who are on the outside of the zone at the moment, Shopify Rebellion, Boogie Borders on the north, REIGNITE, and you have Alliance moving their way in all the way from North Pad.
Yeah, I think that Alliance will be happy that Shopify Rebellion aren't going the same route as them this time. It means that at least two of the biggest teams in this lobby will be on separate sides, and it's going to be a very different approach for both. Shopify Rebellion arguably going to have to go through Gen.G and SAUL if they want to continue this route through the southeast, and then Alliance probably going to head on the western side and then head through the southwest, where you've got the two of Meta Culture and Crazy Thieves who are on the other side of that as well.
SAUL just eliminated in the meantime, and it's Gen.G, like you say, who managed to find those kills. So Gen.G adding some more points, and it feels like if I see a Mad Maggie in the lobby right now, I am maybe making the decision to rotate elsewhere, because they are full of confidence and winning so many fights.
We might see Shopify Rebellion versus Gen.G here if Shopify keep going this way, unless they try and bypass them. But they are going to get out, go up these stairs, and, well, if you enjoy straight 3v3s, we might get one shortly.
Well, let's jump into a listening with Shopify Rebellion and see how this one goes for them.
On mid, yeah.
Yeah, you try. How long a TP? How long a TP, Koi?
I'm at 90.
Okay, wait for TP real quick. We're in zone. Don't need to rush it. You're driving car up, you left. Yeah.
I'm gonna take it then, okay?
Yep. They have blue.
Yeah. You want me to get TP on me?
Breaking their car.
on top of that core,
yeah, I don't mind that.
Okay.
Go left core.
I'm seeing left, okay?
Batting reflect. You guys can play together for now.
Team, big team.
They're moving car back. I think they're backing up a little bit. There's one guy here. Crypto down high.
Yeah.
30 on it.
I can't see it.
He's gonna recall. He recalled. What's there? Drilling
in.
Trying. I was gonna start rushing up. I'm gonna bat real quick. As soon as I bat, I'm gonna start running up this way, okay? I can queue for you guys. We just need to make sure we don't get pinched. We always have TP.
There's one right over here.
No, nothing here. Drone high.
Yeah.
He's still holding. He's batting.
We're gonna try to break the drone.
Try to break drone. If we can break drone, we can fight. Looking for it.
There's one on the rock here.
Yeah. Yep. Going up.
I stuck one, bro.
Nice. Going up. Hey, blue, keep in mind. One there.
Can I play on Zap?
Maggie 40.
Zap, can I play up?
Yeah, look for Maggie.
You can try.
Look for Maggie.
Nice. Oh, 36 on drone. He's gonna have to recall, okay?
Ready.
Well, you can see the intensity in the communication starting to ramp up as the fight is getting closer and closer to break it out here between Shopify Rebellion and Gen.G. But there is that wrecking ball. That's going to slow things down here. Gen.G with blue shields, Shopify with the purples.
Of course, having a seer is going to be a big difference maker for information as that ultimate went down. I think it might have been broken, though. Is Gen.G going to be above them now?
They certainly are, but shields are being broken. Now they're going to queue through. They're going to have the angles. They're going to have the advantage. But do they have the shots? Of course they do. Shopify Rebellion find two. Zicky down. That is a clean sweep. Gen.G eliminated.
Need to get back on their feet quickly, need to heal up, and it looks like they will, because Hotdog Mafia are very quickly arriving to this position right now on the Trident, but Shopify Rebellion have spotted them, so they're not going to get one up over them. Massive win, though, for Shopify Rebellion. If you think about match one, where they struggled, they fell out in the first few teams, as now Alliance look to be struggling to cross here. Unlucky's taking a lot of damage. They are pushing, and Unlucky's gone down.
Yeah, Boogie Board is holding them out at the moment. They're going to have to use this portal, the Void Nexus, to get away and try and get the reset, but not sure they're going to be able to. Unlucky is going to be finished off here, and Raki's going to grab himself a power ramp off the back of it. So Boogie Boarders cause Alliance some problems. Alliance are going to have to try and reset here somewhere and get Unlucky back into the game. Elsewhere, Crazy Thieves did manage to get Phony back up, so they are a full 3 once again. They're playing in and around that spider cave that you can see on the right-hand side of your screen right now, but all of these teams are going to have to move once this zone closes towards where that next zone's going to be.
Also huge again for Shopify Rebellion taking down Gen.G, which is just going to put them, it's going to halt them slightly with their
aggression. It's 1-1 now.
1-1, I'd say, as Alliance will respawn. Unlucky as well. GG under a little bit of fire here, but they should be able to reset. Legacy are probably not going to push this one because they are in a fantastic position for quite some time here.
Yeah, Neazul's got the bottomless batteries as well, which is going to make this position a little bit more easy to hold down, just knowing that you haven't got to scout for heals at any point. You can just kind of poke and prod and know that you're going to be able to get back to full shields.
And Legacy, a team I think has gone under the radar a little bit leading up to this tournament. We have to put respect on their name. These are some fantastic competitors who are veterans at this point and could certainly be a huge threat in this tournament.
Yeah, Vicky turns up to every event waiting for any opportunity to scream Vamos.
She does.
You know, Legacy usually give her the opportunity with some of the performances they put in. Now Shopify Rebellion finally will be engaging with Hotdog Mafia, and after winning the fight against Gen.G, it's no surprise to see it maybe going the way that you see right now. Aurora gets absolutely deletos. And now they're just on the hunt for the final 2 players.
What a transition it's been for Zap as well, by the way, from his move to TSM when tried IGLing, now moves into a role where he's going to be under Zainu, but just is able to sheer amount of damage. Skittlecake's last remaining, he'll be eliminated. Shopify Rebellion will get scarier as this tournament goes on, as they become more confident. As a 3v3 fighting roster, there are very few that can go up against them and win.
I mean, the thing that always stands out for me with SR and the way that they fight is their efficiency in the death ball. And by death ball, I mean the instantaneous bait and switch towards players when they have numbers. You saw Zainu right there. He was just thinking, I mean, I'm just going to consistently challenge. I'm taking damage, because the moment that he got close to being knocked, the 2 Shopify Rebellion teammates fly in front of him to protect him, and he stays alive. It's just brilliance from Shopify Rebellion. Great trust, great communication, and great efficiency in those fights.
Round 2 for Alliance and Boogie Borders. Unlucky back on his feet, and they want revenge. They are not going to allow this one to pass, and it's because they have to force their way into zone here.
Well, Team Mango are having a little look at this from the high ground, excuse me. So crossing and essentially making this a straight 3v3, looking a little bit difficult for Alliance. And Raki with those shots is making it even more difficult. Alliance down to 1. Unlucky will be the last member to fall. Alliance eliminated here, and Boogie Borders will hold them off.
Can they reset before Team Mango get any shots here? Looks like the answer is going to be yes. The revive should be comfortable. I don't think Mango are going to look at this one as aggressively as we once thought. Crazy Thieves also back away from this as well.
Shout out crumbs, by the way. One of the most offensive words that you can use in the English language if you're English. When you know something's gone really bad, you say the word crumbs. Damn, you know that. There has to be a really terrible situation, though.
It has to be a very bad day if I'm going to use crumbs.
Out of tea bags, for example.
Oh,
it's just like
crumbs.
Crumbs.
Team Mango, though, might now be able to just push onto Boogie Borders a little bit here. They are certainly trying to isolate them around that corner, but Boogie Borders, it's the real question, can they escape? They have a Valkyrie, for example. They might not even have a chance to go up into the sky, because Mango says, well, we have a Valkyrie and we're getting above you here.
Yeah, Striking Flames are really good shots. The barrels are going to run it, and this is over. I'm sorry. You know, I'd love to give you any kind of outlet if you're Boogie Borders. There isn't one. They will be eliminated as we go into our top 10 now. By the way, Crazy Thieves, a fantastic rotate from them has taken them down on the southern side of this zone. He'll be pulling away from that high ground down towards the low, as now we see Sentinels trying to trap Team Mango in the same position that they found themselves taking down Boogie Borders a few moments ago.
Yeah, this western side just seems to be a death area at the moment. Team Mango are going to be punished for it, and remember, they just used the Skyward Dive to be aggressive onto the other roster. So now they're going to have to just kind of hunker up, maybe see if they have some accelerants to try and get out of here. Otherwise, Sentinels might have their number. Well, there was the accelerants.
Yeah, they're the accelerants, and like you say, the Valk ult is going to take Mango into the skies, and now they're going to be able to actually isolate Riley by the looks of things. That missile swarm, the dive bomb coming in, usually good enough to get that first kill, but Carr's going to exchange. He's going to take down Strafing Flame. So Carr with some excellent cover fire. Riley still no shields. EMP's going off as well, and now Crumbs and Easy Flash in a disadvantageous position. Carr with some great shots. Crumbs still alive somehow, and now it's a 1v1. Team Mango will be eliminated. It'll be Riley who took the initial damage, who finishes off the fight.
Sadly, maybe the aggression from Team Mango in the end really hurt them, but I don't blame them. Shopify Rebellion eliminated in 9th, by the way. And sadly for them, I think they fall to Fnatic in the end. I think they were trying to make their rotation from that eastern side, and they ran into both Fnatic and FYR. It was just too much for Shopify Rebellion to deal with.
And let's remember, FYR, at the start of this game, they got the zone, and they're making the most of it. Think about the difference between them and Crazy Thieves in game number 1, right? Crazy Thieves couldn't make anything of it. First fight, they get pinched. They end up with 0 points. FYR start this game not being able to hit a console, but having enough information for where teams are arriving, having to play with white shields at the start of the game, and are still alive and now in a great position. Elsewhere, you see Sentinels taking a lot of damage. Riley's going to be last alive. Sentinels will be taken out as they are forced in towards the zone. Crazy Thieves in a great position still on this low ground, though, as REIGNITE, well, Rohai's got himself a Kraber.
That northwestern side was very much cursed. 3 teams in a row died trying to make their rotation in by someone else. But Crazy Thieves, you're right, we have to highlight them. They're in one of the best positions after their incredible rotation on the southwest. They are the only team that is within this next zone. Because it's pulled even further southwest, all of these buildings that teams had committed to early are now out of this next circle.
And there is the position we were talking about of Crazy Thieves. Jim Burton trying to play some space up ahead of him, himself and the rest of the team. in order to just not put damage down, but see if there's any third-party opportunities as teams rotate out and around, have to fight around these buildings, like you're saying, to pick up a couple of KP and keep that space in the control of the rest of his team. Fnatic will have to move in a few seconds' time. 22 seconds to make the move. What do they do here? Libelace on the Valkyrie. They could hit a Valkyrie here at the backside of this building. They will have no LOSs from other teams, so they should be able to get this one off.
And it's one thing Crazy Thieves have to be aware of. There is going to be teams that are trying to go for the Hail Mary here to try and send it to that southwest side of the zone. And I think because of that, Crazy Thieves are trying to take up space to try and get more vision right now. But they have to quickly recollect, gather together to take a fight if it's going to happen. The struggle is going to be if several teams do it at once. It might be a bit of a mosh pit down in the southwest.
Yeah, I think a really good point you make there, especially with the amount of Valk ults that might be going off in the next few moments. You can't afford to be isolated. Because if you get a team that missile swarms onto you, dive bombs onto you, when you're a little bit separated, you could die very, very quickly and put your team at a huge disadvantage. Here is the first of the Valkyries. Reignite take to the skies and will land somewhere safe down on this low ground. Crazy Thieves maybe thinking about trying to deal with them early here while they've got the opportunity. The Nox gas canister is going to be thrown by Verholz, but it didn't look like he was getting much damage down from it. It looks like Rick down on that low ground will be able to survive for now. Fnatic looking over them, but Fnatic have already lost one in Libelace.
Yeah, Fnatic not able to go up into the sky. They just kind of walked up, and now they're going to be potentially pushed by FYR. GG not far behind as well. All the carnage starting to unfold now as we're going to see several knocks coming through. Still no wipes, though. A lot of individuals left as Legacy will be the first to fall.
And Yuka's just gathering a few placement points as the solo here. One player challenges, sends him back down. Yuka now going to find himself an extra kill. That's an extra point here for Fnatic. There's another one going to be picked up elsewhere, but now it's top 5 for Yuka. FYR Strays will be eliminated.
This is huge from Yuka as well, just using these knockdown shields perfectly because there were more solos around them, but GG are the team that have been able to get back up to a full 3, but have yet to seen Fnatic to their left.
Yuka jumps behind this shipping crate, and now that Reignite have moved away from that low ground, he can find himself in a position here to be a nuisance. It looks like Reignite trying to take the fight with Crazy Thieves, and Yuka might be able to influence this fight himself with this scout from distance. The 2 times he's hitting. And you can see the trades are going down either side. He might be able to get a red hit for Fnatic.
I mean, this is still a chance, but no, now they've been spotted out by GG. Fnatic will fall, much to the dismay of the crowd here, but what an effort it was from the last remaining player, Yuka, showing what he can do as a solo. But now, there is a job to be done here in the southwest. In Citadel, they have the high ground here.
And Zuni is having fun. This is the perfect position to be in. One player alive down on that low ground, just firing bullets from this vault, but now they have to commit to it. As the Gibraltar bubble will go down, that might give a reset opportunity here to GG.
That's smart though from Citadel. They don't want to overcommit here. They recognize they are in quite an advantageous position from the other teams at the moment. They can wait this one out, be patient. The team below them is still going to be vulnerable once that bubble goes. The bubble has now gone, and GG might just be here for the picking.
Zuni wants these kills. It's going to be CRT versus Reignite Part 2. Gen's going to fly around the corner, but he gets taken out. Trades, but Reignite will be down, and Crazy Thieves will win that fight on the southern side.
This zone is coming in, though, but elsewhere, GG get eliminated in the end. So Citadel, they were patient, and there's a 3v3 here. Citadel versus Crazy Thieves.
Verholz trying to move up. EMP goes down, but Verholz has had his shields ripped away from him. Jabern is down as well. It's going to be Citadel Gaming, the EMEA powerhouse, who comes through and wins game number 2 here.
It was something you were talking about, new EU blood. I remember right at the start of this season, you said, what EMEA teams are going to match the likes of Alliance? Who is going to be the next generation of players to come through and be up there as a potential winner? Remember, last champs, we had an EMEA team win the whole thing here, as Citadel now have just made their statement here in match 2.
I'm excited to watch these boys grow as a team. I think there really is something special about this team, and it might take a little bit of time for them to realize that potential. But what better place to do it here than here on the main stage in Sapporo at the ALGS Championships. A fantastic, fantastic performance from them. And again, one of those teams who had a lot to prove, and one of those teams who have shown that improvement from not only the Pro League, but from LAN previously. I think they had 14 kills in that game, if I wasn't mistaken as well. So a huge amount of points in that game too for them.
Very disciplined as well. When they had that opportunity to maybe send it when the team bubbled, I think there was a panic moment with the altar of, you know, I can jump in, but then quickly getting out. I don't know if someone made that call or if he realized himself, but it was very important they escaped there because that high ground proved to be everything. Because Crazy Thieves, which is a little bit vulnerable down there in the end, even when GG had fallen, they had done some damage to Crazy Thieves just being in their presence. So you can look at the top 3 teams and the kills they were able to find find. You mentioned it, 14 for Citadel Gaming. That is a very impressive number to be dropping down. That is even better than the kills that we saw from Gen.G in match 1.
Yeah, I think for Citadel, my takeaway watching them, mid-season players, was like they would consistently get great spots and decent placement points, but the kills were missing. A little bit of aggression in those fights was missing when the opportunity presented itself. And again, I put that down to experience. And I think that now they've had a little bit more main stage experience. Now they know how it feels to play under the bright lights. The confidence that they're going to show as a team is going to come through a little bit more as they get through these games. So again, you look at game number 1 for Gen.G and you say, how's a perfect Gen.G game look? Probably like that. For game number 2, what do you want to see from Citadel? The perfect Citadel game, probably that game too. So both teams showing their potential here. And, you know, EMEA, once again, had a lot of success here. Like, well, the most success you could have here in Sapporo, but lifting that trophy last time, and Citadel was part of that new blood for EMEA, showing that they've got something to say here in Sapporo as well.
I remember when Jayhawk put together a list of, like, if we were to have some sort of Nations Cup, which players you'd be putting for the UK. 2 of them are on that roster now. 2 of these players have looked insane, and I do think this is going to be a team who really start to push forward and demonstrate what they're able to do here.
Yeah, I think it's an exciting time, to be honest with you. You know, EMEA as a region has been talked down on a little bit, I would say, over the last 12 months or so. Understandably so, not the performances outside of Alliance you would expect, but sometimes you got to wait for that new blood to come through, and the new blood certainly does come through in game number 2. Citadel Gaming with the win. We're going to have to see after this break who takes game number 3. We'll be back in a few more moments with game 3.
Win the game. I'm killing him. Look at this team.
Yeah,
this is the full team. Look at this team. This is the full team.
Yeah.
I kill the team.
Okay.
I'm gonna EMP. I'm gonna EMP when they queue out. I'm gonna EMP when they queue out. EMPing. Causing one. 1 HP. I'm queued on. I'm picking him. I'm gonna kill him. Oh, last guy. Nice. Let's fucking go, boys.
And welcome back once again to the beautiful city of Sapporo. The ALGS Championship has made itself home here, Dan, and we've made ourselves home as well with some of the Apex that's been going on, and the players on our stage are certainly feeling at home as well as some of the wonderful people in our crowd. Dan Gaskin, shout out to Google Play, one of our fantastic sponsors for this event. Google Play is powering a premium fan experience here in Sapporo for the ALGS Year 5 Championships, and you can tell that the people here, Dan, are loving it. It's a Thursday, there's barely a place to sit down. Oh, I tell you what, Dan, it makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside.
It was insane walking around Sapporo yesterday and the day before. Sadly, you didn't get here the day before, so you had to wait one extra day.
Thanks for reminding me. Tokyo was great, though.
Onse was stuck in Tokyo for a little bit, everyone. I will be mentioning that a lot. But to see just how this city has come alive for this event and just seeing posters everywhere on every single corner, every single street, and then to see the amount of people here today on a Thursday as well. It's brilliant. I love it here, and long may it continue.
Yeah, long may we be here, because we're here next year as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun to be back, and yeah, you can see how much everyone here in Sapporo is enjoying it. And I tell you what, the EMEA boys are enjoying themselves as well, as we heard, Dan, from that game number 2 win. They're feeling all kind of confident. They're feeling probably pretty warm and fuzzy themselves inside right now. Speaking of warm and fuzzy, there is 100 Thieves crossover, Crazy Raccoon, one of the 100 raccoons, Dan. Find the other 99, and Dan will... I don't know where I'm going with it.
Dance.
He'll give you a hug. He'll give you a hug.
Well, there's one of your crazy raccoons. In fact, there's 3 of them. Also, I really do appreciate committing to the red hair as well from Phony to make sure that he definitely looks the part. But we've not necessarily seen as much as I would have expected in match 1, but match 2 was a little bit more of the crazy Thieves that we should be seeing. They didn't convert it into a victory, but I think they'll still be pretty happy with their rotation to the southwest. But it was Citadel Gaming who in the end were able to take it and put an insane amount of kills up. 14 kills from that game means that they should be tied with Gen.G or there or thereabouts after these first 2 matches.
Yeah, difficult game to win, I think, for Crazy Thieves in that. If you look at how it ended up going, they win the big fight against REIGNITE, which kind of, I think, is you're playing for second, just knowing that the team on high ground is always going to have an LOS onto you to get that initial damage down. One thing I really did like, though, I think it was from Zuni, if I'm not mistaken, once they got that damage onto Verholst, I think it was, he queued down immediately. He was like, this is my opportunity to get that kill. They got the other kills before he even got to engage, but I like that proactiveness to see yourself taking that advantage and making the most of it to make the fight as easy as possible. So, Newcastle banned, game number 2. Game number 3, no Caustic. Yes! Match number 3 is about to start to go. As you can tell, I am Caustic's #1 fan.
Well, that means we're going to see more Rampart, which, you know, maybe you'll be a fan of Rampart instead of Caustic. But you can see on all of the screens in front of these players, we have quite a bit of Rampart. 14 to be precise, 12 Altars, 11 Bangs, 8 Valkyries, 8 Cryptos. But then we start to get to the off-meta picks, 2 Watsons, a Maggie, a Catalyst, Gibraltar, and a Seer in the lobby as well. It's match 3. It's the final match here on Stormpoint before we move over to E-District. The final chance for the teams that have prioritized this map with their POI draft to find points.
So Gen.G, the winners of match number 1, and the wonderful 3 gentlemen from the EMEA region on your screens right now. Citadel Gaming, the winners of match number 2. America's, where are you? Should I start being that guy?
You can. I won't be alongside you.
Because you're an American now.
Now, like
I mean, you've always been an American. I love how you get to do that, by the way. Just get to pick sides. A little bit of a pause for us to talk about more about why you do. Shout out to production. Obviously, a little bit of an in-game pause here for a tech issue. We'll get back into the game as soon as possible. One thing that is always good about a pause, Dan, that I think we can both agree on is when it happens before anyone's fired a bullet.
Yes, because it means even if, you know, even if the worst case happens, there has to be a restart or something. It doesn't really matter as much when there hasn't been a bullet fired. That being said, usually a pause just means we will continue shortly. Probably a tech issue for one of the players. We've seen plenty. Actually, looking over, it looks like Fnatic might be the team that have a little bit of an issue right now, but looks like it's being resolved by our fantastic admin team, so we'll be back underway shortly. Do not worry. Now, Mark, 2 matches. We have had Citadel Gaming, we have had a Gen.G. I would argue neither of those teams were expected to overtake the likes of Shopify Rebellion, the likes of Crazy Thieves. Maybe Gen.G a little bit more because of their Pro League performance. Is that going to be disappointing for a team like Shopify in particular, with a lot of expectations for them? Or even like Fnatic, for example, we spoke about like the expectations from this region and from just being here in Japan. Is there going to be any disappointment after 2 matches?
After 2 matches,
probably not.
Tough. I think the way that the fights have gone has an influence. There's a few very positive fights for Gen.G, for example, in that game number 1. For Shopify Rebellion, some very positive moments in fights on the edge that we saw in game number 2. It's just their final rotation in towards zone that wasn't quite perfect for them, that cost them their lives in that game. But I think there's more positives than negatives for a lot of the teams. You know, some good fights. I think if we're realistic, and I'll say this quietly, and about Fnatic, I think that their performance in recent times hasn't been one that inspires a huge amount of confidence for them to come through and win groups. I know that's very risky for
I was about to say it's a very polite audience. They didn't boo when the pause came, but I've heard boos.
You should have seen the things that were coming my way.
I've heard boos now. You've said that.
But you know, I think you have to be realistic with expectations with some of these teams, and I think for Fnatic it's going to be one of those where like they need to play off momentum, I think, a bit, and they need to get that crowd on their side and see if they can make the most of that momentum when it starts to go. Speaking of zones, though, it looks like we're going out towards Stormcatcher, probably towards the zipline buildings, actually down to the south, or just to the west, excuse me, of Stormcatcher. Crazy Thieves going to have another real good opportunity, and they have Ring Console to give them that information. So Crazy Thieves, the second in the last game, can they make it a first here in game number 3?
Yeah, Crazy Thieves have moved fast, that's for sure. But, you know, even with the performance we just saw from Crazy Thieves, they are still in and around, I think, 10th place in the series standings, which you'd be surprised after a second place finish. But, you know, the points weren't really there in terms of kills as well. So you do have to have a little bit more. You can see, yes, exactly 10th place with 10 points right now, maybe a little bit more. But I do think that this squad has so much to offer. And I mean, just imagine if the likes of Verhos, the likes of Jen Burton could go on and get a victory, because it has been quite the journey for actually all three of these players, really. If you think about what they've gone through, the team changes, the wins elsewhere, and now they find themselves together, I think this Crazy Thieves roster is going to be a huge threat to this entire tournament.
I agree, and you look at a lot of the teams in this lobby, and it's the same story that we mentioned at the start, right? Crazy Thieves, one of those teams who have been fantastic all year long, but they just haven't won something that makes it feel like a fantastic performance. And that's what all these teams want to do, right? It's nobody really wants to be consistently in the top 5. You'd rather have a bad tournament and win the next one, so that you have that championship to lean on and say, hey, we have the potential to do this. And obviously every single player on this team has lifted a trophy before, so they have that potential. And I think it's the only thing missing for them. They've been one of the most consistent teams all year long in the ALGS. It's just the win that's missing.
And it's about doing it without some of the players that they had as previous teammates as well. I think as a player yourself, you want to prove it to your ex-teammates and to yourself, to your fan bases, that you can do it again without ex-player. Now, Boogie Borders quickly got out of dodge. They did not want to engage in that previous fight, and instead they're going to be moving towards zone here, seeing if they can find anywhere to call home.
This will do.
Yeah, it works.
That'll do.
A couple of windows, add a few curtains,
Boogie Borders.
maybe a little blind here or there, a door stop, maybe a few caustic barrels. Oh wait, no caustics allowed.
Thank goodness. It's going to make holding the buildings a little bit more difficult. Obviously, Rampart is going to be there to essentially fill that role a little bit. Wolves kind of hovering on the Trident right now. SAUL, a little bit more gas, but more foot on the pedal when it comes to their Trident use. Wolves are going to take to the high ground.
Free Trident.
Use the Q. You get up from the altar. And just looking at zone at the moment, it's one of those zones that's a little bit more different to play because of, I would say, lack of obvious playable space. Like, buildings not going to be particularly available. No Newcastle means that corners, like little juts and right angles, they're not going to be able to get that castle wall down and call that a home. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to get into late. So I think we might see a few more teams being forced to fight on edge than we have previously in order to get points. And I think teams are going to be aware of that just because of the fact that the Legend Bands have gone the way they have.
Yeah, with no Newcastle, no Caustic, it definitely changes this. I think this zone might look a little bit different with Caustic and Newcastle especially. But instead, we might see some of those teams who actually are looking to try and fight actually start a little bit of a snowball effect where they begin to fight and then a third party comes in and everyone starts to join, as we are going to get another match pause here just to try and sort out any issues. But we will get a chance to look at this beautiful stage and this incredible crowd here in Sapporo. I really can't explain it. I know I will harp on about it because I love it here. This arena is insane. The Sapporo Dome is amazing, and the amount of people here, it really took my breath away last year, and there is more people here this year. There is going to be more people. There's more people here today than there was the Thursday last time, and there is going to be more people here on Championship Sunday as well.
And for a second, Dan, I thought, how am I going to get here? So to give you some perspective, obviously there's been some weather, some snowstorms in and around Sapporo. It's a northern place in Japan. The snow is part of the deal. We've all seen that. I flew to Tokyo, got to Tokyo, fantastic, great. Get on the flight to Sapporo, fantastic. Get 20 minutes away from Sapporo. Pilot comes on. I'm paraphrasing, by the way, what I say here. He's like,
Really sorry, everyone. We're going to have to turn around.
We flew back to Tokyo because we couldn't land because of the snow. Spent the night in Tokyo.
And you didn't know if you could fly the next day?
Didn't know. We were hearing that there was no flights available.
And it wasn't just you, players as well experienced this.
It was a lot of people.
Yeah.
But the good thing is, everyone's here.
Everyone is.
We made it work. There was no way. I would have walked. I have boots, Dan.
You did say.
If I had Vans and Converse, I wouldn't have walked, but I had boots.
No, I'm glad you are here. I am definitely glad all the players are here.
Glad you're here. Sounded so
If you weren't here, but the players were, it would have been okay.
Yeah,
if it's the other way around, I might have been
yeah.
a bit more concerned. But I am more thankful that all of the fans have been able to arrive here, because their fans have arrived from all over the world. I've been seeing people flying from all over the place, from the UK, from America. They've been
Hotdog
wanting
Mafia
to get
fans.
Here. But the local heroes, of course, are Fnatic. There is going to be a lot of fans here for Fnatic as well. A lot of expectations that we were speaking about previously, and I do wonder if they can live up to those expectations, it could be one of those stories we talk about for years to come if they can get there to those finals and maybe set this crowd alive.
I mean, I remember the walkouts from last year when Fnatic came out, and it was like, whoa, just the wall of noise that erupted inside of the arena here. It was very memorable. It's one of those things that, you know, in our jobs, in our career, like, it sticks with you for a long, long time. The only other feeling I remember was Birmingham champs, when the first game was about to start and the wall of noise they hit us. It's just incredible moments, and you can only imagine what it's like to be a player and a team and be part of that and feel that energy coming from the crowd and feel everybody willing you to do the best that you can and to put in performances that are going to be as memorable as that energy. So it's going to be exciting to see it get even busier. I don't know how, but it's going to get busier and busier as the days go past, as the pressure increases, as the games get more and more intense.
I mean, somehow we are needing to fit another like 10k people in here come Sunday, so that's quite incredible.
We might have to have some laps being sat on down.
We really might have to, but there is enough seats in this massive arena. But for Fnatic, I think you spoke about it, it's about being realistic. Like, I think first aim is to get to finals,
yes.
all right? I think those expectations will be certainly succeeding, but if you can get to the finals, and then you can start to think about the bigger potential things of winning the entire thing when that happens. Anyway, thank you for listening to our podcast. We are back underway as we focus in again on our previous winners from match number 2, Citadel Gaming, having a little look-see over towards maybe taking our first fight of this game. Remember, 20 squads still alive.
Did manage to hit a survey beacon with the crypto drone as well to give them a bit of information. I think seeing 30 players in the vicinity, probably not the best idea to look to engage at this point. There's probably a pretty good chance that the team's going to be around to the third party. So instead, they're just going to try and hold this cannon. Play this one nice and slow. Interesting to see some Catalyst spikes down. I just saw, if I wasn't mistaken, just trying to look across some compositions now and see if there's a Catalyst in play. Maybe my eyes deceived me there for a second. There is one or two. There is one or two. Okay, my eyes did not deceive me.
Just one Catalyst, yep.
Okay, there is one. Thank goodness.
Mango.
Sorry, just saying the word
No,
Mango.
Team Mango
okay.
Catalyst, sorry.
Just Mango.
Apple.
Okay.
Yeah, there will be one Catalyst. As I said, there's a few off-meta picks like Catalyst, Gibraltar, Seer, Mad Maggie, and Watson coming in. So there's a couple of teams that are kind of leading away from the traditional trends, maybe to try and play with a composition that isn't going to be affected by the bans coming through.
Mango. Citadel Gaming. They have kind of retreated to a bit more of a safe position, I think, in this staircase. They do have the Void Nexus down as well, so they would try and overextend and have a little look, see if they can get a pick onto Team Mango. What's it gonna happen?
I send you back to Tokyo, yeah?
I just got the dirtiest side-eye from Dan. Respectfully side-eyed by
Where's
Dan
the sun going then? I think it will continue to... Oh, okay, yeah, it does pull back a little bit. It doesn't shift out.
Yeah, bottom zipline buildings.
Yeah, I think that's where you were kind of leading towards it earlier, and it seems a lot of IGLs have been prioritizing this with their rotation as well. There's a few that are outside on that edge. For example, Hotdog Mafia, who will still have to do a little bit of a job here just to try and edge themselves in. Most people have got this one right. It was one of the easier zones to read that we've seen on Stormpoint, that's for sure. Now, there are going to be late arrivals. You can see REIGNITE are still in the zone. Wolves, SAUL, still in the zone. Shopify Rebellion have just got in. Fnatic
still in the zone
late as well, still in the zone. But yeah, a few teams that are going to be taking a lot of damage. And Alliance actually arriving to that northern side as REIGNITE are coming out of the zone here, and just perfectly from observers finding this one, they are going to be having some shots towards them here.
Yeah, they're going to be aware of it. I think that's the most important thing here for Alliance. They need to deal with REIGNITE, or at least force them away towards Command Center. But they're going to have to move in a few moments' time as well, Alliance, in a minute's time. So they're going to hit the survey beacon here and get that information. The smokes go down. They have to be careful, though. Hackers is going to stick this and does get the info. But a little bit of a scary moment. I mean, take ourselves back to EMEA Regional Finals, by the way. Do you remember that moment where it's like Alliance were in a really good spot, tried to hit a survey beacon, got picked off completely off of it, and then all of a sudden things felt like they fell apart a little bit? It kind of might have actually been mid-season playoffs on LAN where that happened. So a little bit of a flashback, a negative one for Alliance, but they get away with it this time, and now they're going to have that info. They're going to have to try and plan and maybe beat REIGNITE towards where this zone is going.
Sometimes it's about taking those risks, though, being brave, and that's what some of the best teams in the world will be able to assess those situations of what is worth taking that risk for. Now, SAUL are actually arriving towards the likes of Alliance and REIGNITE elsewhere, as we just check in with Gen.G on the southeast side, but I think SAUL just bypassed both teams and said, see you later, we don't need to get involved with that, so no engagement happening on the north.
There's a lot of build-up on this eastern side of the zone at the moment. You've got Citadel, you've got Crazy Thieves, Gen.G, Team Mango, Wolves are coming out of zone as well. Shopify Rebellion are somewhat close on the higher side of Command Center. They're probably looking for a late redeploy here in towards where that zone is going to be going. They don't have Valkyrie in their composition. They do have Seer in their composition, which is something that they've run pretty successfully in recent times as well. So some interesting decisions to be made by a lot of these teams who are going to be safe for this zone close, but it's the one after that where they have to rotate and they have to move that's going to really test some of these IGLs and the calls that they make.
And what's interesting, Wolves have just arrived on this eastern side as well. They're going to be behind all of these teams. They just came out of zone. One player did get knocked by the zone, but they are back up on their feet. But that's another team on the east that is going to be very much joining this. What is, I'm assuming, going to be absolutely catastrophic fight that's going to happen in front of us with potentially 6 or 7 teams that all may engage or at least try and rotate at the same time.
Alliance trying to get this first knock. Haki's going to take a lot of damage though. Effect is going to try and play off of that damage. That's what he does best, but the ultra Qs are proving a problem for everyone. Finally, Effect will get that first knock, and REIGNITE look like they're going to try and back up here. Try and reset, try and survive, but looks like Effect is going to find another one here, and Effect is doing what he does best. It looks like he's starting to come to life a little bit here.
Yeah, now with the player advantage, this one should be comfortable, but that is a great duo push there from REIGNITE.
Looks like they're trying to send it. Unlucky was just sitting on the Void Nexus to try and pull Effect back. And we'll be able to do so. So Alliance were actually just playing that situation where they had a safe spot in zone and were just trying to extend, trying to see if they could pick up some kills and have that fallback available should things not go their way. So pretty smart play there from Alliance.
I mean, we've seen Alliance take those fights so many times and just absolutely decimate anyone in their way, but I think a lot of teams are starting to get even better at fighting. The more and more we get into Apex Legends and its career and as a game, like, people are just starting to study more. They understand how these incredible fighting teams are finding success, which means everyone in the lobby improves from it.
Well, SAUL in the skies right now. Legacy's almost had his shields ripped off. Sharky's not far behind him. They're going to have to find a place to play here. Rampart walls are going to have to go down pretty quickly as they play around this smoke. Elsewhere, Koiful found a kill onto Lota, so that's going to be Sentinels losing one, and the finish will come in as well. And that's happening in and around Command Center. Something to highlight here for Shopify Rebellion as well. Mythic Bin did spawn for them, and I think they've just grabbed that one, so they're going to have some good toys to play with towards this endgame.
Still 20 teams, by the way. No one been eliminated just yet. There's been a couple of dicey moments for squads, but I think that's going to change as this next zone forces teams in. There's a lot of teams who are just in no man's land at the moment who are going to have to make that decision of, do they try and play for KP, do they try and move into zone and try and move quickly? Of course, there's still plenty of Valkyries in the lobby as well, as you can see on your screen. Now, SAUL, they were a team who moved very early away from engagements and now find themselves on the full southern tip here, and they might be able to hold out Hotdog Mafia.
So Alliance controlling a position that Gen.G won a game from a little bit earlier on. They will be safe in zone. They still have that Void Nexus down, by the way, but the zone is going to pull right down towards the southern side of that zip building that we were talking about a little bit earlier. So Legacy in a fantastic position now. Team Mango, though, this is the eastern side problem that I'm going to define it as. Are finding themselves right now in a problem, but Strafing Flame with the banger from the skies may have just turned this fight in his favor. Citadel Gaimin look like they're going to try and take that Void Nexus for a reset, and Strafing Flame is thinking something similar here. The Catwalk's going to go down for him to try and get his teammates back in the game, but Wolves have moved up onto this now, and CTG will be able to drag both players through that portal. So Wolves Esports might be finishing off Team Mango, but it's going to give an opportunity here for Citadel Gaimin, the winners of game number 2, to reset.
I think the last remaining player from Team Mango was able to at least run here, though. Wolves Esports might not allow it. It's going to be up into the sky. There's going to be the initial knock, and sadly, you're going straight back down. Team Mango eliminated, and that's going to be a Red Bull first strike. If you wonder what Red Bull first strike is, it's just awarded to the team who gets the first wipe of the game, by the way. You'll see it quite a lot this tournament.
Donut jumps into the drone now to check if anyone's wrapping behind. Hotdog Mafia will be eliminated as the second team to fall out of the lobby, and this east side zone problem is starting to resolve itself as everybody has cannibalized each other, and Wolves look like the team who are going to be the winners. Elsewhere, you can see the Citadel Gaimin have wrapped from the northern side, and they are going to run it into Shopify Rebellion. So Citadel Gaming were forced into this position. And one team here you don't want to have holding you out is going to be Shopify. They pick up those KP, and Koifel now under a little bit of pressure himself. Sentinels inside and around this building, and Koifel comes back for more.
Koifel always looking for more. An incredible damage dealer as Sentinels look like they're going to be on the receiving end of a Shopify Rebellion blitz. And now we're 15 squads, make it 14 squads. We just lost 6 teams in the space of about 30 seconds. That's how quickly things can change here on Storm Point when that zone does start to collapse.
RRQ going to be eliminated as well, and that's 2 back-to-back fights that Shopify Rebellion win, but now they have to deal with crazy Thieves who are moving in on their buildings. In the meantime, though, Alliance making their way towards zone. Let's jump into the comms.
Yeah, just play up. I'm all guys on.
What? Here, running here. Run away.
Okay. All right. Let's play.
We're just gonna back on you. We're gonna back on you. We're gonna back on you.
All right.
Yeah, full team above us. The ramp
I got I need accelerants if you have.
I have 2.
I got one.
Here.
I'm dropping one,
2. Take both.
I'll take it.
We can play up for 30 seconds and then look for faculty. I'm walking up. They're still sitting in this corner. They can't go towards a little bit.
Watch out. I'm not holding all you. Okay.
Yeah, there's kind of one toward me.
Here.
Gonna walk here. One really close.
Okay.
Wrap our team.
We're fighting it?
Yeah, they're playing up. I don't know what to do.
Crack them close side.
Yeah, I'm nading it.
Play up.
Bin.
One.
I'm smoking.
Stunning.
One
Yeah,
HP.
Q5.
Can we swing it? Go.
I'll see. Bang. Nice.
Stopping.
Nice. Get ready to
Okay,
vacuum.
medkitting,
Get
okay?
ready to vacuum.
After medkit, we back.
Come back down with vacuum.
Okay.
Follow me effect.
I'm coming.
1 second. Setting 1 to go.
Well, Alliance run over Crazy Thieves, so second place in the previous game for Crazy Thieves, but no such success in match number 3, as Alliance will take to the skies now with a Valkyrie after those KP get picked up.
100 raccoons becomes 97 raccoons all of a sudden, and now Gen.G. Remember, our winners from Game 1, currently first place in the series as it stands, and looking to maybe try and get a little bit of damage done to the team above them. Men of Culture will be eliminated down to 11 squads now. And Gen.G are lurking, they're waiting, but Alliance have now arrived.
Alliance looking for some KP, and Bubble's going to go down on the floor below them. That's going to give them an indication that players are weak. They can use this time, though, to reset themselves. Overflow in the hands of Hackis is going to give them the opportunity to re-engage pretty quickly after popping a syringe and a cell. As GG once again on that low ground, who have that Gibraltar in their composition. For now, it looks like Alliance are happy just to chill, to reset, to get healthy, before they plan the next move.
And that move has to be made in the next minute, because we are going to be moving a little bit further northeast. Shopify Rebellion, dead center of the zone, have rampart walls to set up as well. Now Gen.G will start to push in. Asia, the last remaining player here, has to go big.
Oh, there's the movement, but can't hit the final shots. Gen.G will be eliminated. And it's going to be Boogie Borders who hold them off. So good fight there from Boogie Borders against Gen.G. No third party in the vicinity. Looks like they're really able to move in to push this, because GG are busy with Fnatic and Alliance in and around their building.
Yeah, Alliance are trying to get away from this fight a little bit. They almost want this to happen, this 3v3 between GG and Fnatic, so then they can third party it, and GG have been knocked by one. Fnatic is starting to send it.
Yeah, I mean, Live Lace flies in with his triple take, hits big damage. GG eliminated, everyone healthy on Fnatic, but that might just open the door for Alliance to move in, but they get eliminated, as Boogie Borders will claim more victims.
Boogie Borders did so well there. Hearing the commotion next door, they said there's some noisy neighbors, maybe we should join in on this, and they perfectly help out Fnatic and punish Alliance for sitting on the outside, and it means now Alliance will be wiped there in 9th position. FYR are still alive on this far eastern side, by the way, and they were having a little sniff towards it, but have since retreated.
Yeah, FYR playing the tree spot, if you're aware of where that is on this zone. Boogie Borders now, having won the fight, take to the skies where the air is thin. And they're going to play for this northern side of the rock. They will be safe up there in and around these crates for quite some time. Fnatic just beaten to it by the looks of things. From what we saw from the POV, it looked like Fnatic were interested in playing the same spot, but now going to be forced to play underneath it. Yuka with the P20s, though, is going to be a difference maker.
This is where Rampart comes into the equation, though. You need to kind of build a base. It's not as successful as a Newcastle, but it can certainly do the job temporarily. But you need a plan to follow up if you lose some of those walls. But maybe eyes will be trained elsewhere. Fnatic at the moment have to focus rock, though.
Boogie Board is eliminated. It's Shopify Rebellion who pick up more kills, by the way, just on the outside of that wall. Shopify Rebellion already taking down 3 teams from what we've seen in that kill feed. Fnatic now coming under a little bit of pressure, and surprise, surprise, who is it? And where's that death ball coming from? Shopify Rebellion. Yuka left on his own. Shopify Rebellion run over Fnatic next.
I mean, Shopify have dominated the center of this zone. They are down to 2 though, and actually Zonyu I think has gone down officially, so they need to get that banner back. Maybe they have a respawn beacon to get him back on his feet. We will see. It looks like Koiful might be heading for it. They've definitely got the banner, so that's job number 1.
One thing they can do, of course, with Koiful is not have to overextend for death boxes to find a beacon if they have to. They can search through using that passive of Alta. However, elsewhere, Sharky left on his own now for SAUL. Great shots coming in from the alternator, but not enough as FYR will move in to clean up those final places of SAUL. The respawn is coming in though as that fight comes from that southern side, and Shopify Rebellion look like they will be able to get their IGL back in the game here.
Look how much cover FYR have on the southern side. They can rotate round to the east and they have the whole wall. Now, Shopify Rebellion are there, but if Shopify Rebellion start focusing on the teams to the west and they move a little bit north, it might open up for FYR to flank them and get some real damage on Shopify Rebellion, maybe even win this game if they play this correctly. So we'll see. The timing is going to be everything for FYR's push.
Well, Shopify back to 3. And still have zone. Everyone who's in front of them has to move. You're quite right, FYR are probably the biggest threat to Shopify's position at the moment because they can wrap them, and it looks like they are going to try and move from that southern side up a little bit. Rig still got 1 player alive. Reignite still with the solo wrap, but ROC are going to deal with that very, very quickly. That's the end of Reignite, as ROC had the info that they needed, and now Legacy trying to wrap to the northern side behind Shopify Rebellion and FYR, and it looks like the timing is pretty good for them here.
Oh, Legacy do spot that solo from FYR, but now Shopify Rebellion, they notice it's happening, and Sheila's going to start to sing out here.
Those portals can be a problem, the kidnaps can be a problem, and Nyanya has gone down for Legacy. A couple of miniguns influencing how this end game is starting to go. 1 from Deeds, and of course 1 from the hands of Shopify Rebellion as well. ROC now move up to the high ground from the roof. They get the amp cover down, and by standing behind it, they're going to be able to output so much damage.
The Seer from Shopify Rebellion could be a big difference maker in this final zone as well. We'll have to wait and see if the ultimate can come up. FYR were able to retreat back to this eastern side, still have the wall as cover, and Legacy are being peppered by teams at the moment.
Armor swap down here for Zainu. It's going to be good enough for him to stay healthy in this fight. The minigun again is influencing things as Legacy will be eliminated. As ROC from that high ground behind those Sheila walls that we were talking about. The rampart walls, excuse me, using Sheila that were making the difference, but now Shopify know that they have to be pushed, and they are waiting, they are baiting, and they are picking up kill after kill onto ROC, but they will go down. It's FYR Strays who come through in the final moments to clean up the final pieces, and they will be the winners of the final game here on Stormpoint.
They just had so much coverage, did FYR, from that wall, and because they put down the altar portal, they were able to retreat when they were initially finding space. They still held the best position on the map. On the other side of Shopify Rebellion, on the other side of ROC, they just avoided all the gunfire until they needed to engage, but they also were just keeping Legacy back, who were their biggest threat at that time. And they are rewarded with a victory alongside 8 kills here, putting themselves up into the top 4 on this leaderboard.
Yeah, I think some of the performances they've had so far have been very, very impressive. Think of that game number 2 where they were in a great spot with the zone coming their way and made good work of it. FYR having a real impact in this group stage between A and B, and I'm excited to see how things go for them as we move over to E District. That is going to do it, of course, for Stormpoint here, Dan, and I think one thing we can take away from that is it feels like anyone really has an opportunity in this lobby to put in big performances.
I think something that we are going to see shortly is just how many kills Shopify Rebellion were able to pick up in that one as well.
Wow.
16 kills for Shopify Rebellion, which, if my math is correct, should put them into first place for this series, but FYR also put themselves in contention in the top 4. Rock also another fantastic performance to keep them in and around the conversation of top 5, but it was a very interesting one which really came down to patience once more in that final circle.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff for Shopify Rebellion. Just, I think the one thing to look back on there was I think they have to commit to clearing one side of the zone. FYR were the threat for them. They knew that ROC were above them, but there may have been a few opportunities just to maybe swing, try and pick up 1 kill onto FYR. There was a couple of extenders from FYR that were looking to, influence the fight and Legacy. I think maybe the focus wasn't quite right on where they had to look to win that game, but don't get me wrong, coming out of it, I'm nitpicking here. This is a fantastic performance from Shopify Rebellion. They're going to come out of that game with the most points. It's very impressive for them.
It's 26 kills for Shopify Rebellion so far this series, which I believe is like over 10 more than any other team thus far. So they will be the team to beat going into matches 4, 5, and 6. But of course, we are going to have teams who have prioritized E-District now. Teams who are going to be very focused, like Gen.G, for example, who were one of the first picks, and they did go for E-District.
Yeah, very, very cool stuff that we've seen so far. And cool to see different winners in every single game as well. Good performances from teams that we expected and some surprise ones as well. We're done though for Stormpoint. Let's send it back to the desk because there's a lot to talk about. 3 games in. Welcome to the champs, everyone.
Certainly. Great way to kick things off. Thank you, Onset and Gaskin, for some great calls there. Fire stays, grab the win. Cersei, Crook, and Enemy get on the board, but it's not without Shopify Rebellion sealing the show. Welcome back to the desk. My name is Rain Day. I'm joined again by Snipe Down, Graceful, and Jayhawk. Snipe, I mean, I'm going to lean into you just to finish off on kind of that final game. Fire stays, not a team we were coming in highlighting, but obviously a team like within this lobby that is able to get points. And it's felt like a lobby that has almost given itself a lot of opportunity for teams like that to come in and steal 5, 10, 15 points now at this midway.
Yeah, I think Crook is heavily underrated as an IGL in terms of where he can get his teams into positions. He sets his teams up well to get wins in games. They don't really get that many points a lot of the time. As you can see, Cersei was the main slayer, ended with 0 kills that game. His teammates got a lot of cleanups, but overall, they put themselves in the position to get the win, which puts you in a great position into the grand finals. And then you have the Shopify, 16 kills. I mean, we talked about how much of a slaying team that is. And overall, it's just a very dynamic lobby, but it's really cool to see a lot of the teams that we highlighted doing so well so far.
One of the things I find so difficult is for a team to be successful without getting these early wins. It's almost impossible because you don't have the reference point for what it looks like to finally come out on top. Even if you're doing well, getting kills, Graceful, you've been in this position before. How important is it for our teams like Citadel Gaming, for Fire Stays, to put themselves in that #1 position just heading into these next group stages and, of course, hopefully trying to make finals?
So this is the thing that it depends on your playstyle for sure, but at the end of the day, all teams are playing for what I call God spots or power spots. You're fighting for a spot to win the game from. Yeah. That doesn't mean that it only comes down to the final 3v3. Sometimes that one fight on a cliff in game 1 for Gen.G wins them the whole game. And as you said with Crook as well, if you can continuously put them in these spots in every game, one of these games will bloom into a full steamroll. Yeah. As long as you keep consistently putting them there, you will have a higher chance of making it.
I just feel like, you know, kind of it gets that chip off your shoulder, that kind of feeling that there's still something we have yet to do. Obviously, being in a good position multiple times is great, but if you do that, you still don't find the victory. It can start to get a little frustrating. Jayhawk, what is the story of these first 3 games told you as we look back and check out some of these highlights here?
I mean, listen, we highlighted 3 teams on this desk, and the team I pointed out, Alliance, they have had a very slow start. Now, I will say, true. They had the first overall pick, and they were putting that on E-District, so I'm looking forward to them in the next set.
Grace, well, talk us through game 1. What are your thoughts here with Gen.G taking the win?
Yeah, so the biggest thing that, outside of what we're seeing right now, where they're pretty much just cleaning up the whole fight, is they guarded that cliff, came down from the cliff, cleaned down the bridge, cleaned down straight underneath them, which led them to winning this for essentially for free. But this is the most important part of teams that have to close out games, is you need to clear out your sides and your back.
And competitive, to say the least. It's been Shopify and Gen.G going back and forth each time. Obviously, game 2, Citadel Gaming, they got their win.
Yeah, this is where zone prio, we see how important it is. Coastal Camp, one of those POIs that can only fit about 5 or 6 teams for that end zone. So you see a lot of the teams end up dying on the hill just outside. Citadel, one of the teams that's able to rotate there super early and then just played their timing perfectly. They were not the team controlling the height for most of that game, but late they took control of it and got the win.
Them and Gaming Gladiators going back and forth. Crazy Thieves were in the mix there, but game 3 we just saw it, Snipe Down. Fire Stays grabbing the win, but it looked like it could be Shopify Rebellion here going forward against Rock.
Yeah, I love these types of zones where there's so many teams that end up in buildings on top of each other, layered in levels, because it really goes to show you what type of IGLs have the most patience when it comes to making plays. So many teams are fighting. A lot of players want to jump in on those fights, get the KP, but when a team is able to just play around that, let those teams initiate and get the kills around them, you see that all of them are live and they just watch them fight, played from the height while all those teams jumped on top of each other from the building, and Fire Stays was able to get a huge win for them, as you can see the emotions popping off right throughout.
Of course, Dexter, Ziki in Asia, the pop-off there. Citadel Gaming, Zuni, Remix Powers, having a little fun, showing some love. And then, of course, Fire Stays. A little bit more subdued, but I think that just means that they're happy with how they're performing, not trying to overdo do it here. There's still many more games to go as we are in Group A versus B, our first group stage of 2 going on today on this main stage. We've also got our group stages happening simultaneously, our other group C versus D. Last time I checked, Falcons were leading that on Nice Wigs stream. So if you guys want to follow along with that as well, that is also going on. Guys, we started this with this idea of powers around the world coming together, clashing for the very first time. What's the takeaway thus far? Because we've seen Gen.G get a win. We've seen Shopify Rebellion now leading the point total overall. And I think it's been a rather okay, Jayhawk, I'll start with you, performance from Alliance. But the teams that we've expected to show up, for the most part, have.
Absolutely. I actually want to point out a team that a lot of people weren't expecting to show up, Legacy. They're a team that historically were really good long ago, but I've seen a lot of people start to doubt them. They haven't really adjusted to the POI draft very well, the legend bans. But they're currently, I think, in the top 6, so Legacy looking really strong to start off.
Actually, a great point. Let's bring up those actual results here. Thanks for bearing with us. We've got those correct as of now. Legacy was a team that I at least mentioned coming in, losing out on that sponsorship from Liquid Alien, where it's been a big story. That's how we've known them so far. Now coming in within that top 6. It's just, I think, a big vote of confidence for them as well. Snipe down org changes, that's just a part of how it goes in esports, but to have something like that occur and then still have a really nice first 3 games here in a big tournament unrepresented, that's got to mean a lot for their confidence.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot for their confidence, and then even coming after this tournament, you want to build that, take that momentum, and try and turn that into something where, you have those, extra forms of incentive to compete. And then, I mean, you take a look at this list right here. I think another team that's kind of flying under the radar is Rock.
I agree.
We haven't seen them really at all. I kind of put them as my team to watch because they had such a really good midseason playoffs.
Yeah.
And bringing that into it, having that long break, you never know how the team chemistry is going to continue. You have that, you build a team and you have that, right away you have, everyone tries to work that, I don't remember what the word is called, but that as soon as you build a team, everyone is just
camaraderie,
just
cohesion.
Not just like right when you build a team, everyone's just always on point. Everyone's working as hard as they possibly can, and then it's really good. But then when things start to go bad or your team isn't performing as well, things start to fall apart. They didn't have as good of a pro league. They fell off a little bit, but overall, I talked to Saucer a lot, Vaxon a lot, and they're incredibly confident. We heard a little bit from Saucer behind the scenes how confident he's become, and it's exciting to see that team. And honestly, seeing them in the top 5 is surprising because we didn't really see them on the screen that often.
I feel like they've always been pretty successful in terms of rotating in zones, and like you had said, Graceful, giving themselves a chance to be in that top 5, in those winning positions.
I mean, we saw it as well, literally on the leaderboard, the placement points alone.
Yeah.
They are consistently putting themselves there to be able to close out games potentially. And when they have that, even now, look at the points overall. Like I always like to say about the average points per game, you just need a couple points. But when you're already there just this early into the series, you're in a great spot.
All right, gentlemen, we switch over to E-District now. So let's start setting the table for those who are going to be saying, what shifts here? And Jay, maybe is it the look of these top teams that have been running into each other with their draft positions in Storm Point? Maybe that lessens a little bit here in E-District, or maybe they just realize after 3, one of us is winning, one of us isn't. If we're going to do this, we might have to play this a little slower, a little different. What are you expecting as we head into our back half?
E-District is a lot more of a balanced map. That's why a lot of those teams ended up prioritizing Storm Point in that first round. But a team that prioritized it was Alliance. They took Boardwalk. That's one of the better POIs. They're very comfortable out of that one. That's actually Shopify's favorite, and they sniped it from them. So we'll see how Shopify adjusts here. But I think the big thing here is we don't have the Tridents, and the Tridents dominate Storm Point. A lot more teams are able to rotate much more quickly. E-District's going to be a little bit slower pace, which I think can favor some of those edge teams trying to catch people out.
Yeah, Snipe, this is one of those maps that I think players had struggled with from the beginning, but also are starting to find their footing now more often as we switch into the daytime adjustment as well, going from night. If you had seen E-District earlier in our competitive year, completely different atmosphere thanks to our Respawn team constantly updating those things. How do you feel confidence-wise about E-District if you were to jump on there right now? How do you think these players are feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I think with the addition of Alter, just in general, it makes E-District a lot more manageable to try to get to the spots that you want to get to, the places you want to get to. You're able to get through some of those really large walls, and I honestly just find it so fascinating that now we've had 2 champs back-to-back with a new map introduced.
Yeah.
We had E-District, and now we have Olympus. So it really, last time I said I think the tournament is going to come down to who performed the best on E-District, learning the new map. And now we have Olympus, and it's going to, we have a similar situation where it might come out of that. We have so much more adaptability in Apex Legends now as a whole with legend bans, more rotations of characters in general. So I think now we're at a point where the most well-rounded, balanced team and players that aren't just specifically playing one legend is more important and going to be the ones to bring home the championship.
I mean, you mentioned legends, legend bans, and also prioritization. I mean, altars and wraiths, especially in terms of movement. We've seen a lot of, we've seen cryptos, we've seen Bangalores, we've seen Maggies. Obviously, Gen.G's been on our screen very often. Do you think that stays graceful? Do you think they start prioritizing some of the rotations? Because E-District is so tough when you get into a bad spot. There's really just not a lot of angles to play when you get that opportunity to kind of just be in between two teams or rock in a hard place.
I mean, specifically, if you're talking about Maggie, it's even better when you're playing in buildings, etc., like E-District. Sure, it has a lot of pathways where you're never really getting stuck, but there's plenty of good drill actions right there. So I think that for sure they could stick to their comp. And at this point, if everything is working, why are you trying to fix something that's not broken at this point, right? I think that some teams will definitely start rotating out of opting for the more typical comps, but like we always say, you know, a comfort pick is a comfort pick, and it's still better to go in with something you're more accustomed around than just trying to follow whatever, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Jayok, do you agree with that?
Absolutely. I'm actually super excited to see Gen.G on this map. I love Maggie on E-District because there's so many teams, especially with Newcastle and Rampart, both out. Yeah. They've both been banned. There's so many teams that are going to be using the natural cover, and Gen.G are just waiting to pop those drills. I think this is going to be really fun for them.
It's going to be tough. These teams have to find a different way to settle into these buildings. This is one of those maps where I think an IGL shines some of the most, in one of the biggest ways you can see an IGL shine in Apex, and I think it's because you do get into these unwinnable situations very often in this map particularly, where there's a Maggie drill, you've got a building, there's really nowhere else to go, there's a bridge, and there's no man's land in E-District before 5 teams start shooting at you. So if you can navigate this, you can pretty much navigate anywhere. Snipe, if you've seen like the trend, though, of where we are, do we expect more of the same? Fire Stays is a little bit of a surprise coming in, because it was all about Gen.G, Shopify, waiting for Alliance to pick up. Legacy's been playing well. Is there a team you have your eye on heading into this back 3 that might also come storming out?
I mean, I think we kind of mentioned Alliance. They're really starting slow, and they've been notoriously the #1 group stage team. So if they're starting the tournament slow, I mean, maybe that bodes well for the grand finals. But for them starting slow, it's interesting for them. But to me, it still comes down to watching Shopify again. I know they're already at the top of the leaderboards, but they're getting the kills that matters in the group stages. I talked about Zainu and his IGLing. I think they really need to find a way to start winning some matches, because that's what it's going to come down to in the grand final. So it'll be interesting to see if they're just such a slay-heavy team continuously to try and carry that, maybe get the first seed to get better map picks and then try to get, you know, the wins. But I'm really just going to be interested to see how that team evolves throughout these group stages.
One of the things I love is that it's sometimes very difficult to prepare for these moments. You can talk about all the strategy, but we're seeing our first 3 games of this championship right now. These players are interacting, taking their breaks the same way that we are on the desk, trying to speculate what's going to occur. Let us know what you think in the chat of what's going to happen these next 3. Any teams to shout out as well. As we remind you that as you are watching, you also have a chance to watch with Face It Watch. That's right. You can check out the ALGS your way. Face It Watch gives you an access to multi-view, so you can hear every rotation, see the fights, maybe tracking Legacy and Yanya and see how they take that 1v1. Or if you know Gen.G and Shopify are just destined to fight, well, see how it takes place on E-District, and if something else gets in the way. Choose to have the volume on, maybe throw the map screen up on there as well. Hey, get your Chromecast out also if you want to blast that up on a separate monitor. Make sure to watch it, control it, and check out the ALGS your way. Faceit.com/watch. All right, we are very shortly underway here, but we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, we've got our back half of our games here for Group A versus B to kick off our Year 5 championship in Sapporo. Take a look at those fans. They're loving it. So are we. We'll catch you on the other side. Galleria, the official PC partner of the ALGS Year 5 championship.
Inside the Grimace Dome. New dreams in the dome.
Yeah, Ricky, yeah.
羽羽ばたかせて世界中横断でかいことになってきちまったようだミスタービーンじゃなくてマスターヨーダーえらくよく回ってくれてるトラ絶対遠く聞いてよかったね俺がレンなってお待たせ初めから知って止まらんねいけてるやつらごっちゃ混ぜ立ちなれましがた街に去った今日は俺たちなら基地で道の猛作パタヤでも忙しそうな後藤さん俺にとってはオズワルドの父さん今打ち上げる花火と関東南風が襲いかかるぜ関東オズワルド住んでるにルランド俺たちのビーフピース担当
Don't forget about us here at the B stage. You guys can see so many more teams hit it out and battle each other here, but I will give you a quick little report and get you some storylines that you may be missing. And it's none other than the Falcons. Hal literally is not even using his correct controller, but he cannot be nerfed. Falcons are actually miles ahead of the competition right now, and there is no stopping them. But of course, TSM is slightly on their tail as well. Just in that final match, we had our young man Panic get themselves a clutch res in Zone 5 to bring back TSM full hitting throttle in that last match. Also, Enterforce. They did enter this group stage really, really strong, but have sort of pulled back a little bit because, again, nobody is reaching the Falcons. We, of course, still have 3 more games to go here for the B stage, so I will try my best to keep you guys updated. But if you would like to watch all the action yourself, you can head over to Nicewig and Greek there on the B stage, or of course go and hit it with Face It as well. We still have so much more to uncover on this group stage here today, so hopefully we can see a little bit more action and hopefully I can get you some really, really exciting news here. But we do have three outstanding teams that have across the competition. One of our teams that their home country, unfortunately, they are not performing the way that we would have hoped on their home turf. But look, we still have 3 more games to go. There could be any sort of change, but it's something that we're going to be super excited for to see. I'm going to hit that back to Rain Day.
Nice. What an exciting time. Oh, hello. See there on the big screen. On a little bit of a, it's got to be a, or it's some anime character I'm not familiar with. At the end of the day, you got to give love to Legacy. They should be feeling happy about their performances so far, so that's why the smile is there. Gaimin Gladiators also had a pretty nice game too. Couldn't quite finish it off, but of course, Fire Stays, they did. So all the teams in this building starting to feel a little bit of warmth, fellas. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Rain Day, of course, Snipe, and we've got Graceful and Jayhawk. You know, this is now where things start to really define what your day looks like, because how you finish with these last 3 games is so important. Lace mentioned it over in the group stage as well. You may not be performing well on your home turf, but it's just halftime. Everything that happened can happen again in a different way, in your favor, but it's gonna take a crucial change, and that's where a map can sometimes shift the difference. Not just a POI, Jayhawk, but obviously just the energy of it. You just might feel more comfortable, and that is all that it could take to sometimes send one of these teams off on a rampage.
Absolutely. I mean, in those first 3 games, Snipe pointed out how Shopify was, you know, they have all the firepower. Right now in this lobby, all 3 of their players are the top 3 in kills. Like, that's kind of nuts.
Wow.
But there's a team that I'm looking at that we haven't talked about a lot. We briefly mentioned them in the intro that I think needs a big second half here. And that's Crazy Thieves. They're actually right behind Alliance in 12th right now. They're not doing terrible. They're only, I think, 7 points outside of the top 6 range, but they're a team that, based on that collection of players, all 3 have won LANs before. This is a team that has placed top 10 at both LANs this year.
That's right.
You're expecting them to come out a lot hotter than they have. And luckily for them, they do have Heights on E-District, one of the better POIs. We do get a lot of Heights pulls. So Crazy Thieves is another team that I feel like needs to step it up in the second half of games.
One thing I want to point out about Crazy Thieves in the last rounds is, and I think that the second half is going to be much better for them, because those first 2 games or first 3 games, every time they died, they trapped themselves into a little corner with like rampart walls or whatever it was. You saw the first game, they were the first team dead, got trapped in that corner. You had Alliance and you had SR kind of pinch them, kill them. In the final game, they put themselves up against a wall with a bunch of rampart walls. I think it was Alliance again that took them out. And it's just one of those where now that they aren't playing as defensive with these characters, this could open up for them to be a little more aggressive, to get those kills. And Phony's great at getting you into end games. And when he gets you there, he wins with a lot of those.
I mean, there was a big conversation. I'll just you know, say that I was privy to a lot of information, not all that I can share here on broadcast right now, with a very long bus ride with the 100 Thieves, one of the 100 Thieves members, talking to another player here, saying about how the challenges of what they were going through in boot camp, coming into this, not quite meshing the way that they wanted. But the silver lining was that they really figured something out. These last couple of days, the hint was at optimism, and the fact that Verholst, these guys, Phony and Gen, were in this rhythm of roles and understanding where and how they were going to support this team, Grace, in a way that they had not before. And so I think that that is sometimes a little bit of a pressure thing to come in and say, oh, we figured it out. 3 games, maybe you haven't figured it out. But I think clearly for the length of the tournament, they've got what it takes to go all the way. We all know that about them.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And you got to make it work like a clockwork. At some point, when you have all of these different legends that you're forced to play when bans happens, we saw the first game, it was Omega zone central play for everybody.
Yeah.
And if you had a bad zone and you're super central played, well, then you're going to struggle a little bit. So now that we shift around this way, and now that most of these bunkerish characters are getting moved out, now all of a sudden you have the more aggressive play come through. Yeah. And if teams like that are, you know, they got killed behind the ramparts all the time, now they get to play a little bit more to their strengths potentially, everything is possible for them.
All right, let's shift gears to Fire Strays. I want to talk a little bit about them, our winners of Game 3. Well, you know, Enemy and Crook, we've seen Alberlele and them together over in the Open. That swap changed. Alberlele joined a different squad, and so Enemy and Crook still together. Getting the win, I mean, I always felt that there was something kind of special about that iteration of that team. Felt like they were getting somewhere. Did they pull the plug too soon? Do we feel like this iteration of Fire Strays, now with Cersei, you know, an amazing talent, can get the job done?
Yeah, I actually had the pleasure of teaming with Cersei a little bit, and the kid's talent is through the roof. It was always his mentality and being able to talk to him constructively without it turning into a blow up of, oh, you're attacking me, oh, you're, you know, my gameplay's this, you're doing this. It was one of those passive aggressive type of rebuttals. But with Crook and how like open he is with conversations. Enemy is about as calm as it gets when you're having these conversations. I think that dynamic has just made SYRALE flourish with that environment, and now we're getting to see this team. They got a big win here. This is I think SYRALE's second event. He's at freaking World Championships. I mean, this is unbelievable. So for them to get that win in the first set of matches only sets them up for the future.
I mean, a young squad, definitely a young team. So there's something in the camaraderie of being young, maybe younger than some of the favorites, that you can kind of band together on that, Jayhawk. And Crook, notably one of the just really great zone readers of this game, knows how to get people into good positions. Graceful had mentioned it as well. This team is, currently sitting in about 5th, actually 2nd position right here. I think this is a very strong showcase. And, what is it going to take for them to keep this up in E-District?
I really want to highlight, because you said the thing about Crook and his zone reading, I want to highlight the lack of ego that Crook has, because recently SYRALE actually, when he joined the team, he took over IGLing. A big critique of SYRALE in the past has been when he wasn't the IGL, he has so many of his own ideas, and he kind of gets lost doing his own thing. And so I feel like they realize, like, his ideas are good. So maybe if we just follow him, I can help him with the macro, the sort of zone reads, the foundational aspects, but let him make these fight calls, let him make these final decisions, then maybe we can get into a better spot as a team. Because also, they had Hotdog as their coach. He stepped out as well. And so they were just kind of in this weird spot where I think a lot of people thought, what is the ceiling this team has? And on such short notice, I think Crook having that lack of ego and being able to step aside and allow SYRALE to flourish for the betterment of the team is why we're seeing them do so good here.
Some of these guys, too, you talk about youth, but then you talk about experience. There's a nice mix of it here. Enemy has been on some top-tier teams, played with some incredible players who have done this and kind of led the charge in the ALGS, and now he's leading his team. Can he find a way to step it up, from iterations of playing with Designful and that squad a couple years ago, and now kind of in a different zone, I think, Snipe. And in some ways that is a sign of maturity, but also you need a little bit of that spark, like I haven't done it before, to push you sometimes to that next level.
Yeah, I just keep thinking back to the Digi-Day thing every time I think of that roster, and it just cracks me up. So it's really cool to see kind of the evolution of Enemy as a player, and just honestly everyone on this team. It's just so crazy to see how many different teams a lot of these players have been on. A lot of these teams don't stick together for more than one event anymore. So for a roster like this to kind of come together, everyone's kind of been around the place, and for, like you said, for them to acknowledge SYRALE and realize how talented he is and how he has really good ideas, and to bring him in just brings a level of camaraderie to that roster that can put them at the top position to fight for this.
Well, you guys all made some great points. I wish we could stay on them longer, but the game is about to be underway. So I know two great commentators who are ready to talk all about that and more and get you into the action as we head to E-District. It's, of course, Dia, and a nice welcome back to Spider Tiff here, casting up. How's it going, guys?
Oh my gosh, guys, it feels so good. I'm not gonna lie, when I was walking up into this caster booth, the overwhelming sensation of seeing an almost packed dome on day number 1 at ALGS Champs in Japan, bro. It's been a year coming, at least for me, Dia, and I'm so happy to be back in the booth alongside you.
It's a really incredible feeling to get the energy from the crowd as well. There's so much investment that all the fans have brought here today in terms of who their favorite teams are, who they're cheering for, and you can really feel the tension in the arena with each and every team kill that goes down. We've got a whole other B stage going as well, as Lace gave us a teaser of earlier. Falcons are really destroying.
They're doing something.
They're destroying that lobby right now. And well, over here we've had some really exciting games ourselves. I was, for one, very surprised with the Gen.G first game win. I thought that Gen.G would have a little bit of a slower start. I do think they're a group stage team right now in terms of that being their most powerful stage of the tournament, and they started things off that way a lot quicker than I expected.
I feel like calling someone a group stage team is such a harsh way to put it, right? How long have we been referring to Alliance as a group stage team? You don't want to have that coined at it, but you do need to succeed and almost treat this as a moment to test out everything that you've learned over the past few weeks, months, even in those international scrims. And speaking of Nicewig and Greek, one thing that I've learned from watching the international scrims is one name in particular. If you're going to be talking about Gen.G, it's Asia. And Asia has been such a powerhouse in that roster, but maintain that momentum going forward, all right? So, like, let's see. Where is Gen.G going to be starting from? Through that momentum here on E-District. We talked about it earlier that Stormpoint was the map that a lot of our teams prioritized. But E-District, I think it's even more important because you're going to have so many teams fighting in that endgame that your rotations need to be clean.
And Gen.G, like you were talking about, are one of the teams that really wanted to make sure they had a good starting spot, drafting the Lotus as their first pick, and they had a pretty good seeding coming into today's games as well. So they got a really early, powerful POI, which could convert into some really good games for them. I will say E-District in general may be the antithesis of Gen.G's game plan, as it provides so much safety for the different teams, so many ways to bunker up. E-District is best known as the team where everyone lives for an unreasonable amount of time, and Gen.G, their whole thing is escorting teams from the lobby.
Well, hey, they're going to do a lot of that. The Desk Boys, they were talking about Fire Strays. Where are they going to be heading? They're over at Stadium, out on the east side of E-District. Rotations can be difficult through some of those choke points once you get over towards kind of that center of E-District. Now, if we go straight to the northwest, which is very characteristic every time I'm on the mic at E-District, I'm not gonna lie, that could be very challenging. But for teams like Fnatic over at Viaduct, Shopify Rebellion at Street Market, I think that's gonna be one of the best positions for them to start from.
First match on E-District of the tournament is going to be one that really sets the tone. I'm very curious who comes out on top. I've been, like you were thinking about Fire Strays, myself focusing on what S8UL have been able to do throughout the course of just these 3 games and what I'm expecting from them through the tournament, where I'm looking at Gen.G and I'm saying, hey, group stage is where you should really succeed. I think S8UL have almost the opposite story going on, where they perform really well as the lobbies continue to get more tense, as people play more and more conservatively, because they naturally inhabit that play style.
Well, then you look forward to them having a better second set. So we'll see what that looks like for them. For ROC Esports, though, they've been the come up. This was actually the team that I had predicted to win for this initial series. I do enjoy the growth that we've seen from Saucerer as a player. You think of Vaxlon, such a storied competitor. He's won massive events back in 2021, initially under 100 Thieves. Now you bring him here, and he's played against so many rosters that it's been fun to see what they bring to the table with Thieves. I think there can be success here.
Yeah, I think that ROC have to be a team that you're keeping your eyes on throughout the course of this tournament. They've had so many, I would say, almost performances in the course of these first 3 games. Now that, again, we're on E-District, that provides them a little bit more cover, maybe this turns into a really good news story for them. However, the nice thing about this particular game is that ROC have the added benefit of being close to the ring. We're going down, yeah.
Okay, Dia, I'm gonna let you break this down, all right? I don't know why I just did a little shuffle up here, but I know that I notoriously go to the northwest when I'm commentating. But did I not just say that Fnatic and Shopify Rebellion are going to have great starting points from that southwestern side of things? Now, maybe this isn't what they're expecting, because Fnatic, they're a team that likes to charge at teams and fight their way in. But ROC Esports, they've been succeeding in the games where they have such an easy prio to that second circle. They've defended their positioning well into that end game, and if they have a long rotation, they don't find success. Look how quickly they're moving in.
Yeah, evac tower goes down immediately. Mango and Gaimin Gladiators, that whole northeastern side right now, could actually turn quite interesting, especially with Fire Strays moving up behind Team Mango. Keep your eyes on Boogie Borders and Hotdog Mafia, who will be going through similar chokes. But then you look up north at Gen.G, and they're not even in a rush. They're still in the same exact place that they started the game, and that's stylistic. Gen.G are going to play this really hard edge playstyle. And the thing that I've been really critical about with Gen.G throughout the course of scrims in December is how they wait for the zone to push them in. That's served them well so far, but watch how they move through the map and see if they start moving ahead of zone, or if, as they did in December, they keep with it.
Do we need a Gen.G cam? We'll talk about that later, because S8UL, a team that you have been favoring, your storylines that you love to build, well, Legacy's already down, which is leaving Sharky on the run like a fugitive from Remix.
See what Citadel's able to do right now. Having already gotten the first knock, things look good for them, and it is a relatively nice time in the game to pick a fight. This is not the most isolated place that you could be. Street Market has a lot of teams surrounding it, but picking up 1 KP, not going to be a bad thing at all. Kaisha getting aggressive, does have the backup of the rest of Citadel, but realistically, I think you take what you can get here. You don't want to over-chase.
Take what you can get until you can get what you want. That's okay. We need this here, all right? But basically, this opens the possibility because Shopify Rebellion's already rotated out. The circle came to them. They can get a nice early prio. And S8U, well, we know on E-District, regains are going to happen. So they're going to focus on negative rotating out of the space, which will cost them later in, but they'd rather have that full team.
Yeah, like you say, it doesn't really lean into their playstyle preference. Lately somehow alive, but they're not the only fight that's going down. Rock.
With a hipfire on the G7, I thought for a second we were going to be all right there, but when you've got RRQ, a nice little reset after that, and Wolves Esports will unfortunately be the first team out of E-District. But just know that since this is the dead center of that next ring, there's a good chance that teams will get that information. They're going to hear those engagements and say, okay, you know, keep in mind, they're down.
A really needed win for RRQ as well, because they're one of our teams that were basically at the bottom of the leaderboard, struggling to even keep up with Men of Culture, who are playing today as a duo. So those 3 kill points are going to serve them really well, as they now will be able to alley-oop Men of Culture and maybe get themselves into that 15th, 16th sort of area. Shopify Rebellion playing around the edge right now. Ooh. They're not the only ones. Gen.G, always ready to pick a fight, have found themselves face-to-face with the Crazy Thieves.
And the Crazy Thieves are the first team out in game number 1. Would hate to see them fall early on here on E-District, but when Asia has a death note with their name on it, immediately throws the ball down for a speed boost, but decides to retract away. Some nice suppression fire coming out from Crazy Thieves to allow that member that got lit up a moment to heal.
Gen.G completely about what Asia is able to do, almost getting the knock there. If he had, would have turned into surely a Crazy Thieves wipe, but as he didn't, there's a lot of coverage from the rest of the Crazy Thieves members. Now backing off a little bit further. Note that in the meantime, S8UL did end up getting the reset. So they're back to a full 3.
Oh, see, here's what I love about the Crazy Thieves, right? They're just doing crazy things. Jen Burton now on Mad Maggie, where I don't know if you guys are on social media or anything. You guys probably are chronically online. It's fine, me too. The clip that Jen Burton had posted of him playing Watson, fencing like a freaking M&K player going crazy, but you've got Verholst basically slotting into the Watson, which I love that. You've got to be adaptable. We'll check in with them later because Jaguares just got absolutely duked on. And sure, Legacy's back in, but Legacy's back out.
That's a tough way to go.
It hurts. It hurts, Dia.
I feel it. It's happened to me, but it doesn't make things feel too much better. Unfortunately, with Legacy now down, you've still got the problem of how on earth are you supposed to recover to perform. S8UL have dipped back into the center zone. They're not even around the edge anymore, so it's even harder to get a respawn. And Legacy and Alliance will be closing in on them from the north side.
Time is not in their favor. It's going to be tough, but I know they're going to try to get him on back. I'm still keeping my eyes out on how Alliance is going to cement themselves with their information to say, where do we want to play from? And with that pool, Dia, that opens a lot of doors.
And for some teams, specifically Gen.G, it means that a fight is brewing. We talked about how Gen.G really like to pick their fights as the zone closes. Crazy Thieves right ahead of them right now are going to be suffering from the brunt of that if they're not able to separate themselves. I love the altar ult that they lay down to get the whole team down a little further to the south, but the reality is still there. Gen.G and Crazy Thieves are on the same side of the ring as it closes, and when we look towards the center, we've still got Shopify Rebellion, we've still got Fnatic, we've still got Rock in great positions overall as the zone continues to move towards them.
Well, anytime Rock has an initial pull that goes straight towards them, they're almost guaranteed a top 3. The majority of their points so far from the series have come from placement. We talked about Alliance rotating on in, but when you pick up Zainu that quickly and Effect barricading in and just trying to assert that dominance, look for the full, claim your spot, keep the... Okay, that's fine. It was just a thirst.
I mean, Shopify Rebellion losing Zainu is a complete oversight, but finishing this fight still pretty difficult for Alliance. Shopify have a couple of ways out of this building, namely through the top of it. Alliance, I'm sure, would like the kills, but with Fnatic right here, can you afford to extend?
Fnatic are going to time this to perfection. So I love that Alliance are taking that moment to get those med kits off and make sure the push is perfect, because you're not going to be afforded to open the door for Fnatic. And as they push, they connect. Koifel back down. This is just such a cohesive engagement here, biting them off one by one.
In the stairs, too. I mean, Alliance get another kill served to them, and Shopify Rebellion have no choice but to exit this ring. Zap sits outside the building. Affected Unlucky are going to find him. He's gone. Shopify Rebellion, they're out.
Nah, Effect's not letting anyone get out there. This is what they were talking about earlier. Hackett and 2 fraggers. Effect and Unlucky are saying, don't worry, Hackett. I've got him, and Legacy S8UL's got you.
We're so back. We're so back. Where
back,
are
baby.
they right now? Taking a look, S8UL have moved up into Energy Bank to get that respawn. So they will be moving in on the same side of zone as we saw Gen.G moving through earlier. Sentinels still occupy the north side, and the crazy Thieves are picking a fight with Hotdog Mafia. Abralele falling for the 2nd time this game, but there's a trade back. Fnatic get involved, and Crazy Thieves down to 1.
And they really did dive dead center into a ton of powerhouse teams, which sure, that can work, or this can happen. And there's a good chance that as soon as someone grabs an angle from you, Fnatic has already done enough that they've wanted to do. They've put that pressure onto you. You're forced to heal. You're forced to use a lot of those resources. And just know that thriving in that environment is not going to be good.
Gen.G are getting a Mythic Crate right now. That's huge. Gen.G get a Mythic Crate spawning next to them on the eastern side of zone. Alliance, for their part, still playing in the back corner in the southwest of the ring, where ultimately we think this is going to go. Fnatic, FYR, Crazy Thieves, and Alliance all piled up into the same area. Gen.G, the furthest from that, still have a fight brewing with the fresh S8UL who have just dropped in. That is surely going to happen in the next few minutes.
9 lives, baby. 9 lives, and Fnatic just trying to survive against Alliance. Colonel Garcia, 1 HP, and it's just down to Yuka again. And when you're standing against Effect, it is so challenging in a 1v2 situation, but a quick reset here from Alliance turns their series around, which is exactly what they needed.
The starts of Alliance's fights are so explosive as well. It's never like, oh, we found somebody, we chase him down for a little bit, there's the knock, there's the slow finish to the fight. It is Alliance insta-knock a completely unsuspecting person and then convert on that. It is a level of locked in that Alliance really have over the rest of the lobby right now, and it's why, as you mentioned earlier, they are so often referenced as a group stage team. It's not because they start performing worse as the games go on, as the lobbies get harder. It is because compared to other teams at the start of the tournament, they're so much more ready.
Well, S8UL, this is going to be a fun journey. Let's hop on board and see what they're thinking about.
Place to win. There's this directly, like, ultimate low ground underneath my ping is, like, okay.
I think these buildings are fine. My ping.
Yeah, yep. You going there? I see. Yeah, it's much bigger. Landing in second.
Yeah, landing on the ping.
Nice.
Good.
Yep. Good.
Cool. Healing.
What's it do? From below. Not going up.
Look to destroy drone. I can't see it. It's 2 teams. If they fight us, it's kind of stupid.
Yeah, there's 3 teams. Team, like, buildings underneath as well. Like north builds.
Nice.
Finish destroyed.
Sitting right above us.
Yeah.
These guys are dying down here.
If we need to, directly under us is playable.
1 shot. Yeah. They're above big. An angle. We are just in the corner of my room. Okay.
Yeah.
Just care we get jumped on this zone probably. Team in this build as well.
What company's team on that building?
Watson. I don't know. I didn't see it.
S8UL are safe, and Team Mango are down. That is Alliance picking up even more kills. Note the position that S8UL went for here. Normally, they like to play really center zone. They have barely gotten themselves into a even zone-like position. They're still that much further, and because they are running Catalyst, they're in that much more of a tough position. Yes, you've always got the wall, but you really want to be saving Cat Wall for end games, for safe spots. S8UL, we could see them falling in this ring. If they're able to convert, though, we could just as well see them winning this game with a cat.
It's just tough when you've got Gen.G in your back and Aguaris. Oh, the punishment coming through. Nice opening damage, and Yanya left alone here to take down Citadel. The play's coming in, but guess what? They could escape from that as well. Looking for just an extra kill. If you can grab it, you get the points on in. But can we get the teammates back on up first? We must take down the rest. Hey, it happens. Sometimes you just get bamboozled, even though there's no Mirage and a Chow. Come on, 10 HP.
Ooh, back through the port as well. Yanya could do this. It's a shield swap
baby,
right
let's
now.
go. Oh, upstairs. You get the info. You just better him. It's Citadel Gaming. They're out of here. Oh, wait, Gen.G.
up on this.
Gen.G elsewhere. Still having some issues, but it's Asia last alive. The name that we always talk about, the connections at the hipfire. It's not there. Sentinels, baby. They're getting in the action.
This is the Sentinels that I like to see, and it is as the zone closes
we're not
once
done.
again. Men of Culture did try and get involved. That's another kill for Men of Culture, the duo. TMC gonna go down, but
we got 5 points.
You got what you came for. It's all
We got
good.
points on the board for Men of Culture, the dynamic duo. And with Crazy Thieves now looking to potentially get into one of their first major fights after early towards this late game, down to this final 12 squads. But it's going to be Metro. Can we hold down? Not when you've got shots. We're too far open here, and Phony with the swing.
Phony opening things up for Crazy Thieves. The man is on a mission.
No ammo, though. We need light. This feels familiar.
Sentinels are down. They are not the only ones. FYR Strays in a fight with Hotdog Mafia right now, as the Gaimin Gladiators could be next. Jen Burton's fighting. There are so many fights happening at the same time for Crazy Thieves, but right once again, by this pylon, Crazy Thieves have safety, and now they've got kills to go with it. RRQ will fall. SYRALE gonna be the ones to escort them out, and Alliance continue to farm. Alliance setting themselves up for perhaps a win, as SAUL, their last member, will fall to Rock.
All right, well, you keep the high ground, you keep the tension all on the remaining teams. You said Hotdog Mafia early on, just know that they have the circle. They can control that as long as they can take care of Fire Strays, who have been so consistent in the end game. For now, they're trying to say, where are they? You see Cersei just up ahead. Skittlecakes go ahead and connects with the ping, but Alliance, who are absolutely decimating the lobby. We have Unlucky almost on double digits. Bro has got 9 kills.
This is perfect for Alliance. Take a look at the minimap. They were split up until this very moment, but they do have someone sitting back, ready to pull people back through the altar portal if they go down. Alliance are making the most of their space, controlling as much of the ring as possible. Will REIGNITE, in the opposite way, have been forced into a corner and likely just aren't going to get to play Apex Legends.
Nah, they're just here to play video games, and it's not happening. Crazy Thieves taking up so much space. As soon as REIGNITE walks out, they just get sent back to the lobby. This is disgusting what Alliance is able to do. It's a shame that they've never actually gotten an ALGS trophy, because it looks like they came here and they're looking to claim one, but it's still just the first series of the day. And down goes ROC. A bit of an over focusing there forward, but it's all right because he's got the Void next.
Exactly. We see it as it happens. The setup for Alliance lets them overextend for these kills, and even when they get punished, they've got the safety back. Hotdog Mafia jump on the weakened Rock on the low ground, and now Hotdog Mafia are weak on the low ground. You know what that means. Alliance have reset, and Alliance are looking to take the win right now. That is a nice back away by the Hotdog Mafia, but it's not going to buy them enough time to reset.
It's really not. Rambo down and out. They're just looking for the finishing touches on Skittlecakes, and there we go. An Alliance win. Hackus, unlucky effect. Are they not one of our longest standing teams at this point that have played together for what, how many years?
Like, this was such perfect play from Alliance 19. In that end zone.
Okay. Can you guys just flex on them a little bit harder for us? All right,
One out of
get it.
every 3 players died to Alliance. That is if Legacy had to respawn like 6 times.
Maybe they were just feeding up now. You know, Legacy did go down to a couple different teams. It's totally fine.
I'm not flaming Legacy.
We really aren't. It's so unfortunate to try and regain when you're on E-District and there's just so many teams that live a long amount of time. But it was just brilliant Apex Legends out of Alliance, which is to be expected from Alliance.
Yeah, I mean, really curious. Going into the next match, we saw Alter be so powerful in this one, but she was the most picked Legend, and that means that the very same Alter that let Alliance pick up 19 kills in 1 game now gets taken out of the pool. It's the perfect time for Alliance, of course, to find that win in the way that they did. But if we look at the points off of this game, I mean, man, it is not even close. Hotdog Mafia, who had a very good game in their own right, still come nowhere close to touching the sun.
Yeah, like I'm okay with the 17 points out of Hotdog Mafia because they were pretty much sitting in zone and just poking at a lot of the teams that were surrounding them and trying to defend that turf for the end game performance. So you walk away with 9 placement points, but that 31 points from Alliance brings them to what, north of 40, which is great considering 31 of your 40-something points just came from one game. And all you need in a 6-game series is one powerhouse performance to pretty much secure yourself a decent pick when it comes to the POI draft for bracket stage.
Yeah, we really saw how Alliance controlling space turned into other teams not being able to make optimal decisions either.
You can't. You're reacting to what Alliance does.
Yeah, and when they have so much space, I mean, even down on the low ground, we saw Hotdog Mafia, of course, ended up sending it, but before that, it was Crazy Thieves fighting Rock.
Yes.
And that is not a space that you want to fight as either squad. Crazy Thieves have been sitting down there forever. They've got a pylon, but it is purely defensive for Crazy Thieves. And so now, with Alliance taking this win, they've proven, of course, that, as we all know, if you're tuning in now, they are a top-of-the-lobby team, but they actually take it to the top of the lobby, unseating Shopify Rebellion.
That's insane. Their damage diff from that game was they dealt 3,000 more damage than they took that game.
In one game?
Yeah, they're just that much better at that point. At least in match number 4. Who knows if they'll be able to maintain that consistency, but you did say group stage team. We've said that, but to the top of the series they go. Hotdog Mafia not looking too bad after that one as well. Shopify Rebellion, you're down a couple of points. ROC Esports still in it. Fire Strays as well, but for Gen.G, that was a taper. That was definitely a taper off.
Yeah, this is exactly the same sort of thing that we were talking about earlier, where Gen.G, they do like to play a lot more on the edge of Ring, and on E-District it can be that much harder. We'd anticipated it coming into this game, and in a way it is nice to see it play out because it reinforces exactly what Gen.G are good at and what they still in this tournament would like to work on.
I love kind of watching them like stretch it off. They're just like, yeah, we just did that, all right? You lock back in, and you think, okay, it's just another game. You get the strategies, you look at the POI drafts, you work with your team, and you're like, okay, now that we just lost Alter, which was such a critical part of how we were playing that game, we all know that Hackis is one of the most adaptable players when it comes to this game. And he allows basically Unlucky and Effect to go do their thing, to frolic around E-District, and to come back when they need to. And if it's not Alter, it's just going to be another legend in his wheelhouse.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't see it really changing the way that Alliance want to play fundamentally, because taking up space is a really fundamental part of Apex Legends. It's not something that only Alter enables, although she does make it that much better.
She really does. But honestly, I couldn't have asked for a better game to kick things off on E-District. Man, Alliance, a 31-point game. Quite possibly one of the biggest games that we've seen, at least on the main broadcast thus far. The Falcons might have challenged that, considering they were north of 70 points over on the B stage by what, how many games?
The 3 games, 70 points.
3 games?
Yeah.
God, that's disgusting. Okay, we get it, Falcons. Good thing I did have them for one of my picks. But alas, there you go. Well, guys, Sony InZone have been so powerful, all right? Sony InZone are powering the monitor and audio experience for the ALGS Year 5 champs. Lightning-fast OLED monitors and their lightweight wireless headsets give pros the tools to win.
Razor, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
They're fighting, okay? I'm
give me armor, give me armor.
Yeah, I'm giving you armor.
They're trading. What?
I'm gonna pee right altar.
I'm one lock.
Yeah, I can be.
Hey, pull.
Team back.
Yeah, two of them.
In the corner.
Where?
On me, here.
I'm going. Back one. Yeah, swing it. Good one, hit it. Last one. One. Yes, sir! Yes, sir! Holy shit!
Well, welcome back, everyone, to day one of the ALGS Year 5 Championship. It's really crazy to say that we're live here from Sapporo, Japan, bro, because Hokkaido, blizzards are happening. I've been walking around in the snow. I'm from Georgia, guys. It was like 70, 80 degrees Fahrenheit out there. I am struggling, but I haven't fell just yet.
Thank
you for looking out for me.
I'm happy. I wouldn't want to see you injured.
I'm getting old. I might break a hip, okay?
Even with all the snow out here, it is clearly more dangerous in here with what Alliance just did. I was looking at that endgame circle once again and watching the way that they're able to follow Hotdog Mafia. I'm really impressed with the restraint that we saw out of Alliance. A lot of teams that want to take up space don't have the same level of restraint when it comes to knowing what distance to play at, how far to commit to the fight, because Hotdog Mafia, they had an amazing idea.
They did.
Moving down onto the low ground, taking the altar port back.
The EMP that they threw down there as well. They look, hey, you hear the comm, they're trading. This is the perfect time for us to swing, but all it does is, sure, if you may get one of those points on the board, but you know in your heart that the team on top is about to take you down.
And we are back on board with that very same team on top, Alliance, as we start game number 5. They start things over at Boardwalk, surrounded by Legacy, SAUL, and Citadel Gaming. SAUL, funnily enough, starting things off at City Hall. Got a little bit unlucky in not just the ring, but in their game last time around. We'll see what this looks like now, as this first ring will be pulling us largely towards the southeastern side of the map. And second ring that you and I know, Tiff, is going to be moving us in towards Energy Bank.
Buckle up, guys. It's going to be a fun one. And this is one of the most interesting POIs that you can play around in an endgame situation. And this actually is going to be difficult for basically some teams that like to reap the map. And I'm talking about Gen.G, because it is so close to where they start from, up there in the north. And for a team that likes to play and kind of take everyone out on the outside, how can you do that when everyone loves to run towards Energy Bank? Sentinels already moving, teams like Fnatic hitting basically the balloon on out, hovering over draft point. They're going to be kind of walking straight in behind Wolves.
You know, I know that they didn't win last game. We sort of saw Crazy Thieves go out in the rock battle on the low ground, but Crazy Thieves are really an interesting team to look at on E-District, because statistically, this is their best map, at least Phony's, because they've come from different teams over the course of the year. But Phony's best map has been E-District so far. He averages placing at least around 8th or 9th, and that as an average is actually quite good. When we look at how this plays out in the long term, he ends up getting, I think it was around 4... I think it was that they got around 4th place on average when they played from Heights, which they
Men of Culture
are playing from.
Men
That's
of Culture
duo taking out Wolves?
You know what?
Nani?
It's fine. They've got more points, and that's all that matters. If you guys, Floating was talking about how, you know, he's playing with a different controller. He's going to get a Vecchi in tomorrow, right? Gets his basic travel on in, he'll join shortly. So they're just trying to basically stop the bleeding and acquire as many points as they can, so when they get their 3rd in for tomorrow's day, they can focus on getting a higher placement for a better POI draft.
I mean, it might have been unexpected, but it was certainly the definition of a Red Bull first strike. Men of Culture. And the Wolves elimination, and that's going to haunt them for a little while, especially with how excited people were about Wolves coming into today. It's not like they've been bottom of the leaderboard either, sitting at 11th right now, but it's our 5th game. We've got 1 game left. And Men of Culture, that's a team to look out for. Duo! What?
They're also running a Sparrow, which I love too. Like, you just have to get crafty if you're going to be a duo and go on the fire aggressive status for it. Let's see where we're going to be heading. We got Pana here. Tap it into the ring console. Give us that information. We need it because everyone's looking to get into Energy Bank, and the chokeholds that are in this position are so difficult. This is what I was telling you about, okay? Look, Gen.G, they want to fight on the outskirts. So where do they go from Lotus? What do? They go, all right, let's hail to the left, and they find Alliance.
Remember, watch Asia, though. Asia's health bar is depleted.
Asia's down.
And to me, that means that Alliance win this fight. Gen.G
I don't know.
are so Asia-centric. 2 down now, and Alliance hitting a res on high ground, uncontested. Zicky's out of there. If Asia falls, Gen.G they've got no way to start the fight, and certainly no way to finish it.
Okay, so all they have to do is basically go back to Lotus. But what have you noticed about Alliance? Anytime someone tries to take a fight for them, the first thing Alliance does is say, okay, well, if you're going to go running, I'm coming to hunt you. And essentially, we've sent one member of Alliance back to look for Zicky because they don't want to allow them a reset. They want to send them packing.
Gen.G have made a crafty exit up towards the north, but that is going to be spotted. Hacky's relentless in the pursuit, and Alliance have certainly got the numbers and the time around the edge of the ring to make sure that Zicky does not rest in any sort of peace and has no chance to get the rest of the team back in, heading into zone for this as well.
My favorite part about this is Effect doesn't even hit the thirst because he doesn't want them to be able to grab a craft of a banner. Like, you are so, I was going to say petty, but I love it.
It could be both things. One thing could be two things.
Deny those points. You're going to get them one way or another. But who knows? If Gen.G pulls off a brilliant reset here, the next thing you know, they get to fight from the outside on that crazy edge playstyle that they like to do. But that's only if you can survive this trio here.
Did Alliance really not hit the survey beacon earlier? I guess not, since they pinged it and are going for it. But pulling right out of that, as Gen.G will fall. A little bit too much damage on the evac tower. And they are our second team down. Gen.G, a little bit of hubris against the #1 team from last game, Alliance.
From one group stage team to another, Dia. Look, if you're going to deny them points here in this series and that momentum that they had off their initial win early on, this is great because it's all about bracket stage and getting there with the best quality that you can handle. In RRQ, you're in 19th place overall with 2 games left. You've got 1 player down, the pings are coming through. Can we afford a res out into the open, or will the re-ping come through? Fnatic just across the way, you have ROC just inside of Energy Bank, but you're isolated here for now. Just keep that lookout moving.
I wonder if Alliance are going to wait by... No, not negative rotating. Just taking a look at the mini-map right now so I can share with everyone. I was wondering if they were going to end up hanging out in the red to try and get a ring scan. And actually looking up in the north, it seems that that might be what they're doing. Getting the next ring information. We've seen evac tower goes down, and that means they have left their catalyst behind to know now that we are going to the south side of Energy Bank, where we see FYR Strays playing just around the outside. They've got a good shot at finding a nice place in zone. I am noticing, however, that there are other teams hugging the edge of ring who could get information. Boogie Boarders, notably, could rotate their way into a ring console and then get advanced information on setting up towards the south side.
Oh, we're in a tough position here. You've got 1 player down, you're forced to hit the Valkyl, and even with that, you've got the Bocek looking to connect. And with how many teams that are basically surrounding this area, this is an interesting negative rotate because there's still 1 squad out here, and as soon as the reset comes on in, you're just opening that target on your back to essentially the Boogie Boarders.
Legacy are going to be moving out in the same direction as we just saw the solo of REIGNITE move. Moving on to the Boogie Boarders side, as you just mentioned. Now, Legacy, their move out here isn't forced, and I have to imagine that it is more of a gatekeeper angle, a preemptive clearing of their backs by playing this building that allows them to guard both of these chokes. Should you see Boogie Boarders or REIGNITE start trying to move through, it is Legacy's job to put a quick end to that.
Yeah, it's going to be challenging because there's only so many different places you can approach into Energy Bank, and a lot of teams have already kind of set themselves in a position where they're controlling that area. Shopify Rebellion, they're hailing from the south. You've got Sentinels and SYRALE up there on the northern side, basically gatekeeping Fnatic. Crazy Thieves, well, they've got a nice position, but ROC Esports. This is going to be interesting considering they've made it into the top 3 of this series. And with 2 games hanging on that, you've got to be able to jump up 12 more points onto Alliance. So you are basically preying on the downfall of Alliance in this game.
I mean, they could even make it happen. ROC and Alliance are going to be on the same side of the ring. Hackis should know that, given the amount of survey beacons that they've been able to hit in the last few minutes.
Oh, Citadel on the move here. Relatively quiet since their initial pop-off game. Would love to see a nice setup here, but I do want more from them here. But we talked about REIGNITE moving on to the out for a reset, and Boogie Borders effectively seeing, hey, they're going to reset. They're down on quality. We need to hunt this. This could be the potential for 3 free kills.
I remember Legacy are hearing this, not moving out to punish. Boogie Borders have moved so far up north that it's basically impossible for anyone to take a look at third-partying this. REIGNITE will go down. Unfortunate for them, but Boogie Borders' position now up to the north is so much safer because they have the flexibility of moving through this choke or going around the outside and picking more isolated fights there.
Yeah, I was curious if you thought this was optimal or not, because sometimes when you do get kind of bloodthirsty, you start that chase, you overextend, and you find yourself so far out, and you're like, yeah, this isn't really where I actually want to be, because then you find yourself getting basically poked at from Fnatic. You've run down towards Crazy Thieves, and Citadel have moved in to such a nice position. Sure, you've got a duo nearby, but you can fence this up. You can control the space. You've got Seer on the squad. I actually like this composition that they're running this late into the game.
Right now, taking a look at this next map, we just talked about Citadel. Let's take a look at how far they've got to go. I am also noticing Legacy getting the Mythic crate here. Big power spike for them. And Crazy Thieves just off to the north. Absolutely a team to watch. They can engage with Legacy. They can play for Team Mango's building. Crazy Thieves do not have ring information, but they do have first move in this situation.
They also have information on the team that just got the Mythic bin, and they're immediately saying, okay, well, let's go look. We're basically sitting here, paused on the portal, trying to challenge Yanya. Fona, this could have been big, but you do lose out on the armor. Forced to retreat, but that's okay. You've got Verpulse kind of anchoring on the back. A very bare triple take there, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm amazed by the fact that you know, a couple of seasons ago, you wouldn't really see Phony playing entry frag, and if you said that Phony was on a team with Verhulst and Jen Burton, you still wouldn't expect him to be trying to entry frag, but on the Wraith, he makes that play.
He can get information, right? That he's basically gathering that for the squad. And for Boogie Borders, we were talking about their position and which would they decide. Are they going to the north? No, we're rotating all the way to the south. So is that going to happen? Are you going to choose the way of Fire Strays, or are you taking Shopify Rebellion? Choose your opponent.
Using the Valk ult so early on, they basically have committed to a fight with Shopify or Fire, like you said. The decision between those two, not an easy one either, because the ring is going to start closing, and that really denies you the time, the leisure of seeing who you can take down, where more damage lands. Fire Stray is really putting on the pressure as well. Cersei's got port, has plenty of mobility on the Wraith to move up a little bit, but is going to use this defensively to get away from the Arcstar.
Respectable, right? It gives you the positioning of where they need to be. Enemy on the G7 Scout. You know, he didn't connect a lot of those shots, but he still did enough to rip off and basically go for flesh. Now, Crook and Enemy, they've been playing together on some roster back in like 2020, so we know that they have the duration. They've basically grown up together, and sure, they've had different stints on different rosters, but it's been so interesting to watch the dynamic there. Another dynamic that I'm curious about, ROC Esports.
Yeah, ROC are really on the edge of ring right now. They've got a couple teams they can fight. I'd love to hear the decision-making tree from ROC as we approach this next ring.
If you guys go over here right now and play the portal, they can't take it back.
Okay, I'm locked up right now. Where's the port?
Right here. I don't know where the third guy is. I see 2 here.
Might be Crypto Invis.
Vex, you need to be careful.
Are you with me, Deets? Are you with me?
Yeah, I'm with you, Sauce.
Where the fuck's the port?
Right here, take it back now.
I'm me. What? Yep. Maggie Bowling.
Do that. Crypto, turn above you guys.
Money.
Crypto, turn above you guys. Is there?
Hey, broke it.
I broke it. Careful on you. Braxy, he's 110.
I'm sending.
He's set off east.
Yeah, right here.
One nice.
Nice.
Careful right,
I'm
careful right.
I think got pads.
Good. We gotta work in the console. That's our walk-in.
Yeah.
I don't know, the comms sound good, Dia. Rock Esports, they're firing on some cylinders here, and they make light work of SYRALE. Even with Ayanaga trying to get out, there's not much space for you to go through when you've got riot drills that are able to hunt you down from behind that cover.
Yeah, picking such a quick fight is critical, and oh my lord, that Sky-Nay Legacy and Crazy
explosions.
Raccoons right next to each other, and the quick fight is something the Legacy have certainly taken note of.
Overholst. Oh no, that's not what we want to happen for the Crazy Thieves. But for Legacy, they are on the prowl. We've seen Yanya Niazel and Jaguares put up some massive games in the later stages of a series, and they're just warming up.
And take a look at this position. Mythic Crate was picked up for Legacy. They've got gold weapons. They've also got high ground on the next ring. This fight very well could have determined the game and should certainly be securing at least a top 3 for Legacy if they're able to hold on to the spot. Crazy Thieves still technically in this?
Yeah, true, but you still have Alliance and Shopify Rebellion, and they have been waiting, biding their time on that southern side, letting basically the rest of the lobby kind of do the work for them. Alliance, they're comfortable where they at, and Rock Esports, definitely not, despite a brilliant listen that we just had from them. They faltered, and Crazy Thieves, can we at least get Phony up? We do.
That's big.
Oh, I don't know.
Legacy would sure like to finish this.
This
Are they
hurts.
going to be able to? We'll take a look as Legacy start things off right. One left and nowhere to go. Verholst's trapped in a corner, and Legacy are going to collect another couple KP. Men of Culture and Shopify Rebellion going down at the same time as Alliance start to pick up steam.
We thought that was going to happen. You can't have that many powerhouses on the south, and Gaimin Gladiators to a solo we go. This is looking towards the northwestern side of things, and S8UL, who have basically been finding their form, look to add a couple more kills to their tally.
Sentinels, Gaimin Gladiators gone. S8UL now one of the last teams to be playing out of the center of Energy Bank. They will be looking down on teams like Hotdog Mafia, Mango, and Fnatic. Hotdog Mafia playing underneath this bridge should be safe for the next zone and could easily place top 4 from here.
Look, I'm not gonna lie, that game, the first game on E-District, they took that to heart when Legacy kept going down. They said, don't worry, we're writing your name, we're coming straight back for you. And Fnatic, who have been lurking around that mid-pack, just need to find a pop-off moment. And instead they found themselves in the dead center of Circle, but it allows them to use this 30-30. They've got the Bruiser on deck, and they've got angles on so many teams.
Did you see what I saw? Legacy have moved up towards the north, up towards RRQ. Boogie Borders are still up on high ground in the eastern side of Energy Bank, but now, before we were looking at Legacy Crazy Raccoon or Crazy Thieves, we need to be looking down at the Legacy Boogie Borders fight, because if Legacy leave Boogie Borders here, Boogie Borders have so much space.
Boogie Borders looking real nice if you can control the entire eastern side of that next circle. But does Alliance let you get away from something like that, right? You've got a couple of things going on here, and Hackers is going to essentially try to control this. You drop the wall, you get a clean rotation, you cut off the angles from the rogue member of Hotdog Mafia who's returning back towards the center. But Legacy, everything rides on you from this position with S8UL.
And then they know it now. Legacy just saw Boogie Borders walk up and take the high ground away from them. There's no way back from this, and for Fnatic, there may be no way forward. Nice turnaround from Live Lace.
Do we get out? Do we get a shield swap? No! The trolls under the bridge of Hotdog Mafia send Fnatic packing in map number 5. We talked about Alliance. We talked about Boogie Borders. I told you, you cannot leave Alliance in a lobby and think that you can control a side of the circle, because this is what they do. And now that they're the only team on this eastern side, they'll have a clean reset. Team Mango, Hotdog Mafia, and Citadel are just going to take themselves out. And Hackers is going to sit on the other side with the bow check and just hit it.
I can't believe they took that. I can't believe that they took this position. Alliance,
shocked?
Alliance now on high ground. I mean, Boogie Borders, they should be able to defend in theory. But now Alliance face-to-face with Mango, who are trying to take the high ground. They've got a couple decisions to make. Citadel and Hotdog Mafia, they got their own problems, though. Hotdog Mafia are right underneath Citadel, shooting at Mango right now. Inevitably, these two teams that are stacked on top of each other will have to fight, though. And by inevitably, I mean in around 11 seconds.
Okay, I'm not, hear ya. Citadel Gaming poking onto Team Mango. Mango was just basically looking to wrap around onto Alliance to see if they could find a pick. And with that crossline from the triple take, they can't do that. They're sent back to the north. So now we're just going to have Citadel and Hotdog Mafia fighting. Team Mango is going to full send them. And then Alliance just swoops in and takes it.
Then they just win the game. From here, surely that's what happens. We'd need another ingenious play from Hotdog Mafia to turn that around. Citadel Gaming limited in their options, limited in their ability. Watch how Alliance are again trying to take up as much space as possible, pairing Affected Unlucky together, letting Hacky's anchor. And this time, with Alliance having the catalyst, they always have the ability to stall as well. Seer Silence, not going to catch them.
Oh, we're going to have information for days. Skittlecakes and Rambo, the only two on the low ground. Okay, that can definitely be sought out, but it'll help for now. Effect still looking for an angle. Plenty of resources, but that Maggie Riot Drill is going to hurt. Team Mango already dealt with. We're down into the final three. At least we're getting placement points because Hotdog Mafia moved into third. They've been kind of sleeping through this initial start of the series, and now they're emerging into the top three.
Looks like he took a bigger Riot Drill, so doesn't have the ability to hold that for a little bit more time. Citadel still playing on top of Hotdog Mafia, trying to make the play for the high ground for the win. That's going to get fenced off. Alliance still trying to make their way in. Nice shots by Kaisha, shuts down Albenbow. And Alliance now fighting for low ground. They're going to try and make the same push up onto Citadel. Too many angles onto Unlucky, but Effect flanks from the other side. Effect!
Oh my god, Effect just hanging in there, but it's not enough. We said that they should walk in and take it, but Citadel still has two. Citadel and Hotdog Mafia looking to claim victory, and it's Remix Powers on top, shooting fish in a barrel. And we take it. We lie in wait. We answer back for our earlier success and cement our scores. We were outside the top 5 after that with 28 points. What does this win do for us? You know you're guaranteed at least 12 placement points, so at least 40 would put you, north of top 5.
That end zone pull really changed how the last ring played out. Citadel working very well to control the high ground. I'm really surprised to see how they were able to not just hang on to that, but hang on to it against multiple teams with Hotdog and Alliance pushing onto them. I figured that they were going to at least give up a little bit of the high ground, but no.
Ooh, so my favorite thing is when I say, this is what effectively should happen, right? Yeah. And then another team just says, okay, bet. Yeah. Watch me prove you wrong. That's my favorite thing, all right? And Citadel Gaming, you posed for that picture because you guys just did that. You took down a team that we were basically hyping up that had put down a 31-point game, and you answered back with a 21-point game of yourself. 2,000 damage differential, throwing down. It may not have been the easiest start for you in match number 5, but this sets you up for such nicely when you move into that final match today.
Yeah, a great, fantastic defense on the high ground. Watching the Hotdog Mafia push that was actually pretty well executed as well, trying to make their way up through the zip with the Wraith portal. Citadel shut that down so quickly, and Alliance, quickly followed, moving up onto the high ground, or trying to, with that very same zip line. Citadel played through the center of Energy Bank for this. They were really heavily zone focused this game, and even with that, they managed to pick up 9 kills, joining the likes of Alliance, who, though they finished third, managed to match kills at least.
I do love the last 2 matches that we've seen from Hotdog Mafia onto E-District. It's proven really well for them. Obviously, their strategy to get into that end game, despite some hellacious pulls that we've seen, right? It looks like it's shoring up, so the teams that are on the west side of that circle at Energy Bank, it's going to be great for them. No, it's not. It pulls towards the other side, and you're like, all right, it's fine. We'll make it work regardless. But here's the series results as they run. Alliance, 62 total points, 31, half of their score from one game in particular, match number 4. That's great, boys. You're doing good things here in Apex. Citadel Gaming, after that win, 49. Hotdog Mafia, I told you, kind of underrated here. They've been floating under the radar, just kind of skating through, but that's not a skating through performance.
No, this is a fantastic performance from Hotdog Mafia. I think they've got a lot to be proud of today. They've been really ingenious about the way they try and approach things. Call it the altar portals from last game, the Wraith portals from this one. They are thinking outside the box, and it has net them a top 3 so far with 1 game left to go.
Can you believe it? 1 game left in our first series of the Year 5 ALGS champs. I don't even know how this day is going by so far. I know we've got the other side stage going on. I can't wait to hear what's going on with that. But for now, Alliance, they're pretty powerful. But you also, when you show up like that in a first series, you put the massive target on your back, and everyone is going to be VOD reviewing, looking to take you down in a further series, though, Dia.
I don't want to say I'm scared for Alliance. I'm really not. I think they're fine.
It's fine. I talked about the side stage. I'm so curious to hear how it's going. Lace, what's happening over there?
Lace here, it's day number 1 for the ALGS champs here in Sapporo. I am, of course, standing in the Fan Fest zone, where there's way more things that you can do than just collect ALGS swag bags. You have yourself a little Eki passport where you can go around to different stations, collect about 5 of them, and you can get yourself a sweet little prize. We're actually standing here at one of our first stations. It's the Nessie Origami station. Right behind me, I have a fair few fans who are creating their perfect little origami, whether it be a Nessie, whether it be something like a paper aeroplane. That's probably all that I could make. They are sort of using their phones to guide them through it, but you guys too can head down here and create your own origami. The first 3,500 people who do so and also collect all their stamps will actually get themselves a sweet little prize.
All right, Lace, man, that fan zone is so fun. I know Dia and I were running over there before. Basically, the premise zone was even open, and we were kind of spectating, seeing what the setups looked like, and I love how many interactive... Did you ever finish your origami Nessie?
No, I'm halfway through my origami Nessie. I have currently an origami triangle.
Great, Dia. That's so awesome of you. Hopefully you can get that origami Nessie finished at some point today. If not, you know what? It's fine. I'll go.
There's always tomorrow.
There is always tomorrow, hopefully. So I was collecting stamps. I think I've got 2 of my stamps done. I saw the crazy Thieves setup, which looks super fun. It's kind of retro, bright colors, but we have so many orgs with their booths and a ton of really sick merch. So maybe your favorite team is here and you're out here in the Premise Dome. Go check it out. Go support your teams, because you've got to show your love for those favorite rosters.
And while you are supporting your teams, we've got food.
Yeah, we do have food. It smells great.
I was so hungry this morning, walking through and smelling all the food. You can support your teams and your tummy at the same time. And hey, speaking of supporting your team, we're watching how Alliance have been able to do that in comparison to Gen.G. And I think what's really important about this is the swingy nature of Gen.G. Check out that first place, followed by the rest.
I was going to say this is very Shopify Rebellion of them, because Shopify Rebellion is so hot and then they kind of falter off. Gen.G though, that 25-point game, sure, that can get you through a lull in 1 or 2 other matches in that first half. But we need to see that performance in this second set here on E-District. It has to happen, because if not, you're going to keep on dropping into this leaderboard, which is not that momentum that you're looking for. And it puts a lot of pressure on you as a team when you get so much hype in international scrims, which basically, guys, you're just looking to limit test rotations and kind of feel your comfort out on different legend comps. You really can't take those to heart, because once you get to LAN, you lock onto this stage, everyone plays completely different.
Yeah, and I think that this is something that comes with the territory for Gen.G. If you are going to play this aggressive edge of ring style in the way that Gen.G do, that takes the slower pace of ring as well, that isn't nearly as proactive, realistically, yes, you are going to pick off a lot of teams. You are going to find yourself some excellent positions, and sometimes that is just not going to happen, especially on maps like E-District that naturally go against the flow of that very same playstyle. Being at the top level of Apex means being adaptable and being able to do what you do best at the highest level. Gen.G are certainly able to perform, but realistically, you're still coming into today going, yes, probably a weaker map for them, where Storm Point, on the other hand, probably much better.
Also true, but when when you see that head-to-head and you're looking at Alliance and their total damage for the series thus far at 16.3k, you look to Gen.G, who has almost 12k. That's about a 4,000 difference. But where that puts them on the leaderboard is 7 positions and 32 points. So we see it's a very similar damage, right? You would think that they're higher, at least into the top 5 for Gen.G, but Alliance, they're using that damage to the most efficient way possible because they're actually getting the kills, whereas Gen.G is just a powerhouse fighting on the edge, but it's just unfortunate that they haven't been able to make that happen here and play the playstyle they enjoy coming from Lotus when that circle is basically centered up below them.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see why they put so much priority on this map on getting a good position, because you do need to shore that up, how your playstyle compares to the rest of the lobby. In City Hall, I think that honestly, on paper, Gen.G could have had a much better game, but running straight into Alliance, it hurts. And part of this comes down to the macro of things, and the other part of it comes down to the macro, which is knowing what teams are landing where, how their play styles are going to compare with yours, and picking the direction where you are fighting teams that you know you are stronger than, and not the team that just won the last game.
Yeah, and I love that you're like kind of highlighting that, because Alliance did get that first POI draft pick, right? They pick up Boardwalk immediately, and Gen.G, they go second. They lock in the Lotus and they say, this is where I want to start from. And as we kind of gear up for our final game here, that just goes to show you the next team that actually locked in an E-District POI didn't happen until 12th pick, and that was Gaimin Gladiators. And we really haven't even been talking about Gaimin Gladiators. They're not having a bad performance. They're sitting in 11th place right now with 23 points, with just a lot of room for improvement. You have a 20-point game, you're talking, you're already up there close to that top 5. Oh, there's Papa Gen. We see you, Papa Gen.
And he sees us. I don't think I have.
Have you seen him yet? I know you
no,
arrived late.
I'm trying to think, is there an event that I haven't seen him at? And I think the answer is no. I think he's been at every event.
We love supportive families, okay? Let me just tell you. When you're in the hotel and the players are vibing and you see their parents, most oftentimes the parents come up, they're like, hey, how are you doing? We're so excited to be here. Let me tell you all of the things that we've been working on. And it's just the stories that you get to hear. We always have those content pieces where the parents start to speak from them, and it's so wholesome. So wholesome.
If you think about it, how surreal is that, right? If at some point your child becomes a professional player in Apex Legends, at any point, it must be crazy to go into an arena where everybody loves the game, of course, but everybody's also there to see the best Apex Legends possible and to support your favorite person in the whole world. And these are the amount of people that come out to watch some of the incredible plays that take place on this stage. We've had some fantastic games so far today. Like you said, that last one coming up in just a few seconds, but now we'll get to see who actually ends up taking the crown in game number 6 and ultimately determining the fate of this entire lobby, of which Alliance is currently on top.
Would you say that Psycho looks a bit stressed back there?
I think Psycho has looked stressed during the course of today. We ran into him this morning, like you said. He looked stressed then, he's stressed now. It is terrifying to know how much potential Rock has, and as a coach, to really feel and analyze all of the different parts where you see that falling apart. It is a coach's job to go, what are our weak links? And I think that we really see that with Psycho on each team, but especially on Rock right now, knowing how close they are to the top, and yet what those small differences are that can deny them a win.
It's all... I like look at this and I'm trying to analyze the players as they're sitting and locked in. You've got Vax on here and like, what I would kill to be able to hear what your brain is thinking about right now. Because you're sitting here waiting for that last game of the day, and you know that you're sitting somewhere in a pretty good position on that series overall, and you just have to lock it in for one more game.
Here's the thing, is Rock has actually performed pretty well today. Yeah. One of the unfortunate parts of being a professional player in Apex Legends is that unless you're getting first place, it can feel like a loss. And that's one of the things that is really beneficial about other teams that have actually managed to pick up a win today, notably Citadel, who, have managed to place fantastically, winning that last game. won a game on Storm Point and on E District as well. That gives you so much confidence, so many good vibes, and importantly, the actual sense that you're accomplishing something.
So the way I look at it, if you're netting a win on Storm Point, you're netting a win on E District, and you're very strong in the way that you've done it. The both wins that they won, it was so easy at the end. It was almost as if they just came to them. So they're just locking in their 12 placement points. And what this says to me is that when they lock into a match point finals lobby, that those statistics for them to be able to close something out, especially with the teams like Alliance, Crazy Thieves, these heavy hitters in your lobby, you could possibly do it out on Sunday. Just saying.
Yeah, when we get to match point finals, that is always one of the biggest stats that I like to look at is, I mean, yes, everybody wins a game, or a lot of people win a game, but how often are you able to do that? And especially from what place? Citadel's win conversion is going to be something that's considered, as is everyone's, of course. Actually, one of the teams that I've been talking about a lot today, I noticed something really interesting about them. It was Rock that have such a fantastic ability to convert on wins, but have a really difficult time making it up to them. If, say, Rock's top 10 percentage is much lower than the rest of the Americas, Rock's top 10 to 5 percentage also much lower than the rest of the Americas, Rock's 5th to 1st place conversion rate, 50% the highest in the Americas region.
And yet we haven't seen a win just yet. Of course, it's just our first series of the main broadcast that we've seen thus far with them in, and that's okay, right? But what we're looking at in particular is how they perform when that circle doesn't pull towards them. We've had 3 games thus far on the day out of our 5, where I'm not going to say they've been gifted a circle, but it's been so close to them, and because they rotate so quickly to play that zone, they're already putting themselves up in top 5 contention just based on that level of rotation.
I think one of the interesting things that's kind of gonna haunt me about last game as well. I want to take a look back at the VOD. Is what on earth was going on with Legacy in those last couple of moments? We saw Legacy give up their spot to Boogie Borders. We saw Alliance then take out Boogie Borders, but ultimately playing for the high ground outside of Energy Bank is so good. I mean, I'm still looking at this and going, yes, Citadel played very well, but it's not a textbook win position. Like you said, we made our predictions. I was really thinking that high ground was going to convert well. A top 2 position is fantastic, but high ground from a textbook position is where you want to be. And Legacy, I think, a little bit, I'm certainly not on the same page as me, but losing what they could have had. I think you look at last game and go, okay, now that we've seen the end of that, how do we play things differently? Do we play under the bridge? Do we push Hotdog Mafia? Do we try and just hold on to our spot that actually had a lot of good things going for it?
Well, there's a lot of things when you look at different... Okay, there's a lot of teams when I do my research. APAC North in particular, this is not an APAC North team, but there's something of the way in their culture of how they play, and it's with their IGL. You live and die by those IGL calls to eliminate any conflicting environment, right? So maybe they can look at that call and say, okay, later that call from Legacy wasn't the right call, but we still believed in our IGL at that point that we were going to just full send it regardless. And you make those changes later. It's the group stage. This is where you can kind of flex on things and just not only have fun, but it's literally the first series. We're just trying to get comfortable with how these teams are playing on LAN, what different choices we're seeing. And we know this squad is great. They're fantastic. They've put up crazy numbers in Game 6 situations to lock in. And, you know, they could do it. Also, I love the smiles. I love the vibes.
I mean, keeping vibes high is really important. Actually, it's funny that we come off of Legacy and then are thinking about what a team that's just having a good time looks like, because Legacy are one of those more emotional teams, as their coach pointed out when I was speaking to him yesterday. And Amigo was like, yeah, I mean, realistically, we're feeling really good about our chances, but we do have to stay in a good mood, and I am hoping that after last game, they're able to do exactly just that. Our 6th and final game. Beginning just now, Tiff. A and B, starting off with our winners of last game, Citadel Gaming, still currently sitting 2nd in the overall leaderboards.
It's wild that they've won 2 games and got 24 placement points attributed to those 2 wins, and they're 2nd. In the leaderboard. That just goes to show you how great that one game from Alliance was for them. Now, if you want to basically eclipse the top of the leaderboard and unseat Alliance from that position, you need to have one of the best games of the day right now. So just win again. Why not?
Just win again. Simply win again.
Just be better.
Why
Get a
would you not?
50% win rate for the first series of the day, my boys.
Well, I mean, honestly, this is a pretty good argument for why that might be a little bit more difficult. Granted, Citadel are still pretty close to this ring. SAUL, though, you could not ask for a better ring on paper. A zone team gets a zone on their face in the last game. This could be SAUL's chance to move on up the leaderboard that they have been slowly slipping down through the course of the day. Currently sitting in 12th. They could move themselves into the top half right now. Legacy right next door. Maybe a little bit more of an awkward zone for them, as they do like to play more around the edge of the ring. Gen.G, yeah, also awkward. And the Gen.G have a ring console. They're not even going to use it. They're going to insult me by not even using the ring console. But Alliance have one, and Alliance,
they use what they can get. They take everything, and it doesn't matter what it is. They take your life in game, they take the information, they keep moving forward. But when I think of E-District, this is the specific zone that immediately comes to mind, because how many times have we seen a circle basically hover over City Hall? But a lot of people, they're hedging their bets that it's not going to land directly on the kind of that trio building right there where SYRALE had been on that map feed. They're playing north of that. And Alliance, they're kind of doing some of the same, right? Alliance, they're kind of doing some of the same, right? We just saw Gaimin Gladiators move in just ahead of them. But this bridge gives you the info that they want.
And honestly, like this is a perfect play style decision from both teams. Unlucky's walking up to this. I mean, I guess he does his, does effectively have purple shields, and if he is able to win this fight, it's free kills. Effect's moved up as well.
He's got the wrecking ball. Don't throw in the building, or do. I do love when people get a little messy with it. You've got the riot drill, and it'll essentially burn their feet from above. Your dynamic duo, and Hackus kind of hanging down from the back, making sure that if they need a reset, if something doesn't go their way, the tough part about this building is the moment you come on out, Wolves! Wolves moved in. They're gonna blow the house down.
I can't believe Wolves moved so quickly.
Look at Hackus, he's getting run down by No Name. That's gonna hurt.
This is really, really rough for Alliance. They do have the chance to recover. I think they've got one that managed to make it out.
Yanya portaled over there and just went for the full onto Hackus. I did see a wall go down, and I do believe that Alliance is on the run, but for now, Fire strays in 7s. When they were in the top 3, difficult situation for them as Boogie Borders have moved in. You drop the wrecking ball, but you don't have high ground, and Raki just looking to hit this. Can you withstand? No, you can't, and Boogie Borders put 3 on the board.
Yeah, nice moves from Boogie Border. That is our first strike onto FYR Strays, and the first 3 KP being picked up by Boogie Borders. I am amazed at what we just saw. So when we had Alliance sitting on top of the bridge and SAUL in the building, my first thought was, wow, so nice that we're setting up for endgame like this.
You think that's what they're really going to do, set up for endgame?
I guess not. I guess not. They're even struggling for mid-game right now. They don't have hockeys.
Effect and Unlucky, though. We want to get Hackus back into the game, and there's not a lot of options for them to run through, but let's take a look at how the Boogie Borders just basically worked through. Panna, you've got the coverage here, you've got the angle, and Raki just kind of moves in on top of them. You already have 2, you've got the knockdowns, you're trying to play around it, but to be able to make something happen when you're surrounded is tough. But it's an honorable last stand.
Yeah, and you really see the power of high ground there, being able to retain that and decide when you take the engagement and when you do not. RRQ do take down effect, but it is just effect. The rest of Alliance still up.
You say the rest.
The rest, yeah.
Sure,
the
it's just
one
unlucky.
remaining member.
It's unlucky on a catalyst. So it's not like we're gonna have crazy movement to just say, I'm getting out. You do have your wall on deck if you need it, but most of the people have already committed to moving towards City Hall, so you shouldn't have any real contention on the south side of things. And as I say that, think of where Shipyard Arcade was. We've talked about Rock Esports all day. They're a Sown team, but this is going to be one of the longest courses of travel for them. They're going to be late to this circle, but they might find a boon along the way.
There's no crafter at Blossom. There's no crafter at Neon Square. Going south, the closest crafter is at Street Market, and I'm sorry, I don't think you lived through this. Rock are right here. Surely Rock turn around?
Oh,
Rock?
yeah.
Do they turn around? No, they don't.
Okay. but they're focused on their position, right? They love getting into zone and playing from there. They know what's going to happen here. You have one solo. They see it, they call it out. They're already looking to say, do we negative rotate yet again and run this down? And honestly, it looks like they might. But
I would do it.
You throw a little shiny object in front of me, of course I am. And Boogie Boarders, after that engagement that they had with Fire Strays, they're feeling confident.
Oh my god,
Wait,
they just hit the respawn, but Rocka right on top of them. That is 1 and likely 2, 3 kills going to Rock.
And you know, then you just sit and wait to see if Hackus and Effect and Alliance can hold on to the top of the leaderboard, because Sauce, he's feeling pretty saucy here with this one.
There's no way Sauce goes down. There's no way Sauce goes down. Alliance are gone. We don't have a Red Bull double strike, but if we did, that would be it. Oh mama, Rock being right on top of that.
Those are when you want to hear the comms of when the decision came through of, do we go ahead and take this? We need as many points as we can towards the end, because you look at where they are. They were at 40-ish points, okay? And now you take down the team at the top of the leaderboard. You throw down a 25, 30-point game. It's possible. We saw Alliance with a 31 earlier. This could be your series. Yes. And I predicted them, so I'm rooting for them.
Yes, Citadel just saw that leaderboard and went, huh? We actually might be able to do this. I mean, from 50 to 62 points, yeah, that's a win, but it could also be a third place with a couple of kills. Citadel have got this as a possibility. Rock as well with that elimination, as you say, could make their way up to the top, but it is going to cost a lot of kills on the way there. Rock are going to need to fight teams like Citadel, teams like RRQ, and teams like Shopify Rebellion, who are all through the south side zone.
Well, Phony on the Wraith, this allows him to get out, right? And essentially portal around, but Asia was hunting him down. But dropping straight into the portal allows him to get the frag to cover that. So even if Asia does take it, he's providing that bit of resistance to say, I'm going to deny you that initial few seconds that you need, but you're split. So what do? We drop as much info. We try to bring the Bang ult down. You've got Verholz now isolated. Genbert's even hanging out. So by isolating Crazy Thieves, this is still really tough, guys. I'm not gonna lie. At least they didn't choose 100 raccoons. Do you choose 100 raccoons or one person? Could you take down 100 raccoons, Dia?
I don't think I could.
I don't think so either. They're pretty resourceful and scary.
I am one of those people who's like, oh, you know, like if there's like a big dog or something, I feel like I could do it. But 100 raccoons, bro? I don't think I could take 5. And I certainly couldn't take the Crazy Thieves in this game. So in terms of things that I couldn't take, Crazy Thieves is one, 100 Raccoons is another. They had good choices on both sides.
I believe so. But Boogie Boarders, right? They could have had that big fight in the south with Shopify Rebellion. They kind of waved that white flag. They go their separate ways. Shopify Rebellion chooses to rotate up the western side. They choose the east. And even after being pushed out of position by Gen.G, Crazy Thieves are now just ahead of Boogie Boarders, who now have that information.
Unfortunately, Boogie Boarders don't have a whole lot of high ground. Crazy Thieves could easily gatekeep this. We'll see if that Skynade finds any purchase. Bang ult defensively going to be thrown down. Let's take a listen in with Crazy Thieves, see how they navigate this fight.
You got any else, Greg?
Yep.
I'm sure that's nice here.
Barely no one's over here.
That Maggie, I think. Maggie Bang, something. They're shooting someone,
I don't see
right?
anyone high. I don't see anyone at all.
Yeah. I'm with.
Okay. I think they're shooting Evan. Front me.
This gun.
Yep.
Front me! Look!
I need you.
Serious,
I'm bowling!
Need fight.
Yep.
Batting.
Yep.
Too close.
Fuck me.
That hurts. And I say this with my whole heart because it was a very reactive play. Because they got run down and essentially forced to go across. Shopify Rebellion, who had already chosen to rotate away from Boogie Boarders, but Boogie Boarders pushes them straight into the open arms of Shopify Rebellion. You hear that. Phony is making the call. We fight. But you look up from where Jen Burton is basically standing. We've already crossed through the Catalyst wall. We have impaired vision. We just get gunned down. And you sit there and you're like, what the hell just happened?
I mean, we see the power of first of all, a team not seeing you coming, but then if High Ground and if Seer as well, Shopify Rebellion had basically every card stacked in their favor. They didn't have the full attention of the Crazy Thieves, and now they've got 3 KP added to their tally for this game. Could even make a run for first place, much like we were talking about Rock earlier. You know that there's going to be a lot of KP that needs to come with that, but if there's a team I trust to put up that amount of KP, it is Shopify Rebellion.
I did say it earlier, they're either putting 25+ points up or they're putting 2. There's not much to be said other than that. They are very strong when it comes through. They've got 3. They're all towards Koifel, and he has spotted his next victim on the southern side of things, which is going to be a relatively interesting fight. You've got Fnatic here. You've got Citadel Gaming, who is looking to take top of the leaderboard. So that is going to be such an impactful fight when it comes to our group series.
Looking for a fight on Fnatic. Not something that I would be gambling with right now. So Shopify Rebellion want to play things pretty safe, and again with Seer get full information and look for just the first knock. They're forcing defensive nades out and have a catalyst spike down. The Ferrofluid making it difficult for anybody to push back onto Shopify Rebellion and actually punish this. A lot of cooldowns being used right now, but I am loving how Shopify are forcing Fnatic to expend all of their utility.
Yeah, but Boogie Borders, they were on that south side as well, and they're looking to get into the mix, which is actually going to force the pace of this engagement. So now you have to commit. Elsewhere, Gen.G has fallen, so a tough series for them in that mid-pack situation, but I love that we're getting to see what Fnatic can do. In that mid-pack, all of the points are so incredibly close that even if Fnatic walk away with 1 or 2 full team wipes here, they're going to move up 6 to 7 phases. Oh my god.
How many nades do Fnatic have? Like, it's not like they're running a fuse, but I swear I've seen them use like 6 nades in the last 2 minutes. Shopify Rebellion still right next to them, but we saw a third team applying pressure. That was Citadel right next door. Everybody has to be very careful about how they approach this. How many nades do we have, my brother?
Oh, keep them going. Keep them going. Create the opening that we need. Yuka there on the bang, in which he excels so fluidly. Colonel Garcia, sure, that's going to happen, but we get ripped apart from the side. Koi, the bane of an existence for the rest of this lobby. Libelace, the last stand, cannot hold through, and Fnatic fall.
Citadel show up immediately, hoping to take out Shopify Rebellion from here. We've still got 1 member left alive, and that's going to be enough for Shopify. As Citadel Gaming make their push for first, they're unable to eliminate the teams right behind them until they get a little bit of assistance from the outside. Gaimin Gladiators going to contribute with a fight of their own. Shopify Rebellion do go down, but now Citadel in danger of being eliminated themselves as Team Mango fall.
Tough position here for them. You see the arc star indicators coming in. But we're alive. We get 1 up. You get the banner. You get shield swaps. And you're within striking distance from the top of the leaderboard. You're down to just 9 points to tie. And you've got the tiebreaker with the wins already.
Citadel really want the respawn, but Hotdog Mafia not interested in letting them have this for free. It is just Albralele over here on the Wraith. But he gets to move back to a safe spot in zone where Citadel, they respawn and have to think about how on earth they're going to get into the next ring. REIGNITE. Barely in this building, yeah. Roa's in. If they want to stay in this building, they can.
I think so. I think you kind of just lock it in. You look at the kind of where we need to go from here. You can't stay much longer, sure. You've got a couple of teams ahead of you. Rock Esports, though, I'm scared for them on the northern side. They need to take this fight with Sentinels, but Sentinels have high ground, and with Baxlon going down, Deeds to join, Sauce on his lonesome, not much he can do. He doesn't have a ton of verticality, but you have to dive through and straight into SAUL. The chances of you getting into the top 3 are not happening here in A versus B.
It's tough to see Rock go out, but to see SAUL in this zone, getting good things coming to them. They've got kills, they've got the KP, and they've got good position right underneath Wolves right now. This could be SAUL's game.
It could, but Wolves have proven to be very interesting to contend with. Such is the way for REIGNITE, who did have to move. They had not a favorable pull, and it cost them. Hotdog Mafia, they do falter as well, but they were inside the top 5. So long as no one from the outside looking in, a team like Legacy, maybe even Gaimin Gladiators, they could have a pop-off performance and really kind of kick them to the curb. That's Legacy right over there, though.
This is big for Citadel. SAUL picking up some kills on Sentinels. Really nice play continuing from SAUL, but Citadel are 3 points off of first place right now.
Huge. And then you really just say, we just won 3 games in a 6-game series. A 50% win rate sounds really great when you get to that match point finals lobby.
If it were Pro League, we'd give you a bonus point.
We would, but it's not. We'll give you a gold star or maybe an origami Nessie.
I will give them an origami. I will finish my origami Nessie if they win.
Why are they dying?
3 games, and they very well could. Citadel, they are outside of ring, but got a pretty easy way to make it in, just rounding a corner. The question is going to be how they deal with teams like SYRALE up on the high ground above them. That's the tough part for Citadel, who don't really have a lot of verticality in their comp, and additionally don't have the Kraber that SYRALE have.
Yeah, I do like a good Kraber, let me tell you that much. But Ayanaga is known for being one of the best zone callers in game. But we're on the south side, we're channeling for Citadel. Remix goes down, and we are just showing you why high ground is so important. Ayanaga actually used to play with Colonel Garcia, who's now over on that Fnatic roster, and we've seen what they were able to do together. So seeing this roster come through and hone that southern side, if you're taking down the team that's in vying for first place, you should effectively be able to clean it up.
Legacy in danger of falling, have Yanya playing for survival and absolutely nothing else. SYRALE, they jump down to collect a few kills and actually could control this high ground next. Could even lead to a game victory for SYRALE, currently sitting in 18th place, but they're going to have to play things perfectly. What I love is how much space they're taking up. 150 and the knock onto SAUL. Legacy's down. Does that get pushed? Wolves! Wolves wool on this! Wolves are gonna take out SAUL!
Hey, they've been like coexisting over on that side for a long time, and you just need an opening, and that does it. Wolves Esports eliminated. Jesco trying to hit a reset. Boogie Borders actually aren't going to push over this, but will SYRALE?
That's literally a 2v3. I cannot believe SAUL won that. I mean, SYRALE, they've still got a pretty good chance at this game, but I see whatever happened with SAUL there, and I am afraid for my life as any other team in this game. Boogie Borders still in between these two squads.
And you know what they were basically just doing? Sending damage to force that fight. Sharky down and out, and sure, a trade comes on through, but look at the distance. They're still peppering from afar, and now SYRALE moves in. They're getting feisty. They're trying to make something happen, and they do it. They get the win here in game number 6. The celebration, Ayanaga out there like, yeah, buddy, we needed those points. They're so critical to move up.
A huge turnaround game for SYRALE, picking up the 12 points with the victory and the kills that came with it. But I am gonna be real with you, Tiff. It was not as many kills as they could have if SAUL hadn't soaked up all of them. Oh my lord, 6 kills for SYRALE. Moves them well up, healthily up. We'll see how far they've been able to make it, as this first group stage series is going to be really critical for them.
We take an 18-point game all day. We do this. This is the APAC North Split 2 Regional Finals winner. The large majority of those points were from placement points. So it's very much indicative of what we just saw for their performance in game number 6. So I take 6 kills and I take them with stride, because you've proven that you can beat a game in a lobby with teams like Alliance, with teams like Citadel. So that gives you a level of confidence for your roster, and we know how powerful that momentum can be.
18 points, SAUL 17 points.
That's a good game.
I mean, SAUL really wowing me this game. Boogie Borders and Wolves both being shut down by them. Legacy right behind. We're playing a survival game for the majority of this one and actually managed to get a decent amount of points out of it. Really impressed with what they were able to do. Gaimin Gladiators and Citadel Gaming coming so close. 3 points off of first here. We know they didn't quite manage to touch Alliance's position.
It's difficult when you've got a ton of teams that are sitting around 6 to 8 kills. Even Shopify Rebellion, they were down there outside of 10th place with 6. So then we come to our series results. Alliance, sure, it was a 0-point game in game number 6, but 62 on that A versus B series. Citadel, they were mounting a nice comeback to try and take that win from them, just 4 points shy. But this is kind of that what we were talking about, right? Anywhere from Legacy to Rock Esports, that's what, 3 to 6 points, a 3-point difference. SAUL right there. Dude, it's so easy to move up or fall, especially if you're Gen.G. They 11th, Dia.
Yeah, like this was not a particularly top-heavy lobby, especially when we're comparing this lobby, choose C and D that we've been talking about, where Falcons slammed.
I mean, Falcon slammed. The CEO did CEO things. Look, that's an interesting roster. I might have predicted them, and thank God they got me 91 points on my predictions. But what's also really cool about this is Enderforce 36 is hailing from that matchup as well. And for two teams to go 91 and 75 total points, that hurts for the rest of the lobby in a group series standpoint, because you're trying to get as many points as possible, but that's a point sponge.
It really realistically means that on average, groups A and B are going to be doing a lot better than those teams that played in C and D, just because you don't have that many points left to collect. Again, fantastic play out of SYRALE. I loved that end game for them. Their high ground control was really good. We saw them picking the right fights at the right time and ultimately capitalizing on teams that were unprepared to fight them for that final 3v3 win.
Look, if you weren't prepared for that final fight, you better get prepared, because we have so much more Apex Legends to be had. And A versus B, it was so fun to be here, back on the mic. We're brushing off the dust. We're getting crazy. I'm happy to be back, Dia. It was brilliant. But let's go ahead. Let's get it back to the boys at the desk. Rain Day, how you guys holding down over there?
Thank you so much, Tiff, Dia. Great job, guys. And as we come back to the desk here, Snipe Down, Graceful, Jayhawk, she already said me, Rain Day, here to talk a little bit of this post-game action. It was a SYRALE finish for our sixth matchup, but overall it would be Alliance who would take the day here. A lot of news from the other side of the group is who are not noticing how we're doing this. We're playing all four groups at the same time here in Champs. Snipe, it means that the pressure is on and everyone's comparing their results currently. They don't have to sit and wait. Falcons off to the record, 91 start here, but also Citadel Gaming, Alliance. I mean, very, very good performances here from those two teams.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference, and Tiff acknowledged this, was the fact that the other bracket was incredibly top-heavy. This one, regardless of the placings, you're not getting placement points for this. It's all about just the total accumulated points and carrying that over. So for this group, this A versus B group, a lot more close-knit. A lot of these teams are going into this in a better position than in the other group. Like I said, top-heavy, very low scoring at the bottom. So for this, these people can come away from this series, think we're in a really good spot. We need to just carry that over. While in the other group, they got a lot more room to go if you ended near that bottom half.
And I mean, if I was honestly in the top-heavy group, I'd be happy with my result, but I'd be a little worried because of how much I was able to excel beyond most of the other teams. This squad here that we just saw, Alliance, there was a lot of great teams taking up points as well. It's going to be different if Falcons go into a lobby that's a little bit tighter, I think, to try to see if they can repeat a performance of that 90-point caliber, Graceful, as we saw earlier in C versus D.
I mean, that's really how you have to play. You're forced to play the groups differently depending on who's in the lobby right now.
Yeah.
And we even saw a period of that now with Gen.G having a smoother ride the first 3 maps, and then they ran into the same macro as Alliance on the later maps, and then they got wiped out. And when you have the same macro across the board, specifically tied to other powerhouses, well then, all of a sudden, only one team can stand if you're in a 3v3 against each other, and that can change the board drastically, because we saw a lot of points early on, and then not as many later on.
And speaking of really the storylines here for today, it was Alliance that started the game out. We also kind of hit at halftime, Jayhawk. You mentioned how they prioritized the E-District map choice, and wow, did that make a difference. A 31-point game in 4. That was phenomenal, Snipe, and that just really showcased how on it Alliance were with their understanding of what they needed to prioritize to be successful today.
Yeah, I think that'll be really curious to talk about. We're about to have Hawkus on with us, so it'll be interesting to hear his point of view and exactly what the communication was going in from the first 3 games into the second 3 games. Because they only had, I believe, 13 points going into that halftime, and then ended with a 0 point in the final game. So for them to end in first place, their games 4 and 5 were absolutely spectacular, and you could just see the confidence coming through with their gameplay. They were taking every fight they could when they knew that they were isolated into 3v3s. You saw them taking on every top team, Gen.G, whoever it was, and they were just rolling them. These fights weren't even close, and to end up with the wins and getting that many points, very impressive.
One of the things that you get to do when you do so much work in-game is you get to take a break out of game and force your IGL and your team captain to come over and be on the desk with us, as we've done here. Hawkus, welcome, man. Congratulations on a great start to the Year 5 championships. How you feeling?
Thank you. Nice to be here.
What is going on in your mind based on today's performance? Snipe noticed, and we all talked about it, how E-District was just this change for you all. What was the biggest difference? Was it your prioritization of where you were dropping? Was it something that you said to the boys? What went right?
I think it was just the ban of Caustic, to be honest. Like, the first 2 games were very hard to find kills on. I mean, game 1 we played very well. We got top 5, 3 KP only, but we did wipe 4 teams. So a lot of kills were solo in that first game, which was kind of unfortunate. And then game 2, we fought a Caustic team. We couldn't push inside the building at all, so we were stuck outside. And then I got stuck by an Arc Star, so it's just like, lost the 3v3 there. And then game 3, I don't know. Oh yeah, we were fighting in the building. Like, overall, that's a good game. We just lost the awareness for a second, but it was like, overall, I think it was just Caustic being gone, so we could actually play like the real aggressive comps when everybody else doesn't really have that like supreme defense. Because yeah, it was just a lot easier to find fights when you don't have gas everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a little bit of look at the highlights of some of the things that you guys did well today. Obviously, Snap, I know you guys may have questions for Hockeys here, but overall, I mean, we come into these tournaments and you guys cannot be thinking this is something that's going over your head. You know your favorites potentially to win this again. We know how much it means to you to be in a position like this. What is your mindset going into day 1 of a group stage?
It's just feeling out the lobbies, you know, like getting used to the setup. Like for me, group stages is just like warm-up. Like we're just getting used to LAN, we're getting used to everything, like monitors, keyboards, mouses, like everything, controllers, like it's just getting warm. Like that's all group stages is for us at least. Like we're just getting used to it.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's very interesting indeed. And as you said as well about the comps regarding it, yeah, when they have Caustic, we can't really play our game. And we could also see that with the Alter as well, enables you to make these super aggressive plays through walls, etc. And yeah, the first couple of games you guys were starting kind of cold, but game 4 specifically and game 5 as well were huge games for you guys. Game 6, now going into next groups for you guys when we're going to play again. Do you feel any shakeups in how you're going to play it? Is the first game, a couple of games going to start off a little bit slow as well? Are you going to feel out that lobby? Because some teams, I even talked to, you know, fellow Swedish labs as well. They're like, no, for this group, we're definitely playing this specific way. Next group, now we're changing it up. We have to play zone-centered. Or are you guys just sticking to your plans? Because I said it as well about, like, Norfed as an example. Dude, these guys have been dropping here for years. Like, are they really going to change too much up? Or are you sticking to the game plan you've been grinding for so long?
Nah, we're just sticking to the game plan. I might switch, I'll do a slight change or something, but we'll keep that we'll keep that on wraps for now. But overall, it's pretty much the same game plan. You know, like we just do our own thing as usual. We focus on ourselves. That's what we always do. Like we don't care about anybody else. As long as we play our own game, we know we're gonna do good.
You talk a little bit about Caustic being a problem for you, Hockeys, and stopping you from playing your game. What is your thought on the Legend compositions right now? Because Apex is in a certain meta where we are seeing some of these more stagnant playstyle compositions, but then we have these bans happen and now things open up for you. What's your takeaway on how you want to approach this? Is it being more reactive to that, or is it trying to get ahead of the game plan, looking at teams like Gen.G, running Maggies, committing to these aggressive comps, and just saying this is how we're going to play? What's your take on that coming into this tournament?
I think everything is like POI dependent. A lot of teams need to play more like towards their own POI where they land. Like if we play Edge, then we have to have an Edge comp. Because like if we play Edge and we have a defensive comp, and then we run into like Gen.G, for example, like we're gonna be at a disadvantage. So it's just like it's impossible to play the game on Edge if you have an Edge POI and you run into Edge teams. That's why you have to like, if you're a zone team, you have to play zone comps. If you're an Edge team, you have to play Edge comps. Because yeah, if you run into vice versa, you just die.
Just gotta trust your game plan.
Yeah.
Going into it as well.
So since Jayhawk's not here to ask it, I'm gonna follow up with the question. It seemed like when the maps were being picked and you guys were picking POIs, you chose to prioritize E-District over Stormpoint, while every other team seemed to prioritize Stormpoint. Did you guys just kind of decide, okay, Stormpoint is picked, we're just gonna focus on Boardwalk and try and take our favorite position? You know, we're talking how SR is one of those teams that loves to play from Boardwalk. Was that taken into consideration, or was it more just, you know, that's just your comfort, your favorite spot to play from E-District, knowing it was the second half, you were going to have more space to play from, those control characters are going to be gone, or what really goes into your mindset on that?
I mean, we have our POIs, like we cannot, like no matter the draft, we can always go either Trident or Northpad. So whoever goes in vice versa, we're just going to contest it. So it's like, we have our game plan and we're not leaving, we're not moving, and the only way somebody can do that from us is like take away both POIs before our draft time. But I mean, who wants to do that? Like, there's always going to be 19 POIs. So
yep. It's hard to try to pick a fight with you guys. Obviously, no matter what ends up happening in the first part of the day, it seems like you find a way to storm back up into first place. Alliance with a big win. Hockeys, thanks for taking the time with us today. We know you got another game coming up. And during that prep phase for him, we're going to go over to Lace, who's got to catch up with all the action that went down in C versus D. Lace?
Look, these guys need no introduction, but if you live under a rock, this is the B stream. Nicewig and Greek. Myself and the B stream have been covering the second stage, and of course there are some heavy-hitting teams playing on the second stage. But Wig, I want you to tell us a little bit about maybe some of the players or plays that got you yeeted out of your chair, or maybe sweat your blank and your blank off.
Yeah, the real ones know what that means. I mean, Hal, you got like 7 years now talking about Imperial Hal, and he's still doing exactly what he needs to be doing every single time for every squad he's a part of. Was fighting Asia for the most kills in a set in ALGS history. 28 ended the set with is insane. Most damage as well. It's like, dude, you're on a team with Guild and you're doing more damage and more kills while IGLing. It's just not human. Like, he's not human. He's the Tom Brady of Apex Legends.
All on a different controller too, like he's not even using.
Exactly. So it's not even what he's used to the last 2 months. And he comes out here after tweeting and then just does that. It's crazy.
You just can't nerf the CEO, honestly. Now, Greek, I wanted to sort of pivot a little bit away from, you know, those Falcons, TSMs, and that sort of nonsense. I want to talk a little bit about Enterforce 36 because, like, people didn't really get to see this unless watching the B stream. But can you tell maybe the broadcast a little bit about what happened with Enterforce 36?
Yeah, so I mean, E36, they came out with a super, super dominant performance. You know, I don't think people realize how hard it is to win 3 games out of 6, especially at this level. And, you know, they surprised us a bit. You know, we know what they're capable of. They have a lot of finals experience, but they didn't really look too good in the boot camp scrims, but they came out firing with a great set. So it was really interesting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, they did absolutely insane. Now, Wig, I do want to hit one with one more final thought. Is there any sort of kind of chaos or madness that you can tell us a little bit about that happened in the second stage?
I mean, not really so much chaos, just having 2 teams win 5 games out of 6 is pretty insane. And then having the last game just like one team's like, oh yeah, we finally got one is insane to watch live, especially at an ALGS level. It's crazy in scrims, but to see that in an actual stage at LAN is bonkers. And also TSM, I feel like TSM was really slow throughout all of the scrims that we were watching. And they didn't boot camp at all either. They were still like jet lagged, flying on in. I know Jen's fight was delayed, and they came out and played really good. They got 3rd. Like, they played fantastic. And same thing with Unlimit. I love Unlimit. They looked good during boot camp. They're my favorite team from APAC North in a long, long time. And they came in and game 6 took the W and showed out for the boys. It's amazing. So good.
I mean, you've got like all these massive team names, but it's really good to hear from the B stream about kind of the ones to watch or the underdogs. But this has been the storylines from the second stage, and I'll pass it back over to you, Rain Day.
Thank you, Lace. And Wig and Greek giving us the update. Again, you can catch all of the B stream action and our second games on their stream throughout the day. We've got 2 more great showcases of the ALGS Year 5 Day 1 coming up in just a moment. But, of course, our overall scoreboard for the standings. Jayhawk, we welcome you back here as well. Your thoughts on how things have shaken out, not just in our series, but in the overall scoreboard here.
I'm starting to get a little worried for all the teams in Group C, because what Falcons just did, if they continue that pace, with the amount of top-heavy points will be sucked up at the top of the lobby. If you're in Group C and you have to be with them in all 3 group stage sets, that means there are very little points to go around for you. Unlimit was luckily able to have a bit of a comeback there and get some points at the end, but all the rest of the teams there, I'm worried for them.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those lobbies that is going to shake up. I can't wait to see how Falcons shows up against maybe one of our lobbies here in A versus B, because this is also very tight snipe down. We mentioned that earlier. Your takeaway, too, as we kind of look to close out this series and get our thoughts heading into our next set coming up in this afternoon. What's the big takeaway? Gen.G a little underperforming. Alliance obviously doing what we expect to do. Crazy Thieves, still waiting for them to show up. What's on your mind heading out of this?
Yeah, I mean, like you said with Gen.G, I mean, they won the first game and then ended with, I think, 7 points throughout the last 5 games. So for them, it's just trying to find that momentum back. I mean, they did win their Pro League, so for them to end there is a bit rough. We saw that leaderboard. I want to say 14 of the 20 teams in this group were in the top 20 in comparison to that other group, C versus D. So that's pretty insane. So right now, it really just does come down to finding that place. We talked to Hawkins, who said, you know, these first rounds for the better teams are just finding your consistency. Well, a lot of these other teams that don't have that grace and don't have that experience, they don't get that effort. So my favorite thing about what's going to be to come is how different these teams play for each group, depending on how desperate they get going into these final rounds.
I think desperation is a good word. You don't have to use it just yet, it feels like, Graceful. As a player who's been in this situation before, you both have, but day 1 still is that feel-out day. You have a chance to make some mistakes, understand that you're learning from it, maybe make a correction, but you can't go much past day 1.5. You got to start getting it together by day 2. What have been the signs of maybe something to worry about for a team here that you've picked up on? Somebody who just hasn't been performing in this series that you're hoping next time can turn it around?
I mean, I think the biggest thing that you'd have to look for is just, at this point as well, at the first 3 legend bans that we saw as well were the same role. And when you have a role getting, like, you're just swapping a player out, essentially, a legend out for a specific, you can keep the same combo, essentially. And the teams that are struggling with that, like we saw, the likes of Alliance, even though they won for the moment, they are still struggling with something specific. And the meta being this strong in certain directions where people are not really that free to make their moves, and they're kind of still following the same, one team is doing really good, everybody copies. Now we also see, a little bit more mag, a little bit of tricky here and there, and they're trying to break open that door. Do you bunk on it, actually opening that door, or are you going to lean more to adapting, like we said, okay, no, this is not working, let's just follow the flow and see if it works. Yeah. So I'm worried that teams are maybe a little bit too passive in this case, whereas you heard Hockey's.
Yeah.
Okay, what are they going to do? We're going to play our game. We don't care who's in our lobby. We play our game. So maybe they just got to start walking a different path.
I love that thought process. There's just so many things to try to balance out. You have to understand that even a bad plan executed, a good plan executed poorly. I say this all the time, but I'd rather have a bad plan executed well than a good plan executed poorly. The idea is you're on the same page, and sometimes that just makes the difference versus trying to do the best thing possible but not maximizing it out. So if you can find your way through it, this game 1 and hopefully this series is going to give a lot of these teams that information they need to make the adjustments. We do have some new things coming forward as well. Before we start taking our break, I want to let you know about a new website that's coming for the ALGS. We're going to have a little bit of footage on that in just a moment. But of course, we keep adapting and adjusting and making the experience better for you. The home of the ALGS, algs.ea.com. allowing you to stay up to date on the latest news. A lot of people looking for a hub, wanting to see, the real events, the timely things, the drafts as well. Those are live. Jayhawk said he'll cover those with a laptop and a microphone. ALGS.ea.com. You can see them yourself as well. So get excited about that. Also, we have got a brand new set of games about to occur coming up as well. Make sure to track all of the information for who is going to be playing here with us at Play Apex Esports on X, on YouTube, on Instagram, and on TikTok. And of course, twitch.tv/playapex for Twitch if you are watching there. Okay, coming up in just a little bit, we have got B versus D and A versus C. A versus C is going to be on the B stage, so watch Niceweek there. B versus D coming up on the main stage as well. So A going to transition, B will stay here. We'll get to see our D teams coming forward in front of the crowd at Sapporo. It's going to be exciting. For this segment, though, we're going to start closing it out. My name's been Rain Day. It's been a pleasure. We'll be back on tomorrow morning. You'll see some of these guys later on in some talent roles, but of course, Snipe Down, Graceful, Jayhawk, great stuff for the rest of the day. We wish you a fantastic little break. We'll be right back with more ALGS Year 5 Championship action after this. Don't go anywhere. There's more to come.
What you gon' do? Hut one, hut two. 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 What you gon' do? We get down for the crown. Offensive line can't shut us down. Throw a Hail Mary, better shut them down. 80-yard bomb, the final touchdown. We get down for the crown. Offensive line can't shut us down. Throw a Hail Mary, about to shut them down. 80-yard bomb, the final touchdown.
It's match 3. It's the final match here on Storm Point before we move over to E District.
Hut one, hut two. What you gon' do? 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 We get down for the crown. Offensive line can't shut us down. Throw a Hail Mary, about to shut them down. 80-yard bomb, the final touchdown.
Let's go, boy! Shut the fuck up. That was
Guys, it's scaring me.
It's okay, it's okay.
And Citadel Gaming, you posed for that picture because you guys just did that. You took down a team that we were basically hyping up.
I'm on a 30-yard line and my team is so focused. Don't you notice? We on your score like flying locusts. My quarterback is in the pocket looking for wide receivers. The trophy is mine, we shaking up non-believers. The playoffs in the future, so players don't trip. Cause me and my team, we about to win the championship. My running back is on point, fast out the gate. Hurry your safety, it's like the ball in your face.
Red Bull is giving wings to the ALGS and the Apex community.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Sony InZone, the official monitor and audio partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Razer, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Galleria, the official PC partner of the ALGS Year 5 Championship.
Legends, prepare for drop. What you gonna do?
I destroyed all the gas thing. Come on, back door, come on. I want 120. Dead. Smoke cracked. One more. Dead. They want to sit there. Anything else, one team, hard anything.
But that's
Right, low. Good one, dead. Nice. Lost guy, back. Dead. Nice.
I'm gonna play R9 again.
I think I'm playing R9 too, to be honest. I'm gonna be Sentinel R9 maybe. No caches.
Fire me effect.
I'm gonna scan UEV. I need to go for the P shotgun arsenal later as well. 312 I want out to sell. Yeah, let's go checkpoint Arthur. I'm going up checkpoint.
Yep.
There was nobody on the UEV before. Should be good. I'm gonna scan UEV and then we hit the ring console.
Yep, I found another
Assault bin here by the way, Hanaki.
Yeah, I'm coming up.
Yeah, we're chilling.
Yeah. Alright. Launch pad.
I mean, just scan zone 3 here. Just scan zone 3 here. Yeah, we need to scan zone 3 and then go get the cash here.
Yeah.
Do you get this cash, Hanaki? We have the TP.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for it.
Me and the left one. The gold wingman here. Yeah, deep launch pad. It's gonna be like on this building, I guess, or back down here.
Wait, Carmi.
Yeah, stick it.
Nope, me. I have to run.
They're getting out, yeah. So they're getting out of starting fight, dude.
Yeah. Should be good. I'm not.
I don't have to run.
What?
Oh, okay.
Don't come to me, Effect. Don't come to me.
I can't. Actually,
Yeah,
I can go around.
yeah, just
Yeah, you
do
can
it
drive
first.
Citadel. You can drive Citadel and craft them.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Spare team.
Yeah, this can UV and solve we split.
Stay there. Yeah. That was not nice.
Yeah.
Ah, you're fine. Should not be coming to you.
I'm just gonna plug the effect. Plug Unlucky here. And we can just CP out if you need to all through.
We suck my so heavy.
Yeah.
Careful, they push you from this gate.
Yeah, I'm holding. I mean, we just scan this UV. That's all we need to do. Try to get your loot back and we scan the UV.
Yeah.
Wait, what the almost?
What? Huh? Take TP? Take TP?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Take TP.
Bro, there's no audio.
You got it? Alright, good.
Alright. They're netting the car. Oh, no.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean, we need to kind of
I'm jumping right side.
Okay. I'm stuck too. Where's our car?
They're taking hell angles. They're taking hell. Oh, it's on the right. It's in the spot.
Wait, we just tank some. We don't have
I
a
think we
choice.
can. How much health you have? Effect?
We have the car later. We can just go Cascade side.
Okay.
Or Jurassic side, I mean. It should be good.
Alright.
Go Jurassic. Hit the UV here. We probably need to fight pylon. I don't know if we're much of a choice right now.
No bats, okay? I took my bats.
I got 3.
Other than that, I'm good.
Maybe get a bin reset in pylon or something. I don't know.
We're shot going in here though.
Yeah, careful.
Trying to look in.
We need to hit this UV, so.
Yeah. Drop a bat when you drop out.
Yeah, dropping now.
Oh my god.
It's under the car. Okay, we need to go here. Like we don't have a choice.
Yeah.
Can you drive? Okay.
We probably need to go up Stormcatcher.
We got Stormcatcher, you said, yeah?
Yeah, go for the corner.
Backside? Okay. Should ditch the car anytime soon though.
We probably need to go up here. I'm gonna put a TP here though, so we can stabilize.
Yeah. Go here, full heal. Are they fighting on the building?
Maybe. Do you scout? I'm making.
I'm making around too. I thought I heard a car spray, I'm not sure though.
I mean, I can boost underneath them in the cave and we can queue up into the building. They might have Gaussy though.
No, they're on the building, it's just chilling, they're just chilling. Not fighting.
I mean, do we have evacs? No, we don't have evacs. We need to boost with the car somewhere.
What if we...
We need to go around. I don't think we have a choice. Like, go up north.
Up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come
So
around.
now I think we got the alt TP here as well.
We need to take the height here and just fight probably the building evac here or something.
Yeah. No bangle though, okay? 20%.
Yeah. I'm just gonna boost to the tree here, okay?
Yeah, go ahead. Bring out?
Yeah, take height if you can.
I got stopped a little bit.
Yeah, fine.
Should be good to me, by the way. You need to save space.
Just take height. We got 30 seconds to wrap the entire outside. We need to wrap the entire outside and then just fight for the building, okay?
Yep, I'm gonna have bangle for this.
Yeah.
I
mean, we just force the building. That's all we need to do. Like, get a floor, like smoke the gas and stabilize. Thermite if we get cost gold to the...
Yeah, I got
Remember to smoke as well if you need to.
Have to. Yeah.
Guys on the left. On the
Lagging now. Okay.
I see anyone?
They're not looking at all, by the way, I think.
Yeah, we can be 3
Last guy coming.
The box
they're
here.
not looking at all. We can give him back shots. Or they can into the building for us.
Yeah.
Can you slow walk? Wait, aren't you?
They're fighting.
Yeah, chill a little bit. No knocks.
We just take tight, take there.
Alright, we're fighting, right?
Yeah, wait for knocks.
Somebody else roused.
Yeah.
That's a knock.
Watch out,
Yeah, let's go. I'm Q down.
Yeah,
Q down here.
I'm going down.
Outside.
First.
In the corner. How's it going? Q side. Play inside.
I don't know where.
Wait on second.
Go together. Go. Send together.
I'm gonna cross the cold.
All dead, both dead.
Okay.
Really?
Nice, stabilize now.
Nice, good job. Hold that back.
Yeah, we got one shot.
Yeah,
Ready, corner. On me! Dead! What the f?
Okay, solo.
Bro.
What the f?
Nice.
Bro,
Ulti solo,
me
so
for nothing.
I'm gonna pop one. Okay. We have TP. We have gold spot. We might actually win, guys. We gotta hold it back here. We gotta hold it back. Wait, I'm still in on height, guys. I'm gonna go up.
Yeah, go for it.
I have Sentinel.
Yeah, I'm shot. Good shot, you.
I mean, just hold me for that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to hold our views. Nope, no light mine.
Nope.
There's 700 boxes. This should be one. Care cards, by the way.
Yeah.
I got 2 bats actually. Sorry, take it. Do you have blue one?
Yeah.
Look at balloon.
Yeah, evac. I don't think they're taking it. They're fighting the rocks. Evac on the back rock here. They might fly though.
Yeah.
Get ready for that. Do you have gas everywhere? Like both floors?
Yeah. Gassing up.
Flying in off left side.
They're trying to land low ground, I think. They're landing low ground here, landing low ground here.
They went donut.
Okay.
1 HP. Or 80, I don't know.
Okay.
They're playing this corner. Not again landing. Yeah, he's super late.
Yeah, it's late. There's left? Okay.
75 1. GB here.
Yep, looking.
A team is flying backside.
Dead.
Nice.
Nice.
I don't know. There's a 2 right side, by the way, still. 20.
Okay.
I can play aggressive.
Just looking.
They're walking
Maybe.
up, yeah?
Okay. Do we need to hold the right side more or no?
I'm not sure. Just hold space for now. I can't see anything. As long as nobody comes to the building, we're chilling.
Right there.
Okay. I can try to scan it. We have a bunch of nades.
I'm not going far away.
14. Yeah, they're playing the rock.
You can't push that though.
Kinda need to push that later though. But it's fine. We can do it late. We just bang ult and wipe them.
Yeah.
I think I bang about back on the left side.
Okay. Yeah. They're kind of picking up, guys.
Gotcha, I'm looking for you.
Yeah, they're causing. We might need to bang ult for the fight.
I smoke it now. I can smoke it. Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, we can scan it.
Just bang
I
ult.
can caustic ult them too.
This team, they got by the way.
You smoke my left, Unlucky?
Like far left team is gone. What?
Smoke my left in the open.
Okay.
We just gotta carry the mirror from here, by the way. That's it. And from the low ground.
Just go smoke or bad smoke.
I can't see the smoke.
We should look to work them, by the way. We should look to work them now. We should look to work now. Try to kill them, Hikers. I'm scanning.
Yeah. We gotta carry left angle, but you have to mirror us. Don't play too deep though. You keep smoking left, Unlucky. Yeah, keep smoking left.
Yeah.
88 bang!
Coming.
They
die, 1 HP.
Nice, place off.
I destroyed all the gas thing.
Come on, kill back door, Unlucky. Hold it back.
Yeah,
all your effects.
Oriana's.
On your building?
They just came in. Yeah, in the building. First floor.
TTB, Unlucky. We hold here.
Sure.
In corner. Yeah, so hold the spot.
Alright, I'm coming. I'm pumping stones.
Careful hide behind you. Can't play me.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, just walk backwards.
Yeah, okay.
I like you good too.
Don't like give me another accelerant, okay? After, if you have one more.
Don't have. I dropped on the floor before.
Okay.
Break the No, be from behind.
Break it.
Careful.
Yeah, shoot minus. I'm pumping sirens. If you need a smoke for right side and peek, let me know. I'm
just holding right. I'm holding right.
TP right side, we good.
Okay. I need another accelerant for Bangold.
Don't have. I'm looking.
I have caustic ult too.
Okay, I'm on it.
Just hold right side.
I'm just grabbing nades.
Yeah.
They're trying to fight right side. Hide and
Unlucky here.
Are they fighting already?
Here, Unlucky. Okay, I'm looting also for you.
I'm fine. I should be fine.
Yeah, I'm just looting anyway. I got a bunch of nades.
Look at this. No,
yeah, watch right.
Coming out. 120. Dead. Spare cracked.
80
Get the fin, yeah. I'm shooting for him. Nice. One more. Dead. One more. Watch out, watch your back. Watch out.
Nice.
Are you good? Crack.
Yeah, I'm gonna stock one on the left.
Okay, hard scan it, bro. Come back. Yeah. I'm getting arc too. Yeah, no. Can you come back?
Yeah, take it.
Nice. Wait, watch out now.
Nice. Hold a pot, guys.
Yeah, no. We can shoot roof.
Yeah.
9 headshot. Back. Backside you.
Okay.
There's a cruise on that, right above us, by the way. Right above us.
Break it.
43.
No, like.
He's gonna recall nice.
They get EMP'd in the thingy. I have only one bat, by the way. If you have more.
Hey. There's a bunch, so many everywhere.
Okay.
So much everywhere. Where's the team next to us? Left side?
They're fighting.
Which team?
Yeah, don't get too deep effect. Carry roof. Get on roof, 500.
Yeah, team bottom.
He's gonna rest roof, here, brother.
Yeah, like.
You gotta watch nobody keys all the right side, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I already put shops there.
Alright.
30 on roof.
Just chill, bro. We chill, we win.
Yeah, kill one in the corner if you can, like, nade it.
Nah, I don't want to so much. I destroyed one door.
Yeah, carry roof still. Hold the cellar, another one.
I'm batting.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, dropping out cellar, another one.
I don't think I need.
I'm just shooting nades.
Scanning. Bad nade.
Okay. Still right.
They're all gonna fight on the building, we're shooting.
So watch sure we don't get to the right side. Crib John coming again, by the way. John's coming close.
Yeah, break it again.
I got scanned, buddy.
A lot of nades.
Yeah, a lot of nades.
They want to sit there. Anything else. One team, hard anything.
Wait, right.
Right, the low.
Where's audio? Thank you. Good blow net. Nice. Lost guy, Pathfinder. Dead. Nice. Armor so breast. Bang on. Yes, I already did. They're fighting. Fighting. I'm just waiting. Okay. Play slow.
Yeah, I'm playing slow.
I'm also left somewhere because I don't know where. I'm coming fight. Just chill.
Full team.
I'm healing full. Last win.
Behind me.
Yep.
Below me.
Below you. Oh shit.
Climbed up.
Throw that.
On you. On me.
Hide. Throw me. Crack that.
That last one.
That's too easy. Come on. Come on. Let's go, baby. It's region.
Let's go, boys.
Oh my god.
On me. Go for right. He's rising right here. Skynet, careful. Alright, well.
Oh, we fell off the map.
One.
Done. The other one jumped off the map, bro.
I got a 100-banger off the map. What am I supposed to do, bro?
I mean, it's good on me. It's good on me right here. There was a team shooting us right
I'm
here.
gonna be real, dude.
Hey, shoot 'em off.
I
Shoot 'em
think
off with
this
grandpa.
spot is dookie water. Absolutely dookie water. They are dead. They are beyond dead. They're.
Taking far back.
My God. Oh, that's what I just said.
Yeah, it's just so to push.
Rector.
Nobody saw it.
This guy not leaving. Oh, that's another team.
If we can't do anything, like if they queue, we can't do anything. They're gonna go fight.
AP me. Watch out. Kill, below me.
Okay, we're gonna look for it. I can hit it. Burning. I got
I can't say that.
Okay, it's fine. Hold it there. Don't pop it. I'm sprinting.
I got another one. I'm popping it right now. Live if you
I'm
can.
shooting a car.
Oh my god, the car cover will go crazy on us.
I'm off the scene.
Get over here.
man.
Oh my god. Giga Chad rotate.
In the corner.
What?
Okay.
Ready?
Drive here.
There's a top. Get in. You're getting paid, no?
I'm coming.
No.
We're good.
We're fine.
I'm so weak.
Guys, break.
We're good. I'm out.
Come to me. Come. For the love of God. Wait, on there. Why there? Alright.
No, you're good. You're good.
Tweakers, man.
Alright. Damn, your neck long. I don't think it's that long.
Scan this pack.
Care package there.
Uh-oh.
Nah.
Uh-oh.
Scary.
No.
Not good.
We need to talk on me.
Yeah, I'm Jenny again. I got crates. We got Gladiators.
The building's behind though, Curry.
King carring in front of me here. Toward you guys. They're kind of like right now. Oh my god.
I think it's one guy.
Oh, it's all three. I nuked him so badly, bro. I nuked him so badly.
Keeping.
I got kidnapped.
That's
I'm dead. Did I make the wall for you at least? Watch this. From the top ropes. The railing blocked my shot. Sky thermite.
Oh, I just died.
No, you're fine. Pushing me.
Wahoo! You're such an idiot. Like.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, man.
I can't help it. I have to.
Stop, Carter. Sit.
Oh, damage.
Oh my god. Like,
No, you can't stop it. You could just ping him for me so I could get hurt. You know, that'd be nice.
yeah. You could just let the other guys have that.
I'm hogging all the damage.
Yes, mobile. Evan has mobile. Evan, you have mobile shield, bro. Nice! Nice!
Oh my god, I can't run.
What is happening? GG's, man.
And we also would have killed those guys too. I just died to the new team, unfortunately.
Guys. Can you drop an armor shot? Shut up.
Guys, I think one of you needs to grab the car. And then we can just bob it and boost on one. On the right somewhere. I think we need the car. Who's doing it?
Okay.
You've
Go on,
got
Lifford! Go on, Lifford! Go on!
I believe in you, Lifford! Go!
You're gonna die! Oh my god. Okay, heal. We're good. We have to go! Yo.
20 seconds out. Are we gonna have both?
Give me cells. Oh. That's a shout.
Are we gonna have both?
That's a shout.
Hey, they've got EMP and Maggie, by the way.
We're not gonna fuck, guys. There's 16 seconds.
Can we just boost on the guy on the right? Okay.
Wait, 10 seconds. Okay, do it. Come, I'm gonna go. Ready? 3, 2, 1, get in the car.
I'm in. Go.
Another ramp out wall. GG.
Oh, what's that? Shit. Nah.
Hey, they will. They're probably full looted, power boost, everything.
Go now.
Do it.
So much damage.
Jump them up. Oh, they're gone.
Here, inside, 150 flash. They have to walk in.
They're moving. Oh, there's another one on me! One! What the f?
What the f?
Couple down, I'm right with you.
Vampire, baby!
Om krabera ma chyba. On ma zero, ja grę... Kidnap! Ja pierdolę!
Chłopiec na tepie. What if my finger slips and I don't pull you?
Why is boy so bitch made?
Mommy, please! Yes! Yes!
He's rezzing now.
Bubbling on the stairs. I'm peeking the back with not.
Echo crypto.
He's in the bathroom. Dead. Last guy.
Bro, what just happened to me?
Freddy's actually, Can you live, Keon? I'm TPing you.
Oh, they're defending me now.
We're getting pushed by a different team. We're dead.
Take this?
You can play back there probably. I can always zip for you later if needed.
Dude, I just stuttered and it put me on the cannon.
It's fine. No, I'm just going up top.
Oh god.
No. On me is like good.
Come. Holy I see why people aren't in.
Swap armor.
Holy lasers.
Oh my god. Yo,
yeah, bro, we get it.
Be super easy. Hopefully can do it without drawing too much attention, as they do have that beacon down and ready to go. So Pioneers will be respawning back in. Will not be the first team eliminated, which right now with this situation is huge.
The nades landing on map did make me wonder for justice. Oh no, they're gone!
I cursed that. Oh my god.
Drop press me. No. Kai might see us. We need to move back right behind me. Play low ground behind me. Like on me safe.
No, Carter, come back up. Oh no, wait, never mind.
I'm not gonna let you go. Just right here, We're just full ratting the whole game, I won't lie.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. If one of us, I'm literally leaving you, bro. I don't care.
No, don't leave me. Don't leave me. Do not leave me.
I'm leaving you, bro. I'm getting placement.
No, because no one can peek above us. They get
bombed. Solo anyway, bro. Shut up! Like,
Yo, Riley, just die so he gets a 50%
just
stab
die,
boost.
bro. Yeah, I'll get 100% attribute boost.
Shut up! Just play lower. Play lower.
Alright, we'll do it the boring way, bro. Fine.
You have to jump
It
on
might
it.
be fighting Dessa, by the way. Maybe, I don't know.
I mean, we can't do
Going.
anything about it.
Oh, okay, bro. Yeah, shoot this guy.
Bro.
They actually only shot hackers.
Oh, wait.
Yo!
Yo.
Can we land here? Can we land here?
Yep.
Okay.
Me.
I died.
Yo.
I'm chilling, bro. I'm dead.
You have to put me. I'm beacon.
Is he running out though?
No. Okay,
Good,
dude.
he ran out.
What? I'm stuck inside. Yeah. Oh! Oh my god.
There's no way you get to survive that.
I'm on the back door.
Jump on your door, I'll take all of them.
I'm nading on you.
100.
70.
Really good damage.
Yeah,
100.
I'm on forward.
One's on roof.
Dead.
Okay.
Play alive. Ramp all behind you. Yeah, you're fine.
100. One dead. That's one roof.
Nice, that's one roof.
Yeah.
I see me. Come. Get it.
1v3, go nuclear panic! We're coming with knocks!
No. Try.
Be in red room. Good luck. There's a portal in there. I'm pushing it right, past the steam, into the bottom building.
Okay, he ported.
Race on us.
I don't
Pushing it
know.
back.
I just feraled to the side.
Run back. Outside. Out.
Go, get out. You have to get out.
Wrap it up.
You guys need to cover me while I fence this.
Go ahead. I'm portaling right now. I'm portaling. Listen, focus the team. Bond I down one on roof.
Shut up top.
Listen, SF is first floor out the building. You focus.
Okay.
Place all. Oh.
I don't have it. Hopefully our ulti eats that. Hopefully it eats it.
It's eating it. The rooftop team's got us. I'm holding this portal.
Yep, get ready. They're gonna come in.
Look at the bubble. Crack the bubble hard.
I'm down it. Fight for it.
I'm just throwing nades. Big nade, huge nade. Oh my god. Let's go!
The 5-time, baby!
Dude, that nade! I killed 6 people with that!
Holy shit, Mac!
Holy shit!
The 5-time, baby!
Let's go!
And this is where Kanaka's Pets can put a great game, turn it into an amazing game. There's a solo up top, one player already down there. Octane trying to hold it. This could be the evidence of the jump pad being worth it after all. Kanaka's Pets fighting down below. The R01, it's hitting headshots, but will it hit these shots? Wingman in the hands of Fury sucks. My Little Pony, are they gonna come out and do it? Will he be able to clutch Fury? Oh, he does it, and he clutches as a solo and takes game 1.
He's looking for the armor shot for the boy too. He got one as well for the Lobo ulti down.
He's gonna pick up an armor and a gun.
Can they do it?
Good shots there from Nathan.
My God, he is putting down massive damage right now, 2,100. This is the prime energy that we all know and love, baby. Sweet Dreams is calculating every possibility of this endgame here in his head. He is levitating in the stadium above the fans. Here we go. Energy getting shot at now though too. Nathan trying to cross. I cannot believe that.
And here goes Naked on the swing as they knock one on Aurora.
That's a great thing for Energy as they
Aurora
cross.
eliminated.
And
now
Nathan,
NRG.
nice shots by Guild. A 3v3 here. The wide swing coming out. The P20 being shot by Sweet Dreams.
NRG
they
with
get
2
the
knocks. It's a 2v1.
Can they do NRG? takes the win, baby. I don't know how they do it, but they do.
Velocity looks to have what they need, but you can see the rolling thunder about to be unleashed on them. Onmu grabbing that ultimate accelerant, probably going to be able to get the Gen.G down in time and prevent that onslaught of damage. Does get tagged up, but able to retreat, and now the push comes to shove, and 100 Thieves is answering back.
Make way here for Scurry and the Newcastle wall. He's making sure everybody gets shoved off from the high ground as 100 Thieves are looking to break their way into taking that first wave spot. Scurry managing to land some of these massive shots. Doesn't get the hipfire all the way with the flatline. 100 Thieves are crumbling. Duplex now making his way in to try to clean up what's left. No way is he gonna do this. No way is he gonna do this. He got the shield swap at the very end.
Oh, we've seen Optic Gaming and standout scenarios. In particular, Skittle Cakes with that shield swap clutch, but now Dupe looking to have a little bit of success on their own. Just needs to get an LOS on Onmu. This is tantalizing, Vicky.
What a way to bring this to the very end. 100 Thieves, they want this done, but so does Duplex. Optic Gaming need it even more right now. He gets the crack. They trade crack for crack. Dupe gets off the side, and Optic Gaming win the final game as a rat. Are you kidding me?
Climbing. They're resing.
Just play on me, guys.
I'm coming you. There's rats. PG up. I'm gonna counter EP.
No, I'm dead.
Man. Get this kill.
I'm gonna use sus.
Sus, wait, give it a walk back up. Sus, give it a walk back up. On you. Nice, by knock. Come knock.
Come, shut up.
Let's go.
Stick it. Bombing.
He's gonna go.
Give ult. I can give you ult.
Don't on left side.
Ult there. They're gonna have to jump soon. Give you ult on us as well. Just tank it. In the air. Take it up. Chill. It's eating it.
Yeah.
My bubble! Just chill! Shoot left! Left! Crack the givey!
Last guy!
One guy! Hey, let's go!
Plugging them in before he heals. This would be a game-breaking moment with a clutch run from Wolves Esports. But Crazy Kong gets taken out and the zone is closing in. BKG are primed. It's only up to Sentinels to keep this up. Loader taking height right now. BK Gaming now trying to follow up. That one member of Ziki tries to fly away and QQ takes too much damage.
Gen.G are out and now Wolves Esports make their move as Wolves get the knock on Sentinels.
Remember, that was off the duo that drops out from the Raz. Wolves still have an opportunity and there's only one member left from Sentinels. They don't do it! It ends here! BK Gaming!
Absolute carnage right now for Complexity. They are not missing. Easy peasy for them as they're going to clean up and secure their third win of the day. But no, it's Hal still alive. Hal is still alive. He snuck away to high ground. He took out one. Hal's left in the 1v2.
Oh my gosh, and he's Wraith too at the same time. He can just delay the inevitable. He can also just press Q. What is going on? I cannot believe what I'm seeing. This is the final game and this is how you end it?
Genius finish from Hal. He's going to Wraith portal his way. It's going to be a heal off to finish. Hal enters the portal. The other team does not have a Wraith. And TSM wins. TSM wins. Are you kidding me?
On the right side. On the fence. Go. One. Start with it. Nice, all you. It's 2-2. They're rescuing you. He's popping out here, effects. You gotta play up, bro. Flash. He's fully. I'm stuck. Let me.
Give me knock.
Yeah, I'm coming. Don't worry, baby. Breathe, bro. He's falling, okay? He's resting. I got grip. Got him, bro. Still in cover.
トのクレーバー火を吹いた。
Joke's going to be taken down to barely any HP. He's going to have to pop a battery as well. Hotdog is still alive here for Gambit. And this is looking like all of a sudden it might be a slightly more winnable situation than previously. The bubble goes up. It looks like Lecita France aren't aware of Hotdog's positioning here, and that means the fight's going to break out between these two teams.
There's a lot of damage that can be done by Hotdog here. All he's playing for realistically is top 2, but certainly will have his sights on the first place.
Well, here comes the ape, and there comes the Nox. Lecita France get the first one. Joke is trying to connect with the second as well. Lecita France will pick up the kills they need necessary to at least secure that second place. But here comes Hotdog, the one-man army. Is he going to be able to pull off one of the craziest plays we've ever seen in the ALGS? Of course he is.
It's at least a duo. It's at least a duo. Give me nades. Any nades for me? No, pop it still. Pop it still. Scanning. I'm scanning. I'm gonna queue that. You ready? One swinging left. One swinging left. I'm queuing left. Yep. We play slow. I think we play slow. Yeah, we have zone. We have zone. The wall is on the left crate. You can't do anything. I don't know. We hold this. I'm batting. Heal. This is my last bat. That's my last bat. I'm jumping you to bats. It's 3. It's full 3. They might push off that. They're not pushing. Why are we all here? There's nowhere else to play. Okay. If they push off, I'm gonna queue up, okay? I do not have nades. Yeah. Okay, it's fine. I don't have any either. 2 on the rock. There's 2 on the rock and then 1 on the left on the box. Focus the guy on the left. You two focus left. You two focus left. Focus left, both of you. He's going back. He ran back. 64 on him. 64 on him. On me. He walked up on me. I'm queuing us. I'm walking up. Crypto dead. Crypto one. Right. Go! I got him. Kill him. Let's go.
Team up top looking down on them. They're gonna play underneath. They're gonna look for more angles here. I really like this play by OG to stay alive. TTM going down sharp, getting knocked. Nocturnal. Knock just trying to stay alive. Yep. More shots going down. Knock gets knocked. Skittle Cake's the last one alive. Can he do it? Some more shots going down. He's gonna get the KP for his team in a 1v2 scenario. Is he gonna get the armor stop? He does. And is he gonna win it for his team? Can he do it? The armor stop coming out from Skittles, and it's gonna be a one. Oh my God! Skittles with an absolute insane 1v2 with a double armor swap.
Soon. And I love that they've defended against these bombardments without popping bubble. They're gonna have bubble late here. Here comes the drop from Cloud9. It all comes down to this. NRG, Cloud9. You see Sweet right now with the Volt in his hand. He connects for 80, but he's down to 1 HP. He gets knocked. Cloud9 performing, but Rambo is alive. Rambo is gonna queue his way up and find a way to survive. And Rambo wins. Rambo is a monster.
Okay, Hotdog with a wingman in a 3v2. Oiring goes down, doubling it to a 2-2. Already, though, Passion UA, the biggest 1v1. Hotdog on the live one starts the reses. This is what we want to see. The hipfire coming through. Is this going to be an Aurora win? We've just got to finish it out. The punching comes through, but can we make it happen? We are getting worked here. It was so crazy, but in the end, we pull through in Aurora. They take map 3, the final map on World's Edge.
You can maybe climb up. Oh, fucking huge. Take the head with the Q, Timmy. Yeah, I will. I'll calm when I can see. I can't see anything yet. They are still holding the corner, maybe. They're on you. There's one below you, one open. There's only one of you, like below you. Where you were. Do we land on the height? Yeah, it's land on height if you can. There's a guy on the height. Kill the guy on the height. Nice. Whoa. Betting. Nice! Let's get it, boys!
一番上にはリグエル。さあ、スモークの中なんですが、取られてしまいます。ローキンといるぞ。煙すぎます。うわ、何がしっかり見えている。何が見えている。いや、リグ有利だぞ。リグある。さあ、最後はまだ4まで残っている。さあ、リグこれはおお、生きた。確かに回っている DG 取れるか。コシエチの G7 まだ落ちていない。何もない。まだ耐えている。ここはいい位置にいたんですが、リグは耐えることができない。グローゲーミング正面最後の1人はこれはヴィランか。おお、まあこういった。さあ、上飛んで殴って出して、これはそのまま取りました。ヴィラン V3 は残り2人。ただアルファディもそろそろこの後お手物素晴らしいウィングマンです。
さあ下からラグゲーミングがこのタイミング仕掛けてくる。まだ V3 は落ちきってはいません。
ただラグゲーミング投げ物温存してたの非常にいいですね。
はい。さあラディラ君はしっかりとターゲット絞りながらいいピースキーパー。さあここでラグゲーミングを落としきりました。さああとは V3 との1対1。アルファディラ君はスプリット1のウィーク1から連続チャンピオン記録まだ続いていますが、セリーだけは残った。上に入る、裏から見るノックダウンの1対1。最後は取り切りましたセリー。
You got a wall from over here, Pricey, and you got to just cut everything off here, okay?
I'm
They're
gonna
gonna fight inside. They're about to fight inside. I'm about to zero. I'm about to zero.
Inside. They're all inside.
We look to wipe them.
Walled.
They're going my door. I can kill the solo, I think.
Okay, Walty, on you.
Almost cracked the cat underneath. It's a full team and then the solo.
Yep.
Did you glue the door?
I have glued it. I cracked the solo.
Oh, you passed it. Nice. Get crew down.
We're in the zero.
Like, get your spikes down.
I'm on cooldown. Get ready for them to set. Set it!
Dead! Almost cracked! Go, boys! Just keep it up.
Go.
This is going to be SAF versus TSM in the final fight. 3v3. A chance for Legacy to become a dynasty for TSM. The zone cut in half. Pressure on Verhulst as the catalyst to make a play. Starfight could play pie poopers here, and TSM are going to have to wait.
These Watson fences could be massive.
Apex Folklore once again repeating itself as how, once again from the heavens, gets the opening knock. The CEO with a hostile takeover. TSM are your champions.
Kraber shot could change everything though. And we've got plenty of bullets! Oh no! Sweet balls! This is it for Legends Gaming. That's the go button they need. Second Kraber shot does not connect, but Legend, they are going for no matter what. Koifel takes a swing. Sweet is back in the game, but a frag takes it out one more time.
Still a 2v2 here, and Player K just fencing forward, waking it, making it, trying, with someone on the high ground. Obi-Wan, you know, you can be cut down. Now Slayer, last standing against Koifel here. This can change the game here for now.
It's just a Koifel left, and as you said, on the other end of this, both very talented controller players. Koifel heralded last Shams as perhaps one of the best in the world. Can Slayer retake that title? Looking from the bottom, he's hiding behind the knockdown shield. Koifel's got an angle. Koifel's got the win!
Respawn beacons can be absolutely massive in the end game, and of course you drop with shields now, you can pick up your loot, and every team is going to be trying to drill you, but if he can get to his box, if he can armor swap, get those weapons, that could be absolutely massive, as now teams are starting to move towards the circle, because this building is not going to be it.
Reps just waiting for the drop. How doing likewise. Shots coming down from above, but going to be exchanged. They're going to be caught in a caustic gas mess at the moment, but TSM kind of just watching everything go down. How managed to get a stick there onto Bronzy as well, as now Letter E are going to make their move. The bubble goes down, the ultimate goes down from the caustic. Keeping our eye on the feed as these teams fight, as Snipedown is brought back into the game. He's only got an heirloom to work with, but Snipedown's still trying to do what he can do.
He got 2 kills with the heirloom, but he's going to go down. And the rest of TSM is all down to Reps, and Reps goes off. And what have I just seen? What did Reps just do? Somehow, one of the best players in Apex has come up with one of the biggest plays we have seen in the Apex Legends Global Series. Reps is an animal.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series Championship. We are live from Sapporo, Japan, as we continue on with day 1 of our competition here in the group stage, as our teams are really starting to get a feel for the competition. It's been a really fun day so far. Believe it or not, we've already made our way through 2 whole series, and it's time for us to continue on with everything. My name is Glitter Explosion, and I will be your host for this next series. And joining me on the desk right now, we have Jayhawk back up here in the action, Dia and Spider Tiff. Jayhawk, I want to talk to you here first, give you an opportunity to say hi to everybody again. And you joined us in that first series, so how are your thoughts on the day so far?
It's just a blast. I love champs. I love ALGS. I love Sapporo. It's just so fun to be here. Hearing that crowd pop off every time an APAC North team does anything, it's just such a great feeling. I love it.
Now, Dia, you and Tiff also got to cast in that first series. Talk to me a little bit. We're back in Japan. It's day 1 of the group stage. I mean, how awesome is this?
It's fantastic. And my favorite thing about LANs, as always, is that I'm continually surprised by what our teams are able to do. Even before we started casting, having Gen.G find the first win was wild. And then, of course, as we got on the desk, E-District was really something, Glitter.
Yeah, and Tiff, that's what we always like to talk about here when it comes to champs, is the fact that when we get to this global stage, we genuinely don't know how it's ever going to play out.
Yeah, I mean, we get to sit for a couple of weeks and watch international scrims, and you think, oh, I've got the greatest average. Things are going to work out for me. No. What did Haka say when he was on the desk at the end of that series? He's like, this first day for us in groups is all about warming up. It's getting used to our peripherals. It's getting used to the PCs and how everyone at LAN is playing. Well, now that we're got a series under our belts, okay, let's turn it up. Let's see what we got.
Yeah, it's only going to get even better from here. But if you guys are just joining us, let's take a quick look at the schedule. Like we mentioned, today is day 1 of our group stage. Earlier on here on the main stage, you saw groups A and B face off. That was C and D over on the D stage. Now, or on the B stage. Now we're on the second half of today, which means we're going to be looking at groups B and D up here on the main stage. And of course, groups A and C will be playing over on that B stage. So make sure you're following along with all of that so you can keep up to date with your favorite squads. And we'll take a look at what the standings are looking like now after those first 2 rounds of matches are done. Now, we didn't get to see them. They were over on that B stage. But Tiff, I see your face. 91 points the way of Falcons right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. You guys all saw how Howl was feeling just, 12, 16 hours ago? And I think they made it very well known. I'm never not impressed by Waltzy, Guild, and Howl. And their dynamic, I just want to see this move forward. I think a lot of people would agree that Falcons, yes, they're a powerful org, but they might be the team that can win it all here today. Or not today, but obviously today. But Sunday in Sapporo.
I mean, all weekend long. We saw E36 up there as well in second place. Alliance taking home the win out of groups A and B as well. So it's already heating up here, and we've barely even gotten started. So I hope everyone at home is ready to see how things continue to play out over these next few days. And like I mentioned before, we've got a lot of things going on, including that B stage. If you want to be keeping up with all of those teams, some of your favorite players, make sure you're checking that out, because we, of course, have Wig and Greek back here with us, running it back on that B stage.
Everybody, we are live at the B stream over at twitch.tv/nice. We are twitch.tv/Greek. We're going to be watching groups A versus C for the next set, the most banger of a lobby of the day. So get on in there. We'll see you there. Peace.
It's just as hype as you always expect it to be, and it's a really awesome way to keep up with all of our series. So make sure you are popping on over there. but it's time for us to start talking about what we've got going on here on the main stage. Let's take a look at those squads. You got to see them a little bit earlier when we had Group B up here, but now we're also introducing Group D into the mix. Like we just saw on the standings, Enterforce 36, a big player in that first series. We've got a lot of recognizable faces in here, Jayhawk, so this is going to be a good matchup.
Absolutely. E36 winning 3 games. Like, I know we're focusing a lot on Falcons, but 3 wins is incredible. That's a ton of placement points. Can they continue that? I'm also looking at some of these teams like NIP who didn't have as good of a performance. Does the main stage and the crowd and the atmosphere maybe bring them back to life?
I mean, that's certainly what a lot of these teams are going to be hoping for. And when we're talking about Group B, we also had Shopify coming in 4th overall, one of the squads that did end up doing well for themselves, but not too far behind them. In 6th place out of Group B was also another squad that did well, and that is going to be ROC. And that's a team that we've highlighted before in the past throughout various stages of our competitive year in the ALGS, and we're going to be highlighting them again here right now, and I'm going to allow Dia to do that. Before I let Dia do that, though, let's first take a little bit of a deeper look here into that ROC roster and how they came to be. Okay. We're actually going to be taking some look at some highlights here first before we get into that. And I think this is a good opportunity to really kind of show their skill.
Yeah, I talked to Vax right after the games ended, and he told me, he's like, listen, I felt like I threw personally in a couple of those games, but he was confident that moving forward, because it was under his fault, he's got control. If he pops off, they can do well.
I mean, great person to be talking to kind of get some insight there from the roster as well. So I'm excited to see what they can honestly do throughout the weekend, because we've talked about it before. There are so many good teams here this weekend, especially with the way the meta is, that anybody can really take home the trophy. This time around, it's going to boil down to, are you able to capitalize on any, opportunities that come your way throughout these matches, and if it's just right place, right time, combined with a lot of hard work and grinding that these players have been putting in to even get to this stage of the competition. But like I mentioned before, we're going to talk about ROC. Before we do that, though, let's take a look into a little bit about how this roster came to be.
At the midseason playoffs, ROC Esports finished 2nd place, inches away from winning the whole tournament.
Putting up the host saucer as a solo, looking down at curve, NIP get eliminated as it's a 1v1 saucer!
But at the start of 2025, you'd see this team almost didn't exist.
That was probably the most stressful of my time competing. Definitely thought it was gonna be my end.
My first time LFTing, I didn't know what was waiting for me. I had no idea what other players in the scene thought of me.
Me IGLing, like I know I can IGL, but I didn't have the time at all.
It was hard to find a third, let alone an IGL.
After getting dropped, I felt very crushed and defeated. I couldn't even get so much as a tryout.
Team was thrown in pretty last second. The roster locks were like a day after or two.
Backs and Deeds weren't my first choice. I wasn't really sure if I wanted to join a team that was 22nd in Pro League.
Yeah, I mean, the first day was pretty bad.
Jen Burton almost single-handedly takes down ROC.
Deal with Sorcerer, the only one left alive. Blinkster pushes all the way in and cleans him up. ROC is out.
I knew that Sauce mechanically was one of the best MK players in the game at the time, and it was about putting it all together and making it work, making it fit.
5 more shots in this Peacekeeper that has put in so much work for Deeds. 1.7k damage. And it's about to get a little higher. LG go down. It's ROC's time to strike. They claim the first game, and now they look to claim the last. Sorcerer gonna go down. Vaxlon swoops in to finish off the fight, and the day belongs to ROC.
And immediately the second day, we came out swinging with a win.
In my mindset, it was kind of like, all right, we're changing everything up. We're gonna fight. We have to be a great team tomorrow.
I got MVP the first time. I was kill leader for the first time. It was a confidence builder for me and the entire team.
And that really put a lot of the doubts that I had about the team to rest, and I believe that this was going to be the strongest roster I've ever been on.
ROC took that momentum into the Americas regional final.
It's ending here, Vicky. It's Falcons, it's Fury, it's All Gamers, and it's ROC to close it out and win our regional final.
But there was one! He gets taken out! ROC now moving for the dub! ROC, are your
Winning was new for me, and it was something that I wanted to continue chasing.
When we won that day, it really put into perspective, okay, we can do this.
It's an all-out brawl! NIP get eliminated as it's a 1v1! Sorcerer with ROC take game number 2!
I mean, last-minute team put together. We just were constantly trying to surpass expectations.
120. 100 Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Yes. Kill him.
Yeah, I really did have a chip on my shoulder, and I really wanted to prove that I'm not just another MK player.
I want revenge for last year for not making it to finals. This is the biggest crowd that Apex can offer.
As ROC start to go crazy in this game. Welcome to Vaxilon, the man with this Devo on the Pathfinder has been electric in this game. Match point hit, champions now.
Leading into here now, I want to do what we did at EWC again.
Glitter said she'd let me talk about him, so I'm going to start talking about him. I've been incredibly excited about Rock. I think anybody who watched the last series certainly would have heard me talk a lot about them, and a lot of this boils down to their statistical value through the season. Yes, I'm excited about the players, but especially when it comes to end games, I think Rock are a roster that is built for championships. Their conversion, getting up to 10th, a little bit rough. Getting from 10th to 5th, even rougher. At 42.9%, they have the, I think it's 8th lowest conversion from 10th to 5th in the Americas. However, converting from 5th to 1st, they are hitting over 50% and we're in first place in the Americas throughout all of Split 2. This is a roster that is built to win games, and for that reason, I'm really excited about their performance on LAN, but I'm also left wondering a little bit about what their performance today has been like, because Rock didn't come out on top of their group. However, I did see them in some endgame situations. We saw them get second in their first match, third in their third match, and third in the fourth match. The rest of them falling along the same lines as we saw in Split 2, where yes, they are landing in the bottom half of things a little bit more often than they'd like. However, the lack of conversions to wins is a little bit of a question mark for me as we came into the first match series of the day. Tiff, you and I talked about how Psycho is thinking about where this team is at, about their mentalities. Jayhawk, you had mentioned that this is a roster that really needs to be on the same page about especially how Saucer and Vaxilon communicate with each other. I'm happy to hear that, you know, Vaxilon is really looking inwards at what's going on during the games, because the most important thing for Rock, I think, is going to be focusing on what they individually need to do, so that then, as we move on through the day and through the games, they can cohesively work together as a squad, which is going to be the most important thing, especially under Saucer's leadership.
Absolutely. We know what they are all capable of on an individual level, and it's just really about kind of bringing that all together, get together here on the international stage and making it work in their favor. But those are just some of those teams that are out of Group B. We haven't even gotten a chance to see Group D up here on the main stage. So it's time for us to say hello to some very familiar faces as they join us up here for the competition. And let's see what Group D can really bring to the table.
But they're going to have to finish a couple of these PK shots to do it, and that'll be no problem.
Richmond down to 1. He clutches things with the G7 Scout.
Don't think Alliance can do it. Go next.
And now GoNext will push in, and they secure.
He beats us all. He's just better.
One. Let's go.
Represent Red. This is Taco. There's only one member left in Sentinels. They don't do it. It is here. VK Gaimin.
We're going to be recognizing a lot of these squads here, and I want to give a little bit of opportunity here for our desk to cover some of these teams and really highlight them and what they could potentially do here in this next series. Jayhawk, I want to start with you. Who would you like to highlight?
I want to talk about VK Gaming.
Okay.
Obviously our reigning champ from the mid-season playoffs, but this split didn't go quite as expected for them. Obviously, you know, winning a LAN, you'd think that this would be a powerhouse team. Instead, QQ steps away, and he actually takes a little bit of a break, was handling things in his personal life, and ever since coming back, they just haven't quite clicked the same way that we saw in Saudi. And so now there's a lot of question marks, because coming in to today, they were one of the bottom 5 teams on the overall leaderboard after that first set. At the same time, they've proven they can win when it matters, and so I think this is a team that just needs to re-find that fire. When they won, when I dove into the story of VK Gaming, I have never found a team in Apex that had gone through so many trials and tribulations in terms of their ability to compete, the respect that they were trying to find worldwide, even trying to get it done when they got to LAN, because they had multiple times on match point, and when they finally overcame it, I mean, QQ was crying when they won. He was shedding tears, and so it showed how much he truly cared.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Honestly, really good shout too, because I think anyone in the entire competition that has a previous title under their belt should always be in the back of all of our team's minds. And speaking of former winners, Tiff, who would you like to highlight here out of this group as well?
Well, guys, I'm going to talk a little bit about Aurora, okay? They didn't have the best performance in their first showing out on the B stage, but it wasn't bad, right? It's that top 5 situation, which is good. You're still honing things out in the group stages, which I think is powerful for them, considering their LAN performance has not been good this year. EWC, you're talking about it for VK Gaming. Well, for Aurora, it might have been not good, right? So what does it happen? You get roster changes. You bring Slab in. Slab didn't win that championship with them last year. It was actually Zedon. So I think that this performance in the group stages is great for them because it kind of puts that chip on their shoulder that you had Vaxlon talking about in that Rock Esports page. There's a lot of people out there that are competing on the stage that just feel that they have something to prove, which is crazy. When you're thinking about a LAN-winning roster coming in from the bottom of the barrel, they're just like, yeah, we hoisted that trophy last year in the Primus Dome, but we're still coming back with more to prove to show, yes, we can do it again, and we can do it with a different third, and this time with Slab.
I love that. I think those are both really good shouts for this group, and obviously lots of other teams and faces that people can be paying attention to up here on the main stage as we head into this series. But before we do that, everybody's favorite part of the day, let's take a look at what our talent has to say about how this series is going to go. It's time for these predictions. All right, and we see how the points went after that first series for some of our talent here as well. We got Rain Day going with Rock after that nice little highlight out of Dia. I went with Shopify. Vicky agrees. We got Oblivion out of Gaskin. Nice pick there. Dia, talk to me about the Aurora pick.
I mean, right now, I'm thinking, did I really pick Aurora last night? Huh, that's crazy. I don't think that it's a bad call, and the reason that I picked Aurora, casting my mind back to that very same night where I predicted them, it does have a lot to do with the fact that these are two really experienced players, along with what it seems to be an eternally rotating third. However, Uchako and Hiarka have been at LAN so many times, and having won the championship just last year, it really comes down to me in group stages about who is most comfortable in the LAN environment, especially in the first day when you're just getting your legs under you, and that's why I think Aurora's got this. Still, they've got it.
Love that. And I saw the E36 pick out of you too, Tiff. You got to be feeling good after how they just performed in that first series.
Look. Yeah. I'm just going to sum it up with yes. I'm feeling really good about it, okay? We were hyping up Citadel Gaming in our first series of the day, looking for that 50% win rate, and who does it? E36. So.
I love it. I love it. I can't wait to see how this series is going to go. It's almost time for us to get into this action as well. And I believe we have Vicky and Genome prepared, ready to dive into it. So, guys, let's get into the next series.
Thank you so much, Glitter. I'm back once again with my partner, Genome, at another championship. Welcome, everybody, to the ALGS Year 5 Champs. Time flies by, but it flies even faster when you're having fun, and we get some more Apex here in the arena of Sapporo. It's freezing. I'm cold as somebody coming in from Miami, but it's cool because the competition is heating up.
Oh, look, well, that's why I'm covered in an entire sheep right now, Vicky. It is a little cold in Sapporo, but hey, I don't get snow like this back in Australia, so I am having an absolute blast. The smile has not left my face since I entered this country, and I'm going to be honest, I doubt it's going to leave it for the next 3 matches either that we will be here taking you through on E-District.
As we start things off on E-District, everybody, it's important to note that we flipped a little bit, right? Because in our first series on the main broadcast, we got to see the action kick off on Storm Point. This time around for Groups B versus D, we are starting the action on E-District, and that's important when some predictions like Tiff's with E36 popping off, really winning that back-to-back there on E-District, started things off as we take a look at the draft.
So as we go into the draft here, you can see there's a seed number, right? The teams, however they played throughout the year, is actually dictating the picks that they get throughout this POI draft. Now, this is why I've actually predicted Gen.G here. because Gen.G had the first seed going into this B and D matchup. That means they managed to nab Street Market with the 21st pick, and more importantly, Skyhook West once we get to World's Edge, an unbeaten POI over on that side of Apex Legends. But here over in Street Market, they're going to be having a great go. We'll have a quick look here at Enter Force 36. Now, this team won twice already on this map in the previous series. 75 points they ran away with. That's more than anybody in the other series that we had on the mainstream.
Yeah, it's so hard to be able to catch up to what Falcons was able to put on, how literally it was just farming the lobby, literally got 99 farming right there, right in front of us, just in the span of like 2 hours. And then here we have E36 winning the back-to-back on E-District, but because we are starting things off on E-District, Genome, we got a bit of a different legend ban system going on with this first game.
Yeah, so it could have a bit of an impact on that. We were having a little discussion about how much alter we might see. And I think, Vicky, you know, you can definitely point that out here. We've got a fair few in the lobby. Interestingly, though, it's in addition to the caustic, right? We were talking about how the picks and bans sort of evolve throughout a series. Alter usually gets banned as the third most prolific controller class. Of course, she's not naturally a controller class, but she has access to the perk that gives her the ring consoles. In this particular instance, though, you are seeing so much caustic who, you know, I mean, that's just going to happen throughout the series. Of course, in our first match, though.
Yeah, it is actually caustic. It is actually caustic that got the most picked right now. And it actually falls similarly to what we saw from groups C versus D before, where caustic was the first legend banned out after the first game. But let's get started here, because the action hasn't stopped with Monsoon being on the high ground. And of course, who wouldn't be rocking the charge rifle if it isn't Monsoon himself?
Don't see it in the kill feed all too often these days, but if you do, exactly, there's a high chance Monsoon's name is going to be next to it. A couple of the APAC North teams, unfortunately, just racing for the same building, and it looks like SYRALE and SBI there are going to have a bit of trouble as Monsoon does have the overlook position here with a charge rifle.
He is stacked with a charge rifle too. Hold up, and nobody is safe in the distance of Monsoon, whoever is in his line of sight, as he is stationed down up on the high ground with the Newcastle wall, bunkering down, just trying to hail from above, but GoNext in some trouble, looking to reset here. Henchman, the last one alive, popping the med kit from the other side of the wall.
His teammates close to the gas there. It's Light that gets taken out, but now kinda Henchman trying to work out if he's got time to get this revive off, and he actually will. It's the duo. It's floating from Men of Culture, our NOLA standout that is coming to give them a bit of grief.
Yeah, Becky joining them just tomorrow, but this duo has been able to get some KP, as you can already see right here. Cersei getting involved too, being able to find Henchman in the feed. Floating is going to be able to get the reset too, going to be able to get that new evil shield as Candace tries to back away. Henchman looking at Cersei, but even while he's one shot, he can't clutch it down. Men of Culture floating, being able to clean up what is left right in front of them as GoNext get eliminated.
It's a kind of confidence you want out of this guy. I mean, I think he even tweeted me, he wasn't feeling that great today, but I mean, you're feeling pretty good after you get a couple of kills as a duo to start the game off with. I mean, honestly, all you need is, you know, one unsuspecting down, and then it's a 2v2, and you can play it out in a little more even of a fashion. But regardless, you take any points you can get until your teammate joins you tomorrow.
And Floating was the player that really impressed so many people back in the open, right? And then here he is, as a duo, they're still able to get some KP. I mean, it's really difficult, especially in this environment, to be able to do that as a duo.
And you remember, he was one of the few players using the R99 in New Orleans, and now we've come full circle. R99 is fairly meta at the moment, and well, I mean, obviously the guy's going to be locked in. He has been using this gun for the past year.
Thank God, I'm just about to say right now, I'm so happy the R9's back. Let me tell you, last season, the shotgun meta, I was hearing PKs in my sleep. I could not rest. As we take a look at where everybody is stationed, of course, where the zone is also pulling over to that northwestern side on the outskirts of Energy Bank. You got to take your eyes on these chokes, especially when you come out of Blossom Drive, where Shopify Rebellion are taking their time here. And as they're here in Neon Square to get that information, they're playing objective, right? There is a ring console here, there's a survey beacon, but they can also gatekeep the teams that are taking their time with these southern rotates, as REIGNITE also were able to clean that up on the south side, as SBI are the next to go back to the lobby.
Shopify and Gen.G both still skirting around the outside. Two of those edge teams that we've seen come to blows several times already in Sapporo here in the Year 5 Championships. I mean, they are two of the most aggressive, most, their play style is very much geared towards edge play and getting kills. Later on into the game, it does become a little bit more difficult for them. If you compare them to a team like Falcons at the moment, who I think is genuinely one of the only teams who you can reliably count on to go from a third ring scan and then make it into a playable spot later on in the game. For these other teams like Shopify, they really do rely on the KP a little more.
And while we take a look at everything going on, guys, thank you so much for sticking with us. Let's take a look at the first squad, actually, who had gone and wiped out with our Red Bull first strike. It's important to know as we get into this next series, because we are still in group stages, right? So it's about accumulating those points. Who is going to be the sponge within this lobby? Men of Culture being the duo that we just saw, by the way. We're able to capitalize on an opportunity here, and when you're playing the Caustic and Alter, remember the two legends that we were highlighting getting started on E-District, you have the ability to reset so well, but also you have the Caustic Heroes to act as your insurance policy before they were able to move in when they saw another team move up from the other side of GoNext.
Ah, right. So it was Fire Strays that was helping out. So it was actually less of a 2v3 and more of like a 5v3, unfortunately for GoNext, but get yourself caught in between two strong teams like that, and it's going to be a little rough.
I mean, when you take a look at where this zone is pulling towards City Hall, I think that's the most important thing, right? Because there's so much coexisting, especially on E-District overall, but in these buildings too.
And yeah, look, with where the zone is centering right now, sometimes with City Hall, it'll go further towards, sort of resort. It'll finish around the water in those two buildings that are sort of sitting in the middle in the water there. This time, it's further up, and I think that's why teams are prioritizing spots further up the hill. They don't know exactly where this zone is pulling, but the way the City Hall infrastructure works, you really like to be up the top because if it does pull away from you, you've got that height advantage as you push into the other teams, especially in Game 1 with Caustic ults. That can be really important. You've got, the terrain spread out in front of you if you're slamming a castle wall down on top of them. There's just a lot of ways you can use your utility there to try and wreak havoc on another team and press that advantage.
That's why I think it's so interesting. If you just take a look at the different compositions in this Game 1 of this lobby specifically, you have, like 2-3 cryptos here, KINOTROPE, Aurora, Gen.G, rocking the cryptos. Man, it'd be quite a shame if everyone has to move away from the bunker down Caustic comps that they relied on to then get hit with an EMP with all that hard work just disappear in front of them. Even better if you're in Newcastle and you've already set down your wall and the EMP goes in and ruins that opportunity for you to negate that damage with the Caustic Nox grenade.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. The addition of the electrification to the Newcastle wall was a massive buff. Before that, it felt like nades were raining in. It was actually quite hard to stop, and that was a massive change to that character. It's interesting, we're talking about some of the crypto teams there. Obviously, Gen.G will play that pretty much from Game 1 through as long as crypto doesn't get banned. The interesting change for them, of course, is that Asia now starts off as a Maggie. And it looks like we are getting back into the game. Let's go! Focusing on another crypto team here. They're playing the Alta and Bangalore version of that. But yeah, just finish off what we were talking about there with Gen.G. I mean, Asia was probably the best Ashe player in the world, full stop. And the nerfs to that character, I was a little bit scared, but he has come out now with the Maggie. We saw it in Game 1 of the first series. If they get some high ground, he is going to drill people to high heaven.
And it's going to be crazy, too, when you have to deal with players like VK Gaming coming in from your back, rocking the G7, capitalizing off an opportunity. They heard this fight from a distance, and look how low these players are. Gets the next break. They want to push in, closing the gap, but they don't want to get themselves sandwiched. They know there's another team within the vicinity, but they don't want to overextend. Instead, they're looking at the teams that are fighting on the outskirts of this zone, because in the next minute and 45 seconds or so, they could gatekeep this team on their rotate once they get closer to the zone.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Soul's nearby. Hotdog Mafia is actually evacing out of the zone right now. Thankfully, they go the other way. they're going to have a very good position, actually. I like this from Hotdog. Mafia was not huge on them coming into the tournament, but they've had a fantastic first series, and this is already looking good for them. For SAUL, however, they have to weather the storm right now. The Bocek exploding arrow is one of the only ways that you can really get persistent damage past an electrified Newcastle wall.
Oh, that's a great point. And also, you're able to pressure up the Newcastle with that deployed barrier right in front of them, right? The mobile shield before he tries to move around it, kind of forcing to reposition. But VK Gaming, that aren't stuck in a room, but they do have to look behind them to make sure that another team isn't going to try to skate by, because Supernova has already taken an evac tower, and they see the action happening before their eyes. As VK Gaming, you could get to immediately deleted.
Oh my god. The little hops there from QQ literally save him. He is one shot. The teammates aren't lying this time. Trying to get the bat off here. VK look to stabilize, and Supernova, I think they're actually going to go past. Looks like they might be looking for a ring scan here to try and get some next zone information. Gen.G are lurking as well, though. Shopify have done their job. They've made their way very much into the back of the zone. I like their spot, whereas Gen.G still prowling, still looking for kills.
VK Gaming got that reset too. There's something else that you get to see a lot with these altars, and of course on E-District, since you have so much of that coexisting, it's great, but we don't see a lot of those considering those constant traps that you're going to have to be faced with in a lot of these end zones. But the reset comes in clutch with the way that VK Gaming are trying to take these fights. But the only thing is, Genome, because this fight has taken so long, Supernova, who had taken that evac tower, are just going to look at this fight for free. They're going to be the ones to now gatekeep VK Gaming, and this is going to force VK Gaming to completely back away. They just used up so much in a rather expensive fight, and now forcing them to back away to go to Galleria, but at least they'll be met with a survey beacon there.
And yeah, I mean, you know, that altar, maybe they can find some tricky void passages to find themselves a little further into zone, but certainly not guaranteed at this point with Supernova, Hotdog, and Rock Esports ahead of them. Of course, Gen.G don't even have the option to get a ring console scan, so if you're wondering why they're loitering so much, that's exactly why. There is no way that they're going to be seeing a little green circle on their mini-map.
Relying outside information here. The zone closing in on their backs now, round 2. VK Gaming ready moving up as Fire Strays, though, stationed up to look up to the north. Because guess what? There's also going to be that red bin that spawns over to the north side where Hotdog Mafia were able to walk through. So they'll probably have access to that, but no one's just going to let them get that for free. The Fire Strays are looking at them. E36 are within the vicinity, as you can see here, too. While Crook looks down below, a lot of open areas inside these buildings. If you play by the chokes here, they open double doors. So you got to be careful if other teams want to try to pressure you out with a lot of the long range that we're seeing.
And the fact that we've got a few altars in this lobby is important with a City Hall zone. Like you were saying, there's a lot of empty space inside those buildings, but they also are very much approachable by the altar void passage, and teams will be looking to just send you, you know, without a moment's warning with that ability. That's kind of the point and kind of why these teams have doubled up in some ways on Alter here, using her this time as the recon character instead of the controller character.
Oh man, I mean, aside from all the Valkyries sticking to the sky's being a little congested here. I have to pinpoint that this zone, by the way, is completely pulling to the south on top of where Oblivion, SYRALE, and Grow Gaming. How they have called that out from the beginning with all these other teams congregating on that north side of City Hall.
Yeah, and we saw, I mean, you know, Monsoon was holding as the Sentinel, not with the Sentinel's charge rifle this time, but you know, he was holding down that high ground, and will have you know, all of the rest of this game to watch people come towards that 6x or, you know, whichever optic he's managed to pick up this time for it.
VK Gaming, though, already getting involved in the fight. It's REIGNITE right in front of them, though, before they try to push up and make sure that this is going to be an isolated fight. But because they see REIGNITE moving through that choke, there has to be an indicator that there's another team, and there is, because it's Gen.G coming through their backs.
Hotdog Mafia do get the mythic bin. Boom. Armor's upgraded, weapons upgraded. You really just get it all for free for the cost, this time apparently, of one Newcastle mobile shield.
And some Krabers, too. Everyone's eating out here. It's going to be one Kraber, actually. But Monsoon, by the way, in the feed is going to be able to get that knock. Still holding onto the charge rifle onto Hardeki. Let's see what kind of action Monsoon and the rest of Oblivion are going to be looking like here. As we take a look at the other side, too, of the zone, Genome, on that south side, because Oblivion are going to be moving from that spot, right, as we saw from the very beginning.
No, not for at least another zone or two even. I mean, all the games to pick up a charge rifle, this is the perfect one. Mon is going to be loving that decision right now.
Taking a look at Supernova, they lost on Hardeki earlier. We just pinpointed what Monsoon was able to do to this team from the high ground, and that's why they're just patiently settled here. They have not moved from the very first time we saw the fight break down in that low ground building. And meanwhile, REIGNITE just trying to get away here. Everyone's looking at them. Look at the caustic barrels getting needed in their direction, forcing them to pop this Newcastle wall. But they're safe and sound, at least on the stairwell, hoping that the team right above them isn't going to give up their spot just so that way they can look down on this. So they're safe with their backs against that wall.
Yeah, you want to pop those as soon as they get there. Supernova actually get Hardeki back into this. And I think, yeah, that building that we just saw them setting up on the low ground for could be the focal point for the end of this game.
Dexter's noggin ate like half that clip, by the way, but it's fine. He's got the purple mag on the R9. Angel just trying to take a cheeking off angle. You were talking about the bad baggy before, but it's a fight versus Rock, as they don't want to find themselves pinched, playing up the low ground, holding a head glitch by the stairs. Deeds protected with the Moby shield before Angel, who's one shot. He can't glitch it up, but his teammate comes up just to wrap up right behind him, leaving it down to Ziki and Dexter.
Okay, Dexter gets the bat off now. It's his turn. The others are low. They've got their backs turned to him. And that's another fight win for Gen.G. But it's only in the nick of time to grab a few KP. Because as we see, Fnatic pop in off the back. Even Albralele chipping in from distance with the Kraber there.
Everyone eats here. Albralele was the one who picked up the Kraber from the Mythic bin. You can see the pings. They got all the goop to the floor right at their feet before they start moving into. Albralele is like the only one warrior over to the side here, while Rohai is going to be able to back away with the rest of REIGNITE after seeing the action play out on the other side of this building. But every time I feel like I'm looking at Albralele, he's almost like solo dolo over to the side before the rest of his team tries to join up with him. It's about scouting ahead, though, because they could clear this side of the rotate, and the only team that could cut them off would be Fnatic. But while we take a look at all the action, let's jump into a listening with Aurora, who are still rocking full blue Evos.
Just wait on people's reaction, no?
Can you drop me south, Circa?
Take. I think you just play from bottom and wait on people's reactions, because everyone's gonna need to do something. If we start first, we're gonna die.
Okay.
Just chill, and then we move step by step. We move from there. We have covered, okay? Just chill.
Yeah.
Don't chop random. Just don't chop random.
Yeah, I will queue, okay? Here, I will queue here.
I think you save your queues, no?
Oh, up to you.
You
To
save
cross
in
the
case
next
we need.
row.
In case we need, just chill. Just wait on people's shit. Just wait. Most likely, we will link the bottom house, okay?
Yeah,
All Colts.
I'll
And you will
bangle around
bungle
us.
right side. Yeah, you will bungle right side.
I'll
yes.
bangle around us, yeah.
Start coming. Come.
A guy
One
landed on us
up.
dead.
We can land here. Guys, we are safe on me. We're completely safe on me. Come and be ready. Stop. Can you bungle right side?
I did.
I'm pressing
Do
TP.
it. Can
I'm
you
ready.
hit them now? Can you hit them now?
Yeah, I'm
One,
ready.
2, 3, go.
Good.
They broke my drone. I draw.
Stay back, Slav. Stay back.
Go back, yeah. They use
Fine. It's perfect.
I'm villain.
I'm stunning everyone here.
Behind us, the guy, bro.
The knocks.
This guy needed.
I got the hit. I need to sell.
85 on one with guy needed.
I'm selling.
Slap. We will need to win them, okay, in a second.
Yeah.
He's the only team around. I think
so.
it is. Everyone else is fighting. Chill, I will have him in a sec. I will not miss this time, okay? Be
Yeah.
ready, boys. 1, 2, and 3, boys.
The caustic barrel pressure's too much. The EMP, the go. Aurora trying to capitalize off the opportunity here. They need to get the knocks, and they do so with the altar portal. They move up from the low ground here. They want to be able to show their face, but they have to wrap up around each other. You see the resets, the shield back, but a Slab is the last one alive. Can he clutch it out behind 2 white knockdown shields?
Oh my god, it's right all up to Slab right now. Ninjas in Pyjamas will clutch it out. They hold on to the house. They had a first look. They knew they needed the EMP there to deal with that Newcastle wall, but even that wasn't enough.
Nerfed Mozams, by the way, in the new patch. Anyways, now we get to see the action continue on, though. Hotdog Mafia, Albralele is still alive. One shot, he's able to pop the med kit and got that Evo shield reset. But now look at where the zone is pulling Genome. Slay over to that north side, but guess what? REIGNITE and Supernova are side by side, and Oblivion, who had been in that building the whole time, will eventually have to move once that zone closes over to that north side.
Yeah, and Hotdog Mafia really on the wrong side of this. They're going to have to cross open ground. They're going to have to go across that canal just to try and find their way in. And they'll find Supernova most likely having a look at them there. As you said, Shopify, Rebellion, Gaimin, Oblivion seem to be the ones occupying that building, while the other teams have been trying to take up those Newcastle wall positions just around the outskirts, carve a little bit of space out for themselves. But it's pretty hard when you're staring down Albralele's Kraber.
Can he get it here, though? This is where the moment where the clutch infinite ammo would come through, but he doesn't have it here. It's a different patch, and he gets knocked. It's up to Rambo, being on the Newcastle as he goes for the reset. He gets the rest. He's dancing around the mobile shield as he tries to get the next one. He's got the blue knockdown. He gets it, following up with Skittles coming out on clutch. Supernova get eliminated, and they are able to go for the craziest reset, uninterrupted on the other side of this wall.
Hotdog Mafia, they make it work. Apparently, the Kraber is scary enough to keep Supernova just clustered behind that shield. And from all angles, Hotdog Mafia destroy them.
Genome, the only person I'll give the Caustic pass to here is going to be Skittle Cakes, because that is literally his pride and true when it comes to the Caustic. Everyone here knows how I feel about that stinky legend, but it's necessary when you're here on E-District for game number 1 in Champs. As we take a look at the team still holding high, and of course, Oblivion with that charge rifle. Blinkster has a triple take, but because they've been here for so long, Genome, they don't have a lot to work with. Look at the energy ammo that Blinkster has on this triple take. Literally 7 bullets left.
It's blinking red. I think that's a bad thing.
Oh, no. Sees the action here. You're gonna get hungry, but they don't want to give up this high ground. They know that there's a team coexisting right underneath their feet. Grow Gaming, Shopify as well. KINOTROPE in the distance, Reignite as well as Hotdog Mafia before Ninjas and Pyjamas and Fire Strays may be forced to collapse on one another.
Okay, late game Valkyrie move here from Shopify Rebellion. Of course, with the purple perk, you've got perfect vision. You know the spots you can slam. Let's see if Shopify can find one single spot that is open right now. Hotdog Mafia, don't go for them. Shopify, no, they are going down. And Zainu needs to get this wall up and start dragging his teammates.
Get over here, though. It's 2 teams looking at them. Hotdog Mafia have to now fixate their attention to the left. They know that this team is feeling the pressure. Hotdog Mafia continue to pepper it into Shopify as they get eliminated in 8th place. 7 squads left. Still 2 bullets left in this Kraber at the hands of Albralele.
Aren't going to be any shots left that he didn't take. He's only got 2 left in the chamber. 10 down already. Those 2 just might be important here. 10 points already for Hotdog Mafia. This has been a banger game to back up that first series where they are trying to defy expectations here in Sapporo.
Even across the board, with Cersei going to be able to get that knock too with a Kraber of his own. Karib trying to get the reset with a Newcastle, but the ring is behind his back. It's a lot of damage with the final zone closing in. They can't do it. Out in the open, holding each corner. Look at this Newcastle wall for Newcastle wall as Rambo tries to shoot it down with the EVA 8.
You want your Newcastle wall forward to buy space, but it can't be too forward or you'll get shot in the side. It's such a hard balance to juggle. Who can do it the best?
Oh, Newcastle's a get down, Mr. President. Can he clutch it out again as Skittles tries to survive? He finds Blinkster. Hotdog Mafia, it's only up to Albralele here. Being on the altar, Fire Strays get eliminated, but they're playing in the safety of the Caustic Gas before Grow Gaming. It's clean up on aisle 3.
Oh, this is easy for them. Hotdog just cowering behind the wall, and Grow Gaming take game 1 on E-District.
Walking up, silent but deadly. Grow Gaming, they come through with 8 KP. And I'll be honest here, Gino, it was pretty even across the board. A lot of these teams were settled in that final zone from the very beginning, like those of Oblivion. Shopify were playing right underneath them for a while, but 8 KP for Grow Gaming. Meanwhile, Hotdog Mafia, they got second with 8 KP themselves, while Oblivion were able to get third with 9 KPs. That's what I mean when it comes to like a lobby like this, comparatively to the other lobbies that we saw earlier on.
Yeah, E36 and Falcons just hoovering up those points. You're right, a little bit more spread out this time, and I do like that Oblivion managed to pick up the 9 KP there, right? As we saw on our screen, they were literally out of resources, and sometimes you will see teams try and hold on for just a little too long, not take opportunities, and bank on getting the placement points instead of the KP. I think for Oblivion, a third there and 9 kills is a good balance and shows that they did take their chances in game 1.
That's why it comes in clutch when you have an altar in a situation like that. If you know you're going to play bunker down, the altar with the passive, being able to get things off these death boxes, it comes in clutch if you know that you're low on ammo. And right there, imagine being able to have some extra boxes at your feet just to be able to pick apart. As we take a look at the match 1 results, Grow Gaming, again, 8 KP to their name. Keon and Noct going crazy here with some assistance dropped.
And that's such a fantastic point, Vicky, and you see it on the legend picks here, right? Oblivion went for the Wraith at this point, and in the meta, it's an off pick, right? It's an off meta pick. Most teams are going for the Altar over the Wraith, and sure, you can portal to a box, but like, you know, just have the loot come to you. It's a lot easier with Ultra, and as you say, that could have made all the difference for Oblivion if they'd been able to pick those boxes in the end game.
I'd be upset if the Wraith burned Portal just for that right here too, right? I mean, if we're gonna be stationed here, you gotta commit at this point, guys. But already, game number 1 done and dusted here, Genome, and it's looking great within our next group. And also being able to see a different look at E36, a team that was able to win back-to-back on E-District, faltering a bit on the second half of the overall standings.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a struggle, but hey, with 75 points, they're actually most of the way through to qualifying for that winner's bracket. We're expecting somewhere around 100 points, so E36 really only have a little bit of work left to do.
And we got some more E-District, you guys. Don't go anywhere, because game number 2 is coming to you on the
Red Bull is giving wings to the ALGS and the Apex community.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone. It's been a great time so far. That was match 1, done and already in the books, guys. We are speeding through this. Grow Gaming, they had won that with 8 KP to their name. We get to see the wonderful crowd of Sapporo who have made their way to our championship. And it's great to be able to see a lot of the action play out here at Genome. And I have to give a special shout out to Galleria, because right now where our competitors are playing on, Galleria provides high performance PCs tailored for elite level players and creators, delivering reliability and performance when every frame matters.
Do you reckon they have a favorite POI on E-District?
Taking Galleria? Maybe Galleria. I don't know. I guess we're all going to celebrate on Galleria today, Gino, but you know what we have to also celebrate is Grow Gaming taking that dub, and that's with them coming out of Viaduct. Unfortunately, it wasn't Gallery. I was hoping it was to ramp up off of that, but they came out of Viaduct. One of my personal favorite POIs on E-District, as not only you get that survey beacon there, you can try to rotate from the high ground onto who lands next to you on Street Market, which in this case was Gen.G. But Grow Gaming, they rotated that really slowly over from that south side, where we saw a lot of the teams bank on this zone going towards the north side of City Hall, whereas it actually pulled towards that southern building that Oblivion found their home very early on the rooftops after they came out of Canal.
Yeah, I mean, what a call from Monsoon there, huh? He was there lightning quick, had the Zone 6 building. You cannot ask for any more from your IGL than that.
It's great. And then now as we continue on through E-District, we already saw the most picked legend, right, in that game number 1. Caustic, you're out of here. You know, Skittles, he can pop off on anybody. I know whenever I think about Caustic, I always think about Skittle Cakes. But now we're moving on to E-District, again, with no Caustic involved. And something that we've noted, Genome, looking at the other bans on E-District, obviously Newcastle, Crypto, Rampart, some of these different legends that have really popped off. Obviously, you got the Altar, but the Caustic, I feel like, put a lot of pressure to those Altar compositions, too.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it in the end zone. Nobody is actually playing, like, in the center of that space, right? They can't, because there are barrels, there are Caustic, ult, and it is, you just take too much damage now. The amount of flesh damage it does to you is just frankly ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why he's most likely going to be the most common Game 1 ban throughout this tournament. Where it does get interesting, Vicky, is especially in Game 2, because a lot of the teams who like those bunker compositions, they'll just move over to Rampart, and we'll start seeing the walls have some Rampart amped cover to back it up, and it's often very interesting because we get this sliding doors moment where we might have Rampart banned, and we might have Newcastle banned. If Rampart gets banned, most likely you're just going to see a bunch of controller characters and Altar get banned in a row. But if Newcastle gets banned, all of a sudden, the series is completely different. You've got all of these teams who like to play zone, who like to play bunker compositions. They can't do it anymore. They have to completely change their game plan at this point, and it very much favors the aggressive, the edge teams. But it all just comes down to which teams you have in your lobby and how many of each pick we've got going on in Game 2.
And where you're coming from your POI, right? I feel like Hockey's on the Desk highlighted that perfectly, because that's something to know. When you're watching scrims and you're watching a lot of these events, you're wondering, you know, because of now the legend ban system that we've had in place for some time, you're wondering how a lot of these teams are going to roll out with this, how they're going to play to their strengths, because now they have to readjust consistently. And depending on where you land in your POI, you have to make sure that you play to your advantage. If you're going to be playing on the edge, you don't want to play bunker down composition, because that's not the goal of an edge composition team. So that also goes into play. And the wrench would also be, Genome, Watson. Watson was the other legend that we saw a lot on E-District. But the thing is, Crypto is not in jail yet. So Crypto can be out and about with these EMPs. And once again, same case scenario where deletes all of your progress. All these pretty fences, unfortunately, it's not Picasso. You're just going to be able to write all over the painting here and delete it with your EMPs. You could see the same thing about Caustic, but what? We had like 3 Cryptos in the lobby in that last game. So something to also consider is World's Edge is happening at the other 3 games of the series. So a lot of these teams want to play into their strength depending on their POIs to be able to have that Crypto available and maybe look at the other squads who may not want to run the Crypto and feel comfortable about that on E-District specifically.
Yeah, because they're probably running a Valkyrie right now or an Altar because, of course, as we sort of talked about, Altar's the wild card, the Joker. You can play her as either Recon or as the controller legend. So most of those other teams happy to just try and, you know, slam a Valk ult in. As soon as Newcastle gets banned, you will see a drop-off in the amount of Valkyrie because teams do enjoy basically just going for the skyward dive and then slamming a spot with all of that defensive utility. Without that, the plan kind of changes up a little bit.
Take a look at Aurora right now. Fell in 14th. I heard those comms. They wanted to take that fight. They fell shortly afterwards there, too, because they weren't able to get a full reset, but also they were contesting a fight while playing off the low ground. I believe it was the Newcastle that had the high ground, who already had his wall out, too. And then having that Altar Portal acts as a double-edged sword, because you're also allowing them to take the elevator down before they take the elevator back up again. And, you know, that tech that hasn't gone away with Altar specifically, anyone could do it, but as long as you're holding crouch and jumping at the same time, you could just immediately take that Altar Portal back and forth while simultaneously shooting without taking as much damage yourself. Just little things like that really come in clutch. I don't believe we saw that go down in that fight specifically, but when you have a bludgeoned Aurora trying to take a fight with no shields, it's a lot of pressure when they know they have no other choice but to take that fight because everybody else is on the high ground and they don't want to try to contest when they're out in the open line of sights of everyone looking down on them.
Yeah, look, and meanwhile, Aurora also dealing with the last year, right? They had the highest of highs. They won the Year 4 championship here in Sapporo last year, and it feels like, frankly, they haven't got a lot of credit for that. It feels like people have been saying that for the last year, and you know that they are coming here right now to try and say, look, that was deserved. Let's do it again. And while you sit here on a tech pause, you know, the teams that have done well, they're basking in the glory. They're enjoying, they're chilling out, waiting for the next game. The teams like Aurora, who just had a bit of a failure in game 1, they're sitting there, you know, sort of drowning their sorrows, kind of like they have to sit in those feelings, and it's not comfortable.
And you're taking all the points that you got from your previous series, right? And you got to roll out with that momentum. Whether you faltered in that first series or you didn't, and you want to be able to push that forward, it really gets to your head. But you got to keep it together because, again, you know, actions speak louder than words. And if people see that they've unfortunately haven't been able to maintain that appearance after winning champs last year, a lot of people want to make sure that those results weren't a fluke. So they're here to prove something. When we take a look at our other squads that are just getting ready here for game number 2, I'm excited to see how a lot of these teams want to approach this because that end zone genome was so volatile, but even better for the teams that were able to get into that building so early. But playing off those fence lines, having to play off that low ground gets crazy when you're having so many Newcastle staring at you from each wall side by side.
Yeah, it felt like Supernova might have thought they could have gotten a few more points out of that. Usually the team that walls the bottom of those stairs in that particular zone actually does pretty well. But, you know, maybe it was just that Kraber pressure that's a little hard to deal with sometimes. I mean, it's not like they could dip, dodge, duck, and dive in the tiny amount of space that they had to work with.
Just taking a look how everything's played out thus far. Falcons, who had farmed in their last lobby, by the way, is actually insane. Aurora, though, I believe they came in that top 5 wanting to make sure that they get a lot more done here. Taking a look at also a lot of our players who are just getting set up. Hardeki here, too. Just over to the side. We saw fire popping off in the feed. Looks like we're rearing to go here, but it's just getting started. Once again, everybody, E-District is our second game before we go on to our third game, which will once again be on E-District. And then we move on to World's Edge. Caustic will not be played for this second game as he was the most picked legend in our previous game. And as we get started with E-District 2, I'm expecting to see a little change up of these zones because when it comes to those City Hall zones, Genome, it gets really chaotic, but I'm here for it, especially when there's a lot of space to coexist. Whereas on a POI like City Hall, until you see where that next zone is pulling, it's really risky, right? Because if you call that 50-50 pull wrong, then guess what? You're going to be stuck like a lot of these other teams out in these buildings when everybody is able to have a way better position up on the high ground to look down on it.
Yeah, the slope, the terrain there in City Hall does make a massive difference depending on what side of it you are on, but the sneak peek I'm getting of the next ring says that we're going to be going somewhere a little different. Wait for the second zone just to fill you in on that. But we are loading into the second game. People are dropping in. It's game 2 with groups B and D.
Let's get this rolling with our game 1 winners. Grow Gaming. Just talked about them landing over by Viaduct. Good rotation once they get information off the survey beacon after getting their loot. As we know that Gen.G do land over by Street Market, and since we are seeing the zone pull and shift over to the east side this time around. Okay, moving over to the northeast side. Rocket Esports are going to be very happy about that one, but it's going to be a little bit of a trek for Grow Gaming depending on how they want to move up. And they're one of the teams, by the way, that will be playing on the edge. When we talk about knowing where your POIs are and what you try to take a lot of these fights, they know what they're going to be rocking when they're having the Altar, Rampart, and Newcastle lineup.
Yeah, so exactly what we were talking about. You just you take the Stinky Boy out, you start putting up some walls. So Rampart is now equal with Newcastle. So I think that means we're going to account back the tiebreaker to see which legend will be banned, will be how many times they've been picked throughout the series in total. So if we go back to the first game, Newcastle was picked 16 times, and that means we are having that sliding doors moment, Vicky. Newcastle gets banned in game 2. Bunker Enjoyers, Zone Turbo Rotators are not happy about this. They will have to change their plans significantly with that outcome.
Because then it goes hand in hand with what you mentioned about the Valkyrie. You want that bunker down as Oblivion Fun this time around says, let me get a piece of that charge rifle. Finds just not in the distance. E36 in some trouble here, but still alive as they were just able to find that one player pickup.
Another upgrade.
Got to be wary of that. Dropping at Canals. Oblivion have the option to run at them very, very quickly, and you can see Enterforce 36 have been caught off guard by that, but luckily they only lose the one man. I mean, look, revives and respawns, I should say, are easier to get than ever. So if you have just one loss early on in the game, you know, I'd say you've got more than a 50% chance of getting that guy back in the game and being able to continue, albeit at a slower pace and probably finding a worse spot in the zone to do it.
It's always scary, too, when it's your Newcastle, right? I mean, at least you have the insurance walls of the Rampart to come in clutch, but you get some information, Snap being on that Valkyrie, saying what they're going to do to try to get that. They have the respawn beacon right behind them as well, but they don't have the banner is the case, so maybe try to go to a replicator if they can. They're going to be able to take to the skies, but no purple perk, which is important to note. As now they're going to be able to move around. They won't have the extra jetpack, but at least with the blue perk, they could get the human UAV up in the skies to scan through the wall.
Yeah, I mean, look, we do see the survival slot. They've got the respawn beacon there ready to go, so as long as they just get far enough away from people. I mean, you're not expecting anyone to still be sitting around in Electro. Damn, Hotdog Mafia would have made it out of there quick smart. So it should be a safe res for E36 up in the northern parts of E-District.
Taking a look at the other squads, though, have moved up. SBI Esports, they get eliminated. S8UL were able to pick up that KP. First squad wipe here as E36 now looking around because they didn't have a replicator, looked like, on that side. So they have to back around, get the survey beacon, and then take their time. But the fight has not stopped because S8UL, they're collecting more. It's Hardeki who's the next victim.
A lot of fights going on here over at Heights. That, of course, is where the zone is heading. And as we mentioned, Rock Esports are very happy about this, but they're not sitting on their laurels. They're not sitting on top of the highest building, which you can do if you start off in Heights and want to play it safe, similar to how Oblivion did recently. Oh, you know what? They're just going to do it and take the Altar Portal back. That's a nice way.
It's nice when this is your POI, right? Like, Rock lands here in a Heights, and they have the height here, and they're going to be able to overlook a lot of the other players that are playing on the low ground, and because they have the altar, it's that nice quick reset. You may not have two anymore, unfortunately, but you get the price of one as they try to look down at the one player right in front of them. Kazakh, being on that Newcastle, is trying to get away from Deeds, who's playing incredibly aggressive. Here's the other team right in front of him, though. Oblivion, they picked that up.
I like this from Rock. Yeah, they are, again, they're not sitting on their laurels. Supernova has been eliminated completely. E36 does complete the respawn, but Rock are really using this Void Nexus on cooldown here. I mean, you can see literally having to zip up because he's already used it last time, but they are just, you know, really getting out there and trying to snipe kills whenever they can.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, it looked like Oblivion had picked that up, but it was literally Sorcerer up from the other side that was able to get that finishing blow when Oblivion had just blundered that last player. As we take a look at the Red Bull First Strike replay, was the first team who had gotten wiped for our game number 2. Side by side here, as we see more teams making their rotate, but looking back at the action of what happened first to open up the first game here was SBI, who were trying to find the spot, right? They chased down that player, they tried to land on top of him, but guess what? They saw it in the UAV, by the way. They scanned through the wall, and there was a team right next to them on their landing, and then they got torn apart.
Wow, and then you can see Supernova.
Like, okay.
Yeah, very quickly after that, we're like, yeah, thanks for ruining our game, guys.
Actually,
cheers for that.
The grieving never stops here, the typical Apex way. As we take a look at GoNext. Light having the bow check. A lot of resurgence of the bow check, by the way, Gino, within the lobby. Such a strong weapon, especially when you have it amped up with a grenade. Exactly.
Charging up, as we mentioned, you know, with the Newcastle still in the lobby, makes it very strong and helps, you know, just remove some of those big advantages that you get from having that energized wall. I think the other thing to mention is you will see the highest uptick of infinite ammo as an amp if teams and players specifically are running the bow check. It's hard to keep the ammo if you really want to be spamming with the bow check, and infinite ammo is just massive with that combination because it probably is the best marksman right now. You just don't see teams pick it up enough because they're not sure if they're going to run out of ammo halfway through.
Yeah, and it's not like you want to hug a replicator every time, right? So it's risky, especially when you want to bunker down in lobbies like this here. Gaming bunkering down themselves. Look at these rampart walls that they've set up and playing a little bit split since there was that survey beacon to their south side. Deny that opportunity from other teams if they're holding on to it. But it's the congestion over on the far east side. Rock Esports, being at their POI, were able to watch everybody move up and try to evict them. To no avail, as they're going to be able to stay pretty up on the high ground. But then the other thing can't be said about squads have to rotate from that north side, where they play off that low ground outside of the line of sight of Rock Esports. But there's a lot of coexisting in these buildings that are very open.
Yep, and you know, Altar again going to be a huge factor here. We'll see people zipping up from some of the you know, insane high and low grounds up on heights, as the name would suggest. KINOTROPE Gaming going in against Gen.G here. Oh no, wait. Is it? I swear they were on the map a second ago.
Aurora here over to the side instead. Uchako being able to get some of those Mozam shots here before coming right back around, playing patiently. He hears the rest of Aurora taking up the zip line up on the high ground here, trying to wrap around this team. Where did they go, they say? And they found one, and it's going to be taken out. Uchako is going to be able to clean up that KP, but they see the other stragglers trying to run away in the distance with a Nemesis in hand. He's already broke. Slab looking ahead, and they were literally scattering like roaches at feet. As Hierarch is going to be able to try to get another scan here. It's the one-on-one action. Aurora now going to be able to just walk away from getting at least the KP that they were able to collect. But they've also been able to clear out this building before they move up.
Yeah, just on the outskirts of the ring now. You saw Gen.G in the distance there. I think they went a little bit more south to finish their looting and, you know, general edge gameplay that they like to make sure they've got everything in their kit upgraded as much as they like before starting to take fights throughout this mid-game. So Gen.G, don't know if they've got the scan here on KINOTROPE. It might be just within, maybe just outside of the range of the survey beacons these days. KINOTROPE obviously trying to find his way back to respawning his teammates in here, but they will have noticed Aurora, so I feel like Gen.G against Aurora could be our next scuffle.
It'd be their focus. Again, like Gen.G running a Mad Baggy bang composition with a Crypto. It's not like they have a Valkyrie, right? That they could just take off and try to contest those solos that they may have scanned on that survey beacon if that one solo of KINOTROPE was within their line of sight there. GoNext, though, taking the Hail Mary dive off the Valkyrie back and finding themselves in some trouble. Kind of looking for the res. He gets it off. Nice protection off the deployable barrier here, while Henchman, he's bunkering down together with a rampart walls covering his head. But it's great cover here because they took the risk and they find themselves a clear building for now.
Solid slam from GoNext. Of course, no purple perk. That was, you know, just having to use their eyesight, essentially, to try and identify which buildings are and are not available.
And I'm hearing Rampart Sheilas around the wall here. It's like a circus. Oh! No, got kidnapped! He gets kidnapped! Oh no, the Ultra V Ultra Violence, and then they dirty him. How unfortunate can they get knocked back? Drop was able to at least get the banner this time around, but it's bunker down time as they're building up these walls from each doorway. Can they get the reset?
That's so unfortunate for Gaimin. They've got a nice little spot, and wow, good piece of utility there. Just gets knocked, absolutely smashed here. VKG now, surely they can take over the rest of the building. They need to start being a little more aggro with that. As you can see, KINOTROPE Gaming have managed to get the respawns over in Energy Bank. Gen.G did notice it, but they have decided not to push that initially. They're actually heading more towards zone, potentially to try and play some gatekeeping down there. Could have some angles onto both Aurora and KINOTROPE as they come in further towards height. We should also note it's a very southern pull. It's going away from that top building that ROC Esports are holding, and more so towards S8, who have had impeccable zone calling for the last couple of months.
And look at this too, Bro having that Moby are able to get the res. They bring Nox back, although the deployable barrier right there gets shaved off just in half, but because they're able to get this, now you see Keon set up with the Sheila looking down in case BK Gaming decide to move up. They already called in the Amber Alert when they got the kidnap before, and Nox gets right back around. He was ready to call it in with that portal at his feet.
Yeah, the question that we can't answer right now is, yeah, why didn't VKG finish their meal? Did they have the info that Grow Gaming were down a member? Or are they just not willing to potentially push past some of those amped covers and whatnot to take the rest of the building for themselves? Could come back to bite them in the ass later, we'll have to see. Shopify Rebellion are slamming this position. I can tell you that while Alta still remains in the lobby, this is not a great position, but hey, they've got as much cover as you can possibly want. I just still don't know if it'll be enough.
I mean, at least they're in the middle of the zone, right? They got to make up what they got, and they're building a maze, it looks like, side by side with these rampart walls, as well as in addition to the Newcastle wall. This looks goofy, but it may be just enough. Hopefully, Crypto doesn't fly in and EMP all their hard work at their feet, and That's something else to consider, because coming out of our point from the first game, it could equally happen here, deleting those amp walls, but also taking away the electricity that the Newcastle wall has.
Yeah, and you know, Aurora are the ones to the south of them, and they've got both Crypto and Alta, so they've got plenty of options to push in there and take that spot away from Shopify Rebellion. KINOTROPE, obviously, with the late respawn, have a late entry into this. Seems they've got an idea that there might be a player around. Haven't quite spotted out Men of Culture just yet.
It was floating. It was floating that was hiding over to the right side of that. They haven't called them out.
I think he got the Void Nexus back to the north.
Oh, wow.
We may have not have seen the trail for that, but he has joined back up with his duo for now. But then again, Hotdog Mafia is on the other side of them. I don't know if Men of Culture can survive this sandwich.
Going to be difficult with Hotdog Mafia on one side. They brought out the condiments. They're going to put ketchup and finish their meals maybe, with KINOTROPE being on the other side. As Oblivion looking at this fight, but they all know where the zone's closing in, and now it's going to be a bloodbath with the next 40 seconds coming up with this fourth round. KINOTROPE dropping down, trying to call out the duo of Mana Culture, but it is a lot of damage, and they try to push onto this fight. They can get 3B here, but he gets knocked.
Doesn't manage to get the Void Nexus off. Teammate can't recall him in time, but his calls are accurate, and it'll be Hotdog Mafia to get the kills.
Well, there's a little bit of revenge from that other player from KINOTROPE, right? Men of Culture. We're trying to get the clutch here. Hotdog Mafia really going to be able to get that knock. Let's jump into a listening with Hotdog Mafia.
We're waiting for your comms.
Take it, take it, take it, take it, take it.
Taking. Be ready to
I'm
slam the
gonna die,
wall.
I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Just tack immediately, tack immediately.
He walled on me, he walled on me.
Call back, it's a building team, it's a building team.
Just force that for no reason, man.
Well, Alvaralele ends up with a Kraber in 2 out of 2 games, but this time they can't make it work, and it will be stolen from him by REIGNITE.
KINOTROPE looking in the distance, though, after Hotdog Mafia want to scoop up that duo of Men of Culture here. And before Ninjas and Pyjamas overlook the action, Crypto drones have taken to the skies, and KINOTROPE try to take that fight from the north side. Cannon, though, gets knocked by the ring. It's a lot of pressure here, while Monsoon, this time, with the R9 in his hand, is able to find that knock. Oh! IOI, but REIGNITE, they get eliminated. ROC Esports, all eyes on ROC, as they came up from their POI to drop down on their heads to take this fight versus Gen.G.
That was a hell of an EMP by Baxlon there, perfectly timed so that the nades just rain in and destroy their competitors. ROC Esports will be a little unhappy that the zone hasn't pulled to them, but it's panic stations right now. Arrows raining in, Baxlon's gone down. They try and get through the wall, but Deeds and Saucer are under so much pressure.
This is the Gen.G fight that we were expecting. Saucer, he clutches, he gets a knock, but Dexter with the Kraber finds the following up, and the ROC Esports gets rocked down to the lobby.
Okay, kill leader for now, but Aurora have heard this, and they are hot on their tail. Meanwhile, teams fighting up on the north side as well. It's Gaimin versus GoNext.
We're taking this fight. Is another fight happening on the other side with Aurora and Gen.G here, by the way. Gaimin, the winners of game number 1, have now lost drops. They are stationed up, ready to go. Say hello to the Sheila real quick if you decide to take that Altar Portal. I'm not expecting it. They hear it, rearing, ready to go. Can they get this reset with GoNext being on the outskirts?
S8 firing from a height advantage here, but no one is in the zone. No one in the lobby right now is in the zone. Fnatic, maybe the first move is here, but no! Yuka, he gets shot down on the ascent, and that means the whole team is eliminated.
Literally paperweight the moment you see that they all drop down and Fnatic get eliminated. Shopify Rebellion with Zyno and the G7, they find 2, and with the Sheila ringing in their ears, they're trying to stay alive. Gaimin, it's only down to Keon. He's literally one shot in terms of health. He's looking up, he's trying to inch forward, but it's too hard. He's getting blocked up. He won't be able to make it to this next zone without Shopify seeing him.
Here's that fight we were waiting for with Gen.G and Aurora. Gen.G pick it up. I think they got 1 full kill though, so Asia is down. Gen.G have called in a respawn beacon, immediately res like that.
GoNext now are going next, so they heard the res. They need to push in. And while all the teams are collapsing on one another on the east side, this is an isolated fight. Shopify are taking this fight, but looking at GoNext right now, Gen.G have lost out on Dexter. It is Henchman who finds a double knock.
Yeah, it's literally Asia in from the sky. Naked weapons, a Hemlock and an R9 in his hand. What can he do? S8 are going to start looking for this. There we go, the Valk finds him, but not enough ammo in that naked clip to even take out a GoNext member.
I mean, you're on bricks, literally. They took his shoes, no mag, you got nothing. I mean, he just came back from the skies, and now GoNext uncontested on the west side of the zone, while everybody is finding each other on the east side. The only team that is not involved in this fight is S8UL on the south side. Shopify Rebellion, they got one eye on BK Gaming, the other eye on SYRALE, and now Oblivion are on the outskirts on the north zone next to SYRALE.
A tense moment here. They will have to start moving soon. They're all just shoved into corners, hoping that their walls save them from the missile swarms coming in from S8UL, from GoNext. Lots of pressure from the western side of this town. I think S8 are probably in the best spot to take this. VK, Shopify are going to make their move.
And now you see SRL walk up, find Oblivion, who were trying to get their KP. Originally, they only had 2 there. And now looking at GoNext, they're looking at Shopify Rebellion, but they cannot ignore their backs. Oblivion, somehow still alive. He is dancing here, while VK Gaming are still behind these rampart walls.
Oh, this was an incredible Valk ult from Shopify. They have swarmed around, and they have found the best spot. Look at this. They're covered from so many angles. They've still got that Newcastle wall and utility left to go. Not even to mention the fact that we've got 11 bullets in the Kraber left for Zap. But S8UL, they start making their move, swarming in from the eastern side. They've got Oblivion between them. Can they clean up the third party with GoNext and Shopify?
They found the rat of Oblivion. Blinkster, who was dancing around a raid portal, going crazy. Now it's up to GoNext versus S8UL. Shopify Rebellion falling down in our last 2 squads. S8UL, they're able to take game number 2. You called the Genome, you said S8UL were in the best position uncontested on that south side. It was a green light when they saw Shopify and GoNext contest one another on that north side of zone once that mess was cleaned up on the east side of that final zone. So it was great for them to just walk up and find the stragglers that was left in that fight.
I feel like S8 are the team who are peaking at the right time here in Sapporo. I was quite critical of them in Split 2 as Legacy has taken over the IGLing, and we saw them consistently find God spots, but they weren't proactive enough. They weren't aggressive enough, Vicky, and they weren't closing out the fights. But here in the last couple of weeks, we saw over 600 games of scrims, and I can tell you that S8 were dialing it in piece by piece there at the end, so that not only can they find those spots, but they can make the most of them, and they do that here with 25 points, 13 kills and a win in game 2.
Comes in clutch when you have that Valkyrie Rampart composition coming through, right? And then you take a look at where they came out of their POI of Stadium. You see a zone that closes out finally on the east side, and they were able to capitalize, taking their time on that rotate, playing on that south side, and that's with a lot of teams that were kind of banking on it pulling more so towards the north side of Heights.
Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of teams were expecting that. It often does pull up towards the waterfall, up towards that main building, and Rock certainly, the team who lands there, were banking on that. But, you know, as we saw, they got a couple of kills, but, you know, 6 points only from what was essentially a home zone for Rock Esports. We see Gen.G pick up a couple of fights, 12 points for them. That's their style. That's what they want to be doing. GoNext with 16, but it's S8. Pretty much all them here in game 2.
And still with one more game to go, right, on E-District, and with Newcastle not being involved after game number 2, we're going to see these Valkyries fall like flies here. Taking a look at our top performance thus far, Dexter with 7 KP to his name. Well, it's the Apex Predator of this specific game too.
Yeah, LD there picks up 6 revives, and it's always Zicky with the assist, the 1-2 punch. This time it's actually Dexter. Usually it's Asia we're used to seeing on there, you know, the current kill leader for any series. Wait, did that get broken, by the way?
By how?
We heard he was on track, but I'm not sure if he actually got there in the end. Either way, it might still be Asia at this point with, I believe, 34 kills in 6 games. It's not the story here today, but it's certainly something to keep in the back of your mind when these teams are trying to do it, especially when it's champs, when it is the hardest lobbies that you will ever play in Apex Legends.
Even better when it's part of my fantasy league. Let's go, Zicky. Coming through. But it's S8UL that came through with the double-digit KP points, getting that first place spot as well as a first place spot in the series just because of that performance. But it's not a big gap, right? Because in that first game, we saw a lot of teams tied in terms of KP, side by side, whether it be a 1 KP difference. But Oblivion are right behind them. Even if they went down in that previous game with, what, like 2 KP or so, they've been playing with positioning involved, and they still had Blinkster on the Wraith survive until, what, like top 3, top 4 or so. So they still were able to get that placement despite them collapsing in that second to last fight.
Good work there by Oblivion. And yeah, I guess with the points not being super high in that first game, it did allow teams to surge ahead of them like S8UL.
And it hasn't stopped here, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. That was just game number 2 in the books. We still got game number 3 coming to you. That's great.
Galleria, the official PC partner of the ALGS Year 5 Championship.
Sony InZone, the official monitor and audio partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Yeah, last guy. Reloading. Need to play out. Against rock. On rock. It's ball. That's bad on the rock. It's bad on the rock. It's on us. It's right here. One. Did it. Batting. Last time. Last side still. I'm taking space right. Yeah, top team. Valkyrie 80. Valkyrie 80. No name. Left. Dead. Walking above. No Q. Yes. In them out. Solo. Weak. Nice. Let's go. Game.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 1 here in Sapporo. It is beautiful, it is cold, and the competition has been heating up. It is such a beautiful city. The food is amazing, Genome. It's been great to see a lot of our players coming in after a snowstorm, getting chilly, but also it's great to be reunited together with your friends after so long.
Yeah, let's... You're a little bit cold, just head down to Ramen Alley. Heat yourself up with a delicious ramen. I have not had it better anywhere else in the world in my life, Vicky.
It's great. Aside from the food, we get a beautiful crowd out here in Sapporo, and it's only going to get bigger as these days progress and as these matches continue on with the action, because we got game number 3 on the horizon. And we don't have Caustic or Newcastle involved, but we still have, of course, E-District for those of you guys just tuning in. Okay, we just went through the first 2 games with our Legend bands, but there is that transition after this game, Genome, into World's Edge.
Yeah, and I love it. I love it. Get Newcastle out of here. All of a sudden, those Edge teams that like to light up the early game and the mid game, they're going to come alive. No pesky Newcastle walls keeping them at bay anymore. It is going to change from this game on.
Honestly, that final zone too, let's be real, like it's pretty brutal because it pulls out into the open by the canal that leads you outside of Heights. And it's like a lot of teams that were banking on the safety of these buildings. You take a look at Rampart, Newcastle, obviously. The goal is the bread and butter. Valkyrie fly in, Newcastle slam down. You set up with the Rampart walls. But imagine the zone just pulling out in the open outside of where you were predicting. We know that by the canal, you can play off those tunnels that lead you into the water, but you never want to play that very early. I feel like it's incredibly risky because it's so many open sight lines that you're just going to get beamed from afar. No amount of cover from a Newcastle or Rampart or even a Sheila will deter a lot of that pressure. So it was difficult for a lot of the teams to make that rotation when they were stuck specifically on the east side of the zone. That's why you have teams, and I think it's really important to talk about the pathing of those like Gen.G, who haven't been rocking the Valkyrie. And they're not the only ones, right? We saw other teams that didn't have the Valkyrie, and the way that they were able to pull more of these rotates, whether it be taking their time and playing objective with the survey beacons, as the way that they play into these zones.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what happens with Valkyrie here, as we do sometimes notice a drop-off in the amount of Valkyries once Newcastle is removed from the lobby. As we said, they go for that skyward dive into slam for safety combo. And once the Newcastle wall isn't available anymore, the Rampart walls don't come up quite as quick, do they? They're a lot better than they used to be. My lord, if you're trying to hold a low ground position, now you can just hug the Rampart wall and you will be covered from your top for a little bit. But yeah, we had 11 picks for Valkyrie in the first game, 10 in the second. So I'll let you know how many we've got here in the third and see if I'm earning my keep at all.
I mean, you know what's also clutch that we haven't even highlighted yet? Like when you have the Rampart wall set up, you have the infinite ammo that you could play right behind, right? So it also comes in clutch if you know that you're going to be able to bunker down and you're denying yourself the looting opportunity, guys. But let's get this started. Game number 3 here on E-District. And our winners from game number 2 is S8UL with 13 KP to their name. No Newcastle, but still opting with the Valkyrie, Rampart, and Bangalore.
Well, guess what? We've gone from 10 down to 3 Valkyrie picks. So, as we talked about, that combo is very strong together. We are showing you one of the teams that actually bucks that trend. Now, I've talked to S8 about why they decide to play Valkyrie late into a series when most other teams are throwing it into the trash heap as soon as Newcastle goes there with it. What they said is that because so many other teams are getting rid of Valkyrie, it actually opens up a lot of spots for them. If everybody's flying in, kind of nothing's free. But if there's only 3 Valkyrie teams, all of a sudden, there's a bunch of spots that other teams can't go for that are open for you. And for a zone team like S8UL, that is a golden advantage that they will take to the bank.
And that is so clutch too. You take advantage of that, and it's like you look at the other teams and the way that they're going to get their information just looking at this lobby alone and looking at the different compositions. Crypto here, right? And then you have the Valkyrie that could come in clutch to give you that information too. And if it's not the crypto, then you look on the other side and it's Watson, the one Watson from NIP. But they also have the Ultra to get that information. But it's mostly crypto out here that these teams want to rely on, whereas the few teams that are rocking the Valkyrie will be able to have that information at the same time in the skies before finding their own positioning in a final zone like this.
Of course, we do have a couple of Seers creeping into the lobby now as well. Shopify Rebellion are one of the few teams who opt to go for that once we see Newcastle go the other way. Of course, this is just fantastic for their edge fighting. It's an interesting matchup, I think, between the Seer and the Crypto, because if the Crypto sees you coming, generally they do have the advantage. And of course, a Crypto drone's got a 200-meter range, right? So they should be able to see you coming. They should be able to EMP you first. But if you get a Seer Q onto people and lock them out of their abilities, there is no one better than Zap, Koifu, and Zainu to take out a team on edge.
I mean, if anything, you're looking at Aurora right now, and they were able to take at least one member of Ninjas in Pyjamas out immediately, too. I just saw that Crypto just hovering over the floor, while Chuck was able to find McLovey. Maybe just dealt the finishing blow onto that player here, but they were scanning around trying to get information to see where those stragglers were at originally, and Aurora going to be able to walk away with some very necessary KP, because after these last 2 games alone, Genome, we're finding them in 15th place overall, which is interesting, because then you go side by side at the lobbies that we just saw, and a team that we talked so much about for E-District was E36 with Shopify. You talk about their setup. GoNext, they're taking this fight, kinda. He's though, he has to disengage though. He wasn't unable to pop that shield bat. He tries to go invisible while proccing the shield bat at the same time. Very smart. He has to go outside of the invisibility, and Light is able to reposition with that Portal Nexus.
Okay, so that was a 1-for-1 trade. Both teams actually back off right now. A disengage happens, and it looks like GoNext are going to be able to get back through to their Void Nexus and reset just as they give Shopify Rebellion the same time. Or do they? A nice scout shot from Kinda actually puts Zainu down again.
Was that before the Rampart wall even came up? I mean, that was perfect frames right there, and Kinda want to move up here on the opposition, but Koipo needs some help. He sees the nades, he scores it back away, now playing off the lip in the wall next to the Rampart walls, wanting to avoid any Sheila shenanigans, but Seer ultimate comes out. They get the information so that way they know exactly where they're going to be trying to pull out from, but it's Zainu who goes for a full reset, and it's a res from both sides.
Okay, so we've already had the EMP used for GoNext. Now, we just talked about this. That's the main advantage in Crypto versus Seer. As it drags on, you know, the use of focus of attention from the Seer should throw things in Shopify Rebellion's favor. We see they get the full kill onto Henchman, and now GoNext are exiting the area.
Because the 3P has showed up, and it is a scary look of a duo that nobody wants business of, because for some reason, this duo of Men of Culture just pop up at the perfect time on this rotate. Coming out of Lotus, they find maybe an opportunity to try to grief them, and now Koipo gets Kinda.
Now, we talked a little bit about weapon meta coming into this, right? And how teams have started moving towards the R99. In fact, in the last week or two, I've actually seen more of a shift towards the alternator, and I can tell you it was absolutely Koipo leading the charge. He tends to play characters, especially Valkyrie, that will get into your face, and the alternator with double tap, that is where it excels. So Koipo is starting these fights off right in your face, and he will take you down. The time to kill is just so low on that alternator right now that with his playstyle, it is one of the best weapons in the game.
Exactly, especially in an isolated 1v1. Because you know when you have the double tap, it wastes the ammo way faster before you're forced to reload, right? It comes in clutch, especially when you have a gold mag to really work off of before you swap over to your secondary weapon. But if you take a fight that close to the double tap, good luck, especially if it's isolated.
Yeah, I mean, it's not one of the, you know, it's not a Havoc with 36 in the mag, is it?
Let's not have this happen, please. I'll cry. I love the alternator, honestly. And we take a look at S8UL. So far, leading the lobby in first place after their performance in our last game. Total of 13 KP over the course of the last 2 games, but they've settled down inside of the bus, looking on the bridge, and they also have the balloon right behind them in case they want to reposition, and it works great looking at their composition alone. I mean, they got the Valkyrie, they don't have to burn the Valkyrie if they don't want to, and Rock Esports also getting involved in a fight of their own. We've been seeing that mixed genome of long-range weapons being between either a 30-30, triple take, or that G7, or both check.
It's the scout here for Source, as Men of Culture flee. Obviously, as the duo, they don't really just want to take isolated engagements. They need to pick and choose. They really need to try and come in for a third party. That's kind of the meta as a duo, I guess, to the extent that we have a meta for duos playing at this level. It's only happened a couple of times over the course. Here we go. Let's get a look at the map. We shift downwards, and we've got teams like S8UL sitting smack dab in the middle of draft point.
How much things have changed, right, when we had the duo of Pulverex that one land so long ago, having to play for Spinal Zones and trying to go for these 3Ps. Meanwhile, Men of Culture just looking for these fights. While Gen.G up on the high ground, they lost Ziki, but it was a great trade here, as Dexter's gonna be able to find Haruka. He looks behind him, though, gets the beam off the R9, sends up the smoke, and before he's able to reposition, Dexter's moving here on the Bangalore before trying to see if he can get this reset. He puts down the ult, he covers his back. Asia's right here to try to follow up behind him here, but they can't fully extend. If they could get this res, this full reset, it could come in clutch, and it's even better on Pyjamas.
Yeah, now you can tell this fight is not going the way Gen.G wants it to, because if you do, it will always pretty much be Asia going down first, and then Dexter, and then Ziki. Ziki goes down first, it is chaos for Gen.G.
Because it was not only the fight that they originally wanted to take against Aurora, but like Bro Gaming are here. They're getting pinged from afar. You see a Wraith portal in front of you. It makes me think, is Blinkster still around here? Because we know Blinkster's always out here on the Wraith. But instead, takes the portal right back around and Gen.G gets reset.
Yeah, Grow Gaming, the only other Wraith in the lobby right now.
Yeah. So now looking on the other side, aside from Grow Gaming. Oh no, Oblivion still got it actually here with the Wraiths themselves before backing away.
Oh,
Aurora
just
looking
rezzed
for
it back.
reset.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, anyway.
Seeing the reset, at least with the res coming out of Shopify now, move up. The Wraith, rather the Ultra Portal, just TP right on the other side of this wall before moving up. By the way, just to note, 20 squads still left despite seeing the KP flow in the kill feed from all these other separated fights. So everyone is feeling the pain of trying to reset.
Still 20 squads in the lobby, however. No one has bit the dust permanently just yet here in match 3. Last game of E-District for this series. Shopify making their way up to one of the men of culture. Will they take a right turn and head in towards Ninjas in Pyjamas? This is about the time that you would usually see them try and make their move into zone. Floating, he's playing big here, but unfortunately he's up against a Seer who's going to be using that heartbeat sensor to identify that there is only one legend in their vicinity. However, exits via the Void Nexus and now will be behind them.
It's not as scary as it was, like 2021 Seer. We don't have to worry about that one anymore, but at least you still have to worry about how they're going to be able to seek you out, get that information. Men of Culture now are going to be rotating over to that left side, playing off that Mad Maggie and the Altar. They're trying to isolate themselves coming in from the north side of this rotate, but GoNext are also taking their time because they had a survey beacon over by Energy Bank, and they're not alone because there is an Evil Harvester there that REIGNITE could camp out if they call out GoNext. Men of Culture could inevitably hear this fight, but if they want to come in, moving up from the west side of this next zone pool, they are going to get gate capped by Shopify Rebellion, who are behind Rampart Shield.
It's possible that the Altar gets them to safety, but yeah, as you say, they are just essentially playing hide and seek at the moment, and the odds are against them. GoNext on the north side of this circle. Might have Men of Culture in their sights soon, but it's REIGNITE scouting via drone from their east side. The zone shifts very much to the east, and that'll be fantastic news for Enter Force 36, who could be looking to pick up their third E-District win of the day. I mean, you know, when we go into match point finals, we're always talking about who's had the big wins. Well, Enter Force 36 looking pretty good so far.
We're looking good in that first series. They need to really pop off here on a map that they were able to excel on. GoNext now moving up, being able to find floating. The duo now left as a solo, kinda forced it back away. For Light tries to seek him out outside of the zone, but this is taking some time from them because this is just going to be a green light for other teams in the vicinity like Shopify, like we mentioned, and REIGNITE to move up and get involved, as their invitation may have been lost in the mail for a third party or fourth party.
Yeah, that number feels like it's about to keep climbing with how many teams we have got up here in the north. They're about to get absolutely boned by this next raid.
Yeah, and the Mythic Bin, too, is like in the middle of everybody over by Draft Point. By the way, Graceful's favorite POI. Just always have to highlight that whenever we see Draft Point. But it's great for E36 because they're actually in the best position that we've seen throughout the course of these E-District games play out, because now they have that slight high ground that overlooks Draft Point, and they have their backs available where they can look at the teams that are going to rotate from the north side of that high ground, and it would be either REIGNITE, that solo of Men of Culture, or even GoNext if they want to commit to that southern east side rotation.
Yeah, they definitely need to keep at least one of their 6 eyes on that northern side of the map as the teams rotate through there. The other side essentially is probably going to take care of itself, because we are about to have 16 teams try and crush themselves into a tiny little Tokyo apartment coming in here from the western side of the map. And who knows, maybe Hotdog Mafia can potentially take advantage of that with a position already set up inside there. Gen.G now looking for some more kills. Asia the most fearsome man with the R9 potentially in this entire building.
But it's not isolated. S8UL are able to at least get that knock with the bow check. They're ringing the doorbell to the apartment though and looking in each section before forcing themselves to back away. Ziggy knows the situation. He gets the crack. The follow from Asia though from a distance comes out in clutch. They're looking down at the action even though they lost out on Dexter. S8UL are able to get the Evil Shield swap, so it's a little risky, and they get the Moby, and it's the Crypto. Of course, scot-free with the Crypto drone, you're just going to be able to get the free res.
I mean, they don't even think, right? It's just, this is their gameplay, this is their style. Crypto gets out, we will leave you for dead because we already are prepared for what happens next. Gen.G have done it a million times. They have run these drills.
On the chaos with VK Gaming also getting a knock. Safely inside this building, but still on the outskirts of this zone. Isolated, but looking down the barrel at KINOTROPE, who are on the other side of the building. Right across from them, closer to that Evo Harvester. But on the bridge, overlooking both teams, that has height is S8UL. Talk about the alternator. Koifol's coming in, double tap, ready to go. And they're looking to take this fight with Zap, getting the first knock with the R9 onto Henchman.
Oh, they don't even hesitate. Zainu is straight in there. And it's the one clip for him.
Oh, beautiful here. GoNext get eliminated. They're looking on, and you talk about the Seer. This is their game plan right now. Look on to the next one. Just another day at work, boys, and they start moving up to see who the next victim is in their line of sight, and it's going to be REIGNITE waiting for them to choke.
Oh, it's a nice void passage here. This might actually get them past. Oh, it's a little bit high off the ground here. REIGNITE go straight in. They've got the drill. They've got their EMP on top of them. But they're not pulling the trigger. They're just trying to scare them away. A conservative play, but a respectable play from REIGNITE.
It was the move because now round 4 is closing in and they prevented them from moving up behind them. This forces out the evac tower, and now they're going to be out in the line of sight of the other teams that are waiting for these other squads to fly in. Do they get to a safe spot like we see Fnatic do on this low ground, by the way? And they were able to actually find a lot of the action happening right above their heads. It's important to note, with Oblivion, they did the best so far in the last 2 games, but it's only up to Fun, who is one shot against a 1v1 of Slab as the Ring closes it right behind him. The Ring may actually help him out.
Look at that health. He cannot take a single tick of damage for it while he is trying to get this bat on.
No way.
This is the last land for Fun. He said he's going to retire after this. His parents are in the crowd cheering on this reset. The focus of attention comes through. A Seer team is hunting them right now. Shopify Rebellion go down. The last minute rotate doesn't work out for them.
That's the clutch here. It looks like a reset from both sides. NIP also getting these knocks. Sending out the nades here. The drill on the other side. Crib being on the Watson and playing off this low ground. I've seen this before, Genome. And now VK Gaming having the high ground, just trying to contest here.
Cracks coming out here, BKG, the Mozams ring out, but one left in Castro. I'm not sure if he's going to get through this.
I was going to say, is he going to go for an Evil Shield swap? There was boxes right there unless it's already taken, but instead he wants to take the Portal Nexus out of there. He's going to try to get the res. He's going to bring his teammates back together again. Okay. And with the Ultra changes, you may not be able to do it yourself manually, but at least having one team in alive is more than enough.
Gen.G go down. Oblivion won that fight against Aurora, by the way. The hero res and reset from Fun FPS.
Fun wasn't stuck in Tokyo for no reason. Him and I had to deal with the same scenario with the Storm coming in, and now they're bringing the Storm as KINOTROPE also move up and find NIP. 10 squads left, by the way, as the Reknock comes out, and VKG can't get that same reset that we may have seen from Oblivion's side.
Oh, Casa completely caught off guard, or perhaps he just knows there is no other option. He has to try and get out, but VK Gaming will be eliminated. The duo of KINOTROPE trying to crawl towards the south side of the ring, but no, Oblivion has them in their sights.
Feels so disrespectful when you see that charge rifle just bursting in your face like that. Nothing to do against that beam, while E36 up on the high ground have the safety, by the way, behind these rampart walls. The damage amp, the reloads here, all galore. All this damage, huge nade, what a nade! Getting the double ultra, Albert Lily and Rambo. You know, Cinnab is feeling himself after that one.
The 100 banger!
Can't let them reset. Nothing to do here. They have to look behind them because they know another team's coming up from right behind them here too. Playing up the low ground. I just see Fnatic and Hotdog Mafia eventually get eliminated.
They do go out. It's a shame you can't use the Void Passage on the Rampart walls and just kidnap them all from behind that tiny little corner they had, because it would have been some easy kills there for E36.
I don't think we would see much of Rampart, honestly, against these Ulster lobbies. That'd be crazy as KINOTROPE now looking to walk up. They see Saucer. Fortunately left alone in this building, but if they try to extend on this, there's another team looking at this action. They got the kidnap. Saucer's hiding literally in a corner. So many nades. The drill. It's just a matter of time. They find Rock. The last solo of Rock going out in 6 plays.
Rest in peace, cremated in the building. Oblivion now up to first place. It's been an incredible run, but Blixer and Fun go down. Perhaps it's Mon's time to clutch up for the team. Fun's done it enough today. SYRALE are running from him right now, but it's a portal on the backside, and even Monsoon cannot get away from this one.
It's fine, they get the placement. Again, they're doing better already in these last few games compared to their last match series. You walk away from that, but you want the dub. E36 are looking to redeem themselves. They were like, what, 18th place overall in a map that they won back-to-back on? We talked about their rotation, and now here they are, sitting in 13th. They got some KP, 4 squads left to go.
I mean, if this map belongs to anyone today, it's to E36, and here they go, trying to make that happen again here with groups B and D, but it looks like they're going to be forced out. It looks like there are some shielders pointed in their direction. This is going to be a tough exit over the wall.
Not too sure if Reg has enough energy ammo, but he won't have enough cover to hide off both because of that slowdown. The Crypto EMP, one solo Valk left, takes the skies to delay the inevitable. With 4 squads left, Yuka is able to get the next knock onto SRL. E36 are trying to dance around these portals. They see the Rampart. He runs right past him, but there's nowhere to go with every squad looking at you.
Oh, the double tap alternator might be able to finish this one off for Fnatic. The crowd starts ramping up. The Japanese home team is going to take game 3.
The Fnatic fans are here, and they're rallying behind their team. Literally an umbrella of Fnatic fans above the casters' heads have popped off out of their seats. Fnatic, all smiles, and in a very chaotic end zone at that, Genome.
These guys are first into the arena. They grab the first row of seats. They have the most fans in the house. If I had to stake my life on it right now, waving to the crowd that just adores them here in Sapporo.
Love the energy. You got to bring that forward. I like the mood here too. It looks like the vibes are high for Fnatic.
I mean, it's a top 4 finish for APAC North here. Fnatic, KINOTROPE, SYRALE, and Enterforce 36, giving the crowd something to cheer for.
Move them up too to 7th in the overall series after that 3rd game is done before we transition onto World's Edge. And with no Alter, by the way, because Alter was the most picked legend in that 3rd game, it comes to look at what maybe these Skyhook zones, if we see any, will look like moving forward. As we see the bunker down and the match 3 results, Fnatic get the 5 KP. It may not have been an explosive game, but you know who did have that explosive game is KINOTROPE, and they were able to secure 13 KP. SYRALE also being able to get 3 KP at that.
One of the craziest stats, actually, I've seen just pop up. Fnatic won the game with a negative damage differential. And I guess that's sort of reflected here by the 5 KP and taking it out. But they actually took more damage than they dished out. Extremely rare to see that for a first place team in a game.
It'd be difficult. You're coming out of Old Town, right? And you're trailing right behind KINOTROPE, who had an insane game with 13 KP where they were trying to cut off Grow Gaming, BK Gaming as well, coming out of Humbert.
And, you know, we talked about the seeds and how important that is in, you know, claiming strong drop spots to be able to play from. And Fnatic this year, I'm pretty sure, have a lower seed than they had coming into the Year 4 championship. And that means they actually have to do, you know, have an outsized performance here to try and grab a better seed going into the winner's bracket should they make it there.
Yeah, 2nd time's a charm. Honestly, like you heard it in the interview, they wanted to make their fans proud. And this is the best way to do it, to kickstart your championship day 1 with a dub out here on E-District in game number 3. within our Groups B versus D series. But again, that was only the 3rd game. Can you keep that momentum before we transition into a next map is always what we look at for a lot of our players, because they have to make that readjustment with the legend bans on top of the transitioning maps.
Exactly. And yeah, Alta going out as the second controller character is a little bit interesting there. Often it will be that Rampart that's getting banned out next. So the fact that that survives into World's Edge means I think you can expect a bit of Sheila over there.
Oh, you know what? It's okay. I'm okay seeing my sleep paralysis demon, especially when it comes to hearing the Sheila in my ears. But continuing on going into World's Edge, Genome's tired me, guys. I mean, this is what he has to put up with all the time, as well as the players. But it's been great. I want to hear more thoughts from the desk, especially breaking down the action that we saw from Fnatic. How are you doing, guys? We just saw some great action from Fnatic, taking that dub for game number 3.
I mean, we're doing great. That was a heck of a way to kick off our series here. Fantastic job, Vicky and Genome, getting us through those first 3 matches. And we got different winners for every single game, unexpected winners out of every single game. Let's start breaking down what we saw out of our first 3 matches here in the second series up on the main stage. I feel like this has been really exciting so far, Tiff, because when we started things off, it was Gaimin that decided to pop off.
Yeah, and I'm totally fine with that. They needed to have a pop-off moment, and to kick things off in game number 1, I feel like as if you're already lifting the weight off your shoulders. So when you jump into this game, the first thing that I say when I see this end is, thank God Gaimin is still there. Now, what you're not seeing is that Oblivion had been on the roof of Gaimin that was keeping all of these teams at bay. So when you get to jump down off the high ground that you've claimed and held for yourself because you've been inside, you don't see a lot of their POV on the main broadcast. So now that we get to jump into what they actually did behind the Newcastle wall, it's a stand and fire kind of thing. But since they were inside the building, reluctantly, they still picked up a ton of KP to maximize that performance.
Yeah, SAUL here in game 2. Listen, they're a team, they're accustomed to chaos, but they thrive when they have a foundation to work with. And this was a very favorable zone for them. They start at Stadium, it pulls just to the north of them, and they played their space masterfully, making sure that they were on the negative side of zone where there wasn't a lot of teams, and then able to clutch it up in the end with an easy wipe.
Game 3 was, I think, more audible in the arena than it would have been even watching.
Yeah, true.
Like, you could tell that Fnatic had a really good chance at winning because everybody started focusing on them, cheering for the what seemed like inevitable victory, which is funny because Fnatic didn't hold a power position for the majority of this game. They were playing underneath the bridge, but then ended up fighting E36 in this super isolated fight, and from then on had high ground. It was great conversion, but an even better story.
You know, we talk about how when we are here in Sapporo, Japan, getting any of the squads that are local here to do well is so massive for the audience. I mean, we heard the casters talking about it too. Vicky and Gino were mentioning we're literally right under the massive Fnatic audience crowd.
Yeah.
I mean, we're right next to the Fnatic booth, so we're right in the thick of what you're talking about, Dio, with all of that cheering and the love, and you know that this is what all of the local fans are really pulling for.
And like, it's awesome when we get games like this that they're able to win. I'm really excited for what Fnatic will continue to do in the series, because even with that win, it's been an incredibly competitive one so far. Oblivion had released it out to me, and of course KINOTROPE, who now take first place. This series has not been so much about the winners of the individual games as it is those teams that are consistently in the top 2s and 3s.
And it's the teams that are now in the top 3 now, as we are looking at these series results, that are not the squads that people were really talking about heading into this series. I mean, we've got KINOTROPE, Oblivion, and SAUL in our top 3. That is exactly what the group stage is all about, Jayhawk.
Absolutely. Another team that was up there, Hotdog, Mafia, and 4th.
Yep.
They were a team that kind of also flew under the radar in the earlier set, but just consistently getting points, consistently getting to end games. They're really impressive to me right now, and if you build that confidence here now, where does that like lead you to when we get to match point finals if you can make it there?
Yeah, I mean, that's really important too, Tiff, because we do highlight how the group stage is the opportunity to really get a feel for how these lobbies are going to be playing out and how the teams can make these lobbies work in their favor. And right now we're seeing a lot of teams taking advantage of that.
Well, dare I say that teams like Hotdog Mafia, like Oblivion, these are some of the underdogs coming in.
Sure.
They're not at these heavy-hitting orgs that, they have people that have historically competed under those titled names. So people like Fun, right? Monsoon, Blinkster, that's Oblivion. You should be familiar with those names. They've done some amazing things in the past. So to see them find success in the group stage, great. It's about time that that roster has kind of locked in and found that. And we got to hone in on that final circle where Gaimin took the win in match number 1, but Oblivion was right there. When you start talking about the final circle in match number 2, guess who was also in the mix?
Yep.
It was Oblivion, but Hotdog Mafia could say the same thing. That's why they're up at the top.
I think everybody loves to see this variety that we're getting out of this right now. And of course, we have all of our action up here on the main stage, but we have our B stage going as well. So for everybody at home, if you just want to keep up to date with some of your favorite teams or some of your favorite players, just make sure you're watching everything on Face It Watch. That way you can stay up to date with how everything is going. fce.gg/watch ALGS will be the link to do exactly that. And you can also see how APAC North is popping off on the B stream as well, Dan.
I have been using Face It Watch religiously backstage.
Yes, he has. He has his
I,
AirPods in, and anytime you try to talk to him, he's just like, I'm like, it's fine, I'll get you later.
but because you were talking about Hotdog Mafia, I mean, if you guys have the chance, listen to Hotdog Mafia's comms right now. It's really interesting that the dynamic they have going on behind the scenes that is leading to the results like they're getting today.
I love it. I love everything that we're seeing. We also probably need to give a little bit of love to Gaskin for making that Oblivion pick. The only person that shouted them out as one of the teams that was going to be at the top. How does he know?
Just a knower.
Crystal ball.
Impressive, okay, because he's going to get some more points on the board for those predictions after the first round. So I know he's going to be pretty happy about that. So chat, let us know your thoughts here and how these next 3 matches are going to go. Obviously, this is only halfway through our series so far. We will be switching maps as well, and it's going to be a really fun way to close things out. And speaking of the man himself, we have Gaskin and Onset standing by, ready to get into the next 3 matches.
That's him. He's here, and he knows. He knows what's going to happen. He's a knower.
I'm a knower.
And understandably, he's feeling quite chuffed with himself right now because Oblivion looking pretty good, Dan Gaskin.
Pretty good. I may have had 45 points in the first 2 sets and did terribly, but you know, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, is what my mum used to tell me. Anyway, we're going to get into this next set of games. It is going to be on World's Edge, Mark, and I'm quite excited for World's Edge because we haven't seen it thus far today.
Yeah, we are going to see Old Faithful. World's Edge is getting dusted off and is going to be played for the next 3 games. Shout out to Fnatic, by the way, with the big win in that previous game, game number 3, the conclusion of what we saw on the previous map. And I mean, we felt it in here. It's not just hearing it. When Fnatic do well, you feel it in the building. And the Fnatic fans who are very, very close to us, just above our heads, actually, in the crowd, you could feel it. You really could hear it and feel it when that pop-off moment happened. Big moment for Fnatic. And I think it's kind of the tale of 3 games, kind of the underdogs having a little bit of a run here.
Yeah, KINOTROPE, Oblivion, SAUL, Hotdog Mafia, Gaimin. Then you get Gen.G and Fnatic, but I mean, even with that win, Fnatic only pushing themselves up to 7th place right now. They're going to need more wins if they are going to find themselves a little bit further up. But look at the man himself, Monsoon. Oblivion in 2nd place. I can't tell if he's trying to seduce me or the audience, but either way, I am all for it right now.
All I can tell you, Dan,
they're on top of the world.
Is that is all man.
All man.
That is all man, top to bottom.
But we knew Oblivion were capable of this. Of course, they qualified through the LCQ. What an incredible moment that was for this team. Yep. They didn't know if they were going to be here in Japan. You heard the comms as well when they did make it here. And now we've got the twerking happening. Goodness me.
Well, we had the twerkaholics back in NOLA. And now we have Monsoon showing us that he can make it move. And, you know, he's making moves in game, making moves out of game. Dan, what can't he do?
He can do everything, I think. But
sending shockwaves through the building in more than one way.
Can he get it done on World's Edge is going to be the real question. Because it's all well and good being in 2nd place, being on 32 points. But when you have teams like Shopify Rebellion in this lobby, all it takes is 1 win from a team like Shopify Rebellion from Rock. They're capable of big, heavy-hitting wins. We just saw Fnatic get a victory. They pushed themselves up to 7th. But we've seen previously a team like Shopify Rebellion get a win with 16+ kills, and then suddenly they might be at the tippy top of this leaderboard. Teams like KINOTROPE and Oblivion need to be aware of that, need to keep being consistent, but maybe need to be looking for a few more KP here or there to try and keep teams like Shopify at bay.
A team like Shopify is going to love World's Edge as well. Historically, they've been very well-versed, very, very good at finding the moments and when to capitalize on third-party opportunities. Always feel when they have to be forced to play Edge on World's Edge, which I feel like is one of those maps, depending on, of course, where the zone is going, that gives you the opportunity to play Edge a little bit more. And Shopify Rebellion have been able to do that pretty successfully in the first set that we saw today when groups A and B went up against each other. And we got to remember as well, we're 3 games in. We're halfway. It's the halfway point of this match that we're seeing, this series that we're seeing right now. So there is a lot of points still available. The standings right now, you'll be very surprised if they looked the same after another 3 games. Still a huge amount of points to pick up. And Shopify Rebellion, who are on your screen right now, I don't think they'll be too worried. They may be a little bit disappointed at what they've produced so far in those 3 games, but you look back at what they did in that first set, and you look at some of those dominant performances, you would not be surprised to see a team with this quality, this new leadership, and with this kind of passion and drive to come through these next 3 games and be at the top of the leaderboards when we're all said and done here.
I mean, Zion, you seem very animated there, just getting the troops rallied and making sure that they are going to be locked in for these games, because even though they have quite a bit to do, it's not going to be a guarantee here for Shopify Rebellion that they're just going to miraculously find points. They have to play at their very best if we are going to see him come back through. Now, Alter is going to be banned going into match 4 here. No Alter for World's Edge, which is going to be quite significant. It will mean we might move over to different legends to be moving over to find a little bit of Traversal, maybe a bit of Wraith here or there as well.
Yeah, a little bit of Wraith, maybe some Bangalore, all those good things going to be potentially coming to the fore here. But 3 very important games to go, of course, in this group stage between our 2 groups that we have in front of us, B and D. We'll have to see how the final standings are going to look after this game is done, and with KINOTROPE Gaming at the top of the leaderboards now, and they will be very, very excited to see that happening right at the end as well. I think it's set up beautifully, right? It feels like the big dogs are chasing down the underdogs at the moment. It's a battle of the dogs, Dan.
And this was something we were talking about prior to this tournament when we looked at these groups and when we looked at maybe Group B in particular. There were a few teams that really could take advantage of being a part of this group, with some teams that maybe looked a little bit weaker in scrim, some teams that didn't have the big names on this roster. And actually, if you can take this group by the scruff of its neck, suddenly you might be looking at finding yourself into the winner's bracket rather than the elimination bracket. This could be the decisive moment where you look back on this tournament saying, actually, if we didn't perform in this game, in this set in particular, maybe we wouldn't have made it this far.
Yeah, something to keep an eye on here is the northern side of World's Edge. You saw some of our powerhouse teams all on that northern side. You saw Gen.G going to be over at Sky West, so they're going to have Sky Western trials, and they actually have the entirety essentially of Skyhook to themselves by the looks of things. And then you have Shopify Rebellion. They're going to be playing Survey Camp and the tunnel just next to it. Ninjas in Pyjamas, they're over at Climatizers. That north side is very, very busy with big hitting teams. And then over at Epicenter, you've got the leaders of the lobby at the moment in KINOTROPE Gaming. So we're going to have to see how we progress now. We're into match number 4, though, and we're jumping on board with Fnatic to start off the winners of game number 3.
And can they use this momentum now from the crowd? As Onset was saying, it was insane in here, just with the Thursday crowd, which is massive, but the noise was immense, and I'm sure that will now really boost Fnatic's hopes, and, well, we'll see whether they can go on and maybe produce something equally as special here in match 4. Zone-wise, we are going to be heading up towards Epicenter, where you were talking about Survey Camp, where Shopify Rebellion are going to be. And the real question is, can they make it count, dropping up in the northeast?
Fnatic going to hit the survey beacon to see who's rotating quickly and see where the teams are gathering. They're going to get some good information, actually, with KINOTROPE Gaming heading to the north. They did have Ring Console over at Epicenter, so they're going to get that information. NIP, they're going to have Ring Console as well. Shopify Rebellion going to see teams barreling towards them, even if they don't have a Ring Console, so we'll be able to get the info based upon what everyone else is doing. At the opposite side of the map, though, you've got REIGNITE and Men of Culture having a little scrap against each other right now, and Men of Culture down to just 1.
We've seen Men of
REIGNITE, excuse me, down to just 1.
And we've seen Men of Culture a few times trying to go for the Red Bull first strike here, trying to get those first kills on the board, operating as a duo, just being aggressive off drop and trying to look to pick up KP and seeing if they can find their way through the group stages in that fashion. And they've been successful so far in a lot of their early fights. So all credit to them, albeit frustrating for the receiving team. But, you know, if you can't take on a 3v2, even if you don't expect it, then maybe that's on you.
Yeah, I mean, Floating's going to be able to get both the finishes as well. So that's going to be a reset job coming in for REIGNITE. The Men of Culture, those cultural hounds themselves, they're going to be able to pick up the KP and maybe clear out that northern side. Supernova looking to move up on them, though. Elsewhere, you can see actually Supernova are picking up the kill on the finish onto Floating. So Men of Culture could start, but then maybe the realities of being a duo hits them as they now get pushed by Supernova.
Switching over, a few teams trying to move pretty fast through the map at the moment to try and make their way to the northeast. As you can see, Men of Culture have just now respawned Floating. So they'll be back up to a 2. But I can see already 9 teams that have moved pretty quickly to the northeast side of the map here, and actually Oblivion being one of them. You can see Blinxer at the moment taking that Wraith portal. The Wraith has been very important for them so far from those initial 3 matches, and now we're going to see a lot of teams joining them on the Wraith. There are 7 Wraiths in the lobby, but it is going to be Rampart who will be banned going into the next matchup. 12 Ramparts here, as we've seen Caustic, of course, go away initially, and you do start to see these controller legends kind of swip and swap here and there.
Shout out to Men of Culture, by the way, running Horizon Bangalore as a duo. They know what they have to do in this lobby to get points. Elsewhere, Reignite, you can see, trying to get the res, and I think they're just about going to be able to here. Looking around, Aurora are in that vault tunnel, but 7NE's done a good enough job to set Rohai and Resi. Come and join me again, friends. Let's give this one another go. In the feed, Monsoon was there with that charge rifle. He refuses to put that thing down, but look at this. Aurora actually moving up from that vault tunnel to try and finish off 7NE and then just have easy kills on the two respawning players. They do part one. Rohai might be saying goodbye very soon as well.
And remember, this is a very different Aurora roster to the Aurora you might remember, but they're playing in a pretty similar fashion, being aggressive, looking for kills, looking for KP, and they have been able to get some, but yet one member of Reignite has escaped, and the journey begins once more. Like Frodo with a ring, can he actually find somewhere to toss it?
Where's he got away? Where's Bacon and Alternator? I would say probably what you would describe as atypical when it comes to a loadout. It's not really what you want. But being alive in the game still means that Reignite have an opportunity to maybe do something a little bit later on. FYR on your screen right now, and Cersei and crew taking on Shopify Rebellion. They get the... Actually, excuse me, it's going to be them taking the knock, as Shopify Rebellion will find one with a triple take in the distance. But for FYR, they've got a pretty clear path by the looks of things through the choke towards Grandma's house, towards Epicenter. This should be a pretty chill walk-in for them by the looks of things.
Yeah, fairly comfortable at the moment, unless Hotdog Mafia were to make a drastic rotation north, but I imagine Hotdog Mafia will probably hit the south through Monument, maybe try and hit a ring console on the way through if they would like to, because they're currently being shadowed by Guro Gaming. So, as you said, should be comfortable for FYR. Don't think Gen.G are comfortable enough to really go for them. Now, VK Gaming, they didn't have the best of initial sets, but they will be able to take down the last remaining player of Reignite, and that'll be our first team eliminated from the lobby.
Yeah, rough one for Reignite, and I'm sure they probably want to exchange some words with Men of Culture about how that game started. What essentially brought about their demise in this fourth game of the series. However, they're not going to be able to do so. 2 more games to go. Maybe they can get a little bit of revenge in these final 2 games. But that will be them eliminated, as we now find ourselves 19 squads in the lobby, and everybody's starting to squeeze together just a little bit here. Albrelelli taking a fair bit of damage, and Hotdog Mafia moving towards Monument themselves. It's Men of Culture, the duo, who are kind of pinched behind them at the moment. Supernova, the team who are moving from the Harvester side to try and pinch them. You see another team being eliminated now. That's going to be 2 teams now out of the lobby. And everybody either in and around Epicenter or looking to move a little bit closer to it. It's an interesting pace to this game, actually. When you look at the map overhead down, we've got a lot of teams still a fair way outside of where that zone is going to be pulling. You've got Gen.G, you've got Grow Gaming, VK Gaming, Hotdog Mafia, Men of Culture, Aurora, and Supernova, all a long way away from where that zone's going to be ending up.
And Oblivion just trying to move a little bit more central as well. Have been able to find a spot, but there was a grenade on the end of the side of that portal, so they might reconsider the position they want to take. But if you look at the map overhead, they're in a pretty good spot right now, albeit a vulnerable one. Yes, it is central. Yes, it is somewhere you can hunker down, but if several teams start focusing you, you might not like this position as much, which is why they're trying to maybe just scout a little bit, see if there's someone more comfortable that they can work with a little bit later on as we jump back on board with Hotdog Mafia, which, by the way, I mean, this roster, I love it. If you think about the history of this team and like all of these players and what they've done on different teams, and now you put them all together, there is no reason, in my opinion, why this team couldn't go on to win this whole thing. I think they are more than capable individually. It's just whether they can mesh as a 3. And if you do that as like an unsigned roster as well, the Hotdog Mafia would be unbelievable. But again, I'm getting ahead of myself. Still a long way to go yet, but I really think this is a team we have to look out for through this tournament.
When you think about some of the greatest players in ALGS history, right? Albrelelli, big nade, huge nade, huge nade. Rambo, twerking on top of Mill back in the day as a solo. And of course, Skittle Cakes on the course in one of the best PK clips that you'll ever see. He was absolutely insane. Back in Sweden, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sure that everyone will be correcting me if I am wrong, because everyone is patient in the internet world.
I mean, I remember when we first saw Skittle Cakes and we were casting arena games, and I was convinced he was cheating. He was that good. Like that, he was unbelievable at how powerful he has been. Anyway, Grow Gaming, of course, they were able to get a victory at the start of this series. Can they find some success here? Let's go to a listen and see what their rotation's like.
I'm moving up.
Yeah, I'm moving up.
Listen, we just set up the carts and the shit here, and like force Gen.G. They don't listen. They don't have cat wall or anything. Like they're gonna have to cross with smokes.
Yeah. Are we sure all of this back
yeah, can you drone ahead of us here, Keon? Yeah, it was all free. It was all free on the UAV.
Look towards the tunnel. Don't say anything.
I don't see anything on our tracks.
Yeah, okay, good. Just make sure you're in a safe spot for your drone.
There's a guy wrapping all the way up here for some reason, bro. I don't know. He's like on this hill.
Okay, I can look for him. Knock. Watch the
He's
back.
going back. He's going back. You're
good. You're good. Yeah.
I need to get in the zone.
Yeah, just get in the zone and fucking your drone's gone right now.
Yeah, I know. I'm already halfway though. I already have it halfway.
Yeah, I see movement. Yeah. Listen, this is a really fucking good zone for us, boys.
He's crossing down here, the crypto. I don't know where his teammates are.
Huh?
You don't have drone, right?
No, very soon. I'm getting in it now.
They're like in the little place that we landed. I saw the crypto go down there. His teammates are crossing now.
To him?
But they're trying to.
Okay.
I'm in drone now.
So you can hear the plan from Grow Gaming. They're going to play for essentially the backside or the northern side of where this zone is going to be pulling it in and around those train carts. It's a difficult spot to hold for the long game if you have to play those carts a little bit earlier than we wanted, but this backside that they find themselves on right now will be very strong, but they've got the likes of Gen.G moving up towards them that could be a very difficult fight should Gen.G try and force this.
And Grow Gaming, you can hear it in the comms, they know they're in a good position, they know it's a good zone for them, but it's whether they can capitalize on it. We have seen a lot of teams succeed from this area, but you're completely right, Mark. It's a difficult one to hold, and especially if a team like Gen.G did push them, but I think Gen.G are actually moving south towards Hotdog Mafia right now through the train tracks, and actually Supernova are also here. There are 3 teams that are about to find themselves in a very similar spot if they're not careful. I think Hotdog Mafia might have just moved away, but Gen.G will spot Supernova.
Yeah, Kajak does a good job actually getting away here. Zone is closing behind everybody, however, so they've got to be careful about this one. Gen.G will be safe, Supernova safe, but you would imagine they try and maybe look for that pick. And Supernova, I've got to be very, very careful here because Gen.G are extending out towards them, trying to find that initial damage to try and take this fight. Gen.G look like they're not going to be able to find it though, and it will be Supernova who slow this one down completely.
Sometimes I'm more impressed about the shots of taking the drones out of the sky than I am at the shots at other players. Like, I really struggle with it personally, but these guys make it look easy, but that's why they're paid to do it. As now elsewhere, we are going to see Aurora on the other side against SBI at the moment, and SBI need to be careful.
Yeah, Ego is taking a lot of damage here. Aurora with the high ground advantage, a couple of Sky Nades going in, but they're not going to hit here. Egos will be able to get the drone out though. Setting up potentially for a defensive position for that EMP to go off should they get pinched, but they're taking a lot of damage at the moment. SBI can be very, very careful. Currently only got 1 point on the board in those first 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, just one time they've got, what, top 15 or a KP, and they might not be finding any more points here, unless these nades go huge for them, but there's a lot to do for Mike. He doesn't go out with a bang, though. SBI Esports will be eliminated, and Fnatic will be able to do enough damage, but now Fnatic maybe have to worry about Aurora, but I think they have pushed them far enough away, so Fnatic should be able to stabilize, and we can start looking elsewhere to see who is actually going to be pushing from that western side, and Supernova seem to be clear.
Yeah, I mean, for Fnatic, that is what you would describe as a charitable donation. Just easy KP for them, just falling into their hands. Really didn't have to work too hard for it, and SBI just being forced down from that position they were on by the pressure that they were under. Pretty much got themselves into a sticky situation that they really couldn't find a way out of. Now, our mid-season playoffs champions on your screen right now, a team that we haven't talked about enough, is VK Gaming. QQ obviously took a little bit of a break during Split 2 and is now back for champs. One of the best plays we've seen, again, in ALGS history, I believe. On E-District coming out of that man, one of the most iconic plays for sure. Clutching up a huge fight on their way to, of course, becoming champions. At the moment, the zone is doing a lot of damage here, and Crook is now left on his own. This is not looking good.
This is one of those that happens sometimes. You just get caught in the middle of nowhere and the zone just chewing you up. But yeah, VK Gaming, they definitely looked a very different team without QQ, I will say that. But they also really struggled in the previous set on the B streamer. They were dead last at halfway point through, but they did pull some points back. Can they really find some of that form we saw in the Split 2 playoffs? Men of Culture will be finally eliminated in 16th place, so down to 15 teams now, as NIP having to try and hunker down a little bit. They are being pressured somewhat, but it does look like they will stabilize.
Yeah, Ninjas in Pyjamas dropping over at Climatizer have had to move away from the POI. I think they played for the next console information a little bit earlier on, so they've got a good idea of where this zone is going to be going. But they've got Aurora next to them, they've got Fnatic down on that low ground. And Grow Gaming, who we checked in with a little bit earlier, now are in a power position up on that rocks. Drop and Keon, they can control this height for quite some time and keep peppering away SAUL. Then SAUL will be giving up essentially what is one of the strongest places in the entirety of where this zone is going to be going. Grow Gaming won't be safe where they are, but they're trying to pepper SAUL to move them away to a position they can take a little bit later on. VK Gaming just been eliminated in the meantime. Oblivion in the kill feed as well, and Vayne and McLovin are going to work very, very hard here to stay alive, and Vayne is doing just that. 1v1. And it's going to be Fnatic eliminated as Vayne will win the 1v1 and get his teammates back on their feet.
Huge win for NIP as well, because now they can stabilize and now they actually have time to think about how they want to make their rotation through and where they want to push for, because they're going to have that eastern side, and actually a lot of teams are going to be coming from the south, and they're going to be very congested down there. A lot of focus is going to happen on that southern side. It's KINOTROPE currently in zone, taking a fight against Aurora at the moment, but both teams scared to push one another. Aurora finally deciding to push in now.
Difficulty with those rampart walls that are down. You know, you peek anything, just that little bit of extra damage that you can take. A couple of players swing, even with one down, you can be evening up the numbers very, very quickly in those team fights. Aurora trying to get some more walls down themselves. They will be safe underneath this building, as Oblivion will be eliminated. That opens things up a little bit more here. GoNext involved in a fight. This is the bottom of the epicenter of the zone. Will probably deal with everybody here at E36. Even though they're alive for now, the portal, is it going to get them somewhere safe? It looks like it will for now.
Yeah, all those teams down at epicenter sadly fell victim to the zone because they all kept each other there. No one was really able to escape. I think the only team that survived was Gen.G. Now NIP are going to push in. They will survive. Vayne again is going to last be the player remaining, and Shopify Rebellion get eliminated on the way.
A couple of smokes are going to go down here. Might be an armor swap for him to just delay what feels like the inevitable. Vayne is doing everything he can for NIP. It will be good points from KP, but they will fall as now we enter the top 10. 9 squads remaining in the lobby. E36 still alive, and Gen.G are fighting, and Asia is ripping people down.
I mean, this is just a mess at the moment. There are 4 teams in this fight at the moment, and KINOTROPE are looking over it. Enterforce 36 down to just 1, and I think that Gen.G are just about surviving as well. Teams have backed off. It's a 1v1v1, it might be. It's absolutely ugly at the moment.
Gen.G will be eliminated though. Aurora continuing this fight in and around this hill building. Jack will be taken down. And now it's all up to Hyaka as the last alive. A little bit of time here to pop the shield battery. Slab's trying to use that knockdown shield to keep him safe. Hyaka decides instead he's just going to try and get a little bit closer towards that zone. ROC in this 1v1 against Enterforce 36 has been going on for quite some time. The reload comes in. Vaxilon's going to peek. Another armor swap not going to be good, and Vaxilon has evened things up momentarily. 1 HP for Vaxilon, and he will go down. ROC eliminated. Aurora also fall in the final moments here.
Huge 1v1 to win as well. To do it with the scout as well. Unbelievable to stay alive, and now they should be able to stabilize and get back to a full 3. KINOTROPE did not commit to that fight, as Enterforce 36 just got a respawn as well, I believe. And now we're going to see Hotdog Mafia holding one of the most powerful positions alongside SAUL. They're kind of underneath and above each other in the moment.
Yeah, SAUL, who were in that position we saw a little bit earlier. Grow Gaming trying to pressure, trying to force them away from them. They've held it for long enough here to now be in this god spot for the end game. There's the height, there's the lay of the land. Great job from our Observer team to show you exactly where these teams are stacked up. E36 did get that res. Like you say, just now has to cross, though, the open ground to try and get back to his teammates. Down on this low ground, you can see the E36 are taking a lot of damage thanks to SAUL, who are defending their territory fiercely here towards this endgame.
And it's going to be a massive chance for people to catch up the likes of Oblivion with them being eliminated earlier as well. Supernova down to 2. Might have a chance to push up here. Could potentially even get this revive, and it looks like they should be able to get it as well, because Grow Gaming aren't going to be able to push that one.
Yeah, no LOS for Grow Gaming to extend to try and clean that one up. KINOTROPE Gaming will be eliminated, so we're now into our top 5 squads. Make that top 4 as E36 will fall. SAUL done such a fantastic job in this game, remember, to control this space, control this spot for so long. Trying to play nice and tight together behind these rampart walls. And Lexi has to be careful, manage to scarper away.
Grow Gaming are staying hidden at the moment. They do have Catalyst and Mad Maggie, and if they can wall off half of this, they could definitely win this game. You block the line of sight from all the other 3 teams, suddenly you take space on the north, you wait for all the fights to happen, wall comes down, win game. Sounds simple, see if they do it.
Supernova trying to pressurize and break the glass on these walls. If they can do that, there's an opportunity just to pick someone off, that they can focus their fire and find one of those kills, then things become a lot more simple for them. Grow Gaming do use that cat wall, but you can see that Albrelele and Skill Cakes, they've popped the Sheila Ultimate on the rampart. They're firing through that wall, trying to get some damage down, and now they're going to swing onto Noct.
That swing is big as well for them. Grow Gaming are more than ready. There's the Mad Maggie ball. Wrecking Ball does so much damage.
Keon's going to get that first knock as well. The second knock will come in here for Dropped. Last player alive is going to be Albrelele. He's only down to 50 HP. Everyone on Grow Gaming safe, but Keon has gone down to the zone. Damage still coming in, trying to finish off this fight, Gaimin, but Albi's being a problem.
All the meanwhile, SAUL still sitting on top of the world. Supernova, though, the other side of this mountain at the moment, just waiting, biding their time. But Gaimin going for the revive, should be able to get back up to a 3. This is going to be a tough final zone for all of these teams. You have to be well planned, well thought out.
And why the attention of SAUL is turned away from Supernova, they try and make the move, they try and make the play. The bang ult goes down, which will slow down their progress and force them to retreat here. Skill cakes still being a problem. Hotdog Mafia still alive. Sharky's going to go down though, and finally it looks like SAUL and Supernova will engage with each other. Legacy left us last alive.
All the meanwhile, Gaimin, they take prime position, they take the height, and now they start to rip through these squads.
Hotdog Mafia eliminated in the meantime. SAUL will be next, and Gaimin just need to find the final members of Supernova, and they will win this game. Dropped is spraying with that scout. And with that final kill, Gaimin will be a champions here on World's Edge. And that is going to shake things up even more here.
The perfect display of using the composition to your advantage. They avoided the fight initially for as long as possible, waited for that cat wall, one of the few cats that were still alive, maybe even one of the few cats in this lobby, the only catalyst in this lobby, and boy did it come into account there. Not only that, but then to also utilize the fact they had the Wrecking Ball to force teams away from them. Perfect use of their composition, and now they capitalize, and now they put big points on the board here.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. SAUL, I have to say as well, did such a good job of playing that spot early on in that game and controlling it for the majority of it to get into those final fights, to be a part of that endgame. Really, really impressive stuff for them, because it's not an easy spot to hold, even with the height that they did have and how early they actually chose to play that rock. There's some of the stats, though, coming in from Gaimin for the previous game that we just saw they won. 5 kills for them is going to be some extra points alongside the ones, of course, for that first place finish that they're going to get. So Gaimin now find themselves on top of the leaderboards down. That's a very, very good place to be with just 2 games to go here.
Yeah, they just overtake Oblivion by 1 single point. You can see there's confirmation of match 4 results. So 17 for Gaimin, 18 for Supernova. SAUL put 10 on the board, Hotdog Mafia 5, Enterforce 36, an impressive 13 considering their finish in the end. And then everything was more or less shared between the rest of the teams. Maybe a small shout out to NIP for finding 6 kill points and putting 8 points on the board. But it does make things very interesting at the top. Gaimin, Oblivion, SAUL, and KINOTROPE Gaming all within 1 point from one another at the moment after 4 matches. I loved that final circle though, Mark.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get 3 teams in that final circle, it looks very different because one team pushes the other and the team that doesn't push just ends up being patient and winning the game. But that was a lot of back and forth deciding who do we try and focus here, who's our priority, how do we win this game? And there was a lot of back and forth of going for a revive, re-engaging, then backing off, and it was just a beautiful one to watch.
Yeah, a difficult end zone as well to access. You think about playable space. No Newcastle, no Caustic, of course, to play around as to create that artificial cover that you're going to need in those kind of zones to survive. So it was 5-6 squads alive in those final moments. Everybody was finding somewhere to play from and have a little bit of cover. And like you say, it gave us a very engaging endgame where it really was chess pieces moving around and good shots that were having the big impact onto which way that game was going to swing.
Yeah, I didn't know who was going to win it, and actually I think there was a couple of times where you thought one team was on the other side might win it, and then suddenly another team gets pushed and they have to redirect themselves, and then SAUL had to refocus. It was just a good one to watch. I would recommend going back and watching it from several different teams to see the thought process they had to go through just to stay alive there.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff, and it is going to be Gaimin who get the win on the board. We'll have to see if they can keep that momentum up, though, as we go into the break. When we get back, match number 5 is going to be ready to go, and trust me, we're excited for it, just like you are at home.
Galleria, the official PC partner of the ALGS Year 5 Championship.
Yeah. Yeah. 羽羽ばたかせて世界中横断でかいことになってきちまったようだミスター・ビーンじゃなくてマスター・ヨーダーえらくよく回ってくれてるトラ絶対遠く聞いてよかったね俺がレンなってお待たせ初めから知って止まらんねいけてるやつらごっちゃ混ぜ立ちなれ虫型街に去った今日は俺たちなら基地で未知の猛作パタヤでも忙しその後藤さん俺にとってはオズワルドの父さん今打ち上げる花火と関東南風が襲いかかるぜ関東オズワルド住んでるにラランド俺たちのビーフピース担当
Galleria, the official PC partner of the ALGS Year 5 Championship.
Yeah. Ryukyu. Yeah. 羽羽ばたかせて世界中横断でかいことになってきちまったようだ
Razer, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Fighting up top, climb.
Okay, I'm climbing. I'm trying to climb. I'm bleeding.
Rainbow one did it. It's
Nice,
one
I'm
guy
planting, not planting.
I'm alright. 180.
Okay, he's one. I'm putting a Q on him. He's gonna die.
He's 1 HP.
Dead.
Nice. I need to grab blade ammo.
Under. Shoot. I think it's solo raid. It's a solo bang. I think it's a solo bang. It's solo raid. 1-1. Hunter. Not one.
It's last guy.
Let's go, baby. Nice. I mean, two kill dub, but we'll take it, bro.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to Sapporo, and welcome to Grow Gaming fans. It's been a good series so far for you with a big win on World's Edge in game number 4, setting them at the top of the leaderboards as we head into our final 2 games of this series.
Yeah, that's a victory in match 1. That's a victory in match 4 for them now. Finding 2 in the series usually indicates they're going to be pretty successful for the series layout. But of course, you never really know how things are going to go. There is still a big chance they might drop down a little bit if they don't find success in these next 2.
Yeah, got to stay consistent. It's pretty close when we look at the leaderboards that we're lucky enough to have in front of us right now. So 2 games is a lot of games, a lot of points still on the line with how tight not just first place and the rest is, but even down at the bottom end of it at the moment. You know, one big game could completely change the context of how these leaderboards are going to look at the end of this group series.
Yeah, I do think there's going to be a lot of teams that are looking at this leaderboard now saying this one might be for the taking. There are potential points that we could grab in these next 2. And you might be asking yourself, you know, how do our players stay so cool? Well, our players are staying cool under pressure at the ALGS Champs thanks to the Razer Iska V2 New Gen. It's scientifically constructed to allow pros to stay cooler and maintain peak reflexes longer. So we'll have to see whether that can be the difference maker for these players at this tournament, because boy, does it look good on your screens.
Well, as you well know, Dan Gaskin, 2 of my favorite things on this wonderful rock that we're floating on. Science and chairs. Combining the 2, Shao, Razer. Science and chairs together.
I am lucky enough that I do own a Razer Iska V2.
You are lucky.
I am very lucky indeed, and actually it has not only allowed me to stay cool under pressure, but also saved my back many a time.
Yeah, I need that.
Where I had previous chairs.
Yeah.
So anyway, World's Edge for match 5 and 6. We're going to see Rampart banned away from the competition. That means we have lost now 4 legends, and that means you're going to have to dip a little bit somewhere else for your controller love here.
Yeah, you certainly are indeed. You want those ring consoles, you're going to have to work hard for it. We'll take a look at some of the picks that are coming through from our teams as well, as Rampart will be sent to the scrap heap for now, so no more shielded walls to play behind for our teams, no more amped cover to play behind. It's going to have to be something else, like you say. Looking at where Zone is going as we head into match number 5, though, Dan. Looks like we might be heading down to the southwest of World's Edge for the first time in quite some time. And I tell you what, Gaimin have got 2 wins already in this series, are going to feel pretty darn good about that.
Yeah, and if you think about the composition that Gaimin have, though, do they want the zone coming to them? That would be my biggest question, considering they might want to play a little bit more aggressive with that Mad Maggie. That being said, they're in first place at the moment, so they probably, it's a situation where beggars can't be choosers. They're saying, we'll go wherever we may need, and you are bang on correct. We are going to be heading southwest, judging by the zone that I see on my screen. Just to update you guys on what legends have been picked as well. 14 Cryptos in the lobby, so that will be the next ban for the final match. 12 Watsons coming in to replace the Rampart, 10 Bangalores, and then we divvy out between Wraith, Valkyrie, Catalyst, Maggie, Fuse, Horizon, and Seer.
Let's have a look at who has a console to play with here. You have Gaimin. They do have a console, so they're going to know exactly where that where that zone is going to be going. And they're going to have the option here to maybe play one of those hill houses where the zone might pull, but also just to play the height, top of thermal station. And I think if they have the choice with the position they find themselves in right now, probably a safe bet to try and play for that height, just because you can output damage almost guaranteed at top 5 if you can survive long enough and you don't have someone just like try and hit you. And with Valkyrie not as prevalent as has been in other games, in other series, it seems like that's going to be a little bit more difficult for teams to do.
We can see how quickly teams are rotating, though. Gaimin will be very aware now of other teams joining them, and they have to decide very quickly where they want to play. And the question is going to be, how looted are they? How much have they been able to find on the floor here at Thermal Station, and are they going to be pushed early on? But Rock have arrived, FYR have also arrived, Hotdog Mafia arriving from the south from Tree as well. So already lots of noisy neighbors coming into Thermal.
Elsewhere, you can see that Fnatic have lost 1 as well. Libel Ace is going to be taken down. But this fight is very interesting one. Watson in the composition certainly going to be very, very strong for these hill house buildings. Especially if you can electrify those doors that you can see on the bottom of the building. Supernova, though, very good game in the previous game, and Metaculture had a good start to the previous game, but unfortunately as a duo, there's sometimes only so much you can do. And Supernova will take advantage, a little smile on the face of the Grim Reaper Hardeki. He knows that that was generous to take that fight,
to say the least.
Yeah, that's going to be unfortunate. They know exactly what they're doing, those Supernova gentlemen.
They are a little bit naughty, that's indeed true.
Doing what needs to be done.
It is interesting as well, having Supernova in the lobby whilst we also have Aurora in the lobby. Very confusing, I'm sure, for fans watching, but, you know, org changes, team changes, it does happen, and we'll get used to it, as will you. But now, REIGNITE, we saw an early exit from them in the previous game. They were the first team to be eliminated. A little bit to do if they want to try and catch up. Now, a team who is at the top is Oblivion, but they might shortly fall out of this lobby. They have to fight this one as a 2.
Going to be GoNext going up against. It's going to be Fun who is down. Monsoon's trying to swing, but the shield's not looking good. Fon's going to have to do something extremely special here. It's a 1v2 situation he finds himself in, with Henchman hitting some good shots. And we're kind of moving in to finish things off. It's going to be GoNext who'll get the reset. Armor swap's getting dropped. Oblivion will be eliminated, Dan.
Remember, they were first place, or they were second place, sorry, when we started this second half, and now they are going to watch a lot of teams probably catch them up here in match 5, and it's going to be a very interesting match 6 already, looking at this leaderboard. No one has really took this B versus D group by the scruff of the neck, right? It's going to be very tight, and there is a massive opportunity for some teams to really find some points in that match 6, because right now it's pretty tight at the top.
EMP going off here. This is Aurora on your screen against Supernova. A lot of players who have played under the Aurora banner historically. Some of the present, some of the past. And REIGNITE having a little look at this as well. So a lot of teams in the vicinity. And nobody really in the position to be aggressive here. Elsewhere you can see that Hotdog Mafia also getting involved with this from a distance. It's a very interesting fight as Aurora will find 2 onto will find 1 and a finish onto REIGNITE. And REIGNITE getting pinched at the moment by both Supernova and Aurora, so the EMEA teams kind of teaming up with each other here to help each other out.
FYR down to 2. Have been able to find themselves in the building. Rock have been able to get that initial knock, and in the moment this is a big fight that is just being heavily swayed by utility at the moment, but that is a lot of utility that's going to be used in this fight, and then how much you're going to have for the game later. But it's all about surviving right now, as now Sorcerer going to try and join things, or maybe actually it's about escaping with that portal.
Wonder if he was trying to get a cheeky kidnap, or like you say, just escape in that situation. Rez is going to come in. One Massive advantage, of course, for having Crypto in the composition is you can just grab that banner with a drone and then you could use that drone to get the res. We mentioned Aurora and Supernova, how they were having a little fight a few moments ago, where they're continuing to do so. They were teaming up a few moments ago, but now friends have turned enemies. As REIGNITE, once again, like we saw in the previous game, just struggling to survive here. SBI chasing them down.
Can SBI get the second point of the game? Yes! They're up to 2, doubled their points.
100% more.
Chance to lock in. And, you know, I joke and I jest and I apologize, but at the same time, they are not far behind the rest of the lobby. That's how tight everything is at the moment. If they were to find a win here, they could soar up into the top 10 of B versus D. And it's surprising. When you look at some of the teams that is in this lobby, does it raise an eyebrow a little bit of your Shopify Rebellion, of Rock? Like, should they be dominating a group like this? And I don't want to go back to Falcons too much, but we saw what they did on the B stream earlier. They dominated a lobby, and they looked like a team that can go on and be tournament favorites, right? But should Shopify Rebellion be doing this as well? Should Rock be doing this as well? Begs the question, are they not capitalizing on a group that is struggling at the moment?
I think everybody, at this point in the tournament, is like, just get through.
Yeah.
You know, just get through to tomorrow, get through to a comfortable position where you're not worried too much. It's about looking forward to the next stage, as opposed to falling down to the loser's bracket, and where you have to fight your way through. So it's a difficult balancing act, but I think on day one, you just want to get comfortable and just make sure you're making it through to the right side of the bracket. And I think a lot of teams want to try and keep that in mind and keep that as their focus. Where the zone is going, though, you can see it's continuing to pull towards Thermal Station. Doesn't look like it's going in deep with those buildings at the back. It does move, by the looks of things, towards the north or more central structure. So for Gaimin, like we mentioned earlier, who dropped over at Thermal, still a great opportunity here to put a third win on the board. I mean, 3 wins out of 5 games would be something for sure, as SBI Esports will be eliminated. It's VK Gaming and QQ is last alive. We're going to pick up those kills.
I am wondering whether we can see the success again of VK Gaming. It's going to take them a little bit of time, I think, to get back into the swing of things after QQ being out of action and then coming back. It might be a day or 2 before we see them back at their very best. But if they do replicate that success that we saw at Split 2 playoffs, then suddenly they become another team that we have to look out for as contender for this event as well. And other teams should certainly be aware of their presence on this map. And when they are POI drafting, for example, when we get into those bracket stages, well, maybe it's a team that you could avoid, especially if you're in the elimination bracket, because I'm sure they'd be looking out to try and take some teams down with them.
Interesting to see that Aurora and Supernova's little battle has kind of ended. It seems like both teams decided to go opposite ways from over towards the stack side. Launch side, is where Aurora will find themselves, whereas Supernova have exited the vault tunnel towards Lava Siphon. Shopify Rebellion, who have been quiet in this group so far, down in 16th place with just 18 points overall, are going to be moving towards this zone from the northern side. Now in front of them there is traffic. There's Gen.G, there's GoNext, there's Enterforce 36. And Zap is taking damage here as he crosses that zip line. So teams are going to be aware of Shopify Rebellion's position, but with 3 purple armors to play with, you imagine Shopify Rebellion are thinking, whoever's in front of us, we are more than willing to fight.
During scrims between these two groups, Shopify Rebellion on average were getting about 47 points, and they were the dominant force between B and D. They are a little bit behind that average at the moment, but you know, a win would suddenly put them right back up there and in contention of taking this group as well. So it's definitely what they're capable of. We know that, they know that. But as you alluded to, just been a bit quiet at the moment. And sometimes that can happen in international competition. You know, a few teams maybe playing a little bit more aggressive than they had done in scrims, because scrims, whilst they're great, whilst they do tell us little tidbits, they are not always indicative of what's actually going to happen when it gets to LAN and once there is truly the risk on the line.
And it's always the question that I ask is like, are you sure you do that on LAN? People go, yeah, we do that on LAN. Are you sure you do that on LAN? You go, yeah. And then you go, would you do that for $200,000? And they go,
yeah.
It's a very different question, isn't it?
Very different.
With that kind of thing on the line. So I think a lot of teams kind of, you're not quite sure how you'll play until you are in that position. And I think a lot of teams play a lot more reserved than they would have, even in the situation where they're trying to recreate what they believe they would do on LAN. Just looking at where the zone is going, it is still pulling hard towards Thermal Station. Shopify Rebellion on your screens right now have moved into a position they will be safe. But with a lot of information being gathered here by a survey beacon hit from distance by Zap, now they're going to work out what their next play is. And this is where I'm interested to see what Zainu does as an IGL in these positions, where it's not an easy rotate in for them. How do Shopify go about navigating this situation?
Yeah, no Valkyrie in their composition to go up and over either. Like, maybe they've got a redeploy they can work with, but It certainly is going to be a big decision to be made whether you go kind of east or west here. Do you go through Gen.G? Do you go through GoNext? Because both paths look pretty rough to me. Now, there are a few teams still on the northern side. Enter Force 36 had to go from staging, for example. NIP moving down on that eastern side, as are Supernova currently Supernova-ing their way into zone. There's going to be some big fights that are going to happen as this zone closes.
By the way, what a great read from Grow Gaming. They're in one of the buildings on the western side that is going to be safe where this zone goes, so they knew exactly where they had to position themselves. Shopify Rebellion under pressure here. Asia, last alive Koiful is going to go down, and it's going to be Gen.G who send Shopify towards Game 6 with barely any points by their own standards on the board. Shopify reeling a little bit in these 5 games.
It was GoNext in the end. Gen.G actually were like doing damage from a distance, but GoNext heard the commotion and pushed it from that western side. But now Gen.G are going to be under pressure from Enter Force 36, and GoNext will be watching this fight as well. This is the fights I was talking about happening on this northwest side. It's very difficult to force your way through these chokes. You have to have very commanding fights if you're going to do so.
So it's enough. He's trying to get them out of this position. E36, he's going to put that portal down and try and locate everyone else a little bit closer to the zone. Double tapping that gold Ornator is so devastating at close range as well. Something I think we're going to see a lot more of. It's such a strong pickup. It's kind of risk reward though. If you get yourself in a range where it's a little bit more difficult to be consistent with it, if it's a little bit too far away, it doesn't have that impact. But if you could switch to it in a close range situation, like an end game situation, that Alternator really is devastating at that kind of range.
We'll go next or up into the sky, as are Gen.G now, and Fnatic to make it 3. Where do they go? They're already being pressured by a few teams that are shooting towards them, and even though Valkyrie Ultimate can give you a little bit of info, it is not perfect. Sometimes it doesn't catch everything. They will be able to maybe find a place to call home here.
Yeah, this is going to be down on the southern side of this zone, and Fnatic will have to move north in time, but for now, they're going to be more than safe on that southern side. Aurora the closest team to them, and they're quite some distance away, so pretty good decision. Oh my though, Kurev with a huge frag grenade is going to take down 2 members of E36 that you just saw fold up like a cheap accordion.
Synap is going to be able to get one of them. Does have, of course, the mobile res as well, so maybe there's a chance that E36 can get back up to a full 3. Rock starting to move back to potentially engaging here, and I guess this could be a good chance to go for a Rock Esports listen-in and see what they think about this zone as well.
I think there's a team underneath. There's someone shooting mid. Yeah, it's 2 teams, 2 teams. It's 2 teams, 2 teams. Team just flew on this team. They just flew on this team. Yeah, portal.
No, 2%, 8%, 7%.
We're gonna shove a duo. Can we kill a duo while they're fighting?
Yeah.
Can you maybe port on that? No, slide down. Block up. I saw one of them slide down. It's a duo, guys. It's a duo. I'm back.
I'm dating it. I'm dating the spot.
I died. I'm gonna res him.
Get baggy ball back. It's a 3-man. It's not a duo. The baggy ball's out here. She's aping. The baggy ball. Swing left. Get off.
No. You portal away.
The worst thing you want to hear in team comms is it's a duo. Oh wait, it's not a duo. It was not a duo for Gen.G. One player hidden playing crypto, and Gen.G's pounce onto the aggression, get that pick, and then from there, it's all about survival for Rock. We saw in the meantime, VK Gaming also eliminated down. 12 squads remain now.
And that is an IGL's worst nightmare. Just going off information sadly is incorrect, but it happens to the best of us. It will continue to happen as well. Rock do get eliminated, and sadly that's going to be a conversation they have. Now Gen.G are going to have to look towards Grow Gaming. Grow Gaming have been waiting for this moment. They're waiting for someone to push them, and Gen.G will be eliminated as Grow Gaming hold on to their position. Now E36 starting to join them though.
They can see up on this high ground, looking to pick up some KP for SAUL. Second place in the overall standings at the moment, but as last alive, will be able to survive for a few seconds, but shots from distance come in. And that will be the end of their game for SAUL. They may fall down from second place if other teams have big performances. KINOTROPE go. Ninjas in Pyjamas will be next, and all of a sudden the pace is picking up here.
There's a big fight happening at the moment between Grow Gaming and Enter Force 36 as well, but you can also see on your screens Three players desperately trying to take down Fnatic, and not able to connect initially, but Fnatic look to be at 6s and 7s at the moment. Just 2 of them still alive.
Fnatic should be able to get the res off here, you would imagine. Actually, it looks like SRL are going to try and swing onto Yuka here and get that finish, but he's got behind cover. Colonel Garcia wants to get in a position to get him back on his feet, but he's going to be finished off because Colonel Garcia took some damage, had to be put into a position where he had to pop that battery. Elsewhere, Gaimin dropped his last alive, is contributing to some more KP for them, but it's E36 who look like they will finally win that fight.
Gaimin eliminated. That means a chance for teams to start to catch up. Gaimin are in first position at the moment with 47 points, and Fnatic, much to the crowd's delight, might be getting Yuka back on his feet, and yes, they shall.
Welcome back, Yuka. Is the lobby going to regret letting that happen? Fnatic already one win in this series, looking for their second. There's SRL on their eastern side, which are the biggest threat at the moment. In the donut building, though, you've got Hotdog Mafias, FYR, and GoNext all up on top of each other. NForce 36 still have to move down. You can see on the right-hand side of your screen towards where this zone is going to be. Synap defining 1 HP. And finding it's not easy to play Apex Legends in this lobby with that kind of health to your disposal.
It was 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th still alive, competing to find points. But Hotdog Mafia, the team that capitalizes here, as they take down FYR, they take down NForce 36, and they push themselves up into 3rd place, and they are not done yet. As Aurora continues to dominate and hold this donut building. They have been here for quite some time, as GoNext will now be forced below them. Fnatic watch from the southwest, SRL are going to watch from the southeast now, as we find ourselves with just 4 squads remaining.
Really strong position here for Fnatic as well, just having such good vision. You can see that Yuka's also pushed up to see if he can capitalize on any KP that falls their way, as Hotdog Mafia and GoNext will have to play away from this building at some point and will be forced to engage with each other, you would imagine, and certainly take some damage. And Fnatic want to try and move up on this. They're trying to get a little bit more center zone here.
I mean, every team has a Watson at this point of these last 4 teams. There are going to be 2 wraiths, though, that could make a big difference. Hotdog Mafia and GoNext having those wraiths, and they are both the teams that were in the donut building, could maybe make a portal out to try and find somewhere a little bit more safe. But with this push from Fnatic, it becomes very different. If Fnatic were on the southwest, they could have watched those portals happen, done a lot of damage, but now maybe there is an exit route for one of these 2 teams.
And SYR, in the meantime, are just watching all of this happen. They might have a free walk-in with everybody stacked up on top of each other. This could be a free win for them. Should they not be focused, but the rest of the lobby kind of determines their fate. If they turn their attention towards them, then they could be deleted in the blink of an eye with 9 potential guns looking their way.
This is going to be a very tense next 20 seconds or so where teams decide how they want to play this one. And a lot of it is going to come down to what Fnatic actually do here, whether they decide to just be patient and force these teams out of the donut building, and actually what SRL do, because SRL are getting very aggressive and they will take some height here, trying to take a commanding position above everyone else.
Taking the height, but being focused. They've lost 1. Light's going to pick up that first knock with the P20s in his hand. And now with that gen being destroyed, it forces them down to that low ground. Sky Grenades become a problem. They're looking to get a Moby down themselves to get a respawn in, but I'm not sure if they're going to have the opportunity to do so. It looks like Fnatic want to swing onto this and try and deny it. Yuka on the Bangalore causing problems.
Yuka has to be careful, though. He exposed himself a little bit too much to the 2 teams still in the Hotdog building. Albrelelli has been able to get a knock, though. Sadly, I think the SRL push made them a little bit vulnerable. It made them a focus point because everyone said, no, we can't allow them to have this high ground and just give them a free win. And now everyone is creeping in because there is enough coverage for teams, but it's about to run out soon.
Fnatic just want to hold this side of the wall. If they can control this side of the wall, they will have the space to look upon everyone else in just a few moments' time. But they've got to deal with this height. This could be a juicy-looking nade coming in from Yuka on height. If it lands, the thermite will burn, and burn it is. Albrelelli is down. Fnatic getting the kills as Hotdog Mafia will be eliminated here.
And there's anticipation in the crowd. Oh my goodness, and now Fnatic with a huge chance, but GoNext now push out.
Well, they're going to swing them. Fnatic needs to get those guns up, and they're not going to be able to by the looks of things. Live Ace is last alive. GoNext jump into the void. Light alongside Henchman. Trying to close this one out, and GoNext will close it out. GoNext will be the champions of game number 5 here, and EMEA again today find a way to perform on the main stage.
a really tough final circle for a lot of these teams to try and plan for, especially when utility comes into it as well. I was looking across the compositions, what can actually make the difference, but it's when you look at those screens and see what grenades were available, and actually that thermite was huge for Fnatic against Hotdog Mafia, and actually I think Hotdog Mafia maybe a little bit frustrated that one came through. But in the end, no one really wanted to take a risk in that final circle, and I think that the point we were making about scrims, I think that would have looked very different in scrims just with what's on the line here today.
I mean, in scrims, there would have been 9 teams alive, Zone 3, so, you know, very different situation. But as you can see, GoNext feeling pretty darn good. And GoNext is a name that is synonymous with this main stage here in Sapporo. And if they can recreate what they did last year, different players, different look of the team, and we'll all be very, very happy come the end of Sunday. But a very interesting endgame. I'll say Grow Gaming had a great opportunity again to put points on the board. They had a great zone read with a POI that they dropped at down at Thermal, and where the zone went, just weren't able to really close out that big final moment when they had that fight in and around that building. A lot of pressure came in, and it was just one team too many that was flooding towards them.
Still 16 points for Fnatic, but maybe they're feeling like they could have done a little bit more. Do they feel like they could have had a victory and another chance to make this crowd erupt here in Sapporo, Japan? But Fnatic will continue to put points on the board and start to elevate themselves on this leaderboard. After that victory, they were only in 7th. Now they've pushed themselves a little bit further. They are up into the top 3. There is still a chance they walk away from match 6 as the victors of Group B versus D, but it's still Grow Gaming who are initially leading, and now GoNext push themselves up into 2nd place as well. 25 points for GoNext is the reason why. That is a big game for them, and that's what we've been saying since we came in after the half, is a lot of these teams have the chance to just surge up these leaderboards if they have one of these big games.
I mean, only one dud game in all of the matches we've seen so far for Grow Gaming. You got a 1st, an 8th, a 1st and a 7th, and you look at the 8th and the 7th, there was KP alongside them to add those extra points on the board. So fantastic consistency across this series coming in from Grow Gaming. Not just the 2 first places, but even the games that they haven't won, they still managed to collect a good amount of points to put them into this 1st place position they find themselves in with just 1 game to go. But it is, speaking of 1 game, it's 1 point that's the difference between Grow Gaming and GoNext at the top of the leaderboards.
I have a little peep towards the top right-hand side of your screen. Crypto going to be banned into match 6, and I know earlier you were saying, hooray, Caustic's banned. For me, I'm like, hooray, Crypto's banned, because that changes everything. Yes. That is so much more difficult now for the IGLs to make their rotations, so much more difficult for the information you can gather, and it is going to create for a very hectic final match here in this series.
And one thing as well is more difficult for is just getting the resets, grabbing those banners, getting those reses down without taking damage. It is now a huge risk to do so without that fallback that Crypto gives you and the access that the drone gives you as well. So, like you say, game number 6 is going to be very, very interesting to see how the bans influence the games as well as what teams need points. Because you have now the teams that are chasing points, you have the teams that are going to have to try and play aggressive and know they have to put multiple points on the board in multiple ways, not just by placement, but also by KP. I love game 6 of these kind of series because when you get there, everybody has a different kind of story and path that they have to follow that is very, very clear for how they're going to have success in this series.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a few more Mad Maggies be pulled out here to try and go for a little bit of aggression, try and find some extra kills, because there are teams who are desperate to have it. You're looking at those leaderboards as well, but it's still so tight. This has not been anyone's game. There's like Grow Gaming, they're still only a few points ahead of the rest of the lobby at the moment. No one is so far ahead that they are definitely going to be winning these 2 groups. So I think that anyone can still take it here.
Yeah, anyone can still take it. And while we're waiting for this final game to get ready on our main stage, how do you feel about catching up with Lace and Ryan? I think it's a good idea.
Yeah,
what do you think?
Good.
Let's do it.
Hey everyone, I am down in the fan zone and it is popping off here. I can see people around me with big, big smiles because of all the really cool activations and prizes that you can win all week long here at the ALGS Year 5 Championship. Now, behind me, just behind me, is one of the most epic new additions to the fan zone. It is the ALGS Wishing Wall, where friends, fans, and family alike can come along and put their wishes on the board. And you never know, maybe the ALGS deities will grant their wish. Now, right here next to me, the absolutely epic Golden Nessie is in attendance. Make sure you pay your greetings, pay your respects, because this is the epic ALGS shrine with all the legends guarding tightly. Now, let's go over to the wishing wall and I can show you exactly what I mean, where people can actually place their wishes on teams they want to win, successes they want to have in their life, sort of like a omikoji, if you know anything about Japanese culture. Now, oh my God, it's Lace. Fancy finding you here. How's it all going?
Hello, Ryan. I was just peeping some of these wishes. We've got wishing everyone has a great show. I love the CEO. Don't know who that guy is. And we've got Shopify Rebellion. But I have actually created my own wish.
What does your one say?
Yeah, my wish is I wish everyone gets designated nap time. So I'm super excited to put this on the wishing wall.
That sounds like a healthy addition. Wouldn't do well in daily life without a proper nap, right? So yeah, that sounds like a really good thing. I'm definitely a big fan of that one. No complaints from me. But I hope you've enjoyed it. And casters, what would you want to write on the wishing wall? Make sure you let us know. Talk to you in a bit.
My question to you, Dan Gaskin, is the same as Ryan. And you knew this was coming during that whole thing.
I knew it.
Like the moment that we started talking about wishes, you knew this question was coming. What would you wish for?
I wish for the CEO, Imperial Hal, to play M&K next year in competitive Apex Legends. That's my wish.
Okay.
Will he do it? No. But maybe.
It's your wish, Dan.
My wish. Maybe it'll come true. What's your wish on set? You knew this was coming.
My wish is not broadcast friendly. Anyway, let's talk about match number 6. I wish for all the people that I care about in my life to be happy and healthy, Dan.
Well, now my wish sounds terrible, but okay. You can be soppy. That's
that work?
Yeah, that's great.
I'm a big softy at heart, you know that.
All right, well, match 6 is just about ready.
I just want them all to be happy and healthy, Dan.
All right, thank you. Cool.
But you want how to play M&K. Fine, I can see what
I do, yes, I do.
Tough,
I would love that. I'm sure everyone else would love that. But match 6 is just about to come up, and there is still everything to play for, quite literally, for all of these competitors now in this lobby. And Mark, who would you say is the favorite now to win this?
I thought you were going to go, what would you wish?
What's your second wish?
What was your question again? My brain switched off.
I mean, do you have a favorite from what we've seen in these last 2 matches?
GoGamin's consistency, I think, is something that you have to kind of look towards. 2 wins, but also the games that they're not winning outside of one, they've put points on the board. And even though it's just a 1-point lead, I feel like that kind of consistency plays out pretty well. You're not relying on a big game. You're not relying on a big moment, so to speak, in these games. You're just looking for more of the same, whereas other teams are going to have to mix things up a little bit. Like, you're looking down now. I mean, when we jumped on here to cast these final 3 games of this series, KINOTROPE were at the top, and now they're kind of chasing a little bit. They're about 9 points or so, 8 points or so. Quick maths, probably wrong, as it always is. But that changes things, right? If you're looking and you see Gaimin not be eliminated early on in that kill feed, you know you have to pick up the pace. You know you have to be aggressive if you want to be first place at the end of it. And KP are going to be a huge contributor to that. With the crypto ban as well, going to be more difficult, like you say, for teams to be aware of the situations around them. So you can get the jump on people a little bit here with the legends that are available and the legends that aren't available. I think it's going to be a very, very interesting Game 6 here.
I mean,
what do you wish for?
You speak about KINOTROPE were in first, Oblivion were in second, now they are in 6th and 7th, and I think what we're seeing is, you know, E-District was very successful for them, but sometimes when you go from map to map, you really struggle. And remember, we do have 4 maps available, so when we get into a position where we get to match point finals on Sunday, you need to be good on every single map. You can't really afford to have those weak maps. And now we're going to see these legends be selected, of course. With Crypto now banned, it changes these compositions completely. And we'll have to see how people are going to head their way into this one. But I said there was going to be a couple of Maggies, and you can already see on the main stage, they are definitely going to be throwing some wrecking balls around in this lobby.
Well, I can see more Seer. I had to be very good at my enunciation there to get that one. I got worried about that sentence before I even got there. But more Seer is certainly going to be prevalent. Also saw Bangalore being at the front. We're also seeing some Maggie, a little bit of Sparrow that we saw in the previous game coming in from NIP as well. So it looks like Seer is actually going to be very, very prevalent in this final game of the day, final game of this series, Dan. As we head in towards match number 6 here, in a great position to say one of my favorite things, Dan, which is it really is all to play for.
It really is indeed. Can GoNext go back to back and try and put themselves at the top of this leaderboard and try and live up to the name that has resonated through this arena once before? As you said, there are a few Seers, more than a few. There's a lot of Seers, a lot of Bangalores coming into it as well. It's going to be a very different game than we've seen from the previous 5. I think just no crypto is going to be a huge difference indeed. In terms of zone, we're going to be going north. Yet again, very similar zone perhaps to match number 4, which we had a little bit earlier on today.
Yeah, and for Shopify Rebellion, this is the one you need to make the most of. You know, this is a zone that's pulling towards Survey Camp. It's a zone that's pulling to the north. And even though we know that Shopify are a team who, if they're on fire, if they're playing at their best, don't mind playing any zone because they feel like they can fight their way in. Their fighting's looked a little bit off in this series. Earlier on, it looked great in the first series that we saw of the day between A and B, but This one, it just hasn't looked like it's clicked. Maybe a little bit of fatigue is kicking in. Maybe it's just a little bit of teams they're fighting against just seem to get the upper hand. Whatever it might be, they need to make the most of this kind of zone.
And remember, they don't need to win this group. It's just about putting points on the board and being consistent enough to get through to the winners bracket, which you were alluding to earlier. As now, REIGNITE again in an early fight, and who'd have thought Men of Culture are going to be on the other side of this one, just trying to ruin the day of someone. And sadly, it's REIGNITE once more.
Those culture vultures. REIGNITE taking damage. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Rohai just got absolutely pieced up.
Oh my God.
Oh no. Oh, Floating took him down as well. REIGNITE. They cannot win against Men of Culture. The 2v3. REIGNITE. I mean, you have to hang your head. That's not good. You can't be getting 2v3 in these lobbies.
But then Aurora have caught wind of this, and they've recognized there's a couple of free kills they could potentially have. But Men of Culture will not make it easy, that's for sure. And one thing I'll say, if Men of Culture don't make it through to the winners bracket, which is going to be probably likely very difficult to do it as a duo, I would be very concerned about drafting close to them in that losers bracket. But they are still making it work. This is an insane run from Men of Culture.
One player alive. Do you know how this is pronounced, this name, by the way? It's Tamani Chitez.
Mm-hmm. I think that one works.
Tamani Chitez.
Well, he's going to find himself in a 1 versus 3 with a Vault and a Sentinel. Not going to happen. Okay, Men of Cultures will be eliminated in 19th position, and REIGNITE probably a bit annoyed at the fact that they had to take that fight. But at the same time, they lost 2v3, so that's on them.
That's very much on you. You know, if you can't win a 3v2, I don't know what to tell you. Unacceptable, I believe, is the word, Dan, that I would look to use.
I would agree with that.
Bit of a rough one for them. But Aurora, they might have a little bit of a battle against Supernova again. This is not the first time that we've seen this battle. And by all regards, Dan, it might not be the last time we see this battle.
Correct. And as I said, there's a lot of history in this battle as well from names, but we'll check in with SBI and see what's happening over here. NIP are going to be also fighting KINOTROPE Gaming in the kill feed as well. And I think maybe this fight might dissipate. But elsewhere, KINOTROPE just trying to survive.
Bowles is going to be down. They're going to have to get the banner and get back in the game if they can. It's a very busy bridge at the moment. You can see that VKG kind of controlling the southern side of Epicenter at the moment, but SBI, KINOTROPE, Ninjas in Pyjamas, all in the vicinity of this bridge. Fnatic not too far away as well. So everyone's a little bit frightened, I think, to make a big play, knowing that there's easy third-party opportunities that can be taken advantage of. It looks like SBI just going to play this one slow at the moment. They want to play and clear their backs. Obviously, they don't have information that we do on where this zone is going to be going next, so they're just playing for what they believe is going to be a safe position. It will be just about safe for where this next zone goes as well, but as we move away from the zone towards Grandma's house, let's have a look at GoNext, winning, of course, one of the games that we saw over at Thermal Station, and putting themselves in a great position to not just win that game down, but maybe win this series between these two groups as well. 1 point the difference between first and second.
I mean, when you look at these three players, you know they are definitely more than capable of finding back-to-back victories. As Hotdog Mafia have been targeted a little bit in the air, but they should arrive to the ground safely. Blinks has just been taken down on the side of Oblivion. It really has not been a successful World's Edge for Oblivion thus far, but maybe they can get back up to a 3 and try and rescue a few points to stay near the top of this group. And of course, give them a better chance of progressing through to that winners bracket, because that's how the group stages work. It's about accumulating as much as points as possible as you play in a round robin, as all groups compete against each other. And then if you have enough to stay within the top 20, you go to the winners bracket. If you don't, you find yourself in the elimination bracket. Simple as that.
I have a question for you. Sometimes when people say something, do you immediately think of an image? You said round robin.
Yes.
I just thought of really round, like bird, like a spherical one.
Maybe that's where it came from. A spherical bird.
Someone give me the law. DM me the law of round robin without using ChatGPT. Do it old school.
We want to see everything old school nowadays. Actually, let's throw this broadcast old school. Let's get rid of all of the overlay.
Search. I want encyclopedias to come back. Wow, do you remember them? Shout out to anyone, by the way, who knows what Encarta means. Anyway, on the northern side of this zone, SAUL who, of course, were involved heavily in an endgame that we saw almost in this exact same zone in and around Survey Camp. They're in a great spot for this zone once more. And there they are, right in the northern tip of this zone. N-Force 36 going to have to move their way in. BK Gaming down on that southern side. Grow Gaming and Supernova a long way away from the zone at the moment. And Grow Gaming, remember, they're the team that are in first place at the moment. They have 1 point as what a very thin cushion over the chasing pack at the moment. So this is set up for a very interesting potential game-changing game, and certainly leaderboard-changing game for a lot of teams here.
Well, Fnatic have been able to take 2 members of SPI down, and it looks like it is going to be a clean wipe if they can find the third, but they're probably a little bit concerned about potential third party, and it's certainly a possibility. You've got KINOTROPE, you've got N-Force 36, both in the area, but they are hunting to try and find this final member. But of course, it's never made easy from other teams, because why would you make it easy? Make them work for it here.
This is one of my favorite things. It's like you can run, but you can't hide, and then you realize that that actually isn't true. A lot of the time when people start to run,
and you can
they can hide. And Egoist is doing exactly that at the moment for as long as he can. Finally, truth be told, he could run, but he couldn't hide. And it's going to be Fnatic who get the KP and get the clean wipe onto SPI Esports, who, unfortunately, their lobby has been a little bit disappointing. And that will be the end of their series here as they will fall out. So Fnatic with some more KP, and they're in a pretty good spot in the overall leaderboards at the moment. They might have a chance of taking this one away.
And I will say, like,
up to third now.
If Fnatic do find themselves getting into the winners bracket, we might look back at this series and potentially this match in particular as really the focus point of how they were able to achieve that. To really take control of this group where no one else was able to pick up big points. And some of the big heavy hitters really struggled thus far, but of course they can still change that narrative as well. Both Rock and Shopify Rebellion, 2 of the biggest teams in this one, have not been able to find points yet, but all it takes is 1 big victory here, and then we don't say that narrative whatsoever. Now, Aurora struggling a little bit to get through. Yaka's going to go down as well, but if they can get down behind the rock, maybe some revives, but no. It's going to be all down to Yushako now.
Oh, don't move, and you got the knockdown. Oh, that's a rough one. That's a rough one, especially when you're trying to pop a battery, maybe trying to block some nades that were coming in, maybe trying to help with the Sparrow ulti that came in as well, but essentially just the cover that was there disappeared very quickly as that player with the knockdown shield just crawled away and cost them their lives. So that will be them out of the lobby now. Grow Gaming, first place still. And every single team that dies in front of them and before them is good news for Grow Gaming here. They've just got to hold on.
And of course, it's still about putting points on the board. It's all well and good just staying ahead of everyone else, but you want to take advantage of this situation. Take advantage of being first. Get as much points on the board as possible. And really make an impact statement here for Group B versus D. Now, see a Q will come out. It's a Q on Q, but not QQ involved.
No, it's a Q off. Like you say, no QQ, but lots of Qs being queued at each other. There's a Q for the Qs. It's getting late, we get weird. We've established this with production before.
It's always the risk you take.
They agreed it's a risk to put us on when we start to get a little bit tired.
Big fight, though, if it does happen, because it is going to invite a lot of potential third-party action. Now we're going to see the Catwall go down, and actually this is going to be a chance maybe for Grow to escape rather to engage here. Grow are thinking about rotation rather than engagement. It's very sensible for them.
Yeah, might be able to actually run in towards Survey Camp or out towards Grandma's. The problem is if they leave towards Grandma's, Gen.G are there, GoNext are there. They're not going to be having a comfortable position. They're going to have to rely on Keon getting that information on the heartbeat sensor here on Seer to know there's going to be teams. Otherwise, they are going to be ambushed. Speaking of which, Supernova trying not to get ambushed themselves. Another team trying to push from a very similar situation from outside of that tunnel that Grow Gaming find themselves in. Gen.G having to hold 2 teams at the moment.
It's been such a strange rotation from Supernova as well, from like the southeast all the way now over to the western side.
They could Valcol. It's one thing they can do. They do have that available, so maybe they're just waiting for the opportunity to do so, to overtake a lot of this carnage that's happening in and around this tunnel. FYR trying to extend out themselves to see if they can find a little bit of KP. Rock Esports also doing something very similar. They're going to go back using the Wraith port in towards Survey Camp, and everyone kind of survives.
And I think it's just everyone playing smart and everyone playing a little bit safe. Grow Gaming was the biggest indicator of that. Dark Veil go down, avoid the fight, and now they're in a position where they can kind of wait. I think everyone wants to third party, everyone wants to take advantage of other damage that's been done, but no one has actually taken the risk to engage. Now, here is that Valkyrie you're talking about from Supernova. And maybe this rotation that they've been planning this whole time could be perfect if they find that ideal spot. But if they do land north, SAUL are here.
Oh, and they might be in a position where they get pinched pretty soon as well. Yes, they're going to be able to be safe for a few seconds, but Force 36 are moving up onto this. SAUL are also looking at this, and they could find themselves in a little bit of a sticky situation where they've got multiple guns looking at them here. It's going to be a tough situation for Supernova to survive in here, but the longer they survive, the more their chances of long-term survival goes up here as other teams start to move into the area, may pressure the likes of Force 36.
And even though you're survived for now, and it's not a winning position from Supernova, you have to actually take a fight and move a little bit further west if you are going to be winning this game. Now, GoNext versus a Gen.G. And GoNext, they looked so good in the previous game. They're going to be full of confidence after that win, and maybe that is going to be really a struggling point for Gen.G, because going up against a confident team usually means you're playing against a team who is willing to take fights.
Now the Syracuse we're seeing flying in at the moment is horrifying, to be honest with you, if you're on the receiving end of it. Gen.G have just been eliminated, so they weren't able to survive on that western side of the zone, excuse me. They were the casualty as Gaimin now try and force their way in as well. They will be able to survive for now, but it's up to Drop to put them in a position now to survive for the long game. Catwall will go down. Nocti's not going to be able to survive. They will be able to pick that banner up, though, but with no Crypto in the lobby, luckily for Drop, they do have a Moby to play with, so they might be able to get it back in.
Hotdog Mafia just going to retreat away a little bit, not going to overextend here and find themselves in a vulnerable position. They can probably say, look, this team will probably come to us, and it might be easy KP if they do move this way. Now, Hotdog Mafia, speaking of, let's jump into a listen and see how they do with this fight.
They're resting. What is field 2?
On this side.
I took this guy too on the right. Left.
Bro, we're doing way too much.
Not good for Hotdog Mafia. Some shots not connecting for Skill Cakes. As Gaimin looking to get the respawn onto Noct. They do so and also look to pressure KINOTROPE in this situation. Great spray coming in from Keon. There's the CQ as well. Should be able to find one Noct. Does indeed do that. Switches to the scout to try and find the second. But now it's going to be Noct off the respawn. He has to move in and finish off this damage.
Difficult to do it. Does get the first. Now needs to get this one. It's a 1v1, but does not win it. KINOTROPE Gaming will survive. Fnatic are hovering, though. GoNext also hovering as well. There's going to be two teams looking to try and capitalize on the damage that has already been done. But Gaming out in 14th place. Remember, they were up in first position. Someone else now can pick up points here instead.
Yeah, this really does open things up. And Fnatic are in third place overall. Now take to the skies. KINOTROPE Gaming have been eliminated as Light from GoNext will move in to get that final KP. And look at the loot that's available to them. Now, big moment for Fnatic. The scans come in from the sky from Valkyrie, but can they find a safe spot to land? They also, importantly, had popped an arm accelerant on the Watson just before they landed. That means when they land, they can get that gen down immediately, and they've done exactly that.
Can Fnatic walk away as the heroes of this group? They are 6 points short of first place at the moment, but GoNext are still alive. That being said, GoNext are down to just a single player. So Light, what he did there was actually able to get more KP for his team whilst he was a solo. The real question is, can you get your teammates back up? Does he even have the banners would be a bigger question. Now, NIP still alive, Edge Force 36 also down to just one. Oh. But Justin's doing a pretty good job as a solo.
Still alive. Popping the ult excel as well. That's going to give him the gen back immediately. And if he can hold off the push coming in from Cersei here, there might be an opportunity to at least get one player back to their feet. He's going to try and stick this one. Holds that revive button down and does manage to get Cena back into the game. So a duo much stronger than a solo, and a trio much stronger than a duo. They're trying to stick the res here.
Also elsewhere, GoNext just got the respawn as well. Kiner and Hedgeman back on the map. GoNext, remember, leaders of the lobby at the moment. Huge for them, and they've got the space to actually stay alive. But Force 36 might be back on the map, but maybe not for long. Just one player remaining.
See that popping some shield cells. Trying to get those healthy as he possibly can to maybe thinking about sticking that res once more. E36 just surviving at the moment. It's not pretty, but it's effective enough for them to be a part of this endgame potentially here. Elsewhere, GoNext, you mentioned the respawns that came in. Well, there's some loot for them to pick up on their way towards this zone, but they have such a long way to go. One team we haven't mentioned, by the way, Shopify Rebellion. We mentioned how at the start of this game, it's a great zone for them. They're still alive here. They're in the northern building of Survey Camp. They won't be safe for the long game, but they are safe for now.
Can Shopify Rebellion finish this series with a bang to put themselves up with a chance of just being in a better position for those overall standings after day one and get closer to that winner's bracket? Now, Darkveil goes down at maybe the worst time for S8UL because they've lost Sharky. Legacy's going to have to do a lot here, but sadly, he can't do it either.
Just going to be last alive, maybe just biding a bit of time here to try and survive. Rock Esports has been eliminated in the meantime. 10 squads still remain, by the way. Over half the lobby still alive as the zone starts to close in. Fnatic, though, they'll lose one. Yuka very, very weak as well. Colonel Garcia trying to be the hero. The knockdown keeps him alive, but it's just delaying the inevitable. Fnatic will be eliminated. And GoNext now move into first place.
And it is Oblivion who are able to get a couple of those kills as well. Shopify Rebellion, very disappointing series for a tournament favorite. Not able to get going here in this one. NIP also eliminated. 7 squads now remain, but GoNext still alive. First place, 56 points. Oblivion will go out. They weren't able to find their footing here on World's Edge.
The next closest are S8UL, who are still alive in this lobby. They're around 10 points behind GoNext's current score. So a lot of work for them to do. They'll have to pick up the majority of KP in this lobby if they want to oust GoNext from that first place that they currently hold down. N436 somehow still alive, by the way. Don't know how that's happened, but they are.
And again, that comes down to people not taking risks and not wanting to overstep their boundaries, not wanting to find themselves in a vulnerable position, allowing E36 to survive. And then they're going to punish the team that could have killed them earlier.
I mean, this is somehow, you know, cockroach-like play, survival from them. And E36, they'll move in and pick up 2 of those kills. They've also taken control of that door. They fenced that player in, and now they can swing and try and finish things off.
Fence him in, fence him out, as E36 will pick up the kills, but there's going to be a cockroach on the other side. But finally, SLR will go down. 5 squads now remain. But who is the healthiest? S8UL still sitting in a pretty good spot, but as a duo, VK Gaming still alive as well. Everyone is struggling at the moment.
Oh, Light's got a queue back here. He's got to be careful. Get back to the safety of his 2 teammates. And manages to just about do so. E36, I want to see some red stats, by the way. I was going to say Light got away with it. He did not, because Juzza, from distance with that triple take for E36, just clipped him as he tried to pop that battery and get back to his feet. S8UL still alive, by the way. But for how long is the question? Finally, they will go down.
VK are also a duo that are still alive at the moment. GoNext down to a duo as well. So E36 and FYR, the only 2 that are down as 3s, as GoNext find themselves to just 1. But have GoNext already done enough at this point? 59 points they find themselves on. Surely they still close out this group.
Well, if a meteor was to hit Earth, I think the things that would survive based on this game would be Keith Richards from the Rolling Stones, Cockroaches, and E36. That's pretty much what is going to be the case, because they cannot be killed in this game. The amount of resets that we have seen, the amount of reses that we've seen in situations where it felt like they just did not have the right to reset. Well, now they're in position to win this one. GoNext have been eliminated, but they took first place in the meantime.
So many points available, so many players knocked at this point, so many teams vulnerable. And now we're down to just 3. And E36, if they're able to pull this one off, it would be a ridiculous victory.
Well, the high ground's just been vacated. And it might just be there. VK Gaimin are down. Look at the damage done for FYR as well. E36 had no right to be in this endgame. Now command this endgame, and they might just win this one. It's a 1v2, and they will win it. E36 with a statement performance here in game number 6.
E36, who have had so many historic moments in the ALGS, both good and bad, but this is another one that will go down in the history books of just pure survival, resilience, staying alive, and they find themselves all the way up into some of the top positions. I believe they're in 2nd place overall, just short of GoNext, but it is about the points they put on the board on set. 58 points from this lobby is going to do wonders for their chances in the overall standings.
I mean, 13 kills in a game 6. It's a phenomenal performance, and it shows when a lobby is tight, when the points are so close between every single team, that a game 6 could completely change the narrative of how you feel at the end of a series. It's E36 who changed that narrative by surviving, by resetting, by respawning from solo to duo to trio. It just kept happening for them. They were not being punished for being down numbers, they were able to consistently reset into a position that gave them the opportunity to put those stats on the board. 25 points for them with 13 KP is a phenomenal Game 6 performance.
And that's what happens sometimes in Match 6, right? Because people are so reluctant to push out from their spot because they want to put as much points on, they want to survive, they want to get to that end game. No one shut down E36 when they were at their most vulnerable, allowed them to stay alive again and again, and they showed what a resilient team they are. But also, when they're put in that final circle, they know how to play it as well.
Yes.
I remember, like, I think it was last year, potentially the year before, when E36 had one of the most explosive games we've ever seen in ALGS history, one of the most explosive series we've ever seen, and we understand why. This team can just do it when you least expect it.
Well, once again, though, when we look at our series results after the games are done and all of the points are settled, it's EMEA again, Dan, who are having a great day in the group stages. GoNext, 59 points, come in first place. Enderforce 36 with that great performance, of course. In behind them in that Game 6 to 58 points. Gaimin just behind them as well, 50 points on the board. I think they'll be a little bit disappointed, Gaimin, considering they won 2 games in that series, that they end up in third place. A little bit of a tough final game for them.
Yeah, it was a tough one, but at the same time, 50 points, when you talk about being consistent, putting points for the overall standings, if you can hit 50 every single time you're in a series, you're going to be going to the winner's bracket. There's a nice, healthy amount of points. Sure, you'll see the likes of Team Falcons who might put up like 90 odd in one series. It's whatever. It's about you focusing on your team and just getting through to that winner's bracket as high as you can for a better POI draft as well, but just making sure you don't find yourself in that loser's bracket.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting day. You know, we kind of highlighted what a lot of the teams coming in today would have wanted to achieve, and I think one team to just keep an eye on that's had a bit of an up and down day is Shopify Rebellion. Shopify Rebellion looked very good a little bit earlier on when we saw them on the main stage, but that series was a worry for me. There was some real red flags that I'm seeing about Shopify Rebellion, because with how tight the group is and just needing, it felt like one really impactful game in that lobby, to not be able to find that in 6 games for a team who coming into this tournament is kind of touted as a tournament-winning favorite, I think it's a little bit of a concern for them. It's not something that's going to lose sleep over tonight, but I think coming into tomorrow, they certainly will be refocused and kind of humbled a little bit about what happened just there.
And not to go back to Falcons again, but we saw what Falcons did against this group earlier and how many points they put on the board as another tournament favorite. It does feel strange that Shopify aren't able to at least replicate that in some way. So I think there's definitely things they can look at when they go home and maybe come back a little bit better tomorrow, because there is definitely a Shopify Rebellion that would look very different when they're playing at their very best.
Yeah, I think maybe it's a case of overlooking the lobby. Maybe it's one of those things. Maybe it was just people playing very, very well in those 3v3 fights that they find themselves in. Maybe the zones weren't in their favor. Anyway, Shopify Rebellion certainly a team to keep their eyes on, as are these wonderful people on our analyst desk. So we're going to send it over to you. The 6th game is done, the series is done, and we're done. So take it away.
Fantastic job, guys. Some important points that I think they were making there in that discussion as well, as it relates to how that series played out at the end of everything. Let's start talking about it, okay? We wrap that up, and one of the biggest things that we just heard Mark and Dan talking about was the fact that there was a favorite in that group, Shopify specifically, who did not show up here right now in this moment, Jay.
Yeah, absolutely. There was kind of a group of 4 that was very consistently ranked as the top teams: Alliance, Falcon, Shopify, Thieves. Everybody was universally agreeing that those 4 were the favorites. And Thieves on the other side at the B stage, they didn't have a great set. Shopify doing the same here. These are teams that have to have bounce back performances, especially once we move into that bracket stage, because the expectations for them are sky high, and the standards for them are even higher.
Yeah. I'm only laughing because I just wanted to know, who is everybody? Have you not seen the craziest?
General consensus.
Okay, I was going to say.
The people.
Not this person.
From the chronically online person?
Not from the chronically online person, let's be real. Because how many times have we seen the most chaotic picks coming out of not only Dan, but also myself? And then Dia loves to give love to the teams that have been working so hard behind the scenes. Hey, our predictions are looking pretty good, just gotta say. I'm also the shill that picked Team Falcons twice, so don't let me fool you.
I mean, not exactly a bad pick. We also heard them mentioning just how strong Falcons looked after today, Dia, and that, I think a lot of people will agree, is kind of par for the course for them right now.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly didn't come into this series or this tournament deluding myself into thinking that Falcons didn't have a shot. I will say I didn't expect them to have this strong of a group stage. I know that Falcons are typically a team that people look at as tournament favorites, but I also see them as teams that a team that needs to ramp up quite a bit, but for whatever reason, this new iteration of the roster doesn't seem to be having what Falcons has historically had, as sort of a slow-going tournament, middle of the pack, figuring things out, and then once we get to match point, we dominate. These look like group stage demons, and I'm really excited that we get to see them tomorrow play on the main stage.
Absolutely, yeah, that is something to know, chat. We will be seeing them tomorrow on the main stage. I know you all will be looking forward to that, but let's start talking about the people who did well in this series, Jayhawk. Let's give a little bit of love to GoNext as we get these highlights running in the background as well.
Yeah, GoNext had a really good series. One thing to point out, though, this was the lowest point total for a winner across any of the series we've had so far. They only finished with 59 points. Every other series has eclipsed at least 60, and so that just shows how competitive this lobby was. It wasn't like GoNext was just absolutely running over everybody, and at the beginning of this set, they hadn't really even done anything. It was those last two games where they made their mark, and like the casters were talking about, EMEA has been showing up because GoNext is one of those teams that people thought was good in Pro League, but can they do it on LAN? The duo of Kinda and Henchman, they've never really been able to do so. You add the IGL Light, who has had extensive experience in match point lobbies, and they're showing up.
Yeah, I think that this is definitely a good look for GoNext heading into tomorrow's day of competition, and you can see how started off a little bit slower, able to bring it back, and even with some yo-yo in there, able to pull out some decent KP along the way as well.
And just these numbers really illustrating how competitive the lobby was. That our number one team didn't even make it to 10th half the time. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, we say it every year. The competition gets stronger and stronger, and I know we're only in group stage, but we're seeing that reflected here. And then on the flip side, we have some numbers here as well, Tiff, for Shopify. They will definitely be looking to kind of pick this up tomorrow.
This isn't something that they're going to be accepting of, right?
Yeah.
We talk about Shopify Rebellion, we say they are very much a hit or miss team, right? And this is talking about teams that have won championships.
Yeah.
Okay? Like, you've got Zainu right there in the dead center. There's a good chance that they come back and they have a great performance. But if they don't, I fear it will be another dud similar to what we just witnessed. I feel like I'm being harsh, though.
I love it,
I do. I feel like that's a hot take, but...
Are you Elim round 2ing them? I'm joking. I'm joking.
I mean...
Don't answer that.
They didn't make finals at the last LAN, so you never know.
Fight.
Yeah.
Wait, where's Dan? He's the knower, right? Where's
Don't
Dan when you need him?
them. Don't do that. I did want to talk about a Hotdog Mafia, though.
Yes.
I think that, they didn't end up quite at the top. They ended up falling short by about 10 points, just a little over. But Hotdog Mafia really impressed me throughout today's games, especially for a team that I will openly admit I really underrated compared to the performance that they just showed us today. I thought Hotdog Mafia was going to have a much rougher tournament, and it's still possible that they might. We've got group stage left to play. But what we saw from them today, again, especially if you want to go back and listen to their comms, is a team that, much like Oblivion showed us, are really locked in on who their biggest threats are and are doing a really good job of identifying, communicating those, and what the steps that need to be taken are. And in group stage, that is proving to have tremendous value.
And we know that things obviously will change as we head into the bracket side of things. And, the lobbies are changed up after we get out of these groups, but it's always a really good indicator of just the base level of competition when we are starting off with so many other teams being just as strong, if not stronger, than some of the teams that we were expecting to be those heavy hitters coming into this weekend. So I think this is very telling of just how good this weekend is going to be across the board from the competition side of things. I'm very, very happy with how everything went today. I think you always need to expect the unexpected a little bit here when it comes to ALGS, and our teams are doing and bringing everything to the table to give us exactly that. But it's time for us to kind of highlight some individuals here. It's our Sony in-zone kill leader race. And this is not going to be surprising based off of what we saw in the first series, that it was potentially a member of Falcons, but we have Hal at the tippy top here with 36 kills, Tiff. I mean, come on.
Would it be Apex Legends if Hal wasn't at the top of this with an R99? My only thing is, did he have enough light ammo? It sounds like it.
I mean, those numbers, Jayhawk, illustrate why, when they are on, they are as scary as they are.
Absolutely. There were some records that he was potentially chasing in that first series. I do want to point out, though, all three of Citadel Gaming in the top 10.
Love that shout.
That roster is popping off right now, and if you got to see it over on Wig and Greek streams, they just went crazy in the lobby that they were just in.
Again?
Really impressive slaying from that team.
I love that. I love that shout, and that is a good segue into our Red Bull First Strike leaderboard. Now, if you guys were watching at home, this was those moments throughout the day where the first kill, the first team wipe was happening in all of our matches, and we get to see how these teams fared across the board, Dia.
Can we all acknowledge
Please
globally
do,
across the world, men of culture?
Yes.
Twice did they wipe a full team as a duo, and we're the first team in the lobby to do it. This is like, we all talked about them today because we were like, oh, it's a duo getting kills. That's fun. They did really well. They did incredibly well. They're in the top 40 teams globally, and they didn't come out at the bottom today during a full day of competition. But they're a roster that, especially once they get their full 3 back tomorrow, we should all be very excited about watching.
Excellent work, gentlemen. Excellent work. That's all we've got to say with that. No, for real though, because like they were talking about it. They're like, look, we're switching controllers. We're getting crazy. Times are changing. We're a duo, but don't worry. We'll get the homie back and we will compete. And clearly they're going to do insanely better. They already started off very nicely.
I mean, this is just, talk about showing up when it matters, coming in clutch in those moments, being able to get on a leaderboard like this as a duo is insanely difficult as we get a shot here at one of those fights, Jayhawk. This is just fun stat, honestly, in my opinion.
I'm already starting to think if men of culture are being that aggressive early, I know they're a duo, and listen, maybe they're just throwing caution to the wind. Like, what do we have to lose? We're probably going to go to Elim round 1 anyway because of the fact that we don't have our third. But what do they do when they get there? You know, when you see Floating going back to the open, he was ratting teams on crafters. He was doing that throughout the entire tournament, not afraid to contest. So when they get to that losers round 1, especially with a Vecchi back, the full trio, that team could be scary because clearly right now they're playing with a very different mentality than everybody else.
You know what's crazy is that, like, obviously I didn't spend too long on their comms because I was like, well, they're a duo, they're not going to win the game. So,
wow, Dia,
but
wow.
I know, I'm sorry.
Wow.
But their comms, incredibly BM as well. Like they're very confident in the face of other teams, and so like when they start pushing somebody, they'll instantly be like, these guys are bad. Like let's kill these guys, and I'm like, you're 2 people.
You got to believe in yourself.
They do.
You know?
They
You're
believe in themselves. Yeah.
I mean, it clearly works. They ended up being able to survive as best as one could really hope for in this type of a situation here, day 1 of champs. So huge shout out to them as we now get an opportunity to see what that means for everybody. Okay, today, let's take a look at our overall standings where everyone has shaken out, and now that all of our series have come to a close. And this leaderboard tiff at the tippy top is actually really, really fun. Talk to me about it.
You know, I can't lie, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing.
Right?
Because that is something to note. Yes, Enterforce 36 did not take the win in that last series that we just saw, but what they do have is consistency. 2nd place on their first showing on the B stage, 2nd place yet again, and by 1 point. I don't want to start touting group stage team because look at Alliance. Sure, they're in the top 5. Falcons are in there. But, you know, like Jayhawk was saying, Citadel Gaming, they were winning a lot of games, and we talked about this when we were casting, Dia. That's so important when it comes to the match point finals because you have that conversion. You've shown that you can do it, and you've done it in tough lobbies already.
Yeah, one of the teams I'm really excited about there as well, Unlimit.
Thank you,
A lot of people were really excited about Unlimit. For those of you who might not have watched a lot of APAC North, they were incredibly kill heavy during the regular season and performed at the top of the Pro League. And so I'm very excited to see Unlimit on stage, and I'm more excited knowing that even though we didn't get to talk about them on the main stage in the course of today's games, that they are showing up off screen in such a big way.
Ooh, if you're going to go APAC North, we do have to mention Fnatic. We really didn't give them enough love at the end of this. And to bounce back after a very less than stellar performance on their first grouping, you have to salvage some of that. So to come in and get 47 group points for that stage there on your 2nd series is going to be so powerful when it comes to tomorrow. And not only that, but you can just see their faces as soon as they kind of cleared out, got a ton of those points. It seemed like their fighting got better. And that's the things that they needed to work on, especially after the multitude of roster changes that we've seen with Yuka F at the helm of Fnatic. And if he can do it with Colonel Garcia and Libelace, I know he had kind of his invigoration like redid at that point. So let's go, baby. Let's go Fnatic.
I agree. I love it. And final thoughts from you, Jay, here, and what we've got now at the end of the day.
Guys, E36 is #1 right now.
Yes.
They've won 4 games, and when I'm thinking ahead to a match point lobby, I mean, think what they could do tomorrow if they win more games. They go to the bracket stage, they win even more. The confidence that that could build in them. I think back to last year, they were one of those standout teams that I think not a lot of people expected to have the performance they did, but they looked really impressive in the bracket stage and had a decent finals. Aimbot retires, they pick up Justa, and now they're looking even better this year in front of the home crowd. I feel like E36 is a team that we need to give a little more respect because the way they're playing right now with 4 dubs, that is incredible.
The reset in Game 6, though, that reset, you cannot let E36 get away with that. He is literally tanking the respawn beacon. The timer is going. You see the frag indicators coming through, and he just gets sent into Narnia. And next thing you know, we're looking at them again. They're tucked into a little corner at Survey Camp, which they start Monument, by the way. So not a short rotation, but they still pick up a ton of kills. And I guess what was Onset calling them cockroach gameplay at that point, because they're just surviving it all. I'll take it.
But given how Split 2 went for them, I think I'm surprised to see this version of E36 showing up at Champs, because they went from a team that did not qualify through any of the regular being at the top of Pro League, winning the LCQ, any sort of thing. They just qualified via Champs points, which in its own right is impressive, speaks to a year-long performance, but Split 2 wasn't really their time. And so to now see them show up and go from being a team that, we're expecting them to be good, probably make the finals, we'll see about that, and then has suddenly become a team that I think you'd be silly as any analyst here or at home to be going home after today thinking that they weren't a serious contender for match point finals.
Listen, if our analyst desk is any indication, there is a lot to talk about here today based off of only 1 day of gameplay, and we are only getting started. We still have a weekend jam-packed of Apex Legends action. So here's your schedule for tomorrow so everybody at home can know what to expect. Okay, we have to complete our group stage tomorrow. So you'll see we will have groups B and C facing off to kick off the day, and then we'll close out with A and D. So like we mentioned earlier, you get to see Falcons up here on the main stage, get to see a lot of squads up here that you haven't gotten to see or people that you want to be following along with. So make sure that you are tuning in. 1300 JST is when we'll be kicking things off. So it's going to be a really fun way to close out that group stage. And then, of course, that will lead us into the bracket stage of the competition. And if you're wondering what you can possibly expect, check this out.
世界一位になりたいので、勝つっていうことはそうですね。人生で一番嬉しかった瞬間になると思います。はい、ゆきよ。
日本ではだるま落としという昔遊びがあります。このようにそれではグッドラック。
I genuinely have no idea.
Was that edited? I mean, the
yes
the
and
thing,
no?
this thing.
I don't think so. I think Yu-Gi-Oh's just that cool.
I think he just raw did that.
Yeah.
I need that game on the desk. I need to see if anyone else
You think
can
you do it like that?
No, not me. I was thinking you.
Oh, no. I'm not doing it like Yu-Gi-Oh just did.
Okay. Now I'm excited for some of the content that we've got coming out tomorrow. That was amazing. It's going to be really, really fun. And as always, for everybody at home, if you haven't done so already, make sure you're following us on social media at PlayApex, Esports on X, Insta, YouTube, TikTok, and at PlayApex on Twitch. And as long as you're following along, you won't miss a single second of what we've got going on with our championship action. Because for now, that does it for us here at the desk. Day 1 has come to a close, which means we are also 1 day closer to crowning our Year 5 champion. So make sure you are tuning in all weekend long to find out exactly who that will be. For now, get some rest, and we will see you back here at the same time tomorrow, Legends.
Welcome, everybody, to the ALGS Year 5 Champs.
It's just a blast. I love Champs. I love ALGS. I love Sapporo.
Nice. Ball it go, baby. Come on.
No quitter, I'm a champion at heart.
loves to see this variety that we're getting.